From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ralph Kearns, Johnny. Great Plains Guarantee.
Oh, hi, Ralph.
Johnny, you're 52 years old.
I am?
8 months ago, you married a lovely 27-year-old girl.
Now I'm with you.
A month later, you took out a $50,000 life insurance policy on a chief of police's salary.
I did, huh? And who did I name as beneficiary?
Your beautiful wife. Who else?
So,
3 days ago, you were shot to death.
I had a feeling it wasn't going to last.
And 24 hours later, your wife files a claim on the policy.
My friends tried to warn me she was fast.
Well, there's the setup. What do you think?
The same thing you probably do.
In that case, you got just 56 minutes to catch the plane. The town is Greensport, Missouri. And watch yourself.
What do you mean?
From what I hear, Johnny, it's a wide open town.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Great Plains Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Open Town matter. Item 1, $84.60, transportation and incidentals, Hartford to Greensport, and taxi to the Townhouse Hotel. I was hoping for a chance to shower and change, look around long enough to get my bearings, and then edge into the case gradually. But it didn't work out that way. The case was already there and waiting for me, right in the lobby of the hotel. All dressed up in a shiny black suit, squeaky black shoes, and a neater-than-neat little black bow tie.
Oh, am I glad to see you, Mr. Dollar.
Are you?
Oh, indeedy, yes, I am. I just breathed a great big sigh. Relief, you know, when I heard you tell the clerk your name. That's how I know you're you, you know.
You mean there's been some doubt?
But of course you'll want to know I'm me, so... I'll swear I had a card in one of these pockets.
Well, maybe you could just tell me who you are, Mr.
Potzer, Averill P. Potzer. I ought to have a card, though, to make it more official.
Oh, never mind. I believe you.
I must have given them all away. Don't worry, though. I'll get some more printed and see that you have one before you leave.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Potzer. And now
wait, Mr. Dollar. You want to talk to me, of course.
Will I?
Yes, I'm the agent here for the Great Plains Guarantee Company. I'm the one that sold that policy to the fellow that's dead.
Oh, so that's it.
Of course. He wasn't dead then, you understand.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Feeling pretty lively, as a matter of fact, what with the new young wife and all that.
I imagine so, but now just...
Mr. Dollar, you've got to do something about that woman.
Oh?
Oh, she's driving me crazy. She wants her money, she says, $50,000, and she seems to think I'm carrying it around in my pocket.
She's, kind of anxious, huh?
I'll tell you how anxious. Chief Blake was shot about 2 a.m, and at 3 that afternoon, Marty, that's Mrs. Blake, was down at my office after a claim form.
Yeah, I understand it was sent airmail special delivery.
Well, she insisted on it. Made me take it straight to the post office as soon as she'd signed it.
Pretty cold-blooded about it, huh?
Well, I've heard Marty Blake called a lot of different things in this town at different times, but never cold-blooded. You follow me?
I think I'm ahead of you.
You'll know what I mean, all right, when you meet her.
I can hardly wait.
Man, oh man, wow.
Item 2, $1.15, taxi to the suburban home of Edgar Blake, former chief of police of Greensport, now deceased. On the strength of Potzer's description of the widow, I added a shave to the shower and change, and I hoped I looked a little fresher than I felt. The house was a rambling 2-story job set back from the street. Well-kept shrubbery, nice lawn, quiet neighborhood, and plenty expensive. I wondered how Blake had been able to afford it. I was halfway up the walk when a man came out the front door. He wavered down the steps, then stopped and waited for me, rocking slightly on his heels.
A copper. I can tell him a block away. You're a copper, right?
Wrong.
Private eye, maybe?
No, insurance investigator.
Insurance. That's what I just asked her about. And you know what she did?
Threw you out, probably.
Right. Said I was drunk.
Oh, ridiculous.
That's exactly what I said. Ridiculous, I told her. Ridiculous. But you know something? She was right, I am.
No, I can hardly believe it.
Well, it's a fact, though. At least a little bit. My name's Crayley, Joe Crayley. I'm a reporter. Greensport Daily Herald.
Johnny Dollar. Hiya, Joe.
Insurance, huh? And he did have some, or you wouldn't have had any reason to be here. She was lying.
No comment.
Who's the beneficiary?
Still no comment.
It's her, of course. Little smarty Marty, his ever-loving little wife. How much is she going to make on the deal?
Sorry, Joe.
No comments. All right, let her lay. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Tell me something, Joe. Suppose I want a little action. Want to get into a poker game while I'm here. Find a crap table, maybe. Any idea where I could go?
Sure. Anyone a half a dozen different... How long you been in town, Johnny?
About an hour.
You wised up pretty fast, didn't you?
I didn't know it was a secret. The town is wide open, isn't it?
It is. But I wouldn't go around poking into things if I were you. A guy could get hurt, you see what I mean?
Maybe a guy did get hurt.
Blake, you mean? What makes you think so?
Well, if somebody wanted to keep the rackets going, the police chief would be a natural target, wouldn't he?
Not necessarily.
Meaning?
No comment.
What was Blake's salary, Joe?
$6,000 a year.
On $6,000, he was living in a house like this?
Wait till you see Marty. She's even more expensive.
So that's why Greensport is wide open. The police chief was in.
No comment.
Well, he's out now, that's for sure. Joe, I'll probably be talking to you later, so...
Yeah, do that. Just ask anybody. Joe Crayley, the alcoholic that works for the Herald. I'm always around somewhere.
Well, how do you do?
Mrs. Blake?
Yes, what can I do?
Johnny Dollar. I'm representing the insurance company.
Oh, come in, Mr. Dollar.
Thank you.
Come this way. I'm a little surprised, really. I hardly expected them to pay off so promptly.
Well, in that case, you won't be too disappointed.
Disappointed? What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't come here to pay you anything.
Then why did you come?
I'm a special investigator, Mrs. Blake.
What does that mean?
The company would like a little more information about your husband's death.
I told them all about it in the claim I sent to them.
I know, but sometimes it's necessary.
So that's the pitch. They're trying to squirm out of it.
Why do you say that?
Because they sent you here, that's why. And because they always do. I know how those companies operate.
Oh, you've had experience with them before.
No, I haven't. But I'm a real smart girl, Mr. Dollar. And I know a fast shuffle when I see it coming.
And a smart girl ought to know better than to yell before she's hurt.
Why else would they send out a special investigator?
I told you why. They want some more information.
What information? What is it they want to know?
The details, that's all. Exactly how your husband was killed.
I told them all that in the claim.
I know.
He was
look,
shot to death with his own gun right here in his own house.
Do you mind showing me how it happened?
Oh, for the love.
Now, look, there won't be any payment until I file my report, Mrs. Blake.
All right. You win. When you go after something, you really go after it, don't you?
Well, that's what I get paid for.
Oh. And what about something you personally wanted?
Well, that would depend on how bad I wanted it.
I see. Would you like a drink?
No, thanks.
You won't mind if I have one.
Right ahead.
Looking at you.
Right. Now, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I know. Stick to business. All right, come on. Happened over here by the stairway.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Right here. This is where he fell. This is where he died. His gun was lying on the floor beside him.
Middle of the night, wasn't it?
About 2 a.m, we'd been asleep.
Why did he come downstairs?
I heard a noise of some kind. It woke me up. I shook Ed and told him about it, and he came down to see what it was.
He was armed?
No. His gun was there on the hall table by the front door.
Is that where he usually left it?
Yes. Whenever he came home, he always took it off and put it there on the table.
Then anyone who knew him would probably know they could find it there.
Yes, I suppose so.
All right. So, what happened?
Well, like I said, Ed went on downstairs, and I walked out of the bedroom into the hall.
Were there any lights on?
Not down here. I turned on the hall light upstairs.
Did you hear your husband say anything?
No, all I heard was the shots, 4 or 5 of them. Then I heard someone run out the front door.
And what did you do?
I called out to Ed, but he didn't answer. Then I ran downstairs and found him lying here, dead.
Did you get a look at the prowler, or whoever it was?
No, it was too dark. And he ran out as soon as he fired the shots.
How did he get into the house?
The detective said he forced the lock on the front door. I guess that was the sound that woke me up.
And then he used a gun that was inside the house that he may or may not have known was inside the house.
That's what the police figure.
All right. What do you figure, Mrs. Blake?
The same thing, I guess. I don't know any more about it than they do.
I thought you might have some theory of your own.
I'll string along with them.
Uh-huh. Just an accidental prowler who got panicky and snatched up a gun that happened to be lying around handy.
I guess that's about it.
Any idea at all who the prowler might have been?
Of course not.
Do you suppose it could have been somebody besides a prowler? Somebody who came here for the express purpose of murdering your husband?
Ed had a lot of enemies, of course, because of his job. But
What about his friends, Mrs. Blake?
what do you mean?
Do you suppose one of his friends could have done it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been admiring your watch. Real nice. Set in diamonds, emerald band. Must be worth around $2,000. Very nice.
Well, thank you.
And this
but-
house, the furniture, that car out there in the driveway. On a police chief's salary, Mrs. Blake.
I wouldn't know anything about Ed's financial affairs.
Who runs the rackets here in Greensport?
What rackets, Mr. Dollar?
Was your husband in on them?
Sure you won't have that drink?
All right, Mrs. Blake, play it your way.
I thought the insurance company was probably convinced that I was the one who killed him.
They're not convinced of anything yet.
But they think I did it, don't they?
No, but they think 24 hours is pretty fast for a grief-stricken widow to shoot a claim into the office.
I am not grief-stricken, Mr. Dollar.
So I've noticed.
Do I have to be? Is there some clause in the policy?
No, you don't have to be.
You think I did it, don't you?
I think there's a strong chance you did.
Then I think you need a little straightening out.
I'm listening.
Why should I make it easy for you? Go see Dave Sherman. Talk to him.
Dave Sherman?
The city attorney. See what he says before you get all lathered up. See if he thinks I'm guilty.
All right, I will.
And then we'll talk. And if you're nice enough to me, maybe I'll even cooperate. You never know. Do you?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Before I do that, please let me say thanks to all of you who are so kind about writing and telling us how much you like Johnny Dollar. It's very gratifying encouragement to all of us who are involved in production of the program, and we appreciate your letters more than you know. As always, I'll try to answer you promptly, but sometimes the mail does pile up. In any event, thanks. Thanks very much for writing. Tomorrow, a smash in the teeth opens things up, and an airtight alibi gets air-conditioned with bullets. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Dave Sherman, Mr. Dollar, city attorney.
Oh, yes, I've been trying to reach you, Mr. Sherman.
Yes, so my office tells me. It's the Ed Blake case, I suppose.
That's right.
Well, I've already told my secretary to make all the records available.
It's not the
till you
records I'm mainly interested in, Mr. Sherman. I want to talk to you personally.
Oh, why?
Because I've been informed that you're able to furnish an alibi for my number one suspect.
Marty Blake, huh?
That's right.
Who informed you, Mr. Dollar?
Marty Blake.
Oh, the lovely widow herself.
Right.
Well, I guess we'd better have a talk.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, if you're dead set on lighting a fuse in this town, I may as well give you some matches. Come on over to the courthouse.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Greensport, Missouri. To the Home Office, Great Plains Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the open town matter. Expense account continued. Items 5 and 6, 70 cents. A copy of the Greensport Daily Herald and a taxi fare to City Hall. I opened the paper and glanced over the headlines. Murder of police chief still unsolved. City Attorney's Office claims new evidence. Mayor Lyons demands action. I could feel for the mayor. My client stood to lose $50,000, life insurance payable to the dead police chief's widow, Marty Blake. So I wanted action, too. And I was hoping to get it from City Attorney Dave Sherman.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. I'll have a seat.
Thanks.
When did you get in town?
Early this afternoon.
And you've already met Marty Blake. Well, that figures.
Yes, it does, under the circumstances. Her husband has been killed. He carried $50,000 worth of insurance with my company. And Mrs. Blake filed her claim less than 24 hours after his death.
So that's why you hot-footed it out here from Hartford, huh?
Well, the company figured 24 hours was pretty fast action for a grief-stricken widow.
Oh? I don't imagine Marty is grieving too much.
No, she's not. She told me that herself.
Marty's about 26 or 7. Ed Blake was in his 50s.
Uh-huh. Money, maybe?
Well, not until he met her. Then he started to make it. Fast. He had to. That's how Marty likes things. Fast.
And then he married her.
Well, then she married him. And now, 8 months later, she's a widow. With an insurance claim for $50,000.
Well, she said she liked things fast.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, Mr. Dollar, but you may as well back up and start all over. You're off on the wrong foot.
Oh, how do you mean?
This killing? Oh, sure, it worked out perfect for her and made to order. A man could build a pretty good case against her, especially with that 24-hour insurance claim. Yes, that would really cinch it with a jury.
I pointed that out to her.
Well, I figured as much. Would you mind telling me what happened?
Well, her first move was to start turning on the charm.
Well, that's one of the easiest things she does, if she thinks it might pay off. And after all, with $50,000 in the offing...
Sure.
Did she give you any of the details of the night it happened?
It bored her to death to even talk about it.
Uh-huh. And you thought she was putting on an act to maybe throw you off?
What would you think?
Oh, she wasn't, Mr. Dollar, any more than she was sorry that Ed Blake was murdered.
Then she's pretty cold-blooded.
Well, that's a moot question. Figuratively, yes, I suppose she is. See, she used to be a dancer. Never good enough to make the big time, so she had to, live by her wits and her charm. But you pointed out things that could look pretty black for her if the case ever got to court.
That's right.
Huh? What happened?
She sent me to you.
Why? So I could tell you she didn't kill him.
Well, it adds up, Mr. Sherman.
Yeah, I know.
It was late at night, the two of them alone in the house, her husband shot to death with his own gun.
I know, Mr. Dollar, but not by her.
Why not? That story about the mysterious prowler has been used before, over and over. Matter of fact, I broke one of them not 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm. But in this case, it's true.
How do you know?
Because you were wrong on one point. They weren't alone in the house.
Well, what do you mean? Who else was there?
I was.
Oh, I see.
She's as pure as the driven snow. Well, at least so far as Blake's murder is concerned.
Yeah, kind of a neat setup, isn't it?
Huh?
Instead of prosecuting attorney, you're the star witness for the defense.
Yes, I suppose if it came to that, I'd have to be. I was there when it happened.
So that's why she sent me to you, so I could hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
That's about it.
Well, she couldn't have a much better alibi than the city attorney himself.
Thank you. Oh, she's in the clear, Mr. Dollar.
How did you happen to be there at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I was spending the night. Ed and I were planning to leave early on a fishing trip.
Oh, I see. Like to tell me all about it?
Certainly. We'd all gone to bed around midnight. It was a few minutes before 2 I woke up. I heard Marty and Ed out in the hall just outside my room. I opened my door, and just then Marty snapped on the hall lights. A second later, the shots blasted downstairs, 5 quick ones.
Where was she standing at the time?
By the door of her room, not 10 feet away from me. So you see, Mr. Dollar, she couldn't have done it.
So, that's that. She can thank her lucky stars you were there.
Oh, Marty's always been lucky.
Have you known her a long time?
3 or 4 years. Ever since she came here to Greensport.
You and Blake were pretty good friends, I suppose, huh?
No, as a matter of fact, we didn't have too much use for each other.
Oh?
Oh, I know it doesn't make sense, going fishing together and spending the night in his home, but... Well, I know what you're thinking, Mr. Dollar.
Do you?
Yes, you're thinking maybe I need an alibi as much as Marty does.
Well, it is that kind of an alibi. It works equally well for either of you two.
Yeah, only I don't need an alibi. Blake and I had our little differences, that's true, but they weren't serious enough to be a motive for killing him.
Maybe Marty herself could be a motive.
In what way?
How old are you, Mr. Sherman?
33. Why?
And Marty Blake is 27. And a beautiful girl. Her husband was around 52, I believe.
Wrong guess again, Mr. Dollar. I've known her too long, and what's more important, I know her too well.
Meaning?
Well, sure, she's a knockout. I was nuts about her once. She's, summer night, wild honeysuckle and a handful of stars, but there's one great big catch to it.
And that is?
She's got a built-in jukebox, hidden way inside of her, and when you put in money, it plays real pretty music. When you don't, nothing. Ed Blake found out.
And still went on putting in money?
He liked the music.
Then that's why he got mixed up in the rackets.
Police chief's salary was... Well, Mr. Dollar, you do get around, don't you?
Was Blake running them, or just taking orders?
Now, what makes you think there are any rackets here?
Maybe it was just a guess.
Oh, who told you about them?
It's funny, I can't seem to remember at the moment.
I just bet you can't.
Suppose you answer my question, Mr. Sherman. Who's behind the rackets here in Greensport?
Just a minute.
Who did Blake get his orders from? Or was he the one who gave the orders?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Dollar. Just take it easy.
Dave, I wonder if you'd mind going over that report on... Oh, sorry, I didn't know you had...
No, that's all right, Will. Come on in. This is Johnny Dollar. Mr. Dollar, it's Mayor Lyons.
Mr. Dollar?
Mr. Dollar's an insurance investigator, Will. He's here to look into Ed Blake's death.
Terrible tragedy, Mr. Dollar. We'll appreciate all the help you can give us.
Well, so far, Mayor, I'm afraid that doesn't amount to very much. The only theory I had just blew up in my face.
Oh? What was this theory?
Well, Mr. Dollar suspected Marty Blake of the killing.
Well, Dave, didn't you tell him that you...
Yes, he told me, Mayor. That's when it blew up in my face.
Well, at various times in the past, Mrs. Blake might have been, as one might say, a bit indiscreet. But to consider her capable of cold-blooded murder is utterly unthinkable, sir.
Particularly when she was standing just 10 feet away from the city attorney at the time.
Well, yes, that's true, of course.
Just what is the official theory on the shooting, gentlemen?
Well, at the moment, I'm afraid we haven't any.
I'll tell you, Mr. Dollar. When we find Shorty Wells, we'll have the killer.
Shorty Wells?
A local hoodlum. Blake got him sent up the river a couple of years ago, and Shorty swore that he'd get Blake for it, if it was the last thing that he ever did.
Oh, well, now that's a fairly common threat, though, for a criminal to make.
And usually it's nothing but talk. But Shorty was paroled just last week, Mr. Dollar. He was seen around town the morning before the killing, and we haven't been able to locate him since.
I see.
Wells did it all right. There's not the least doubt in the world.
Yeah, it seems to add up, doesn't it?
Yes, and we've got every available man on the lookout for him, but so far no luck. There's not even a trace of him.
Tell me something, Mayor. Would Marty Blake know anything about the rackets her husband was tied in with?
Rackets? Why, that's the most preposterous thing I...
Well, it's no use. Mr. Dollar's been talking to somebody, and he's found out that our little city isn't as lily white as we'd like to pretend.
Indeed.
It's true, isn't it, Mayor? As I hear it, Greensport is a wide-open town.
May as well admit it, Will. He knows it already. There's no point in trying to lie about it.
All right. It's true, Mr. Dollar. But it's not wide open, as you put it. But there are rackets, as unpleasant as it may be to admit it.
Do you have any idea who's back of them?
I wish to heaven I did.
What about you, Mr. Sherman?
Well, if I had an idea strong enough to talk about, I'd be talking about it in court.
What about this Shorty Wells? Was he in on them before Blake sent him to prison?
Yes, supposedly, but he wouldn't spill a word about the setup at his trial.
Afraid to, maybe, huh?
Probably.
Wells is the key to this whole thing, Mr. Dollar. The rackets as well as the killing. Find Shorty Wells, and we can wrap this thing up in 10 minutes.
Then I guess we better find him. Standard theory number 2. An ex-convict with a grudge. Number 1, young pretty wife, middle-aged husband, big insurance policy hadn't panned out too well. And I wasn't too sold on the second one. It was just too pat somehow. And the fact that Shorty Wells was missing didn't mean much. If I were an ex-con just out of prison and had threatened a man who was later murdered, I'd be missing too. And yet the pat answer was sometimes the right one. The case was still like the town itself, wide open. I walked out of City Hall, started down the sidewalk toward the taxi stand. I didn't know what move to try next. Technically, of course, I was out of it. Since the beneficiary had an ironclad alibi, she'd get paid regardless of who actually did kill Blake. I didn't pay any attention to the horn the first time, but when it sounded again, I turned to look. She was parked at the curb a few yards away. Marty Blake.
I've been waiting for you, Johnny.
Have you?
Yes. I wanted to talk to you.
You didn't earlier.
Well, I guess you just rubbed me the wrong way. You weren't very nice to me, you know.
Sorry.
You've talked to Dave Sherman, I suppose.
Yep. He gives you an airtight alibi. Why didn't you tell me he was there that night when I talked with you this afternoon?
I might have. If you'd been nicer to me.
Oh, I see.
You'd have checked it with him anyway.
Yeah, I suppose I would have at that.
Well, now that you know I'm not a murderess, maybe we can get to be friends, Johnny.
You think so?
You're still not being very nice.
I am always politely respectful toward new widows, Mrs. Blake. At least until after the first week.
I told you I didn't care about Ed.
Who do you care about, besides yourself? Shorty Wells, by any chance?
Shorty Wells? Who told you that?
And you know him, huh?
Of course I know him. As I used to know him.
Where is he now?
How should I know? What are you trying to pull if you think for 1 minute that you're...
Get down, quick! Are you all right, Mrs. Blake?
Yes, I guess so. They're shots. Johnny, somebody was trying to kill you.
How do you know it was me they were shooting at?
What?
Maybe they were out to kill you, Mrs. Blake.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, an old flame and a new one, and 2 men get burned. One becomes an alcoholic, the other a human torch. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
How you making out, Johnny boy?
Who is this?
You disappoint me, Johnny. You ought to recognize the condition, if not the voice.
Joe Crayley?
Yeah, the drunken reporter on the Daily Herald.
I want to talk to you. Where are you?
Oh, no, you don't. Not tonight.
Why not?
In 10 minutes, you'd have me shooting my big mouth off.
About the rackets here?
And the murder of the Honorable Chief of Police, and the peculiar morals of his lovely young wife, and...
Joe, listen.
And last but not least, the ethical and philosophical problems of an intellectual lush A reformed idealist who once or even twice
Joe,
tried...
an hour ago, in front of City Hall, somebody fired 5 shots at me. Joe, are you there?
Beat it, Johnny. Grab a plane, train, bus, or walk, but get out now. When they put the finger on, it sticks. Greensport, boy, is a wide open town.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Greensport, Missouri, to the Home Office, Great Plains Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Open Town Matter. Expense account continued. Item 7, $1.85, taxi to the home of the mayor of Greensport, Will Lyons. I'd decided to go straight to headquarters, so to speak. Joe Crayley, professional reporter and semi-pro drunk, might have been able to help, but I didn't know where to find him. So far, I had a lot of questions, no answers. Police Chief Ed Blake had been shot to death in his own home with his own gun. His young widow, Marty, and City Attorney Dave Sherman had been present and both told the same story. Mysterious prowler. Supposedly, the prowler was Shorty Wells, an ex-convict with a grudge against the murdered chief. But Shorty was missing, and the case was at a standstill. So I went right to the top, to Mayor Lyons.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. Come right in.
Thanks.
My wife is going out this evening, committee meeting at the Women's Club. We can talk here in the library, if you don't mind.
All right, fine.
Take a chair there. Yeah, well, Mr. Dollar, I will say it's a pleasure to see you safe and sound.
Oh, you heard about the shooting, then?
I heard the shots from my office. Then the acting chief of police phoned me a few minutes later.
Well, does he know yet who did it?
Not the slightest. There were no witnesses. At least none who cared to talk. Car took off at high speed and then just disappeared.
Like Shorty Wells. Fine.
I sympathize with your feelings, Mr. Dollar. I'd feel the same way if I'd been made a target of. But you can rest assured, sir, that every facility of law enforcement in this town is working round the clock to bring the culprits to justice.
Yeah, well, that's very comforting, Mayor. But actually, I'm not sure I was the target.
What do you mean?
Well, when I left you and Dave Sherman and came out onto the sidewalk, Marty Blake was waiting for me in her car parked at the curb. She'd been there about 20 minutes, she told me.
Yes, but
whoever fired those shots had the set-up plan worked out. And I don't think they could very well have planned it for me.
Why not?
My schedule wasn't predictable enough. They didn't know when I'd leave City Hall, whether I'd be alone or not, or what I'd do when I stepped outside.
That's a point, all right.
Marty, on the other hand, had been there for 20 minutes. Plenty of time to arrange the thing.
But why? Why should anyone want to kill her?
Well, there you got me. I don't know.
After the shooting, of course, I had a police officer assigned to guard duty at her home, but I regarded it as merely a routine precaution. I was certain that the attempt was made on your life, Mr. Dollar.
Well, those bullets came too close to both of us for very much peace of mind.
Well, at least Mrs. Blake has protection now.
Oh, yeah. Unless that police officer himself knocks her off.
Well, you're joking, of course.
Mayor, that's the worst thing about this whole case. I don't know whether I'm joking or not.
But surely you don't think...
And are you certain of which ones you can trust in the attorney's office, the police force, in your own department even?
Not entirely, no.
With the rackets as wide open as they are here, some of the men around you are bound to be involved.
I know. It stands to reason. Every raid we've ever attempted has been tipped off before we even got started. Blake tried while he was alive. Dave Sherman tried. I even organized 2 myself. Told nobody about them. Brought in state police to carry them out. Same result.
Say, what about Blake? He must have been in with the mob to live on that lavish scale he did.
I suppose so. Dave and I suspected him at times, but we could never turn up any actual evidence.
Were he and the city attorney friends?
Ed and Dave? No, they couldn't get along at all.
And yet, the night Blake was shot, Dave Sherman was staying overnight in his home.
Yes, I know. I've thought myself it was a little odd. Dave says Blake had asked him to. Invited him to go on a fishing trip the next morning.
A fishing trip? And yet they couldn't get along.
I know. I can't explain it any more than you can.
Any chance Dave Sherman was the intended victim that night instead of Blake?
I really don't see how, Mr. Dollar, in view of the circumstances. Blake was killed when he heard a prowler and went downstairs to investigate. No one could have expected Dave to do something like that.
No, I guess not. It was just an idea.
I've thought of all kinds of outlandish possibilities myself, but it always comes back to the same thing. Shorty Wells.
Yeah, the ex-convict who swore he'd get Blake when he went to prison.
He was paroled just the week before, Mr. Dollar, and he was seen in town the day before the killing.
And nobody has found hide nor hair of him since. Yeah, it adds up all right. But somehow I still can't buy it. Maybe it just adds up a little too well. 3/4 of the criminals who are sentenced make threats like that, but it's a rare one who carries it out.
Rare, yes, but not unknown.
Oh, true. I admit he's a strong possibility. But when I hit town this afternoon, I thought Marty Blake was a strong possibility. Until the city attorney himself came up with an airtight alibi for her.
Why did you suspect her, Mr. Dollar?
Insurance. A $50,000 policy on Blake's life. His wife's the beneficiary.
Well, I don't imagine $50,000 will last Mrs. Blake very long.
Hey, tell me something, Mayor. Are she and Dave Sherman close friends?
At one time, yes. In fact, Dave was pretty serious about her. But after she married Blake last year, Dave turned against her completely.
I see.
I don't think he'd risk an alibi for her out of friendship, if that's what you're thinking.
Oh, I don't know exactly what I'm thinking. Mostly I'm just guessing.
I've been doing that 2 years now, Mr. Dollar. Guessing, figuring, trying to spot the leader behind these rackets. Not knowing which officials I could trust.
Mayor, is Dave Sherman one of those you can trust?
I'm not sure.
Good evening, Mrs. Blake.
Well, this is a surprise. Come in, Johnny. Join the party.
Thanks.
Of course, I'm the party. There isn't anybody else. Except my watchdog sitting out there in front.
Yeah, I saw him.
Cute, isn't he?
I didn't notice.
I did. Think that's terrible, Johnny? A girl who's been a widow 4 days noticing another guy.
Why not? You didn't care anything about your husband.
That's right, I didn't. Here's to all husbands. May they rest in peace. He's a cute cop, all right. You know what? I asked him to come inside and have a drink with me, and he actually blushed and stammered. Now, wasn't that cute?
Devastating.
Would you blush and stammer, Johnny?
No, I'd take the drink. Which I will, by the way, if you don't mind.
Here. Make me another one, too.
All right. What's the reason for this one-woman celebration, Mrs. Blake? I said, what's
I heard you. And you can call me Marty if you want me to answer you.
All right, Marty. Why the lonesome gal routine?
It's not so lonesome now, Johnny.
Oh. Here's your drink.
Here's to getting shot at.
Shot at how, Marty? Like we were this afternoon? Or like your husband?
Everybody can't be lucky. Maybe Ed just didn't live right.
Well, he's not living anyway now.
I'll bet you know how to live, Johnny.
Oh, sure. I got a system.
Tell me about it.
Well, the first thing I do is hook up with the rackets so I can buy my wife lots of expensive gifts.
Why don't you lay off that stuff? Why don't you try being nice for a change?
Well, that's not part of my system.
I didn't kill him. You know that now. So why don't you relax and be human?
Oh, the last time I relaxed around you, I caught the breeze off of 5 bullets.
You're breathing, aren't you?
I might not be, if they'd been after me instead of you.
So you're still on that kick?
Oh, it figures, Marty. I'm no threat to anybody, not yet. I don't know enough about this mess.
And you're saying I do, I suppose.
I think so. Now, who'd want to get you out of the way, Marty? To keep you from talking, maybe.
Don't you ever give up.
All right, tell me this. Did Dave Sherman really see that shooting? Or is he just giving you an alibi?
Why don't you ask him?
Or is he giving himself an alibi by any chance?
You're crazy.
Maybe. Where's Shorty Wells?
What?
I said, where is Shorty?
I heard what you said.
Well, then suppose you tell
Get
me.
out.
What are you so upset
Get
about?
out of here right this minute. Get out or so help me up.
Take it easy, Marty. What's that cute cop going to think?
I don't care what anybody thinks. You get out of here and get out fast.
Item 9, $14.40. Drinks, tips, and transportation. for a local expedition in plain and fancy pub crawling. I was looking for Joe Crayley, disillusioned idealist and erstwhile reporter on the Greensport Daily Herald. I found him on my third martini. He was on his seventh.
How, Johnny? How'd you do it?
To what?
How'd you find me?
Called your paper. They gave me a list of your hangouts. I had 4 more to go.
A reputation is a wonderful thing. Keeps you from staying off the straight and narrow. He's looking at you.
Right. Joe, tell me about Marty.
Tell you what about her?
Everything you know.
What for? She's got an alibi.
Oh, yeah, I know all about it.
But you still won't give up. Well, she hates champagne, but she always orders it. Why? Because it costs more.
I see.
She's every man's dream, Johnny. A pink and gold doll in spangled tights, and she's a 4-star tramp.
She's an ex-dancer, isn't she?
She's an ex-lot of things. Ex-girlfriend of Shorty Wells. Ex-girlfriend...
Girlfriend of Shorty Wells.
Sure. Ed Blake took her away from him. That's why Shorty threatened to kill him. Said Blake was framing him. Maybe he was, I don't know. Anything could have happened with the police they got in this town.
Crooked? Is that what you're trying to say?
Some of them are that. The rest of them are useless. Like that business with the gun.
What gun?
That Ed Blake was shot with. They found it lying beside his body, his own gun. They just assumed he'd shot it out with the killer. It was 2 days before they realized he'd been shot with that gun. That Blake hadn't used it, the killer had.
Wait a minute. Do you think Shorty Wells and Marty could have planned the thing together?
Johnny, I wouldn't put anything past that dame.
Why do you hate her so much, Joe?
Guess again, my friend. I don't hate her. I'm in love with her, always will be.
Joe?
Yeah, before she met Shorty Wells, she used to be my girl. Gives you something to think about, doesn't it, Johnny?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a man with a gun, desperate, faces a blazing inferno and gambles his life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar. Hello?
Hello. Johnny?
Yeah, who's calling? Hello?
Hang on a second, Johnny.
Look, what the devil... Is that you, Joe? Joe!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Johnny. I was trying to get all the dope on another phone.
What dope? And how did you sober up so fast?
There's a big story breaking, boy, and lush or not, I'm still a reporter.
Then go somewhere and report. I'm going to bed.
You want to bet?
Now, look, Joe.
Nobody sleeps in Greensport, Johnny. It's a wide-open town. Racket, shootings, a murdered police chief with a lovely widow.
Sure, fine. So what's the big story?
A fire, boy. House burning down. Flames 50 feet high. 3 alarms. Put your clothes on and let's get going.
You get going. The only big story I'll be interested in is when Marty Blake is charged with murder.
Johnny, that's where the fire is. At Marty Blake's.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Greensport, Missouri. To the Home Office, Great Plains Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Open Town Matter. Expense account continued. Item 10, $1.50 for a breakneck taxi ride to Marty Blake's home. Its location marked against the night sky by a pillar of flame visible for a mile. The fire didn't make sense, so it fit in nicely with the rest of the case. None of it made sense. Police Chief Ed Blake, Marty's middle-aged husband of 8 months, had been shot to death in his own home with his own gun. And less than 24 hours later, Marty had filed claim on his $50,000 life insurance policy. She didn't love him and admitted it. Good case. Except for one thing. The city attorney himself was present at the time of the shooting and backed up Marty's story of a mysterious prowler, supposedly ex-convict Shorty Wells. But Shorty was missing, and the whole thing was just a little too convenient, too pat, especially in a wide-open town. Joe Crayley was going to meet me at the fire, but I didn't see him around. The flames had taken a strong hold, and the whole outside of the house was blazing. The firemen couldn't do much except try to control it, keep it from spreading, and to hold back the crowds that had collected on the street and lawns.
Well, how do you figure this one, Mr. Dollar?
Among others present was City Attorney Dave Sherman.
Well, you wanted to get things stirred up. Well, they seem to be stirred, all right.
Were you here when this happened, Mr. Sherman?
No, this time I'm not a witness for the defense. I arrived after the fire engine.
Yeah? What about Marty?
She's all right. She got out before it really caught. She's sitting over there in my car.
Then she was here when it started.
Yeah.
Alone?
Well, so it seems.
But there was a police officer on guard earlier.
I thought you meant alone in the house. Yeah, he was out here in front. First thing he knew, flames were breaking out of the windows, and then Marty came running out of the house.
No one had arrived or left?
Well, not that he saw. Well, you're still trying to tag her, huh?
Oh, I'm trying to tag whoever is guilty. She figures, that's all.
Not on the shooting.
No, not with the alibi you've given her.
Mr. Dollar, look. She was standing 10 feet away from me in the second-floor hall when Ed Blake was shot to death in the dark downstairs. Now, that is not an alibi. It is a fact.
Oh, yeah, sure, I know.
Unless, of course, I'm lying.
All right, are you?
Why?
For old time's sake, maybe. You were in love with her once, Mr. Sherman.
Oh, I could name 24 guys around this town who were. Once.
Yeah. Shorty Wells, for instance.
That's right. That's why Shorty threatened to kill Blake when Blake sent him to prison. He claimed he was being framed out of the way to give Blake a clear field.
Go on.
Well, Shorty's a hoodlum. He was guilty as charged, all right.
But Blake was in on the rackets, wasn't he?
Well, it would seem that way.
Then there's also Joe Crayley. Marty was his girl at one time, wasn't she?
Yeah, that's when he started drinking, when she threw him over.
Why did she throw him over?
For the usual reason. Somebody knew.
Who?
Well, me, I thought. Took me 3 months to find out that I was running interference for Shorty Wells.
All right, so Joe Crayley took to drink. What did you take to, Mr. Sherman?
Law enforcement. I set out to break the rackets in this town and get rid of hoodlums like Shorty Wells and all the rest of them.
Yeah, but the rackets are still here.
And I'm still trying, Dollar. Now, look, I want to get one thing very straight.
What?
Ed Blake's killing. It happened just exactly the way I told you. That story is true. Marty didn't do it.
Maybe not. But she's in it some way. She's bound to be.
Well, that's something I wouldn't know.
Everywhere you turn in this case, you keep hearing about Marty Blake. Marty Blake. She's the one link that ties everything together.
Well, maybe.
That fire there. What's the story on that?
Well, why don't you ask her?
I left him standing there, staring into the fire. Staring into his own past, maybe. I didn't know. To me, it was still a puzzle, a question mark. And I didn't have the answer to him. Not much else, in fact. If he was telling the truth, Marty Blake couldn't have killed her husband. And so far, at least, there was nothing to show he was lying. I pushed on through the crowd of spectators, the thrill-seekers, the morbidly curious, followers of fire engines, and walked toward Sherman's car. Marty was sitting there alone, subdued for once and quiet. And she looked scared.
Hello, Johnny. Get in and sit with me.
All right.
Just look at it. Isn't it terrible?
Yeah, it is. It'd be worse if you were in it.
Well, I was when it started.
Just how did it start?
I don't know. I think you were right, Johnny, about that shooting in front of the city hall.
Oh?
I think it was me they were after, not you. Now they've tried again.
Possible.
There's no other reason for burning down my home.
Who do you mean by they, Marty? Who?
I don't know. Whoever killed Ed, I guess.
If you know, you'd better tell me while you still can. If somebody is out to get you, if that's what's behind all this, then they obviously mean business.
I don't know, Johnny. I told you that.
Well, how about a guess, then?
Well, maybe Shorty Wells. I don't know.
Why? Why? The man he threatened is already dead. Why would he go after you?
Maybe to get even. He told me he hated me when I broke off with him. It's just the kind of thing he'd think of doing. Or didn't you know he was in love with me once?
Oh, I knew. I'm asking you, how did the fire start?
I don't know, really. After you left this evening, I lay down on the sofa. I've been drinking, as you know, and I guess I just, went to sleep anyway.
No one else had been there after I left?
No. Anyway, I woke up with smoke all around and flames and all. It was terrible, Johnny. I was just lucky I got out alive.
You always were lucky, Marty.
Joe, what are you doing here?
How about it, Johnny? Are you glad I phoned or not?
Oh, yeah, sure. Wouldn't have missed it for a million.
Has she confessed yet? We can run a new headline on the Extra if she has.
I can do without any remarks from you, Joe.
Sure you can, baby. You're doing fine, just as you are.
Get away from here and leave me alone.
Can't do it, baby. I'm assigned to cover the fire. Gotta get all the angles. Human interest. That's you, baby. You are human, aren't you?
You stupid fool.
Financial angles, too. Got one there you might be interested in, Johnny. Did you know the house is heavily insured against fire?
Yes, I know, Joe. I checked through the company report before I left the hotel.
Oh, what of it? What if it is? Most houses are insured against fire, aren't they?
Sure they are, especially by prudent people like you. People who think of everything.
Oh, take it easy, Joe.
Get him away from here, Johnny.
Only you didn't think of everything, baby.
What?
It's too bad your car wasn't in the garage instead of sitting out in the driveway. Then all your assets would have been converted into cash. Nice, green, bloody cash.
Get away from here. Get away and leave me alone.
Why, baby? You can afford me now. You couldn't a couple of years ago. That's why you're tied up with all the other...
What the devil?
They came from the house. Well, there couldn't be...
Ammunition, maybe. Yeah, your husband must have kept boxes of cartridges around the house.
Look. There by the cellar door.
Somebody's staggering up out of the basement.
Johnny, look. He's got a gun in his hand.
I can't be.
He's fallen down on the ground. Come on, Joe.
Yep. Oh, man. When the dam breaks, everything goes.
How could anybody come out of that thing alive?
We Greensporters are tough cookies, Johnny.
Lucky, apparently. He was passed out cold. Another minute and he wouldn't have made it.
His clothes are smoldering there.
Yeah. Let's turn him over and get that coat off.
Right.
Easy now.
All right. Oh, good Lord.
What's the matter?
This is the boy everybody in town has been looking for. Shorty Wells.
Room 604. Greensport City Hospital. Time, midnight. The time when the pulse of living starts to slow down. The beginning of the quiet time, when the city sleeps and the nurses and interns walk even more softly. When a ticking clock becomes a drumbeat in the ears of restless patients. The time of crises, when battles for life are fought in silence and won or lost. A battle like that was being fought in 604, witnessed at the moment by myself and City Attorney Dave Sherman.
Well, this is always the tough part. The slow part of waiting it out.
Maybe a long wait, Mr. Sherman. Nearly 3 hours, and he still hasn't regained consciousness.
You know, I can't understand where he's been hiding out since Blake was shot.
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell.
I've turned this town upside down, I tell you. I just can't understand it.
Oh, I can't understand a lot of things. It's just another one of a lot of things about this case that are hard to figure out.
Well, it's tied up with the rackets, that's what I'm sure of.
I'm not sure of anything about this mess.
Yes, if we could just tag the person behind them, we could wrap it up. If we could only... Oh, excuse me. I'll get it. Dave Sherman speaking. Oh, yes, Mayor. Oh, Dr. Morton says he may hang on for a day or two, but as far as pulling through it, he hasn't got much chance. Oh, he hasn't been conscious at all yet. Yes, I'll keep in touch. I'll let you know the minute there's an... All right, Mayor. Good night.
Mayor Lyons, huh?
Yeah. He's a real fuss budget sometimes. He ought to go to bed.
Wait a second. Hey, he's trying to talk. Oh, false alarm again.
Dollar, do you think he started that fire?
Oh, I don't know. If he did, he got caught in his own trap. I just can't figure what he'd hope to gain by doing
Hi,
anything.
Johnny. Dave.
Hi.
So you've been able to talk yet?
Not yet, Joe. Get your story found?
Just under the wire. Of course, it consisted mainly of questions.
Well, Shorty Wells has the answers. If you were only able to give them out.
I can't figure him firing those shots, Johnny.
I can't either. He fired them before he came out of the blaze. He apparently wasn't trying to shoot anyone.
He couldn't even see anyone the way he's burned.
I'm afraid all we can do is wait. At least we'll know the whole story once he's able to talk.
Suppose he never is able.
Well,
He's the only lead we've had. And he's the only one we've got now. The whole case is lying right there on that bed. If Shorty Wells dies without regaining consciousness, then we can drop it and forget it. Because we're beat.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, death strikes again, lashes out violently, and mistakes its target. And a wide-open town blows sky high. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
It's me, Johnny.
Marty?
Yeah, how is he?
How about the same? Dr. Morton just gave him another transfusion.
Has he been able to say anything yet?
He hasn't even been conscious. Why, Marty?
Well, who's there with you?
Joe Crayley and the city attorney.
Look, Johnny, I've got to talk to you right away.
All right, go ahead and talk.
No, not on the phone.
All right, it's room 604, City Hospital. Come on over.
Not with them there. Why don't you come meet me?
Because Shorty Wells is the key to this whole case. If he's able to talk before he dies, I want to be here to listen.
Suppose I tell you I'm ready to talk, Johnny.
Are you telling me?
I'm in an all-night lunchroom right across the street from the hospital. Can you come over here?
All right, Marty, I'll gamble with you. Be there in 5 minutes.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Greensport, Missouri, to the Home Office Great Plains Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Open Town Matter. Expense account, final page. I hung up the phone more puzzled than ever, and heaven knows the case had been puzzling from the start. Marty Blake, young widow of the murdered police chief, had been completely uncooperative and unwilling to talk. And now she was reversing her field. Why? Her house had burned to the ground earlier in the evening, and Shorty Wells, number 1 on the city attorney's wanted for murder list, had been found trapped in the flames. Maybe this had something to do with Marty's phone call. She'd been my number 1 suspect at first, since she stood to collect $50,000 as beneficiary of her husband's life insurance. But then the city attorney himself, Dave Sherman, had provided her with an airtight alibi, and I'd reluctantly let her off the hook. Now this. I didn't know what she was up to, and I couldn't afford not to find out.
Something up, Dolly?
Well, that was Marty Blake, Mr. Sherman. She's at a lunchroom across the street. She wants to see me.
Oh, what about?
She didn't say.
Well, go ahead and talk to her if you want to, Johnny. I'll call you if Shorty starts to regain consciousness.
All right, thanks, Joe.
I'm sticking right here myself. This one I'm going to follow personally.
Well, if you really want to break the rackets in this town, your answer is lying right there in that bed, Shorty Wells.
I think you're right, if he's ever able to talk.
And if your police laddies don't fall over their own feet again, the way they did on that gun business when Ed Blake was shot.
That mistake was partly justified, Joe. It was the chief's own gun that was lying beside his body. It was natural to assume that he had exchanged shots with a prowler.
Yeah, but 2 days to realize he'd been shot with his own gun.
All right. They fouled up, I admit it.
And the ones who aren't stupid are crooked. Every raid you try to pull has been tipped off from the
I
outside.
know it.
Even when Mayor Lyons brought in state police, the whole plan was tipped.
Which you took great pleasure in pointing out in your news story.
All right,
and
you guys, look now. I'll leave you two to settle this. Stick on this guy like a leech. And if he shows any sign of coming to and talking, let me know right away, will you?
Yeah, we'll call him.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Back here in the booth, Johnny.
Right. Well, what's on your mind, Marty?
Sit down, Johnny. Here, come on.
Well?
The waiter's in back if you'd like some coffee or something.
No, thanks. Okay, now what is it?
What is what?
You had to talk to me right away. How I talk?
Johnny, I'm not too hard to take, am I?
No, you're a pink and gold doll. Wild honeysuckle and a handful of stars. At least that's what a couple of guys said today.
I don't care what a couple of guys said. What do you say, Johnny?
I guess the description fits, as far as looks are concerned. And if that's all you want to talk about...
No, wait, Johnny. I'm in the clear on this. You know that. The night my husband was killed, I've got an alibi nobody could shake, right?
Well, I'm pretty well convinced you didn't pull the trigger, if that's what you mean.
And you could convince the insurance company, too, couldn't you? If you would.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'd go pretty much on my reports. But I don't see...
Why don't we get this settled and over with? Why don't you be nice, Johnny, and turn in a real good report?
Oh, so that's the pitch.
Well, it's not a pitch. I didn't do it, so why can't you tell them so?
Why don't we get some more answers first to a lot of questions? Explain a few odd angles, maybe.
Like what?
Like the fact that you heard the noise and woke up, that you sent your husband downstairs, that you turned on the light behind him and made him a perfect target for whoever held the gun.
Johnny,
Like the fact that you filed your insurance claim less than 24 hours after your husband was killed. Suppose we hear what Shorty Wells has to say before I make any report.
What if Shorty dies without talking?
Well, in that case, I guess you will be in the clear. Because right now, he's the only lead I've got. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Johnny, make that report. Make it now.
Sorry.
I'll give you $10,000 out of the insurance.
Oh, you are anxious, aren't you?
I just want to get it settled. Sit down, Johnny, and let's talk about it.
Yeah, Joe, what is it?
Firemen I know just came by the hospital, Johnny. They found out why Shorty fired those shots just before he ran out of the blazing house.
Why?
That cellar door was padlocked on the outside. He had to shoot the lock off to get out.
Then he probably didn't set the fire after all. Not if he was locked in the basement. What about that, Marty? Was he the one who was supposed to die in the fire?
If he was hiding out in my cellar, I didn't know anything about it.
Just another one of those odd angles, huh?
Oh, stop it.
Johnny, by the way, what do you want to see me about?
See about? What do you mean?
Well, yeah, the nurse said you phoned the hospital. Said you wanted me to meet you here. You mean you didn't?
Come on, Joe, let's get back there. Sure, that's why she wanted me to meet her there, to get me away from that room. And somebody phoned and got you away.
Elevator's coming down now, Johnny.
Shorty's the one big threat to whoever's guilty. They know that if he talks, they're tagged. You get up to his room before...
I thought...
Mr. Sherman, leaving?
Well, yes, somebody phoned. It's the mayor. He wants me to meet him across the street.
Anybody out there with Shorty Wells?
Well, the doctor will be back in a few moments.
Come on, Sherman, back into the...
Wait a minute! Look, I've got to meet Mayor
Start it up,
Lyons.
Joe, start it up.
6th floor, number 6.
May I ask what's going on here? I haven't got time to go back upstairs. I
I'm
told
afraid
you...
you'll have to take time, Mr. Sherman.
It was all right to leave, Dollar. Shorty wasn't showing any signs of coming to.
Did you make sure of that?
Did I... Look, Dollar, I don't get what you're driving.
All right. Come on now, let's go.
Would somebody please let me in on this?
Let's take a look at Shorty first, Mr. Sherman.
Johnny, what happened to that cop who was on duty?
Well, he was here in the hall when I left just a moment ago.
Oh, you gotta walk down to the... Did you leave that door ajar, Mr. Sherman?
Why, no, of course not.
Come on,
What do you...
but quietly.
What the devil?
Are we interrupting something, Mayor Lyons?
What's
he doing with that pillow?
Nothing. I wasn't doing a thing.
You were holding it down over Shorty's face. Get out of the way. I think you were Shorty's dead. You smothered him with that pillow.
Oh, no, he was dead when I came in. I was just moving the pillow, Dave.
Did you have to get us all out of this room and then send the police guard away just to move a pillow?
Mr. Dollar, are you suggesting
Well,
that I
I'm
might have-
suggesting it for one. Dollar, I've been sure for months that Mayor Lyons was back of the rackets here, but I didn't have any way of proving it.
Until now, perhaps?
Until now, Mayor.
Very well, don't move, any of you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That gun isn't really your answer, Mayor. There are 3 of us, you know. You can't get us all.
Stay back, Dollar.
Tell me something. Why did you have Ed Blake killed? Wasn't he one of your own boys?
I can tell you why, now. Ed Blake was going to pull out of the rackets, Dollar, and spill the whole setup to me. That was the reason for that fishing trip.
Then it must have been Marty who tipped off Mayor Lyons.
Sure, it figures. She loved that racket money that Ed was bringing home, and Shorty Wells was in town with a grudge against Ed already. Well, it was real convenient for you, wasn't it, Mayor?
As a matter of fact, Dave, it was very convenient.
Then Shorty hid out in the cellar of Marty's house until she decided things would be less complicated if she locked the cellar door and burned the house down.
Marty was a weak link, you might say. Stay back, Dave.
Now, you better give me the gun now, Mayor.
No, get back.
Do what he says, Mayor. You haven't a chance.
I'm warning you, Dollar, if you try
Yeah, I hear you. But I doubt if you can... Let go of it, Mayor. Drop that gun. Let go of it. No. Thanks. Now, if
Look
you...
out, he's getting away. Lock the doors. You'll never stop me for...
Look out, that window.
He's trapped.
That's 6 floors down.
Yeah.
Well, he got out of being prosecuted.
As a matter of fact, there's nobody left to prosecute.
You want a bet? She was still sitting there in the lunchroom across the street from the hospital. And she'd heard what had happened. I knew it the second Dave and I walked in, from the half-smile of triumph on her face, and from the way she greeted me.
Too bad, Johnny. You should have taken my offer because I don't need your help now. Your company's going to have to pay off. I'm really in the clear now.
You are, huh?
And poor Dave, with nobody left to prosecute.
He still has you, Marty. Accomplice to your husband's murder.
Johnny. Shorty died without talking. Mayor Lyons is dead. No witnesses, no case.
Sorry, Marty. There is a witness.
Oh? Who?
You.
What are you talking about? What's that paper?
Well, you intended it to be an insurance claim. But actually, it's more of a confession. Signed and witnessed.
What?
You were over-anxious, Marty. And you filled it out in complete detail. It says, we found my husband's body at the foot of the stairs.
That's right.
That he'd been shot and killed with his own gun.
Well, it's true, isn't it? That's what happened.
Yeah. But this claim was in the main office of the insurance company less than 24 hours after your husband was killed. The police didn't find out he'd been shot with his own gun until 2 days later. Real neat confession, huh, Marty? Expense account item 12, $310.45. Incidentals in Greensport and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $516.20. End of account, end of report. Remarks? Marty Blake never was able to explain how she knew about that gun. She sure tried. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Before I do that, please let me say thanks to all of you who are so kind about writing and telling us how much you like Johnny Dollar. It's a very gratifying experience. It's encouragement to all of us who are involved in production of the program, and, well, we appreciate your letters more than you know. As always, I'll try to answer you promptly, but sometimes the mail does pile up. In any event, thanks. Thanks very much for writing. Next week, a yacht that wasn't there, and a man who wasn't there. They never were, but that's where I found them. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is written by Les Crutchfield and produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Gene Tatum, Paul Dubov, Joseph Kearns, Stacey Harris, and Russell Thorson. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, Camels are the favorite cigarette of people in all walks of life. Among them are singing stars, actors, announcers, people whose voices are their fortunes, people whose cigarette must be mild.
Make the Camel 30-day test and see how mild a cigarette can be. Puff after puff, pack after pack. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We make homicide pay for $100 a day.
Oh, that's pretty terrible.
Oh, you should catch me on a bad day. Nothing.
Am I going to see you tonight?
Not if you keep turning out the lights.
Who turns out the lights?
Oh, well, what difference does it make? It's fun.
I'll expect you at 8 and you be here.
Honey, of course.
How's business?
Oh, about as dull as 50 miles of dirt road.
We'll have dinner home.
Bless your little pointed head.
And your empty pocketbook.
Uh-oh.
What?
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, sir. Come right in, will you? Pull up an old bank book and have a seat.
Thank you.
Client?
Well, keep a good thought, honey. You may be gorging yourself at 21. Bye.
Bye.
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, I'd love every minute of it. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
All right.
He reached for his wallet. While he was counting his money, I was looking at him. This was the biggest man I'd ever seen. I was getting a nosebleed just trying to see over the second button on his vest. He had a pair of shoulders that looked like the mayor should lay a cornerstone for them, and the muscles under his coat stood out like smuggled shot puts.
My name is Collins. I'm B.E. Rawlins, private secretary.
Oh, is that the B.E. Rollins?
Yes, he's a very wealthy man.
Well, there's an understatement.
He wants to retain you to find his brother, Martin.
He does, huh?
Would you mind coming with me? Mr. Rollins would like to see you in person.
Well, tell me a little more about Rollins' brother.
I'd rather let Mr. Rollins do that himself.
I'd rather hear some of it from you first. I don't want to see Rollins if I'm going to turn down the job.
Very well. Mr. Rollins' brother Martin was released from prison 5 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, he sent a letter threatening Mr. Rollins' life.
Oh, and your boss wants me to find his brother before he makes good the threat. Is that it?
That's it, exactly.
Well, why doesn't he call the police? Show them the letter and get the protection he needs. It'll certainly be a lot cheaper than hiring me.
Mr. Rollins doesn't want any more bad publicity. There was enough of it when Martin was sent to prison.
And why did Martin get sent to prison?
He embezzled $100,000 from the company funds.
Did Rollins try to save him?
He was guilty. Mr. Rollins prosecuted him to the full extent of the law.
Was the money ever recovered?
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
You won't take the job?
Oh, now you've guessed.
But why? Mr. Rollins is prepared to pay you handsomely.
Well, I don't doubt it at all, but it's too pat. Martin's killing mad because his brother sent him to prison. Rollins receives a threatening letter, but won't call in the police, yet he wants Martin found. Why?
I told you. He doesn't want any more bad publicity.
So I take the job and maybe find Martin. Then B.E. Rollins is a potential killer in the house. What you going to do? Try and keep his mind off of things by letting him shrink heads in the basement?
Remember, Mr. Diamond, they are still brothers.
So were Cain and Abel.
You mean you think Mr. Rollins intends to kill his brother, and that's why he wants you to find him?
Well, that's a little crude, but it's certainly a possibility.
That's utterly absurd.
Maybe so, but no one would blame him. You better try Hearthstone of the Death Squad.
Now you're being ridiculous. Mr. Rollins is a highly respectable businessman. His reputation is spotless.
Well, then this looks like too good a time for him to start getting dirty. Goodbye, Mr. Collins. He got up, started to say something, but changed his mind. He turned and walked to the door, ducking his head as he went out. Someday he was going to forget the duck and take the whole wall along with him. 10 minutes later, I got a phone call. Yeah?
Is a man named Collins in your office?
But he was. He just left.
Did you take the job?
Who's this?
If you didn't take the job, you're fortunate. If you did, you'd better catch up on your insurance payments.
Oh, I think so, huh?
I think so. This is a family matter, so leave it that way or you're liable to get yourself killed.
Look, would the Sherlock and me show if I deduced your name was Martin Rollins? Hello? Hello? When I brushed Collins out of my office with a quick no, I wouldn't have taken the job he'd offered me for a share in Manhattan Island. But when somebody starts threatening me, it's like telling a 5-year-old kid to stay away from the cookie jar. The quickest way to get me to do something is to tell me not to, and try pushing me around. I looked up the Rollins address, and in 20 minutes, my cab pulled up in front of a big old English house that looked like the summer training camp for the U.S. Mint.
Yes? Why, Mr. Diamond.
Tell Mr. Rollins I want to see him, will you?
Come in. I'm happy you've changed your mind.
Just tell him I want to see him.
He's in the garden. This way, please.
We went through the big house and out through the glass doors into the garden. B.E. Rollins was sitting in a chair, feeding the birds. He was reaching his late 60s with the sour look of a man who didn't want to. As he threw the breadcrumbs out on the gravel walk, a big diamond on his little finger flashed in the afternoon sun.
Mr. Rollins?
Huh? Oh, Collins. Who's that with you?
The detective you sent for, Mr. Rollins.
Oh, yes. Pull up that chair and sit down, young man.
Oh, thank you.
Just feeding the little birds. Here, Birdie. Been doing it for some time.
Oh, swell.
Well, what are you standing around for, Collins? I want to talk to this detective in private.
Yes, sir. If you need me, I'll be in the library.
I won't need you. Here, you feed the birds for a while. Makes you feel good.
Oh, sure. Here, Birdie. Birdie?
That's fine. What's your name, young man?
Diamond, Richard Diamond. Oh, hey, get a load of that little fella. He's grabbing enough crumbs to stuff a pheasant.
He's the greedy one. Always does that.
Reminds me of some people I know.
Yes. Well, Mr. Diamond, I suppose Collins told you why I wanted to see you?
Yeah, and I can't say I wanted the job at first.
So Collins tells me. What changed your mind?
A phone call. I think it was from your brother, Martin. He told me not to work for you.
And you don't like being intimidated? Good. I think we'll get along, young man.
Tell me, have you got the letter he sent you?
Have it right here. Read it. I'll take over with the birds for a while.
Oh, thanks, sir. My dear brother, I spent 5 years hating you, but I learned a trade. I used it drawing blueprints for your shroud. Signed, Martin. Well, this'll never get the Pulitzer Prize.
Martin always did go in for the dramatic. Well, do you think you can find him?
Was this the first you've heard from him since he went to prison?
Yes. I will admit the letter has me worried. Aside from the dramatic, Martin has always been a hothead. Since boyhood, he's envied my get up and go. We never got along. It was even too much for my mother. She died very young.
Probably overworked from knitting straitjackets.
Don't be flippant, young man. Well, will you take the job?
$100 a day and all hospital expenses.
Fine. See Collins. He'll take care of the fee.
Now, tell me one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might know where your brother is?
Only one, and I'm not sure if she's even still in New York. She was going with Martin when he was caught. I only met her once, but I will say, if nothing else, my brother showed good taste. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's nice. What was her name?
Carter. Virginia Carter. Lived someplace in the village, I think, but that was 5 years ago.
All right, thank you. Now, what about your secretary, Collins? Can you trust him?
Collins is above reproach. He's been with me for 15 years. Knows everything about me. Almost a member of the family.
Does he know anything more about Martin?
No more than I do. Now I'm getting tired, and I want to finish feeding my birds. Good day, young man. Here, Birdie. Birdie!
I left the old man sitting with his friends. He'd have one good deed to take along with him anyway. I went back to the glass doors, and a butler showed me the way to the library. But the cupboard was bare. Collins wasn't around. Collins! The shot had come from the direction of the garden, and I went back out in a hurry.
Mr. Diamond! Mr. Diamond, over here!
What's wrong, Collins?
It's Mr. Rollins. He's dead.
B.E. Rollins was sitting in the chair with a bullet hole just over the heart. His head was resting on his chest, and he still held the breadcrumbs in his hand. He seemed to be smiling like he knew he was going to be able to feed the birds for a long time now.
Martin did it.
He did?
I saw the whole thing.
I thought you were supposed to be in the library.
I started out of the library and came around the other way. As I rounded the corner of the house, I saw Martin standing behind that tree. I started to yell, but he fired and climbed over the wall. Mr. Rollins was dead when I reached him.
Let's call homicide.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, private detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days. That's how mild Camels are.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos. And see for yourself how mild Camels are pack after pack. See how well Camels get along with your throat week after week.
Yes, that's the sensible test of cigarette mildness. For only by steady smoking can you judge the day-in, day-out mildness of a cigarette.
Start your own Camel 30-day test today and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be. You'll find out why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt.
Well, the great private detective. What do you want the police force to do for you now?
Get rid of one of their stupid sergeants.
Now, I don't
Oh,
like...
it is?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. This is Mr. Collins, Walt. Lieutenant Levinson, Mr. Collins.
Hello, Mr. Collins. How do you do, Lieutenant?
The body's in the garden.
B. Rawlins, huh?
Yep, big time.
Rawlins Investments.
That's right, Lieutenant.
Any idea who killed him?
Mr. Collins here says it was Rollins' brother.
That's right, Lieutenant. I saw Martin shoot Mr. Rollins.
There he is.
Gee, on such a nice day, too.
Isn't Otis a dream, though?
Oh, such a one.
Well, right over the heart. Otis, you go... What are you doing, Rick?
It was a letter from his brother.
A letter?
Sure, I read it myself. Holy Ike, it's gone. We searched the whole garden for the incriminating letter and came up with a big fat zero. Then I remembered something that the old man had told me about Martin. Something about a girl named Virginia Carter. I questioned Collins, but he didn't know her. So I put the old mind to work and became my usual shrewd self. I went back in the library, grabbed a phone book, and found the only Virginia Carter listed. It was a wild, long shot, but I grabbed a cab, and 40 minutes later I was standing in front of her door. When she opened it, I got the quickest scalding in history.
Hello.
Oh, but you have a hard time finding something to wear in July.
Do you like it? It's French silk.
Love it, love it.
What's on your mind?
Virginia Carter?
Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll stop panting long enough, maybe you'd like to tell me what you want.
Well, I'd like to know about Martin Rollins.
Oh, I have not seen him in years.
Maybe you've got a picture of him?
I've got lots of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is one of Martin someplace.
Well, let's look through the whole flock. I've got lots of time.
Before I let you in, you better tell me your name. I don't want you to steal anything from me.
Maybe if anybody stole something from you, they get their fingers burned off at the elbows.
Mm-hmm. You can come in.
She opened the door and walked ahead of me like she'd just oiled her sacroiliac. She led me into the living room and sat down. The shades were drawn. I had a hard time finding the couch.
Right here.
Oh, wow. Well, how do we look at the pictures? With a magic lantern?
I thought maybe you wanted to relax for a minute.
Well, put something in a glass. I'll cool down.
I don't drink. I never keep this stuff around.
Well, that doesn't leave you much of a field. Or what do you major in?
Cigarettes. Have a Camel?
Oh, yes, anytime.
I haven't got a match.
Well, just hold on to it. It'll light up.
I think I better get the pictures. I'll be right back. Just make yourself comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. Ba-da-dee-doo-da-dee-dee-dee. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo.
You can start with this. If Martin isn't in this pile, I've got lots more. You're not in a hurry, are you?
No, not a bit.
Good. This might run into overtime.
There was one trouble with the setup. Looking at the pictures with her sitting close was like trying to read a mail order catalog in front of a blast furnace. She handed me one picture at a time, describing each guy in the photographs. I've seen draft boards with smaller clienteles. Several times she stopped and looked at one of the pictures like Diamond Jim eyeing a 10-course meal, then passed the guy to me. After 24 photographs, I started thinking she was the reason for the rise in the vitamin market. And I was just going to mention an old snapshot I had of myself when she thumped one of the collection with a polished fingernail.
Martin Rawlins, here he is.
Well, he figured to show up sooner or later. How long ago was this taken?
Well, I could not say exactly, but I'd guess about 6 years.
Well, you should keep a file. How'd you get along with Martin?
All right, I guess. He had money, and he showed me a good time.
What else do you know about him?
He has a brother with a checking account at Fort Knox.
Any unusual habits?
Yes, but they wouldn't help you find him. Oh, yes, he used to play saxophone.
Hobby?
No, not exactly. He played around town with several other small bands. He was a nut on jazz.
Did he make money at it?
I guess so.
Well, thanks, baby. I'll stop around again sometime and take a look at your parlor.
I'll spin a nice soft web.
Mind if I take Martin with me?
Not if you bring back a picture of yourself.
Maybe I'll just bring my camera. You can take it.
Good. That's why I keep the room so dark. I like to develop things.
I hated to leave, but my hair was on fire. She'd given me one lead. Martin was a musician of a sort, and sometimes he made money at it. I started to cross the street to catch another cab, and I was halfway there when I heard the car. That was an old trick. You drive by fast, open your door, and if anyone is in the way, he winds up with a face full of automobile. I picked myself up and thought about chasing him, but he was so far down the street I couldn't even get the license number. I grabbed a bug-eyed cabbie and had him take me to local 802 of the Musicians Union. I went in, and a little short guy with a twitch looked up at me from behind a big desk.
Something I can do for you, Pop?
Bad twitch.
Yeah, too much bop.
Tell me, do you know Martin Rawlins plays the sax?
Has he got a card?
He makes money.
Then if he ain't, he better have.
Now, see if he does, will you? I'm an old friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
You look like a cop.
And I've got a shiny little badge.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll see what I can find. Cop, huh? Now look what you done. You got me twitching more than ever.
Between twitches, he found what I was looking for. Martin had just renewed his card. It didn't show a home address, but his mail was being sent to one of the swing joints on 52nd Street. I said thanks and left him in the middle of another twitch. I walked out on the sidewalk, looked at the long gray shadows stretching out from the tall buildings. One of them moved and ducked around a corner. I was being followed. Fingers, can I bother you for a minute?
No, but you can talk to me. Move in, lean on the piano.
Good. You know a Martin Rawlins?
Well, sure, he blows here.
Which one is he?
He's off tonight, got a phone call and took off.
You know where he lives?
Yeah.
Well, here's 5. Come down and remember the address.
What do you want him for?
Here's another 5. What difference does it make?
Solid. It's got a little pad on 5th Street, 59 East. Now, don't put me on, Dad. You got troubles?
I'm going to ask him.
Crazy. I like your style. And when you got time, drop back and listen to the band.
I don't think I could stand the altitude.
Crazy guy.
I went out fast, and 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of Martin Rawlins' apartment. I tried my knuckles and waited. I tried again and put my ear to the door. I didn't hear it at first because it was so faint. A light scraping sound like rope over wood. I tried the door. I had been right on both counts. It was a rope, and it was rubbing on wood. Brother Martin was making the sound effects, but he was doing it the hard way. He was on the other end of the rope, hanging by his neck. He was turning slowly like a weather vane in a soft breeze. The chair was tipped over at his feet, so I picked it up and sat down to think. I started to get up when something in my stomach jumped up and kicked my mind into high gear. I looked up at the dead man, and what I saw threw the suicide theory right out of the window. Sitting in the chair, my head was just on a level with his shoe tops. If he'd used the chair to stand on, he would have still needed a ladder just to tie the rope to a beam. I've seen a couple of guys who hanged themselves, but never one who jumped 4 feet in the air to do it. I shoved the chair under him just to make sure. He cleared it by a good foot. I started to think of all the people who had been connected with the case, and the phone rang. I knew Martin would have trouble answering, so I helped him out. Hello?
Hello, Martin.
Well, he's tied up right now.
Who is this?
Well, hello, honey. Still collecting pictures?
Oh.
Hello? Hello? Antisocial.
Mr. Diamond, did you bring your camera?
We'll play spin the bottle some other time. How did you know my name?
But you gave it to me this afternoon.
You're a bad liar, baby, and look out, I'm coming in.
Now, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone.
Well, if it's who I think it is, you better hide all the rope in the house. Now move it out of the way.
Oh,
You heard from Collins yet?
I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out of here.
Collins, Rollins' secretary, just killed Martin Rollins. He stretched his neck out so far he started looking like an ad in National Geographic.
What?
Yes. He strangled him first, then stood on a chair and hung the body to a rafter.
How do you know Collins did it?
Because he forgot he's a foot taller than most guys. He gave Martin a boost, left him hanging too high.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I think Collins knew I'd come to you. I think he promised you the moon if you fingered Martin Rollins. He wanted to get Martin, but he wanted someone else to do it for him. He knew old man Rollins would remember you and tell me.
You're crazy.
Oh, well, we'll see. How much did Collins promise you?
He didn't promise me a thing.
You don't think he's going to let you go on breathing when he finds out the law is after him? You're the only hole in his story.
Wait a minute.
He just left Martin waiting for oxygen. He's probably on his way here right now.
He didn't say anything about killing Martin. I want to get out of this mess.
Now, that's better. Tell me everything you can.
Well, he met me about 3 months ago at a party. We started to see each other. One day he told me he was in some kind of trouble and asked me to help, and I said I would. He told me that he had been in a deal with Martin and that Martin had gone to prison for it.
So Martin had come back and wanted his share, is that it?
Yes. He promised me 50...
It all happened in the time it takes you to change your mind. He must have come in through the kitchen and started shooting. She went down like a diver with a bends and died on her face. He was trying for me when I jumped to one side and knocked over the only light burning in the room. He came close, but the flash of his gun gave me his position, and I threw enough lead to start a pipeline. He stumbled back into the kitchen, but he was dragging it. I heard him drop, and I moved in after him. The moonlight slanted down through one of the windows and splashed out on the hard floor. He was lying in it, on his back, like he wanted to get that far anyway. Don't try again, Collins. I still feel like shooting.
Forget it. No reason to kill you now.
Before you close your eyes, tell me something.
Better make it quick.
Why didn't you go out and get Martin Rollins yourself? Why hire me to find him?
Didn't want anyone to know I was looking. You were the alibi. With Rollins dead and Martin suicide, you'd swear Martin killed the old man.
Because Rollins showed me the letter? You forged it?
Yes. Yes, I shot Rollins and took the letter.
And you planted that phony call to my office?
Yes.
Well, you nearly got away with it, Collins. You just forgot how tall you were when you hanged Martin. I thought sure Martin was the one who was trying to run me down.
I'm a rotten driver.
How bad is it?
You must have been a good cop. I caught all three. It should be raining out. Too nice a night to die.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Must be nice to look at. No. Keep standing up. You'll never see it from down here.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for your smoking enjoyment. Make the sensible cigarette test. Not just a puff, not just a sniff. Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a tribute to the men and women who have served our country, the makers of Camel cigarettes send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week, the Camels go to veterans' hospitals, Fayetteville, North Carolina, and Des Moines, Iowa. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Bolling Air Force Base, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Virginia and Ted Osborne as Rawlins. Tom Tully was Collins, Arthur Q. Bryan as Lieutenant Levinson, and Wilms Herbert Otis.
Men, pack your pipes with Prince Albert. The rich flavor and natural fragrance will tell you why PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco. Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut to smoke cool and even. Get Prince Albert. It's the national joy smoke.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Oh, hello, Miss Williams. I was just telling Casey...
Hello, Annie. What have you got there?
Hi, Ethelbert. Oh, Casey, don't they look good? I just couldn't resist them.
A jar of strawberry preserves. Say, they look just like those my grandmother used to make.
Somebody talking about food?
Well, look, Tony. Don't they look wonderful?
Oh, they sure do. And in a glass jar, too. Oh, smart gal, Annie. See the anchor and the H on the bottom? This jar was made by Anchor Hocking. Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Crime Photographer, brought to you by Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Handkerchief. Joe Paletti's Tavern in the factory district at 11:30 o'clock on a Friday night is almost deserted. Behind the long bar, two white-coated bartenders are busily polishing glasses, while Joe Paletti himself, a jovial-looking fat man, checks his cash register. The street door opens and a huge uniformed policeman enters.
Evening, Joe.
Ah, Lieutenant McHugh.
Hi, Mac.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Bill, Andy. Say, where's your other barkeep tonight, Joe?
Gus? Oh, he was not feel so good. I told him go home and lie down. But he'll be back on the job at 12 o'clock when the rush starts.
This is the night of your big rush, isn't it? Friday's payday at the factory.
Yeah, 5 minutes after 12 o'clock, everyone who's quits work at midnight comes in to cash his paycheck. And buy a drink.
Or a dozen drinks. You got a sweet racket, Joe.
Yeah, to cash these checks is good business. What do you have, Lieutenant?
I'm out of cigars again.
Well, here's your special brand.
Thanks. Say, how much worth of checks you figure on cashing for that factory crowd tonight?
Well, last week was over 16,000. Tonight in my safe upstairs, I got 20,000 bucks.
Well, that's a lot of dough. Too many people know you keep heavy cash on hand these Friday nights. That's dangerous.
Oh, what's dangerous? And I got a first-class safe in my apartments upstairs. And I also got a burglar alarm. Ain't you cops got a precinct station just 1 block away? If anybody tried to stick me up, ain't you going to come and stop them?
You're a hard guy to argue with, Joe.
Because he's got a thick skull, McHugh.
What are you doing here, Snyder?
I just dropped in for a beer.
Snyder, when I pay you off 2 weeks ago, I told you to get out of my place and keep out.
So what? Public place, isn't it? Come on, draw me a beer, Joe.
All right. Bill.
Yeah, boss.
Give this louse a beer. See he pays for it.
Okay.
Your boss don't like me, Bill.
Neither do I. Or anybody else here. Here's your beer.
Thanks. Here's your dough.
Where are you working now, Snyder?
I ain't working. Joe Paletti's seen to that.
I ain't recommending no bartender I catch you stealing from my cash register.
I didn't steal. If you could prove I did, you'd have turned me over to the cops.
Joe could have proved it. He just gave you a break, Snyder. You're not decent enough to appreciate it. Now finish your beer and get out of here.
Okay, copper, I'll drink up and get out. Mind if I wipe my mouth off first? How do you guys like this handkerchief I'm using? Pretty classy, huh?
Yeah, it's just like you, Snyder. It's loud, it's cheap, and it's got a lot of yellow in it.
Maybe someday, Joe, you'll be kind of sorry for the raw stuff you pulled on me. But so long. When I see you next, I hope it's in the obituary columns.
He's got a few drinks under his belt, Joe. If he comes back tonight, you better keep an eye on him. You too, Bill.
He won't bother the boss, Mac.
Well, I've got to get back to the station house. Here's for the cigars, Joe.
Thanks.
So long.
So long. Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Joe?
How's your wife?
Oh, about the same. She doesn't get any better.
She's been sick a long time, huh?
Yeah, over a year.
Cost you plenty of money, huh?
Every cent I had.
Look, if I can help
Now, thanks, Joe, but the guy in my job can't borrow dough from, well, not and keep his nose clean. I'll see you later.
So long, Mac.
Good night, Lieutenant. Andy.
Yeah?
You bring up plenty lemons?
More than we need, Joe.
Okay. 10 minutes to 12. I go upstairs now and get the money from my safe to cash them paychecks.
When is Gus supposed to get back here, Bill?
12 o'clock, Andy.
I hope he gets here. We need help to handle that factory mob.
Gus won't let us down. I wonder if we shaved enough ice.
There's plenty. Say, what was that rat Snyder in here for? I was at the far end of the bar when you and the boss and Lieutenant McHugh were talking to him.
Oh, he was just...
What's that?
Gunshots.
Upstairs, where the boss is.
That's his burglar alarm.
Come on.
I'm with you. We're coming, Joe.
The door's locked. We got to break it down.
Let's go, together.
That did it. Hey, look, the safe is open.
There's Joe.
On the floor.
He's been shot through the head.
That back window's open. The killer busted out there.
Can you see anyone?
No, too dark. But the cops have heard that alarm. They'll get whoever did this.
Andy, I know who did it. What? Come here. Look at that handkerchief on the floor.
Handkerchief?
That's the loud one Ed Snyder had tonight. right, now, Bill, if you and Andy will take another pose in front of that door you busted open after you heard the shooting.
Like this, Mr. Casey?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Hey, you get in this shot too, Gus.
Well, I didn't get here till after poor old Joe was killed, Mr. Casey.
Well, that doesn't matter. You're one of the bartenders. Stand next to Andy, huh?
Okay, all right.
All right, all face the camera now. Hold it. That does it.
You got enough pictures, Casey. Now I want these gentlemen to go on telling me what happened after they found the body.
Well, we told you about all there is to tell, Miss Williams. The cops and Lieutenant McHugh here, they come running up these stairs only about a minute later.
We'd heard the burglar alarm, of course.
Well, how do you figure Paletti pressed that alarm button after he was shot through the head, Lieutenant? Huh?
He fell on the button, Casey. It was next to the safe.
Oh.
But you policemen didn't catch the killer, Lieutenant. He got away through that dark alley with Joe Paletti's $20,000. Is that right?
Yes, but he won't get far with that 20 grand, Miss Williams. That yellow handkerchief Bill found on the floor told us who he is.
Lieutenant Mack, how do you figure Snyder got in here, huh? Bill says Paletti always kept that window locked. Huh?
Well,
this Snyder guy could have come up these front steps. There's 2 doors at the bottom, one leading into the bar and the other onto the street.
But Paletti wouldn't have let him in the door up here, not Snyder.
Doesn't matter how he got in. Before he got out, he left evidence enough to burn him.
Thanks, Sergeant. We'll go up now and look things over. Come on, you fellas.
Captain Logan, Casey.
Hello, Logan.
What? Casey.
So the big boss of the homicide squad has finally gotten here.
Hiya, Captain.
I might have known you two'd get around to get in my hair. Hello, McHugh.
Glad to see you, Captain. Hello, Doc. Pete.
Get to work, you tech men. There's your corpus delicti, Doc. Lieutenant McHugh, your sergeant downstairs has given me the general layout. It's open and shut on this guy Snyder, huh?
As far as I'm concerned, there's his handkerchief. Bill, the head bartender here, identifies it, too.
100%.
Not many guys that carry a loud-colored handkerchief like that.
It's a cheap handkerchief, Logan, which means a lot of guys probably carry them.
Casey, you must have all the pictures you need by this time. Go back to your paper with them and don't bother me.
Ann and I have got to stick around for the payoff, pal.
Well, sure. We're waiting for Snyder to be brought in.
All right. Can you tell what caliber bullet killed the guy, Doc?
I can, Captain. There's a .38 caliber slug lying under this chair. I wouldn't touch it, of course, until you homicide guys got here.
I see, Lieutenant. It's a .38, all right.
Caliber you cops use.
Yeah. Police positive says.
Lieutenant Mack.
Yes, Casey?
Where did this guy Snyder carry this handkerchief you saw him use tonight?
You remember, Bill?
Yeah, sure, in his coat, the breast pocket. I remember him tucking it back there.
Huh? Why do you suppose he took it out of his breast pocket and dropped it here? As a definite lead?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Paletti's last act was to yank that wiper out of Snyder's pocket.
That's possible.
Lieutenant, you were in the precinct house when the burglar alarm went off, huh?
No, I was out getting some air around the corner.
Alone?
Yes. Why?
Just wondering.
Nobody ties Snyder up with his handkerchief except you and Bill, Lieutenant.
Say, look here, Captain. You're not getting the wild idea that maybe...
Until I have more than this handkerchief as evidence against Snyder, I'm going to investigate this job from every angle.
But you can't possibly think that
Captain
Logan.
Yes, Feldman?
We've got Snyder.
Bring him up here.
Yes, I get pictures of.
Okay, Snyder, get moving. Come on, you.
Okay. You don't have to yank my arm off.
So, you're Snyder.
I ain't trying to say any different. Hello, McHugh.
You tried to get away with a little murder tonight, didn't you, Snyder?
The smug who pinched me gave me the idea that's what you try to pin on me. Prove it if you can.
Shut up until you're asked to talk.
Yeah, okay, copper.
You made the pinch, Feldman?
Yes, Captain. He was sneaking out of an alley on Chester Street. He started to run, and I had to throw a shot over his head.
Sneaking out of an alley, eh? Started to run.
That don't prove I murdered anyone, McHugh.
Shut up.
Of course, you searched him, Feldman.
First thing, sir. No gun on him and no sign of Joe Paletti's 20 grand. But I found these in his pocket.
30 caliber cartridges, huh?
That's all we need, Captain. Naturally, he threw away the .38 revolver he used to kill Paletti.
I never had any .38 revolver. I picked them cartridges up on the street.
Sure, and I suppose you lost the nice colored handkerchief you had in the bar tonight.
I don't know what you mean, McHugh.
He didn't have any colored handkerchief when I pinched him, Lieutenant.
Is this your handkerchief, Snyder?
Well, No, I never saw that thing before.
We know it's yours.
What have you done with the money you took from Paletti?
I didn't take no money. I didn't kill Paletti.
The truth now will save you a lot of trouble, Snyder.
Well, Okay, I'll tell you what you want to know.
You killed Paletti.
Yeah.
That does it, Casey.
Yeah, that does it.
Now, Snyder, What did you do with the 20 grand you took?
That's the big payoff question, ain't it, Copper? Well, I wanted to pay me something, so you don't get an answer until I see my lawyer.
Take him to headquarters, boys.
Come on, Snyder.
Okay, Copper.
Gonna let him see a lawyer now, Logan?
Why not? He's confessed the murder. And, Casey, did you almost get me on a phony track about Lieutenant McHugh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was all wrong.
100%. Well, see you later, pal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so long.
Come on, Casey, let's get our stuff to the office.
Okay, Annie. Annie, you know, it's funny.
What?
I've got the doggonedest hunch that I wasn't all wrong.
The whole thing is blown up in my face, Casey. Snyder didn't kill Poletti.
Calm down, Logan, and tell me about it.
The lawyer Snyder insisted on seeing came in at noon today with 7 reputable witnesses.
Witnesses to what?
To a perfect alibi. At the time Poletti was shot, between 11:55 and midnight, Snyder was in a restaurant nearly a mile away.
7 reputable witnesses say that. Huh?
They're ready to swear to it.
Well, how does he explain his phony confession?
Claims he had to stall us until he could prove his alibi.
That's pretty thin.
Sure. The truth is that he's a small-time cop hater who was getting a kick out of making us look like saps.
And he says he found those 38 shells and lost his handkerchief.
Yeah. Casey, I figure he did lose that handkerchief. Just outside Poletti's tavern, maybe. Somebody found it, got an idea, and planted it beside Poletti's body.
Any suspects?
I don't like to say this, but... Well, cops sometimes go wrong, Casey. Lieutenant McHugh has been under heavy expense on account of his sick wife, and 20 grand is a lot of dough.
Yeah. Snyder may have given his handkerchief to somebody, Logan.
What do you mean?
Well, if suspicions hadn't immediately centered on Snyder last night, everybody in the vicinity of Poletti's tavern would have been a suspect, huh?
Yeah?
Anybody who couldn't furnish an on-the-spot alibi might have been searched for the murder gun and that dough.
Yeah.
But when Snyder was pinched and made his phony confession, he gave the killer plenty of time to get the stolen money under cover.
Snyder and the killer were working together.
That's my guess.
I think it's the right one. I'll have another talk with that rat Snyder.
No, pal, don't. Let him go.
Let him go?
Yeah. With the idea that he's gotten away with it. But tail him, Logan, day and night. Until he leads you to his partner, the guy who has that 20 grand.
Okay, Casey, we'll try it your way. But your way had better pay off.
Let's pause right here. We'll return to Casey, crime photographer, in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now we rejoin Casey, crime photographer, and the conclusion of The Handkerchief.
Good night, Mrs. Wheelbreaker. The strangest darn people come in here sometimes.
Yeah, well, don't look at us when you say that, pal.
Casey, hello, Miss Williams.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Say, I've been wondering when you two would come in. Anything new on that Poletti murder?
No, not yet, Ethelbert.
You know, I take a personal interest in that case, being as how it happened to a bartender, a brother professional, as you might say. Captain Logan's detectives have been shadowing that Snyder guy for 3 days now.
They sure have. They know what he's done every single
If
minute.
he hasn't made or received any phone calls or made contact with anyone who might be a logical suspect. Or at least he hadn't up to noon today when Logan showed us the latest report on him.
It's nearly 6 o'clock. Maybe something's happened since.
Logan would have let me know if it had.
Maybe your idea about Snyder was wrong, Casey.
Listen, that's what I'm hearing from Logan. Now, don't you start pulling it. Give the idea a little time, huh?
Well, gee, I didn't mean... Oh, Walter, will you...
Never mind, Ethelbert, never mind. I'll get it. It's probably from me anyhow. Excuse me, Annie.
Sure.
Blue note.
That you, Casey?
Yeah. I thought it might be you, Logan. Anything new?
Get into that jalopy of yours and come to Spring Road off 200th Street as soon as you can make it.
Well, there's nothing but woods out there.
Oh, yes, there is. There's something I want you to see, smart guy.
What's that?
The dead body of Snyder.
There's all that's left of him, Casey, in that ditch.
Shot through the head.
Yeah, twice, with a .38 revolver, as Paletti was shot. Snyder'd been dead over an hour when he was found here.
Well, then that means that the detectives who were watching
He
him...
gave him the slip, Miss Williams. I wanted to keep this rat at headquarters and sweat the truth out of him, Casey. Instead, I listened to you. You see the result?
Yeah. You mind giving us some of the details, Logan?
I'd be happy to tell you all I know. You may have another bright idea.
Don't rub it in, huh?
I'm sorry. This is my fault, not yours.
Huh? Say, Logan.
I hope you'll have an idea to give me a different idea than I have.
Hey, pal, are you sick?
Here's what happened. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, Snyder was walking up Crosley Street with one of my guys behind him when he suddenly hopped into a Ford sedan, parked at the curb, and got away.
Huh?
Another guy was at the wheel all ready to go. I think the driver of that sedan was Snyder's partner in the Paletti murder. I'm still riding with your theory about that.
And he killed Snyder because...
He didn't want to share that 20 grand with him. He wanted it all.
Or because he knew Snyder was being trailed. Snyder was dangerous to him.
Yeah, that fits, too.
Obviously, he and Snyder met by appointment, Logan. Snyder expected him to be waiting in a car at that time and in that place.
Sure.
Well, then your killer is someone Snyder talked to since you turned him loose.
Yep.
You checked on everyone Snyder talked to?
Yeah. There hasn't been a logical suspect in the bunch, Casey, until today.
You mean he talked to somebody today?
Yeah. Several hours before he got into that sedan.
Who?
Lieutenant McHugh.
McHugh?
Captain Logan.
From the first, I figured McHugh might have killed Paletti, but I've never really believed he did.
You believe it now?
He needed that dough, Casey, all of it, for a sick wife. He's a cop. Paletti would have opened that upstairs door for him. I've known Mac a long time. He's been a good guy and a good cop.
Logan, where did he and Snyder talk today?
Outside of Paletti's Tavern.
Paletti's Tavern?
Yeah. Snyder had the nerve to go in there and ask for a drink. That's all he had a chance to do. One of the bartenders grabbed him and threw him out of the joint. Lieutenant McHugh came along just then and helped him out of the gutter.
And then they talked?
Yeah, for 2 or 3 minutes, walking up the street together. Then McHugh went off duty soon afterwards, and he didn't go home. He could have met Snyder in that sedan. It looks like McHugh all the way, Casey.
How close was your detective when Snyder was given the bum's rush from Paletti?
Oh, he'd only just followed him inside the joint. It happened that fast.
Which bartender gave Snyder that rush act?
It was Andy.
Oh, Andy.
Who was in the bar downstairs when Paletti was killed upstairs.
He couldn't have been Snyder's partner.
Oh. Your man sure it was Andy, huh?
We didn't have time to ask for names, but the description he gave me is Andy's tall with dark hair.
Well, Bill is tall, but he's bald.
Well, Gus has dark hair. Oh, but he isn't tall. Say, your guy got only a quick look at that bartender.
Yeah, but he couldn't be wrong about it.
Wait a minute, Logan. A medium-sized guy looks tall when you see him beside a very short guy. Now, Snyder was a shrimp, and Gus hauling him around with a collar would look like a 6-footer.
But Gus!
Paletti would have unlocked that upstairs door for Gus, Logan. He was a trusted employee. And Gus didn't report for work until after Paletti was killed.
Casey, you're right. Let's get Gus and go to work on it.
He's a tough cookie, Logan. You'll never break him.
I'll make him talk.
I don't think you will. Look, Logan, can I stick my neck out again?
Casey, I'll listen to anything now.
All right. We'll take Gus for a little ride.
A ride?
Yeah. But not in a police car this time. We'll use my jalopy.
Where are you guys driving me to? You said you were taking me to headquarters. Hey, we're way out in the country.
We changed our minds about headquarters, Gus.
What do you mean?
Too many people hang around down there.
Where are you taking me?
Just take it easy, sucker.
Look, you're a cop, Captain Logan. You can't kid me into thinking that
We know you got that 20 grand, Gus.
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's what you told
It's
us.
what I'll go on telling you.
This is a nice deserted spot, Logan.
Yeah, a perfect spot, Casey.
Shall I stop here?
Yeah.
Right.
What are you going to do here?
Just talk. For a while.
Step out of the car, Gus.
No,
Step out.
Hey, why are you pulling that gun? You can't bluff me. I ain't afraid.
What have you done with the money you stole from Paletti?
I told you.
What have you done with that dough?
I ain't got it. I ain't got it.
We want that 20 grand, Gus.
And we're gonna have it.
Hey. I'm getting a picture now. You two came to my hotel room alone. You bring me out here alone. I get it now. You two are working together.
Logan and I do a lot of work together, Gus.
So that's it. You want that dough for yourselves.
Where is it?
I ain't talking.
We'll see about that. Here, Casey, hold my gun on this mug while I...
pal, I will.
Oh, you don't. You dropped the gun. Get it. No, I got it. Easy. Stick up your hands, you lousy. Stick them up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the scat. You two saps should have stayed honest. You ain't got the brains for fast stuff. So you thought you'd hijack my 20 grand.
Listen, Gus, you're in the racket. You know how guys have to figure. If you'd been nice and told us where to find that dough.
Sure, Gus. We'd have been nice.
So now I'll be nice to you. Tell you where to find it. It's buried under a flower bed on my old man's grave in Oakwood Cemetery. I buried the gat I used to kill Paletti and Snyder there, too.
That was smart.
Yeah. I think of little things like that. Just like you mugs thought of bringing me to this deserted spot. In a car that I'll drive away. Alone.
Gus, you're not going to...
No, Gus. You get it between the eyes like Snyder and Paletti. Now! What the...
Something the matter, Gus?
This gun is empty.
Uh-huh. That's another little thing we thought of.
Oh, you double-crossed me.
Thanks for the confession, Gus. Come on.
Now we're really going to headquarters.
Right. And then, Casey, you and I have got something to do with the Blue Note.
What's that, Logan?
I'll tell you on the way about it.
So you cops found that 20 grand and the murder gun just where Gus said it was. Hey, Captain Logan?
That's right, Ethelbert.
Yeah. Gus figured he had no reason to lie to a pair of dead pigeons, as he figured Logan and me to be.
Well, I'm certainly glad that a disgrace to the bartending profession like he was is going to get what he deserves. Hey, by the way, Captain, what brings you here to the Blue Note tonight?
Ethelbert, Casey and I want a box of the best cigars you have in the place.
Yeah, we want you to send them to Lieutenant McHugh, Ethelbert. Here's his address here.
Well, sure, but Casey, why are you and Captain Logan, head of the homicide department, sending cigars to a cop?
Well, you see, that is...
It's just... you see, the Q likes to smoke cigars.
Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and stars Stotts Cotsworth as Casey. It is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey created by George Harmon Cox. Our cast features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne, John Gibson as Ethelbert, Bernard Lenrow as Logan, and the Blue Note pianist is Herman Chittison. The original music is by Archie Blyer. Crime Photographer is brought to you by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees. Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I don't know about you, but to me, the tinkling sound of a music box has always charmed and soothed me, conjuring up pleasant memories and the balm of sweet nostalgia. It still does, in spite of this story. But if it sends a chill through you, don't please blame it on music boxes in general. Just on this one, and its haunting tune that struck a chord from the past that stirred up something infinitely more gruesome and deadly than nostalgia.
Oh, Susanna, we're so lucky. This wonderful house. The future is a dream almost come true already. Do you like your birthday present?
I love this music box. I love you, Hank. Everything you do for me. Until I found the past coming up to haunt me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's just the music box. As soon as it started to play, my eyes were drawn away down to the end of the garden path. To the summer house. And to the girl in the crinoline dress who's dancing there.
What girl? I can't see anyone.
I was afraid you might say that. 'Cause somehow I know she isn't really there. She has to be a ghost. But why would she want to haunt me?
Our mystery drama, The Special Undertaking, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jada Rowland and Don Scardino. I was reminded of this story a week or so ago when I picked up the morning paper and read that a small town was advertising for a doctor and willing to finance him and as many partners as he could attract in setting up a clinic. In outlying areas, medical men, general practitioners, are always in demand today. How much more so in the last century? Which is how the newly married Dr. Henry Fleming and his bride Susanna came to Huntington House some 100 years ago via the new Union Pacific Railroad, which had finally linked the East with the West.
Do I have the honor of addressing Mrs. Fleming?
Yes, sir.
I'm Buford Hughes. Allow me to assist you. Ezra, get the lady's carpet bag.
Yes, sir. I'll relieve you of that bag, ma'am.
Why, thank you.
That's Mr. Ezra Whitfield, Beaver City's most prominent lawyer, in more ways than one. They say success goes to a man's head. In Ezra's case, it went to his waistline. There we are, ma'am. And you'd be our new doctor, sir.
Brand spanking new, sir. Just graduated out of medical school.
Ah, but from Harvard.
Hank, what about our hitch?
Oh, don't you worry, Mrs. Fleming.
Well, I'd like to check and make sure our trunks are there.
Ah, ma'am, I think it's more appropriate for Ezra to help you in that area while I make your husband as welcome as I can.
Why, sure, Mrs. Fleming. I can see your trunks are all off. Just go check them over.
Okay, honey?
This is my job.
A fine young woman, sir. Eminently equipped to be a doctor's wife.
Or anyone's. Susanna is one of a kind.
Mm-hmm. I support your opinion. Just as soon as the missus had checked out your belongings, I have a wagon waiting to take them to your house. I also have a rig so that we can stop by the bank and sign our agreements.
I think Susanna is a bit worn out. Could we perhaps get settled first and then the papers?
My dear boy, I'm sorry. I should say doctor. Forgive me.
It's all right. I'm young, but I have knowledge. Don't worry.
Well, I have no worries about your abilities after our long correspondence. And I don't want to lose you. You are needed here. We're all just trying to put out and make you feel at home right here. Well, now, sir, there she is. Huntington House.
Oh, Hank. Right on the ridge. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it surely is.
The house certainly is big enough.
Well, we're only going to be using a corner of it. The rest is for a clinic, as we planned.
I hope we can get some of the doctors to fill it up.
You leave that to me, ma'am. Beaver City's made me a very rich man. I want to plow some of my good luck back into it. And that's why I advertised in the East to get a doctor out here.
I'll try not to make you sorry for your generosity in any way.
Ooh, easy now. Right before your front door.
Oh, Hank, I'm scared. It looks so big.
Well, sure, honey. That's the point. It's the beginning of a hospital that someday the whole West is going to talk about. The whole country.
Susan, not now. Later. I must talk to you.
What are you mumbling about, darling?
Oh, nothing, Hank. I'll tell you later. Let's go have a look at our new home.
I calculate, with you tired and all after your journey, I should have taken you straight into the house. But with the light going, I wanted to see a little of the grounds.
It's amazing. I can't believe the house has been empty all that time.
After 15 years, I expected a jungle.
No, there's been a housekeeper here all these years. Mrs. Bunter. And for years, her son kept the outside of the place.
Oh, Hank, look at that little summer house down at the end of the path. Isn't it lovely?
It sure is, Susanna.
I want to go there right now.
It's almost sundown. I'd let it wait if I was you, Mrs. Fleming.
Why?
Why, because it ain't going to go away. And I can smell that Mrs. Bunter has supper about ready. I'm sure you must be hungry after the long trip.
I know I am. Hungry as a bear. Come on, honey. It can't be all that important.
No, of course not. Just a silly whim, but funny how it draws me. As though someone was begging me to meet them there.
And so there is. Me, but by moonlight. It's a perfect place for young lovers, wouldn't you say, Mr. Hughes?
I reckon that depends on the point of view. Well, shall we travel on in and say howdy to Ellen Bunter?
By all means.
Don't forget to come back.
Susanna, are you coming?
Yes. Yes, Hank. Just stay close to me. Don't leave me alone.
My, what pretty clothes you have, Mrs. Fleming. Boston must be quite a city.
Why, yes, Mrs. Bunter. It is. It's a beautiful town.
I'm surprised you ever come away from there out here to the west. If I was you, I'd pick up the skirts and get right back there.
Why? Whatever do you mean?
Oh, there's things best not talked about. I'm just saying what I think has to be said.
You sound as if you don't want us here.
There's a black shadow lays over this house, Mrs. Fleming. And I don't want nobody else should lose their light under it. Special ways, no two nice young'uns like you. But please, don't say nothing to Mr. Buford about what I said. Wouldn't want to lose my job.
Well, we can hardly just leave it at that. I'd like to know what you mean.
I promise to tell you as soon as I can. But right now, got to go get supper on the table.
I can't get over that cellar. Why, it's almost set up for a clinic already. But Mr. Huntington wasn't a doctor.
No, son. He sure wasn't that.
Well, what did he do?
Well, he mostly made money. Yes, sir. He looked to be about the richest man in this part of the country once. He used to raise cattle. Then he found a gold mine right here on his own property. Over the other side of the ridge over there.
Is it still active?
No. Vein ran out 20 years ago. But not before he piled up a bundle. I should know. I was his banker. Yes, Carson Huntington retired before he was 40.
What did he do with himself then?
Oh, mainly he devoted himself to being a father. But he liked hunting real good. And you've only got to take a look around the walls to see where that led him to.
You mean all the stuffed heads? Moose, buffalo, deer that are all over the place? He liked to collect them?
More than that. He stuffed them all himself. Built himself all those tile rooms downstairs and worked just like a doctor in a white coat and all.
Ah, a taxidermist, eh?
More than that. You know how one thing leads to another, and, well, here comes your lady. I must leave you to your supper.
I was just going to ask you if you would join us. Mrs. Bunter tells me there's enough for you. And Mr. Whitfield, too.
If you cook like that every night, Mrs. Bunter, I may just abandon my wife.
Oh, thank you, sir. But I'm sure she's a mighty fine cook herself.
Oh, matter of fact, you wouldn't think of it to look at her, but she is. And a housekeeper.
Sure is good to see love lighting up this gloomy old place again. Just like the good old days, Buford, huh?
Yes, Ezra, but let's not go digging into the past. These two young folk represent the future. They're not interested in what's been.
Oh, but we are. At least I am.
Oh, so am I.
I'll just take the tray out to the kitchen. I'll bring the coffee in soon.
Poor Ellen. No wonder she doesn't want to listen to...
Ezra, you talk too much.
What'd I say?
Nothing much so far. It's usually too much. I reckon I have to tell you a little about the house. But it's better for you to get it from me than from some old windbag like Ezra.
Tarnation, Buford, that's no way to talk.
I tell you what it is, Mrs. Fleming. A house stays empty like this one did for over 15 years. And people start to build legends, even a dried-up old lawyer like Ezra here. Now, I'm a banker, businessman. I'll give you the plain facts.
We'd appreciate that, sir.
I'd like to hear the legends.
Well, let's start with the facts. It's about 60 years back that Carson married Sarah.
62, almost to the day.
Well, you're old enough to remember exactly. It was before my time.
I just opened my office, and Carson Huntington was one of my first clients. His folks had left him quite a spread, and he sold off enough cattle to build this big mansion for Sarah. Oh, she was a beauty, all right, and well fixed herself. That was some wedding.
No, we don't have to go into every detail.
I only mention it because they were so happy, those two. Just like these young'uns. And how could they have known the tragedy that was to be the most part of their lives?
Tragedy?
I suppose 20 years longing for a child and never being able to produce one isn't tragedy enough. I suppose when Rachel did come to him, her being born premature and blind and mute wasn't tragedy. I suppose Rachel's death...
That's enough, Ezra.
No, please. We'd like to know.
No, what Ezra says was true. Sarah did have a baby, too late in life. A little wisp of a girl who was blind and mute. They doted on her, devoted 16 years of their lives to bringing her up, pampered and coddled her like she was made of china. They were recluses here and saw few people. When Rachel was 16, she fell in love.
With Ellen Bunter's son, Elisha. Lost at Chickamauga in the war between the states, rest his soul.
Lord Wright, you mean? He was in his 20s, and he just took advantage of the poor little thing. And naturally, it was an unsuitable match from any point of view. So the boy was fired by Carson and ran off to join the army. Rachel took it real hard, thinking he'd run off on her because of her deficiencies, and went into a decline and died from a kind of colic.
Broken heart, more likely.
If any hearts were broken, it was Sarah and Carlson's. And after the burial, they holed themselves away here at Huntington House. And no one saw hide nor hair of them for a year. And then one day, suddenly, unexpectedly, they both died.
Like a bolt from the blue.
He means that quite literally. They were on their way to church on the anniversary of Rachel's death and pulled under a tree to escape a sudden thunderstorm. And the tree was struck by lightning, and both of them were killed.
How awful.
Yes. There were no relatives.
And the will specified that the house was to be kept and maintained in perpetuum.
Yes, now, I think Ezra and I should mosey along and let you settle in.
Good night, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Whitfield, and drive carefully. Ooh, come on. Bedtime.
Oh, look at the moon. Isn't it lovely?
Not when I'm so tired I can't even open my eyes to see it.
You are not that tired. Maybe you had too much wine. Let's walk down to that little summer house.
Oh, come on. Have a heart, honey.
Susanna, come to me, come to me, come to me, come to me, come to me.
What do you expect to find there?
I don't know.
Well, you're not going to find out tonight. Come on. I'm taking you up to bed.
Yes, darling. Oh, take me to bed and warm me and hold me. And never, never let me go.
Susanna finally fell asleep, shutting her ears against that still, small voice in her head. Tomorrow she will talk to Hank about it, and about Huntington House. Outdoors, the moon is at its zenith. Does something move strangely in the shadows? And if you strain your ears, can you hear the sound of a music box? I'll return shortly with Act 2. It's just before dawn, with the moon sloping down the sky, the last of the full moon. In the strange new bed in Huntington House, Dr. Henry Fleming lies sleeping gently. Beside him, Susanna stirs with little whimpers as that importunate voice penetrates her sleep.
But I will be back. Susanna, forget me not. Forget me not.
Who is it? What do you want?
What did you say, honey?
Oh, nothing, Hank. It's just a dream. It's just... Oh, I don't like it here.
What do you mean, sweetie?
There's something wrong. It isn't a happy house the way you and I want.
Well, you mean you want to leave?
You know we can't do that. You've tied up your whole future here.
I've tied up my whole future with you. That comes first. But why? What is it don't you like here? All the sad history which is buried in the past, as Mr. Hughes said?
It isn't buried in the past. No matter what he says.
What does that mean?
Since the first moment I got here last night, there's a voice.
Voice?
A young girl's voice. That calls to me, speaks to me.
Just to you alone?
I guess, if you haven't heard it.
Well, so that's why you've been so funny a couple of times. Well, what does this voice say?
Nothing, really. Just calling me to help and to come to her.
Susie.
Oh, I always mistrust your motives when you call me that.
Well, don't this time. I just wanted to say we were both dead tired after a 10-day journey across the country. Nothing about last night was wholly real. Our life in the West starts as of this morning. Now, let's give it a day or two so we can really judge it. Then if it's wrong or your voices still speak to you, I promise we'll face up to it.
You don't believe me. And perhaps you're right. This morning it was so faint, I could scarcely hear it. All right, Hank, darling. Let's forget about me and concentrate on your life. Oh, Ellen. I mean, Mrs. Bunter. An apron full of fresh eggs. every morning, ma'am, if you want 'em. We have a power of layers.
Can I help fix breakfast?
Oh, a lady like you has no place in the kitchen.
I want to be here. And do I have to call you Mrs. Bunter? Couldn't it be just Ellen and Susanna or Susan or whatever you want to call me?
You're a sweet child, and it's good to see a bright, fresh face here. But is it wise for us to be that close?
Well, I don't care if it's wise. I need a friend. And someone to answer some of my questions.
All right, little one. You have a friend.
I'm so glad. Yesterday, I thought you would have done anything to get me out of here.
I should be ashamed, I suppose. This house has been my life, but for all the tragedy, it has treated me well enough.
Then why do you resent my coming here?
It isn't you, dear heart. It's only that I thought the past was buried. Why don't you accept your good fortune as it is and leave the ghost of yesterday buried and forgotten?
I will. If they leave me alone.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's two of us. Yesterday, when there was time, you said you would explain about the black shadows that lie over this house.
It isn't the time yet. Certain people would be judged wrong.
Rachel Huntington, for example?
What do you know of her?
Only that she died mysteriously. And that she loved your son.
My son. My son that was. A fine, true boy then, until he was cast out.
What happened?
I neither excuse him or blame him. They might have found a life together. Instead, my Elisha was thrown out, sent to be cannon fodder, because two children of love had committed the oldest sin in the world, a sin that wedlock would have wiped out.
I didn't realize that. You mean that Rachel...
I didn't know it myself, till after Elisha had been sent away, for sure. Till after her death, when I talked to Mrs. Huntington.
Will you tell me what you were hinting at last night?
I think you ought to go from here, now, while the going's good.
It's funny. I get a feeling you're thinking less of me than you are of yourself. Maybe you're the one who should leave.
Oh no, please. Please don't send me away. I promise. If you promise to let me stay, I won't open my mouth again.
It's just so strange about Mrs. Bunter, Hank. I mean, you know I'm sensitive to people.
Don't I just, my little witch, or medium, or whatever you are?
No. Don't talk about me like that.
Darling, I didn't mean anything. It's just that you are psychic, clairvoyant. You have some kind of perception that's extra, more than other people's.
You do believe that, don't you? Even if you're a doctor.
Too many things have happened in our lives for me not to. Remember how you woke me, crying to tell me that my father was in danger?
Yes.
And we found out afterward it was exactly the moment he'd had his heart attack.
I don't always see bad things.
Of course not. You also told me the moment our child started to grow inside you. Long before any doctor could have known. Darling, I believe in your intuitions. What about the voice you thought you heard when we first came here?
Oh, there hasn't been a hint of that for a month. I don't know what it was. What's that you have in your hand?
Oh, it's funny. I was poking around on the second floor, in that sort of special little wing.
The one you were thinking about for the laboratory and all the new microscopic equipment for research.
Yeah? Well, that's where I found this box, just lying in the middle of the floor.
What is it?
It's a music box.
Oh.
An old one that doesn't work.
Are you sure?
Well, it's probably just rusted, needs some oil.
Could you fix it?
Maybe. I'm not sure I want to.
I want you to.
That's a strange tone from you.
Oh, I didn't mean... Please, Hank. I'd like you to try to make it work.
If you'll tell me why it's so important.
The voice I thought I heard when we first came here, when it spoke to me far away in the background, a music box was playing.
I see.
Is that why you hesitate?
Partly. Something tells me I should take this lovely old walnut box and bury it in the ground or the deepest lake I can find.
Why?
Well, the room where I found it had only one window, dark and shaded by the vines which clamber all over the house. The wing must have been closed off for years. The dust was an inch thick. It was eerie that everywhere I went, I left my footprints outlined clearly behind me.
Wait till Mrs. Bunter and I get in there with some mops and a broom. We'll chase the dirt out and wipe out your footprints.
Oh, I'm sure you will. There's only one thing you can't wipe out.
What's that?
The spot where the box was lying, covered with cobwebs.
Well, why can't we clean that up, too?
Because when I picked it up, there was no depression for all its weight. No mark to show it had lain there for any time at all. Except for the fact that it lay in the center of the room, with no footprints in the dust coming or going. It could have been placed there yesterday, or this morning, before I entered the room. Do you still want me to see if I can make it play its song again?
Hank?
Who else?
Oh, it could have been Mrs. Bunter. Look at that full red moon. Isn't it gorgeous?
Yes. I have a little present for you.
Oh, what?
Your music box. It plays now.
Let me hear.
Very well. Do you remember something?
What?
Today is your birthday. That's why I worked so hard to have this ready for you. I know it isn't much of a present, but this year, with all the other expenses and... What is it?
That melody.
You know it?
That's the song that was playing behind the ghost voice.
What is it, darling?
Look.
Where?
At the summer house. Don't you see her?
There's nobody there.
Yes, there is. See how she floats and spins with her crinoline swirling around her. She's calling to me. I can hear her. I've got to go to her. Come with me, Hank. Come with me.
Don't worry, Susanna. I won't let you out of my sight. You see? There's no one here.
But there was. There still is. Only... What happened to the music box?
It ran down.
Wind it up.
No. I should never have fixed it so that it would play.
It doesn't matter. She would have reached me anyway. Wait.
Find me. Come to me, Susanna. It's Rachel.
How?
The music box. The music box.
Was she just talking to you? The ghost?
Yes. It was Rachel.
But she's been... How could she talk to you? She was amused.
I don't know. I don't think she wants to hurt me. She wants me to help.
Help her to do what? How?
I don't know. I'm not even sure it's a ghost that's trying to reach me. That's what scares me more than anything.
Susie, you can't be serious. What are you trying to say?
There's something terribly wrong about it all, darling. And somehow Mrs. Bunter is mixed up in it. I know she is.
In what way?
Well, you know I like to keep charge of household accounts and things. The supplies, the towels and linens, everything that goes with the house. Too many things are missing. In too obvious a pattern. Hank, there's someone living in this house we don't know about.
And you think...
What can I think?
You mean that Rachel never died? That somehow she's still alive?
I think she's not in her grave. And that she is calling me for help to get her out of some captivity that has chained her for 15 years. Somehow, I've got to find a way to help her.
Now, there's an interesting corner to turn in the story. To find that a ghost, a well-established ghost, may not be one after all. Something we all must find out when I return with Act 3. The full moon passes for a moment behind clouds, allowing Hank a worried frown which he can conceal from his wife. His mind is a spinning mixture of thoughts he is fighting to keep from coagulating. They must be kept separate to evaluate them. Is Susanna simply suffering from the vagaries of a lady in her, as would have been said in those times, interesting condition? Or is there really an extra presence hidden in Huntington House?
If Rachel, if that's who it is, won't reveal herself to us openly, how can we find a way to help her?
You don't think I'm crazy, do you, Hank? There is some mystery that's got to be cleared away before we can ever live in this house.
But you really believe it's possible that someone or something is hiding here?
Someone. From the amount it uses up in food and linen and towels. But at the same time, something that isn't natural. That's supernatural. Huh?
What is it?
Oh, it's just the moon. Coming out from behind the clouds again. Bright as some enormous chandelier hung in the sky. If only I... Wait. He said the music box. Start it again, dear. Quick, before the moon goes behind the clouds.
You sure you want to?
Yes, quickly.
Okay. Well?
Look. There she is. Dancing.
Where?
Up the path, towards the front door. And she's beckoning for us to come. Oh.
What is it?
Oh, the moon behind the clouds again. I can't see. Come on, let's go. There's no one here.
The front door's opening.
What happened to the music box?
It stopped. I don't know why.
Oh, there you are, Dr. Fleming.
What is it, Ellen? What's wrong?
I think he's dying. Please, could you come to him and try to save his life? Even if he isn't worth it.
Save whose life?
My son. I'll show you where he is. He's hiding out in the barn.
Hold the lantern higher, Mrs. Bunter. That's it. Hurt there?
Some.
How about here?
Oh, that hurts pretty good.
He's burning up with fever. We've got to get him up to the house, see if we can't bring it down.
Oh, no, sir. You bring me up to the house, you're just signing my death warrant.
What's he talking about?
There's a wanted poster out for him. Murder and highway robbery. He killed a United States Marshal making his getaway up Cheyenne Way.
If I can't get him where I can treat him properly, it won't be the government signs your son's death warrant.
This is your son, Ellen?
More's the shame. Yes.
But I thought he was dead in the Civil War.
I'd take more pride in him if he had been. But he deserted the army to take up with a bunch of cutthroats and outlaws, robbing and stealing and killing. Till he got wounded and came crawling home to me to beg me to save his life. What could I do? He was my only child. I didn't know how to turn my back on him.
I should never put you on the spot, Ma. I don't deserve nothing better than I got. A bullet in the gut. I should have let it take me its own good time.
Just what it's doing.
Oh, no. I was wide open and bleeding like a stuck pig when I crawled in here over a month ago. Ma nursed me back to health, and the wound closed up. And then this damn fever got to me.
The fever's because you still have that bullet locked up inside you. It's festering. You have peritonitis. And the poison will kill you unless I get that bullet out.
You a real doctor?
I have a sheepskin, says I am.
And that means by law you're going to have to let them know I'm still alive, and I'm going to have to hang just the same.
We can talk about that later.
Oh, no, sir. Johnny Law don't get me. Now, everybody stay right where they are. Nice and easy while I get out of here.
Elisha!
Ain't no use trying to reach for me. You lost me a long time ago. Just like I lost myself. The only thing outside of you I'm really sorry for is I never should have hurt Rachel. The funny thing is, I really loved her. If only we'd ever had a chance. Oh, Mom, I wish I could have done better by you and Rachel.
Elisha! Hush, Mrs. Bunter. Let my husband handle it.
I'm sorry. It was too late. This time he's really dead. There's nothing much I can do, Mrs. Bunter. I'll have to ride in and tell the authorities.
There was no real excuse for all the things he'd done the past few years. If he ever had the chance, he might have amounted to something. You should have seen him with Rachel.
Oh, don't torture yourself with memories.
Well, I can with the good ones. In spite of the misfortunes birth brought her, she was so bright and full of the joy of life. You should have seen her dance.
Dance? She was blind, wasn't she?
Oh, that seemed to make no difference. She could hear, sharp as a tack. I always said what a pity it was they never got her a pianoforte for her to learn to play by herself.
But they never did. Just music box?
Oh, yes.
Like this?
Well, yes. That looks like one of them. That box does seem familiar.
Ellen, are you sure Rachel Huntington is dead?
Well, I'm sure she is. I know it. To keep her from running after my Elijah. They poisoned her.
What? Did you actually see her dead?
They sent me away. And then she died so sudden. And I came to the funeral and I stood in the back so it wouldn't be seen. And I saw the coffin lowered into the ground and the dirt covering it. And the minister commending her to heaven. Is that what you mean, Miss Susan?
I don't know what I mean. And this isn't any time to talk about it. First of all, let's go get the minister and see your son decently buried.
You sure you don't want to come with me?
No, darling, I really think I ought to stay with poor Ellen.
You're not afraid of anything?
Why should I be?
Well, you were the one who sensed another presence in the house.
But that's all over. Now we know it was Ellen's son.
Only that's not what you were hearing. You were hearing a woman's voice calling to you.
To help the man she loved, who just died. And who must be with her now. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
I don't know. I'm not sure I should leave you alone.
No, don't be silly. You'll be back in an hour or so. And even if poor little Rachel wanted to haunt me, she couldn't mean me any harm.
Well, it's a dark night. And even if she wanted to, she only seems to come when the moon is bright. Promise me you'll go straight to bed, lock the door, and wait for me.
I will. Hurry, darling.
Like the wind. You go straight upstairs. Bye, Susanna.
Bye, Hank. Aren't you going up to bed, Ellen?
Yes, I suppose so. I don't know what for. I won't sleep.
You must. Come on. We'll have a hot toddy in the kitchen and then go up together.
The Huntingtons should have left her alone. She'd been better off with him the way things happened. Lord knows, he'd have been better off with her.
They loved her and wanted to protect her.
Would have been the same if she'd been normal. They waited too long to have a child. When at last she came to them, they smothered her. The only freedom she ever had was her dancing and her music boxes.
Like this one.
Where'd you find that?
I didn't. Hank did. In the little room on the top floor of the wing.
Rachel's old room. But that part of the house has been shut up ever since I came back. That was part of what it said in the will. Why did you turn that on?
I didn't. It just started by itself.
I know that tune.
I thought you said you couldn't tell one tune from another.
I can that one. It was her favorite. Turn it off. That's better. I don't want to be reminded of my poor little Rachel tonight. What is it, Miss Susan?
Shh. She's calling me again.
Come, Susan. Come. Now you must. I want to lie with my lover at last. Please, please, bring me peace
going? Where the music box is leading me. This time I cannot fail her.
Don't go in there. That's Miss Rachel's old room.
This is where she bids me come. Hold your candle higher. It's empty now. Nothing left but dust.
But it's less than half the room. There's a wall built there.
Where?
In front of us. The two great windows beyond that. They look down on the garden, but this wall, I don't know where it came from or when it was built.
Or why? There's no door in it. It's papered all the way across.
My candle blew out.
My lantern's still lit. And look, there, where the wind tore the paper off the wall, there's a door.
Don't go in there, Miss Susan.
I have to. This is what she's been calling me to do.
Oh, my God. What is it?
Look. On the bed.
It's Miss Rachel's room. Just as it was. And that's her. Just as she was. Oh, the good Lord protect us. How could she still be alive after 15 years?
I knew, son. I knew. Take me to the grave so I can sleep at last.
Oh, my darling, I can't believe it. When Mr. Hughes and I came home in that wind and couldn't find you, I thought I'd lose my mind. I imagined all kinds of things, but nothing like this. Is she alive?
No. She's dead. And she has been all these years.
But it's not possible. 15 years. You can't preserve a corpse. How?
Excuse me, Dr. Fleming.
What, Mr. Hughes?
Believe me, I had no idea. I knew how Carlson and Sarah worshipped the child, but I never dreamed of a love as sick as this. This was their way of keeping her for the rest of their lives, preserved, so that they could never lose her.
But how?
I'm a banker. I can't tell you. But a room hermetically sealed and all Carson's skills. I told you he was a taxidermist. But I never did get a chance to tell you. He ended up his life here in this city as our undertaker.
A grisly ending to a weird story, and yet a happy one. Rachel Huntington was finally laid to her rest alongside the man who might have been her husband. Huntington House was cleared of all shadows and became the nucleus of one of the country's finest hospitals, renowned for the miracles it achieves in saving life rather than preserving the illusion of it. I'll be back shortly. Such an alluring, gentle, lovely sound. The tinkle of a music box. And yet, hearing one, I tend to shudder. Picturing that long dead girl, her eyes open in an unwinking stare, and the voice that never could speak in life, crying out in desperation for peace, never to be heard till at last came Susanna, with her gift of perception. Our cast included Don Scardino, Jada Rowland, Stats Cotsworth, Ann Petoniak, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
For the last time, Walt, please let me go.
Nuts.
Then it has to be this way.
Hap, no, drop that gun.
I'm sorry, Walt. Very sorry. I've known all along you had to die tonight. But I didn't know. I killed you.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Man Who Died Yesterday. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by William Morwood is The Man Who Died Yesterday. Afternoon on a little-traveled highway. A strange-looking man in threadbare clothes stands hopefully by the roadside. A car comes around a curve. Slows up. Stops.
Looking for a lift? Are you headed for New York? That's me. Hop in.
Thank you. It's very good of you. I'm in a hurry to reach New York. I haven't much time, you see.
Yeah, sure. I picked you right off for a big executive on his way to a board meeting.
Nothing like that. It's just that, there's something terribly important I've got to do. A mission.
Oh, Salvation Army, huh?
No, United Nations. I have to see the Secretary General before midnight tonight. That leaves me only 8 hours.
The United... Are you feeling all right, pal?
Yes. I was sick, but I'm feeling fine now.
You don't look so good to me. White as a ghost. Of course, you could do with a haircut, too.
I suppose so. I'm afraid I've been out of touch with civilization a long while. By the way, my name is... was... David Hapgood.
Hi, I'm Walt Griggs.
Can't you drive any faster, Walt? We've still got a long way to go, and... I'm worried about this part of the road. There's going to be a rock slide and...
Rock slide? Oh, you mean those signs? That's nothing to worry about. They put them up... What the...
It's all right. Keep going, Walt. We got through safely.
Yeah, but there was a rock slide, just like you said.
Of course. But
how did you know?
I can see ahead, Walt. See into the future. For 24 hours.
The guy was nuts, of course, but still, what are the odds against calling a long shot like that? 1,000,000 to 1? 1 billion? I gave up trying to figure it. We drove along for about an hour and then stopped for gas. There was this hamburger joint right by.
Where are we going, Walt?
Grab a bite.
Oh, but there isn't time. I've less than 7 hours now, and by midnight
We gotta gas up anyway, and I'm hungry. Come on, Hap.
Hiya, fellas.
Hello, sugar. Sit down, Hap.
What'll it be, boys?
Hamburger for me, sweetheart, with onions. What's yours, Hap?
I'm not hungry.
Oh, busy with your speech for the United Nations, huh? Well, I'll just read this racing form while you're thinking.
Racing form?
Sure, I play the G's all the time. Got some important dough on today's meet. $50 on Alistair to win in the 6th.
Alistair?
Yep.
I'm afraid you'll lose your money, Walt.
What? Don't kid me. Alistair's the hot favorite. It's going to be a walkaway.
Marble the Third won that race.
Marble? What are you, nuts? He's a rank outsider, 100... What do you mean won the race? It hasn't been run yet.
Hasn't it? I didn't know.
Look, wait a minute. Sweetheart.
Yeah?
You think you can get the races on the radio?
Oh, sure. It's all tuned in. A lot of our customers like to listen.
Walt, we can't waste time like this. Who can think about a horse race?
I can. Remember my $50.
What?
The great race. The crowd is going wild with excitement. They're around the bend now, coming into the straight. Alistair is out in front by 2 lanes. The rest of the horses bunched. Alistair is going strong.
Boy, where's your marble, Hap?
Wait.
Entering the last stretch now. It's a walk away for Alistair.
Nice,
4 lengths ahead and no challengers. Wait a minute. Alistair stumbles. Can't regain stride. He's down.
What?
The jockey's thrown clear, but Alistair... The other horses have gone fast. Number 8 is out in front. Number 8. Marble the third. Marble the third. Marble the third, and Marble wins. Rio!
Turn that thing off.
Run for the books, folks. The most extraordinary...
I'll be... You knew it all the time, Hap. You knew Marble had to win.
Of course. Walt, we've got to go.
Sure. Sure, Hap. Anything you say. You're the guy I've been waiting for all my life. I didn't need no more figuring to tell me Hap was a gold mine. And I had him first before anybody else could get their hooks into him. The only thing that worried me was the way he talked. All this about midnight, not having much time. I had to use him while I had him, even if it meant taking chances. So while we drove, I worked on a plan.
Walt, we've left the New York Road. The signs are pointing the other way.
I know. I'm taking a shortcut through a town called Hasek.
Hasek?
Yeah. That name mean anything to you, Hap? Hasek? Think hard.
Let me see. There's going to be a hold-up there tonight at the factory. 2 men involved. There's still the week's payroll, $10,000.
$10,000, huh? They get away with it?
There's a chase, but they shake off the police.
Great. Couldn't be better.
Why?
We're the 2 men, Hap. You and me.
What? No, Walt, no, I'm not a criminal. And I've something else to do with what little time I have left.
You're coming with me, Hap. Maybe this will convince you.
The gun doesn't frighten me. Stop the car and let me out. I've got to get to New York.
All right, look, I'll make a deal with you. You come with me on the stick-up, and I'll drive you straight through to New York without stopping. Are you on?
But I can't, Walt. My message concerns the whole world.
It's the only way you'll get to deliver it.
Well, if it is the only way, all right. There's something more I've got to tell you, Walt.
What's that?
We leave a dead man behind.
It was getting dark when we hit town. I drove down the main street and onto the factory building beyond. It was all dark except for a light in the cashier's office. Hap and I went in. There was a guy sitting at a desk.
Who are you? What do you want?
There's $10,000 in that safe. This is a stick-up, brother.
You're crazy. There's no 10.
Open up. I'll do the talking.
I warn you, man. You'll be caught for this.
Shut up and start turning that dial.
All right. I guess you win.
Come on. Snap into it.
I'm doing the best I can.
That's it. Now hand out those greenbacks. Come on, get a move on.
Watch out, Walt. He's turning in an alarm.
Oh, you double-crossing rat. Oh! Hey! Carry! You! It's the guy that had to be killed, Hap?
Yes.
Okay, then step on it. The cops will be swarming around like flies.
They're gaining on us, Walt.
I can't go any faster. I'm down to the floorboards already.
They'll start shooting soon.
You sure we get away? There's no slip-up?
No. We get away all right.
Good.
Where did they get you, Walt?
My arm. What do we do, Hap?
Keep driving till we hit that bend in the road.
Yeah?
There's a clump of willows around the corner. Pull in there.
Okay. Here goes. Douse the lights.
Off.
Shook him, Hap. Just like you said.
No hurry. Get back to the New York Road. I've less than 3 hours left.
Okay, but I gotta stop and see a doctor.
A doctor?
Sure, my arm. Oh, what's the matter, Hap?
I'm afraid of that doctor. Something happens there that I don't understand.
What is it?
I don't know. It's something I should have explained before. I can see into the future for you, Walt, and for everyone else. but not for myself.
Yes?
You the doctor?
What can I do for you?
Oh, my arm. I had a little accident. I was cleaning my gun and it went off.
Come into my office.
Yeah.
And this man?
He's just a friend of mine. Nothing the matter with him.
I don't agree. Looks much sicker than you do.
No, doctor, really.
Your face, it's the color of...
No, I'm all right. Believe me. Please hurry with my friend.
It'll only take a second. Just get my stethoscope.
Look, let's quit kidding around, Doc. I'm the one that...
Quiet. Good Lord.
What's the matter, Doc? Why are you looking at him like that?
But it's impossible, of course, but there's no heartbeat.
No.
But that's impossible. If your heart wasn't beating, you'd be...
Dead? Yes. I've been dead since yesterday, at midnight.
Staring at him, at the living corpse of the man who died yesterday, Walt and the doctor draw back in horror. Just who is David Hapgood? Perhaps we'll know when the clock strikes 12 for Murder at Midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and the man who died yesterday.
The goose pimples were standing out on me. Here I'd found the guy, been with him for hours, through a hole up in a kiln. And now I was hearing from his own lips that he was dead. He gave me the creeps. I wanted to take it in the land, but instead I was froze to the floor. I heard the doc saying...
You've been dead since yesterday?
Yes, doctor.
But that's impossible. There must be some explanation, some obscure heart condition.
There is an explanation, but not that kind. You see, I was cheated out of 24 hours at the time of my birth, and I'm just making up for it now.
How do you mean?
This will sound fantastic to you, but nevertheless it's true. I was born on a ship crossing the international date line. I started coming into the world during the last moments of a Friday and finished up early on Sunday. So I skipped a whole day of my life. I've always been living 24 hours ahead of myself.
But that's shit.
Gospel, Doc. He can call the turn on anything like he was reading tomorrow's paper.
I told you it would sound fantastic, Doctor. But it is true. When I realized it, I tried not to use it for selfish ends. I wanted to help people, but I never could. People would never listen to me, believe me. Finally, I realized that there was no place for me in the world, that man wasn't meant to know the future. So I went away, up into the woods.
How long ago?
About 10 years ago. Away from civilization, it was easier. I still knew what was going to happen, of course, but with no way to communicate my knowledge, my conscience was at rest. That is, until last night.
Last night?
I had caught a cold. It developed into pneumonia. I was deathly sick. I couldn't breathe and lost consciousness. Then suddenly, at midnight, I was well. Quite well. Not a trace of my illness. I knew what had happened, of course. I was dead. But I still had my missing day to live. I knew I must use it for the benefit of mankind.
How?
There's something I know. Something that involves the fate of millions of people. Unless some action is taken within the next few hours.
What action? What is it?
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you, Doctor. I can't tell anyone except the Secretary-General of the United Nations. And I must reach him before midnight, before I'm really dead.
It's getting on to 10 o'clock.
Now do you understand why I'm in such a hurry?
I'll say, let's get going, Hap. Never mind about my arm. That can wait.
No, listen to me, Hap. You can't leave.
What?
As far as your being able to read the future is concerned, well, it doesn't matter whether I believe that or not, but that heart condition of yours, that's something unique in medical history. Now, you've got to let me take you to a hospital where it can be studied properly.
Lay off that stuff.
I'll phone for an ambulance.
Stay away from that phone. He's mine.
Yours? Do you realize what this can mean to science?
Don't give me that talk. You just want to grab him off for yourself.
Nonsense.
Stop it, both of you. I don't belong to anyone. I'm not a specimen to be examined. I've got a mission to perform for all of civilization. I've got to get to the United Nations before...
Now, no matter how you've been deluding yourself, young man, you're terribly sick. I'm going to phone the hospital...
Okay, you asked for it.
I must get away from here.
Hap, come back here. Come back here. Okay, if you're dead, it won't hurt you, and if you're not...
Oh!
Holy smoke. That bullet went right through you and only knocked you down.
Let go of me, Walt.
Try to run away, huh?
I've got to get to New York. Nothing can stop
You're coming with me, Hap. I got plans for us as long as you last.
You've got your 10,000. What more do you want?
A chance to run it up to 100,000 and we can do it. I know the place and you can call the cars.
But there's no time.
I'm figuring on only a couple of hours. That's plenty.
Listen, Walt. I'm asking you for the last time. Let go. Do a decent thing for once in your life.
Nuts.
What I'm trying to do, it's for you as much for millions of others.
I never gave a cuss about the others, and I'm not starting now.
All right, Walt. Then it has to be this way.
Hap, drop that gun.
Oh! I'm sorry, Walt. Very sorry. I've known all along that you had to die tonight. But I didn't know that I'd kill you.
Kind of a silent type, ain't you?
Sorry?
Oh, that's all right. I don't like fellas that gab too much. You know, it was nice of you to pick me up back there on the road.
I was lonely. Besides, I needed reassurance.
How's that?
You see, I've been out of touch with civilization for some time, and the people I've met today weren't inspiring.
You're a strange guy, do you know it?
Am I?
Yeah, I mean, the way you talk and look. You don't look quite real. Oh, now don't get me wrong. I like you a lot.
Oh, I'm glad.
Well, for instance, we've been driving for nearly an hour now, and you haven't even made a pass at me once.
I'm afraid that wouldn't do either of us much good.
Yeah, but just the same, a girl appreciates a little thing like that. Incidental, what's your name?
You can call me Hap.
Hi, Hap. I'm Hazel.
How do you do?
Well, I guess I ought to tell you something about myself.
Well, I know a little already.
Huh?
You're going to New York to find your fiancé, aren't you?
Yeah, a guy called... Say, how'd you know that?
You're going to look him up in the phone book and call. And then you're going to find out that he's married.
What? Oh, you're kidding me. Jim wouldn't do a thing like that. He'd wait for me forever. He said he would. And, hey, why are we stopping?
Almost out of gas.
Howdy, folks.
Fill her up as quickly as possible.
Okay.
How far to New York from here?
Well, you ought to be at George Washington Bridge in about 10 minutes.
Fine.
You folks hear about all the excitement on the highway?
No, what happened?
Well, the cops are looking for a crazy killer. Murdered 3 people. One was a stick-up. The other 2 was a doctor and his own sidekick.
Oh, what's he look like?
Well, according to the radio, he's got a chalk white face, a mop of hair that looks like it hasn't been cut in weeks, no hat, and...
What's the matter, Bud? What are you staring at?
Your friend, I gotta get something out of the office. I'll be back in a minute.
He's going to phone the police. This is your chance to get out, Hazel.
Oh, no, I'm staying with you, Hap. Now, you better get moving and keep moving. No sign we're being followed. We may make it yet.
Are you frightened, Hazel? Being with me?
I guess I should be, but I'm not.
Thank you.
Somehow I can't believe you're crazy. If you killed anyone, you knew what you were doing and you had a good reason.
Thank you again. You don't know what that means to me.
Have people always been scared of you, Hap?
Most people. Till I met you. Why couldn't I have met you sooner, Hazel?
Well, what's wrong with now?
It's a little late.
Not for me.
You honestly mean that?
Sure.
Well, then perhaps it's going to be all right after all. Perhaps we'll meet again.
What do you mean?
I didn't mean to tell you this. Perhaps I shouldn't now. It may cause you pain.
Go ahead. I can stand it.
After you call Jim your fiancé and find that he's married, you start across the street in a daze. A taxi is driving too fast and...
It's got my number on it, huh?
Yes, I'm sorry. And yet, in a way... What did that sign say, Hazel?
George Washington Bridge, 2 miles.
Oh, I'm going to make it. There's still time. The Secretary General is in his home. They'll let me in when they hear my message. I'll have most of an hour with him. It's not quite 11 yet.
11? Hey, your watch must have stopped.
What?
Look, there's a clock on the building.
Where?
Up to the right, there.
3 minutes of 12. Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Hap?
Oh, I can't make it. Oh, I've lost. Unless... a telephone. There's still time for that.
Well, why are you stopping here? There's no phone.
In that house, the family's all in bed upstairs. There's a telephone in the parlor.
But the door's sure to be
They've
locked.
forgotten to latch the parlor window.
Hey, how do you know all these things?
Never mind now. Goodbye, Hazel.
But I'll be waiting here.
No, you better start down the road. The police mustn't find you.
But when you come back, I'll be here.
I won't be back, Hazel. This is goodbye. For keeps.
But you've got to come back. You've got to.
Operator, get me the Secretary General of the United Nations at his home. Hurry, please, it's urgent. Hello? The Secretary General, please, it's terribly important. No, I've got to speak to him personally. Midnight. Hello? Will you get him for me? There's no time left and... never mind. I'll tell you. It's about...
That's his car outside, officer. I'll swear to that.
He must have climbed in this window. We better go in and have a look.
There was a girl with him when he left my gas station. She ought to be around.
Where's the light?
Here. There he is, on the floor. And he looks...
He's dead, all right.
No wonder. Look at that hole in his chest.
Wait a minute. There's something funny here. That wound never bled.
Huh?
The only way that could happen is if he was dead before the bullet hit him.
Two men staring at a corpse that is finally still. And still forever. The corpse of the man who died yesterday. While outside, somewhere in the night, a restless spirit keeps a rendezvous that none can avoid. And the distant clocks chime the last notes in epilogue for... Murder at Midnight. Remember to be with us again when death brings time to a full stop and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. part of David Hapgood was played by Stuart Brody. Vandell Kramer was Walt. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Waterfront. Kegel calling.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lou Kegel, ace New York detective, fighter of crime on the waterfront.
Last Friday, the Metropolitan Art Museum requested headquarters to furnish someone who'd like to take a short boat ride. Seems a few of their highly valued paintings were slated to be put on exhibition at a kind of international go-to being held down in Bermuda, and they wanted a man to come on along and see that nothing happened to the stuff. So I went to Bermuda. And it's a pretty little island. I liked it. Oh, there wasn't much to do. Played some golf. Got into the water once or twice. Anyway, last night ended the convention, vacation or whatever, and this morning I checked aboard the Promethean for the return trip to New York. We're out of port about an hour when a steward knocks on my door, says, Captain Archer presents his compliments and would like to see me in his cabin at my very earliest convenience, which means pronto, so I go right down.
Lieutenant Kegel, I'll come straight to the point. As master of this ship, I'm directly responsible for the safety of my passengers. Well, this morning, one of them, a young lady, appealed to me for protection.
Against what?
Kidnapping.
On a ship?
Almost my exact words. But here's the difficulty. The young lady is not just any young lady. She's Helena Dawson.
Well, happy Easter.
The name doesn't do anything for you? Dawson? Oyster Bay?
Oh, wait a minute. The soap chips.
And the oil
Sure. I see what you mean.
Exactly. So in view of that, and now I'm thinking as an employee of the line, to ignore the appeal would be unwise.
But crank stuff, huh?
I wish I could be certain.
You think she isn't a crank?
Now, this girl's not a run-of-the-mill heiress. In fact, she may never get a penny from her family.
What's the problem there?
About 8 or 9 years ago, she broke with them.
Oh, now wait a minute. I'm getting it back. Wasn't she the girl who walked out the night of her debut?
And left the country. That's the one.
Oh, Helena Dawson. Sure, I remember now. That was big stuff. What happened to her?
She came to Bermuda and took a job as a teacher. From what I can gather, she's been on her own ever since.
Well, now tell me how the kidnapping scare works in.
Yes. Well, she says it started 2 weeks ago in Bermuda when an anonymous phone call came. Seems a man at the other end of the line instructed her to leave $10,000 at a designated spot within the next 5 days or she'd be kidnapped. She ignored the threat. A week later, it was repeated.
Well, what did the police have to say about it?
Miss Dawson didn't report it to them.
Well, that was bright.
Afraid of publicity, I'd imagine.
Whereas if the kidnapping went through, she wouldn't get any, I suppose.
Perhaps she'd made arrangements to have it done quietly, Lieutenant.
Well, don't they kill you? What happened then?
Well, even though she didn't take the authorities into her confidence, she had good sense enough to be frightened. That's why she's on this ship.
Well, how do you mean?
Miss Dawson felt that if she left Bermuda for a while, whoever was behind the kidnap threats would think she'd done so on the advice of the police and be scared off.
Yeah, but wait a minute. If the Dawson girl is at such pains to keep her problem quiet, why does she suddenly dump it in your lap?
I'm coming to that. Less than 30 minutes ago, she found this note in her vanity case. She swears it wasn't there when we sailed.
The price remains the same, but now it's pay up or else you won't leave this boat alive. Well, what's this about a white scarf?
Oh. Well, according to Miss Dawson, that was originally mentioned in the second threat she received by phone in Bermuda. The man told her to appear at a certain time in the Hamilton post office wearing a white scarf if she was ready to accept his terms. That would be the sign.
Movies. Everybody goes to the movies. Now he wants her to wear it in the ship's salon tonight, any time between 10 and 12.
Well, what do you make of it, Lieutenant?
You asking me to come into this?
I'd be very grateful. So would Miss Dawson. She and I went over the list very carefully, and you're the only passenger experienced in police work we could find.
What about your own men?
Oh, same old thing. Everyone will know something is up, and that's what she's trying to avoid.
Garbo.
What's that?
You sure her name isn't Garbo?
Certain. Well, Lieutenant?
Okay, where do I find her?
Stateroom 1270. I'll phone down and tell her you're coming.
Either I hadn't been listening, or else Captain Archer had purposely avoided describing Miss Dawson, because for some reason or other it gets stuck in my head that she's mostly on the plain side. After all, who but a crow would pick the night of her coming out party to leave town? I keep on like this all the way down to her stateroom, and by the time she opens the door, I'm prepared for anything from Tugboat Annie to the Medusa.
Good morning.
Is this 1270 stateroom?
You're Lieutenant Gagel.
Yes. Is Miss Dawson expecting me?
I'm Miss Dawson. Won't you come in?
Oh, thanks. I'm Lieutenant Gagel.
Captain Archer phoned to say that you'd take the case. I don't know what the usual fee for a thing like this.
No. That's a private detective. This comes out of your taxes. I'm on the New York force.
Oh, but surely no one expects you.
I'm not on vacation. Forget it. Let's talk about the note you received. Look, are you sure it couldn't have been put in your vanity case before you came aboard?
Absolutely. You see, as soon as my luggage was brought here to the stateroom, I opened the case for a new lipstick. If the note were there, I couldn't have missed it.
Is that the case, the small alligator job?
Yes.
Well, then what?
I closed the vanity, although I didn't lock it, and left the stateroom. I wanted to watch us cast off. But up on deck, it was so crowded, I decided instead to go to the dining room and have some coffee. Well, that was equally crowded, so I came back here and began unpacking. It was then that I found the note.
You were gone about 15 minutes.
No less. 10.
Mm-hmm. You know anyone on board?
Yeah, 3 people. Or rather 2. Dr. Reed and his nurse, Miss Barber. Their patient, Mrs. Pritchett, is barely an acquaintance.
Is Reed's stateroom far from here?
Just on the companionway. But before you say anything, Dr. Reed's out of the question. If during my 8 years in Bermuda I made one friend, it would be he.
Mm-hmm.
The man was my doctor, father, counselor, just everything.
Dr. Reed knows you're on the ship.
Oh, it was arranged that way. You see, about a month ago, Mrs. Pritchett, the patient I mentioned, lost her husband. Well, the poor woman's been an invalid herself for years, confined to a wheelchair most of the time, eyesight failing. Well, she's over 80.
Mm-hmm.
So Dr. Reed suggested that since she had no living relatives in Bermuda to look after her, she needs almost constant attention. It would be advisable to return to America and take up residence with her daughter's family.
I see.
Mrs. Pritchett agreed to do it, but only if Dr. Reed would see her safely there.
You tell Reed about the phone calls you got?
Oh, no. When I found he was taking this ship, I simply pretended the idea of a visit to New York sounded interesting, and would he consider it an imposition if I tagged along?
Okay. You've got no idea who might be behind this extortion thing?
None.
Well, what do you want to do about it?
I want protection, of course. Someone has threatened to kill me unless
Sure. Protection's all right, and you'll get that, but that's not the whole story. You got to take a stand. You want to play along and smoke this bird out? Ignore him? Pay him off? Which is it?
I certainly don't intend to pay him a cent. As for smoking him out, I hardly think he's worth the effort. Do you?
Okay, you decide what to do.
Well, simply this. We arrive in New York within 48 hours, and if during that time you'll protect me, with as little ceremony as possible, from whomever wrote that note, be he public enemy or pickpocket, I won't ask for anything else.
You mean just hang around in the background like a bouncer?
Or in the foreground, like a traveling companion. I'm an easy person to get along with.
Well, when does it start?
Right now, I guess.
Maybe the dining room's not so crowded now. Helena.
If, it isn't, would you join me for a cup of coffee?
Lou?
Lou?
Delighted. I'd be delighted. The coffee takes about an hour. A very pleasant hour, by the way, and then Helena marches me into the lounge where we spend the morning playing Russian Bank. During lunch, I ask if she'd mind my looking up Dr. Reed. Helena decides he may as well know what's going on now, since I'll have to be explained to him sooner or later anyway, so when the meal's over, I excuse myself and walk down to his stateroom. He's a very strange-looking guy, this Reed, man about 60, with a head like a bowling ball. Skin the color of an apple that's been bit into and left to stand for a while. I bring him up to date on what's happened, why I'm involved, and then he makes what you might think is a perfectly innocent statement.
I lay the entire scheme at the feet of some ill-informed crank. $10,000. Helena doesn't have near that amount.
Except that I didn't tell him the note demanded $10,000. I simply said a lot of money. Of course, you might have figured if folks could raise it without much effort.
I shouldn't wonder. What steps are you taking, Lieutenant?
None. Miss Dawson doesn't want me to.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. That's Miss Barber. Come in. Miss Barber, this is Lieutenant Cagle of the New York Police Department.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Doctor, Mrs. Pritchett's coming around. I thought maybe...
Of course. Be along presently. You'll pardon me, Lieutenant. I dislike breaking off our conversation so abruptly, but my patient...
Forget it. We can talk about this later.
As you see, my time is restricted, but if in any way I can help or counsel you, I'd be only too glad. For years, Helena's been like a daughter to me.
Yeah, that's what she said. Reed certainly put his foot in that one. I just hope the look on my face didn't give it back to him. $10,000, huh? He's probably been thinking $10,000 so much he can't even keep it out of his conversation. Normally, at this point in any other case, I'd be telling myself what a hot rock Lou Cagle is when it comes to fast solutions. But now I had a problem in my hands. How was I going to tell Helena? After all, it's kind of a blow to find out the person who's supposed to be your closest friend is trying to shake you down for $10,000. So, for the rest of the afternoon, every time the subject comes up, I move her along to a new one. After dinner, we kill most of the evening sitting around the ship's salon, and by 11 p.m., when they close, I've decided I can't put it off any longer. Helena says she'd like a cigarette before turning in, so we step outside and we stroll up the promenade deck. Cool?
Just right.
I'll bet it's snowing in New York.
Lou, look.
What?
A falling star.
Oh. That's pretty, huh? Did you make a wish?
Uh-huh.
Helena, how long have you known Dr. Reed?
More than 7 years. Why?
Oh, I was wondering where he practiced before he came to Bermuda.
No place. He's a native of the island.
Reed was born there?
Lou, are you cross-examining me?
Sorry. It's an occupational disease.
Oh, I met Dr. Reed in 1941, the winter. He nursed me through a case of the grip. And then when I got well and tried to pay him, he wouldn't take the money.
How come?
He knew how much a school teacher made.
Pretty rough, huh?
How did you taste this, Simple? $1,650 a year.
Which, I imagine, went for cigarettes.
Oh, I lived on it. What's more, in 2 years, I'd saved enough to buy a second-hand car that I used to go around.
Helena, look out. Get down. Don't move. Hug the wall. It came from up on the boat deck.
What?
Stay here.
Where are you going?
The boat deck. Hug that wall and don't move. I'll be back in a minute. It was Reed. As he raised the gun, I'd caught his shadow in the hatchway above us. A head like a bowling ball. You couldn't miss it. I creep up the stairs fast, about 2/3 of the way, then flatten down and heist myself forward till the deck spreads out just level with my eyes. It's deserted. And a little bit too quiet. Plus, that if the moon were any brighter, it'd blind me. I'm almost convinced there isn't a way in the world to get on that deck without being seen when I notice something. Stretched along the rail on my right are half a dozen lifeboats. And whenever the ship lists or rises out of a trough, the prow of the lifeboat nearest me throws up a shadow over the mouth of my hatchway. It lasts maybe 4 seconds, which is time enough to crawl to the rail and get down out of sight behind one of those boats if I'm quick. I haven't more than made up my mind to try it when the ship trembles again, dips to one side, hangs there a second, starts back, and now the lifeboat begins to spill its shadow across the hatchway. I hold off until I'm sure the shadow's almost as long as it's going to get, and then, with all the force I can, I throw myself toward the lifeboat. It's a typical jerk trick. I'm trying to rush up a 30-degree slope with everything else on board pulling the other way. Nijinsky at the top of his leap. If I were trying to get shot, I couldn't do a better job. But I finally do stop teetering back and forth and stumble behind the lifeboat, and by then it's pretty clear that Dr. Reed has either gone to bed or put away his gun for the evening. A minute or so goes by while I catch my breath, and then suddenly I hear the sound of voices floating up from the deck below me. And one of them's Helena's. But it's not till I crawl over to the hatchway that I find out who the other belongs to.
I had to do the thing at this time. Furthermore, if I didn't come close, it wouldn't have looked authentic. Kegel's no fool.
Maybe if they were inches from hitting us when you're trying
Don't
to do
excite yourself. It's over. You're unharmed.
I'm surprised to be alive.
Forget that precious neck of yours and keep your mind on the job. Will you do that for once? I'll be going now. Wouldn't do for him to find me here.
No, it wouldn't.
Call me in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
It seems like 10 years before I get to my feet and walk down the deck from that hatchway. I don't know. Everyone's in on this but me. But in on what? That question comes back again because Helena and Reed obviously have some brand new racket going, but like every other question of the jackpot variety, I can't answer it. Nor can I see how they expect to make any money by such monkey shines. Unless, of course, Helena's helping the doc shake a few thousand out of her old man by means of a phony extortion plot. Which reminds me that Helena's still waiting at the foot of the hatchway, or at least I think she is. But when I get down there, nobody's around. Back in my stateroom, I find a note slipped under the door in which she explains how terrifying it all was and that she couldn't bear another minute alone out in the dark and please call her first thing in the morning. Looks like first thing in the morning is everybody's favorite time for contacting Kegel because about 7:15 along comes a steward with some more of Captain Archer's compliments and an invitation to eat breakfast with him in his cabin.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, Captain.
I get you up?
Uh-huh.
I like your eggs, fried, dropped,
No, coffee. Just some coffee, please.
Very well. Miss Dawson found any more threatening letters in her baggage?
Well, not that I know of. No cream, thanks.
All right. Here you are.
We, did get some action last night. Gentleman who'd been hiding up on the boat deck fired 2 shots at us.
Fired 2... Kegel.
It's okay. Didn't hurt anybody. Didn't intend to.
But, man, in heaven's name, you should have reported it immediately.
If I didn't know who he was, I would have.
Well,
Now, look, Captain, you've got to go along with me on this. Take my word, he won't try it again. Also, please don't ask me who he is. The extortion notes are a blind for his real activity. And if he once guesses we're even half onto him, you'll never see the bottom of this case.
Kegel, this is most irregular. As captain of the ship,
I know. You're responsible for the safety of your passengers, and that's exactly why things have to be kept quiet. Unless we really hustle, this bird might slide through without having a glove laid on him. As it stands now, I can't guess what he's up to, but I'll bet it's illegal.
Yes.
What time do we dock tomorrow?
10 in the morning, New York time.
Mm-hmm.
Not much use in my planning any further for tonight's dinner, I suppose.
Dinner?
Yes, just a little thing. Last night out, stretching a custom. Thought perhaps you, Miss Dawson, possibly that doctor friend of hers might join me.
That sounds fine. Why call it off?
Well, in view of all the tension...
There isn't any tension.
Huh?
Or at least, Captain, we shouldn't show it. I think your party's a good idea.
For a fact?
Sure. If you want me to, I'll issue the invitation.
Good. Grand. I wish you would. 8 o'clock this evening, my table. Come early. We'll have some cocktails.
After leaving Captain Archer's cabin, I start down to the dining room when suddenly I remember that part in Helena's note about calling her first thing in the morning. I'm anxious to get moving anyhow, so even though it's pretty early, I go down and knock on her stateroom door.
Oh, Lou. Come on inside.
Well, how'd you sleep?
It's not very funny.
Well, I didn't mean it to be.
I'm sorry. It's just that all night I kept seeing her.
Don't apologize. You've got good reason to be jumpy.
Who was it? Did you see anyone find anything out?
Whoever shot at us was off the deck before I got up there.
Lou, what am I going to do? I'm afraid to leave the room. I'm afraid to stay in it.
Come on now. Get a hold of yourself. It's broad daylight.
No, it won't be broad daylight forever, Lou.
Have you had your breakfast yet?
What?
Breakfast. What's the matter? Aren't you hungry?
Oh, no.
Oh, you can't worry on an empty stomach. Come on. It was a good act, all around. And by the time we finish our grapefruit juice, Helena's appetite and confidence are on the upswing. And 20 minutes later, when we get up from the table, nothing will do but a stroll on deck. Well, more like it, huh?
Mm-hmm, a lot more.
You know, that's the first pancake I've had in years.
You mean the first half dozen?
Say, isn't that Dr. Reed way down there?
Where?
Near the lady in the wheelchair. No, out from the rail.
Oh. Well, yes, it is.
She the Mrs. Pritchard who's so sick?
Uh-huh. It's odd Miss Barbara, the nurse, doesn't seem to be around.
Somebody's sitting on the other side of the wheelchair.
Oh, that's she. I couldn't see her at first. Oh, Lou, before we get up to them, don't say anything about last night, will you?
Okay. All bundled up, isn't she?
Who?
The old lady. You can hardly see her face. What's the matter? They afraid she'll catch a cold?
That, she already has one. Good morning, Doctor.
Helena, good morning. Morning, Lieutenant.
Dr. Reed, Miss Barber.
Good morning, sir. Morning, Miss Dawson.
Would you mind awfully if we continued our conversation a few feet away from my patient? She's had a very bad night. Just now dropped off, and the slightest sound.
No.
Of course, we understand.
Poor woman. I'm coming to regret ever having advised the trip. This'll do. We're far enough.
What's wrong with her?
Just now? A resurgent allergy, and she has dozens of them. I thought getting out of that stuffy cabin for a bit might help.
It put her to sleep. That's something.
Yes, I expect so. What about you, Helena?
Nothing new.
Doesn't surprise me. Crank notes. I'll wager the lieutenant's seen scads of them.
A couple. By the way, we three are invited out for dinner tonight. Captain Archer. Everyone accept?
I'd love it.
That's two of us. How about you, Doctor?
Absolutely.
Excuse me, Doctor. Your patient seems...
Thank you. Miss Barber, she's getting restless. Take her below, will you?
Yes, Doctor. I didn't notice.
And here, give her a few sniffs of this menthol inhaler before she drops off again.
Certainly. Thank you. Now, here we are. Just breathe in deeply. Deeply. That's the spirit. She's quieting down.
Fine. You'd best go back to the stateroom. I'll be with you directly. Can you forgive me? About this evening, tell Captain Archer I'll make every effort, but please explain the situation to him.
Oh, of course we will.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, Lieutenant.
Doctor.
Yes?
You dropped something.
I?
Your fountain pen. Here.
Why, so I did. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thanks very much.
At last, there's something. Maybe only half something, but anyhow enough to move ahead with. It's late afternoon before I shake Helena long enough to start the machinery for cablegram to the Chief of Police, Hamilton, Bermuda. And I'm still waiting for an answer at 7:15 when Captain Archer's farewell dinner party gets underway. Dr. Reed managed to come after all, a break I intend to take advantage of, but quick. On the third martini, he begins to lose that alert look of his, so I push back my chair, mutter a few excuses, and start out of the dining room. Crossing the mezzanine, I take a peek over my shoulder to see if the sudden exit provoked any comment from Reed or Helena. Well, apparently not. Both of them are having a big yuck over one of Captain Archer's 10-minute jokes, and he's getting ready to tell another, so it looks okay. 2 minutes later, I'm standing in front of the door to Reed's stateroom, fingering a skeleton key. There's only one thing. The adjoining room, the one occupied by Miss Barber and the old lady, is connected to his by a door that may or may not be open. If it is, I'm a gone dog, but since I've come this far... Still in business. The door to Miss Barber's room is closed. There's a blade of light coming from under it, though, so I have to make with the pussy feet. Now, where to begin? Reed's desk is the obvious place, but it's at the other end of the room, therefore out comes the pocket flashlight, which is a Lulu. It throws a beam all the length of a pop bottle. Somehow I pick my way over to the desk, kneel down, and start easing the bottom drawer open. Pencils, cablegram blanks. The one above it doesn't even have the pencils. Now, here's the department. Stethoscope, thermometers. What's this? Home is the sailor. Uh-oh, and that's from the corridor. Well, anyway, it's not Reed. He wouldn't knock at his own door. I barely snap off the flash and duck behind a chair when... It's Helena. She just stands there, peering through the half-open door into the darkness, listening. And then, as unexpectedly as she arrived, she's gone again. But not, I may as well face it, not before convincing herself that room was not empty. And since that puts everyone onto everyone, I'm afraid by the time I patch all this stuff together, Reed will have shot up half the boat. Well, at least I found what I came after. On my way back to the dining room, a steward hands me a cablegram, the reply from Bermuda, and it reads, according to best reports, Miss Helena Dawson checked aboard the liner Promethean yesterday morning, bound for New York City, signed so-and-so, so-and-so, Chief of Police Hamilton. It's the Promethean I'm on, so everything still gels. When I come up to the table, Captain Archer and Dr. Reed are in the middle of a long discussion on whether many seafaring men still suffer from malnutrition. But not Helena.
Well, Lou, we missed you. Where have you been?
Well, now, that's an unfair question. In the first place...
Lieutenant,
Huh?
you know something about this. I've been trying to explain to Dr. Reed here that feeding a crew of 40 of these...
And that's how it goes for the rest of the evening, back and forth. Helena working to pry me loose from anything she can. Captain Archer and Reed dragging me in to settle every argument they have. Around 10 o'clock, though, the wind begins to shift. Helena's managed to get it across to the doctor that there's something fishy about me. And the way the party breaks up would make your head swim.
Surely you'll have a nightcap, Doctor.
Thank you, no, Captain. I just had mine. We early risers, you know.
Miss Dawson, Lieutenant?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. Not at all. My pleasure. Anyway, I hope you come to see me before we dock tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
All right. At least drop in and say goodbye.
We'll do that. Night, Captain.
Good night.
Good night, Captain.
Miss Dawson?
Oh, thank you for everything, Captain. It was lovely.
Reed and I see Helena to her stateroom, and then we split up. By now, it's become a button thing. They know that I know, but they don't know I know that they know. Which is involved, but I can't lay it out for you any better. Back in my own room, I start getting things ready for what I'm sure is going to happen within the next 10 minutes. First of all, my bed. After I shut off the light, I rumple it up, jam the two pillows under the covers, and start shaping them to look like somebody lying there. No matter how I do it, they still come off like two pillows, but maybe in the dark it'll hold. Then I swing open one of the portholes that faces on deck and squat down directly below it. And for once in my life, I've called a turn. The square foot of rug under me isn't even warm when I hear somebody approaching on the deck outside. I count a slow 20 before I edge over and pick up the phone. Now, maybe this sounds porky, but if a ballistics expert can't turn the 3 slugs he'll dig out of my mattress into an attempted murder charge, I'll hand in my badge.
Operator.
Connect me with Miss Dawson's stateroom, will you? 1270.
One moment, please.
I thought those footsteps sounded just a little bit too dainty to be Dr. Reed's.
Sorry, the party doesn't answer, sir.
That's okay. Put me through to Captain Archer's cabin, will you?
One moment, please.
Hello?
Captain Archer?
Yes?
Lieutenant Cagle. We're about to go to work. Strap on your pistol.
You got the man who shot at you last night?
I've got his number anyway. How soon can you round up a couple of men and come to stateroom 1265?
That's your place?
No, it's his.
Why, right away. Immediately.
Fine. I'll be inside when you get there, so don't bother to knock. I hang up, look down at the luminous dial on my wristwatch, and follow that second hand around for a full turn. Then I step out into the corridor and start to walk. Halfway to Reed's stateroom, a wrong thing begins growing up inside of me. Anger. Anger at the pretty face I went soft on that wound up trying to dish me a shroud. But an angry cop's no good to himself, so I work to shake it off. And I'm still working when the door to stateroom 1265 appears in front of me, and behind the door I hear voices. Reed and Helena. Hello!
Hello!
You missed.
Cagle, what's the meaning
It's a shame to miss like that, isn't it, Helena? When you're so close, when you planned it so well.
Lieutenant, you're drunk. What do you mean barging in here?
You'll tell me before I leave. You'll tell me what's behind everything.
Please, if there's something
Your
you
face
want
is too straight. You bet there's something. 3 shots and all into the bedclothes. Some waste.
What are you talking about?
Here. A gun like this one. That's what I'm talking about. And if we all don't get down to some plain talk pretty soon,
Lieutenant Cagle, you completely out of your hands.
In the name of heaven, Archer, have your men take this man.
Don't you know who these people are?
No, I don't, Captain, and the same goes for you.
Cagle, I came down here in good faith. I won't be made a laughing stock.
That's right, you won't. I've got enough in this crowd to put them away for a long time.
I warn you, Captain Archer, this drunken idiot...
And if you'll quiet down, I'll tell you what it is.
All right, Lieutenant. Speak up, and it had better be good.
If there aren't any objections...
This is preposterous.
Do I finish, Captain?
Go on.
The man who fired those 2 shots at Miss Dawson and me last night was Dr. Reed.
Is that quite enough to convince you, Captain?
No,
I
can't prove it. It's my word against his. But I did tell you this morning that I knew the man. Isn't that right?
Lieutenant,
And I said he meant to miss us, didn't I?
So you did, but...
Have you noticed how quiet it's gotten around here all of a sudden?
Well, in the first place, Dr. Reed and I've been friends for 8 years.
You said 7 years last night. You were friends in Bermuda, too. Wasn't that the story? All right, then tell me, how is it someone who's lived all that time on an island where they don't allow automobiles finds one to buy secondhand? And while I'm on you, where's the gun with the silencer you tried to use on me 10 minutes ago?
Gun?
After all, Lieutenant...
After plenty, Captain, you take a look at my mattress. It's got 3 bullet holes in it. And Helena put them there. No, I can't prove it.
Well, then, Lieutenant, just what can you prove?
Where's your patient?
Mrs. Pritchard? Captain Archer, this is the very
Next
last...
door in the wheelchair?
Lieutenant, I failed
Would
to
you
see
mind bringing her in?
I most certainly would. I appeal to you, Captain.
Yes, we've heard all this. She's over 80, eyesight failing, weak heart.
Well, Lieutenant, if that's the case...
It's not the case, Captain. She isn't 30, her eyesight's fine, and if there's anything wrong with her heart, you can blame these 2.
Oh, Lou, what's come over you
Captain, when you
tonight?
ask one of your men to open that door.
Cagle, who is it you expect to find in there?
Look, you see this inhaler? It looks like the regulation menthol variety that people use for colds, doesn't it?
Yeah?
I took it from Reed's desk tonight. Here, smell it.
Menthol? Why, that's...
Right, it's chloroform. He's been using it consistently on this woman that he calls Mrs. Pritchett for at least 38 hours. Now will you get that door open?
Reynolds, open it up.
Wheel her in, Miss Barber. The game's over. There you are. Look at her. Even with the gray wig and the makeup job, there's not much doubt, is there, Captain?
But who is she?
Wake her up. She'll tell you.
Captain, if you allow a hand to be laid on that woman, you'll...
Yesterday morning, a young lady who claimed to be Helena Dawson came to your captain cabin and asked for police protection, didn't she?
Why, of course.
And then you both scoured the passenger list to see who qualified for such a job. In other words, you helped her find out how many cops were on board. That's all she wanted. An accurate count of the opposition. Turned out there was just one, me, and what a break that was for them. If I could be kept busy chasing wild geese, Reed here would be able to wheel his patient right off the ship without even lowering his head.
But
Here's the way smart crooks work, Captain. An hour ago, the chief of police in Bermuda sent me a wire saying that Helena Dawson was on this ship. Which is just what everybody's been telling me. And if I hadn't smelled that chloroform on deck this morning, the investigation would have stopped right there. Well, the chief was right. She is on this ship, but not the way he thought. Helena Dawson was kidnapped, drugged, and brought aboard in a wheelchair. That wheelchair. And if you don't believe me, wake her up. She knows her own name.
Nurse, bring her in.
Captain Archer, I'm warning you, the consequence for such an...
I'm prepared to accept them. Bring her too, nurse.
Where? Don't please. Not anymore.
Look, you're all right. It's okay now. Now listen. Listen to me. Who are you? What's your name? Your name. Your name. What is it?
I don't know. Name? Oh. Helena Dawson.
Okay. Okay, Captain, there it is.
And sure enough, there it was. A couple of phony names and wrong guesses, and a cop, any cop who happens to be standing downwind of your chloroform inhaler, and the next thing you know, everybody needs a lawyer. Even smart crooks.
Crime on the Waterfront is written by J.T. Kelly and stars Myron Wallace as Lou Cagle. Listen again next week to another Crime on the Waterfront. This is George Stone speaking.
Wheaties Big Parade. The makers of America's favorite whole wheat flakes, Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, invite you to Wheaties Big Parade, a thrilling procession of radio's greatest summer entertainment programs. Yours for the listening on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner. Well, what uncivilized neck of the woods are you sending me to this time?
Paris, Steve.
Paris? Hey, I like that for a change. I could use a weekend in Paris.
Forget it. This is no vacation. Steve, 3 days from now, a secret meeting on atomic inspections will be held in Paris. Each country is sending a representative with a report of his country's industrial potential. Lists of factories capable of atomic production.
Well, what am I supposed to do, go over there and count A-bombs?
One of the Balkan countries sent a courier named Szabo to bring their report to Paris. Our legation was asked to keep it in a safe place. And an American named Blake was sent to meet Szabo.
Did Szabo arrive in Paris?
Yes, he was seen getting off the plane carrying the officially sealed briefcase. He disappeared right after that, and Blake was killed.
Sounds like somebody was real eager to get their hands on that report. Must be hot.
That's the mystifying part, Steve. The Balkan country says there was nothing sensational about it.
Well, maybe there's something in it that's hotter than they realize.
It's a possibility, but the point is the disappearance of that report has stirred up enough suspicion to sabotage that meeting 3 days from now. That's why you've got to get over there. Find Szabo and the briefcase, and turn the briefcase over to our representative who's waiting at the legation, so he can take it to that meeting. You've got just 3 days to do it in. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
Wheaties are America's favorite whole wheat flakes, and there's every good reason why they should be. They're made from wheat, of course. 100% whole wheat. So you can be sure that every single Wheaties flake in the orange and blue box you buy from your grocer contains all the good things you've come to expect from whole wheat. Vitamins, minerals, iron, and just plain whole wheat goodness. You can always be sure you'll never get shortchanged on nourishment when you look for it in a bowl of Wheaties. Of course, the beautiful thing about good, nourishing Wheaties is that they taste just wonderful, too. For breakfast, or any old time at all, you can enjoy Wheaties plain, with milk or a little cream, or with your favorite fruit. In fact, Wheaties taste so good, some people just nibble them right out of the box. So if you have any use for a breakfast cereal that's wonderfully, wonderfully good to eat, and good for you besides, by all means ask your grocer for Wheaties, America's favorite whole wheat flakes.
And now, here is Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, that's what I like about my job. I've always got so much time to do things in. 3 whole days, and all I had to do was fly a few thousand miles to Paris, solve Blake's murder, find a gent named Szabo in a city of just a few million, then turn his briefcase over to our representative to that secret meeting. A real cinch. Wednesday afternoon I get to Paris. An hour later I'm sitting in the office of Inspector Brevant of the French Sûreté.
Ah, Monsieur Mitchell, a very mystifying case. We have been unable to find any trace of Szabo's whereabouts.
You've got no leads at all?
We have but one lead, Mitchell. She's in our way here now.
She? Who is she?
A girl named Sari Tedescu. Ah, Mademoiselle Tedescu, please, have a seat.
Thank you. I do not understand why you have brought me here, Inspector.
I wish to ask you about a man named Szabo.
Szabo?
Mm-hmm.
But I do not know any Szabo.
You were on the same plane from the Balkans. You were observed to be quite friendly with him during the flight.
I talked to several of the passengers, but I did not know their names.
I see. And you are quite certain you do not know this Szabo?
I have just told you I did not. Please, Inspector, I do not see what right you have.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle, pardonnez-moi. That is all. You may go.
Very well, Inspector.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Good day.
Well, looks like you got a big hunk of nothing out of that, Brevant.
She is lying, Mitchell.
Hmm?
When we searched Blake's apartment after the murder, we found this snapshot of Blake, Szabo, and Sari Tedescu.
Oh. You know, I think I'll tag along after Sari, Inspector. I'll check with you later. I hurry outside and spot Sari on the sidewalk ahead of me. After about 15 minutes of fast walking, she ducks into a bar, La Petite Chienne. I wait a minute or two, and then I go inside, but Sari is nowhere in sight.
Oui, monsieur. What will it be?
Look, a girl just came in here a minute ago, bartender. What happened to her?
A girl? But many girls come in here, monsieur. Would you perhaps like me to introduce you to...
This one had long, dark hair. Her name is Sari Tedescu, and I know she came in here.
But, as you see, monsieur, there is no one answering that description here.
That's the point. Where is she?
But how would I know? I do not remember seeing this girl come in at all.
I see. Well, thanks a lot, Mac.
Monsieur?
What?
Monsieur, I am Anton. Perhaps you would like me to play a little tune just for you on my concertina.
No, thanks.
It would be pleasure.
Look, some other time.
You don't understand, monsieur. I specialize in playing tunes that people like to hear.
Oh? So, what tune do you think I'd like to hear?
I overheard you asking about a girl named Sari.
What do you know about her?
A man in my position has ears and eyes open all the time in places such as this.
Well, skip the hocus-pocus and let's have it.
But, monsieur, I make my living playing tunes people wish to hear.
I get it. Okay, here's $10.
$10 American?
$10 American. Does that buy me the tune?
But, of course. Please to tuck the bill in my pocket.
Huh? Okay. Now, let's have it.
This girl, Sari, was in here.
Oh, great. Look, that I already know. Give me back my $10.
But wait. I can't talk anymore now. I am supposed to be playing for customers. Meet me 10 minutes past midnight, nearest metro station.
Metro? What's that?
Metropolitan, the underground electric railway. I will be waiting for you on the ramp.
Okay, Anton. I'll see you then, and your tune better be good. I keep checking Sari's hotel all evening, but she's not in. It's a few minutes after midnight when I get to the subway station. I go down a long flight of metal stairs. I can hear a train approaching, but the ramp is dark and deserted, except for a little guy at one end. It's Anton. He starts towards me, and then, as we're getting close to each other, a hand suddenly shoots out of the darkness and grabs one of my ankles. I lose my balance. The train is almost on top of me. I start falling onto the tracks right in front of it. Brother, that was close.
Are you all right?
I sure wouldn't have been if you hadn't grabbed me, Anton.
The man who tripped you. There he goes, up the stairs.
Yeah, come on. I'm going to get him.
Watch out, he has gun.
Get down. You okay, Anton?
Yes, but, monsieur, if you are in trouble, perhaps we better forget our arrangement.
Nothing doing. Now, look, what's this stuff you were going to tell me about Sari Tedescu?
Well, it was just that I have seen her in bar, always talking to same men. I heard Sari tell him that it was going to happen at 22 Rue Victoire Massé.
What was going to happen?
I don't know, that is all I heard.
22 Victor Massé? Okay. How do I get there? Wait, you better take me.
You paid me only for information. I am very busy man.
Okay, here's 10 more bucks for you if you take me there.
Oh? You mean $10?
Yeah, $10 American.
That is slightly different matter. Come on. Here we are, 22 Rue Victoire Massé. Monsieur Mitchell, door is unlocked.
Yeah. See if you can find the light switch, Anton.
Yes. He's here. Monsieur, look. Sitting in chair?
Yeah. Well, he'll never get up out of that chair, that's a cinch. He's been strangled.
When somebody mentions the grand old game, you can be sure it's baseball he has in mind. And if he should talk about the breakfast of champions, well, that would be Wheaties with milk or a little cream and his favorite fruit on top. Actually, the two expressions have a lot more in common than you might suppose, because through the years, Wheaties and baseball have kept pretty close company. You see, the fact that Wheaties are 100% whole wheat flakes means they have a lot of nourishment to offer. And if there's anything an active major league ball player needs, it's nourishment and plenty of it. Of course, like anyone else, champions like to get that nourishment in a food that's good tasting, too. Well, Wheaties just naturally are both good tasting and good for you. So you can understand the enthusiasm shown by Stan Musial, slugging outfielder of the St. Louis Cardinals. Stan says, "You can certainly put me down as a Wheaties man. They're swell for flavor, and at the same time, they hand out valuable nourishment." Well, if you're anything like I am, I'm sure you run into days when you burn up as much energy as you might if you went 9 innings with the Cardinals. And on days like that, the nourishment you get from crisp, tender, delicious Wheaties in the morning can certainly help a lot. What Wheaties can do for a baseball champion, they can certainly do for you. Try 'em. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Now, General Mills, makers of Wheaties, presents the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
He has been strangled? Goodbye.
Come back here, Anton.
Monsieur, I told you I did not want to get mixed up in anything.
Save it, will you?
But who is this man?
How should I know? Maybe there's something in his pockets that'll give us a... Yeah. Here's his identification card. Zabo.
This is man you have been looking for?
Yeah. But I found him too late. The killer probably has the briefcase by now.
Briefcase? What briefcase?
Oh, skip it. I wonder if there's anything else in his pockets that might help.
Here. I will raise him up and you can search his back pockets. It's quite heavy.
Yeah. Hey, watch out.
I can't hold him.
Oh, great. Now, look, pick him up and... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Look, sticking out from under the seat cushion and back, it looks like a piece of leather. Here, let me get this cushion up. Well, what do you know? The briefcase.
But I don't understand. If this man Zabo was killed because of briefcase, why did not killer take it with?
Zabo must have been sitting right here in this chair when the killer walked in. He wouldn't tell where the briefcase was, so he got strangled, still sitting in the chair. Well, no wonder the killer couldn't find it if Zabo was roosting on it.
You know, monsieur, this must be a very valuable briefcase. Why we do not open and see what is in?
Look, get your hands off it.
But I was just curious.
Save your curiosity. You see those government seals on the flap of it? They're still unbroken, and that's just the way they're going to stay. Your part of the job is finished, Anton. You can shove off. Anton shrugs and leaves. And I call Inspector Bravant and tell him I found Sabo's body. Then, the next morning, I go to the American legation and look up our representative to the secret meeting, a guy named Robertson. And When Robertson spots the briefcase under my arm, his face lights up like a neon sign.
Mitchell, you've certainly done us a tremendous service finding this briefcase.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't take any longer. That meeting is today, isn't it?
Tonight at 10 o'clock.
Excuse me, Mr. Robertson.
Yes, Miss Miller.
They just delivered your train ticket.
Good, thank you. Yes, Mitchell, this briefcase will help our cause tremendously. Its disappearance stirred up so much suspicion that the very purpose of the meeting is in jeopardy. But now, when I deliver this briefcase to the Balkan representative tonight at 10 with the seal still unbroken, I think it'll clear the atmosphere quite a bit.
Where's the meeting going to be?
Sorry, Mitchell, I'm afraid I can't tell you that. You see, we've had indications that someone is out to sabotage the meeting, so we're taking no chances. We've changed the location twice, and now only the 5 representatives know what that location is.
Well, that's probably the smart way to handle it. Anyway, doesn't matter to me where the meeting is. You've got the briefcase, and my job is finished.
Well, thanks again, Mitchell, and goodbye. I must leave at once for the meeting.
It's good to have my assignment completed. I'm patting myself on the back, telling myself how easy it's been when the easy feelings becomes a little uneasy. Somehow, it's been too easy. Call it a hunch or what have you. I begin to wonder if maybe I've been played for a sucker. I try to duck the thought, but the feeling sticks. I've got a few hours before the plane time, so I decide to do a little more checking. I remember the bartender at La Petite Chienne, the guy who lied to me about Sari not being in there. Bar's pretty deserted when I get there. Anton is over in one corner, playing sweet music for the benefit of a young couple at a table. He gives me a big wink and a grin, but I head for the bartender. I tell him I've got a message for him from Sari Tedescu. He blinks a couple of times, but finally takes me to a back room.
Now, where is this message?
Where's Sari?
What? But you said you brought a message from her.
You heard me. Where's Sari?
This is a trick.
Yeah, and it's going to work. Open up. Tell me where she is.
I will not drink the knife. I will... Oh!
That's better.
Let go of me.
Here. Try this wall for size.
Oh! I will call for help.
I doubt it. I don't think you want anyone to know you're a friend of Sari. Now, look, you're going to keep bouncing off that wall until you tell me.
I will not tell.
This could go on all night.
Oh, stop it.
Okay. Where is she?
Room 24, Auberge Hotel.
Thanks. You better get that wall fixed, Buster. Looks like we started a few cracks in the plaster. Barry.
Who is it?
A friend of yours.
What do you want?
I've got a message for you from the bartender at La Petite Chienne.
Oh.
Hello, Sari.
You are the one at the police station yesterday. You get your foot out of the door.
I'm coming in.
You get out of here. I will call the police.
Are you kidding?
What do you want?
A lot of answers. But mainly they boil down to this. Why did you kill Blake and Zabo?
Zabo is dead.
You ought to know, sister.
Oh, Zabo. Poor Zabo, he was trying to help me.
Help you? Look, you better start talking. We know you were on the same plane as Zabo, but yesterday at the police station you denied knowing him. Why?
Zabo was trying to get me out of the country illegally. He got me a forged passport, and he brought me to Paris with him.
Wait a minute. You're not hooked up in this briefcase deal at all?
Oh, no. When the plane landed, a little man met Zabo. He said he had come for the briefcase. The two of them went away together. But when Zabo did not return to the hotel, I became worried. And then when the police brought me in, I thought they had found out about my forged passport. So I denied knowing Zabo. I did not want to get him into any trouble.
And you've been in hiding ever since, huh?
Yes.
Well, look. How does that bartender at La Petite Chienne tie in?
Zabo had told me to go there if there was any trouble. Oh. That the bartender would tell me of a place where I could wait safely for the next stage of my journey. I guess that bar is a contact point for those with forged passports.
And the bartender sent you here. I still don't see why you ducked out of that bar, though, in such a hurry.
Because as I was talking to the bartender, I suddenly saw the little man who had met Zabo at the place.
What? This guy was in the bar?
Yes, he was.
You expecting anyone?
No.
Okay, I'm going to get over here behind the door.
Oh.
Now, go ahead and open it.
All right.
So, we meet again, mademoiselle. No. Do not try to slam door in my face. That's rude. Thank you. I have been trying unsuccessfully to locate you ever since you saw me leave airport with Zebo. But a man named Mitchell helped me. He softened up a bartender to a point where I could find out your address. Don't you think this gun earns me invitation to come in?
Yeah, come on in, Anton. Yeah, pull that trigger now and you'll blow your own foot off. Get that hand off my throat. Drop the gun or I'll break your arm.
Very well, I drop it. I do not need gun. Concertina player develops strong hands, strong enough to strangle you.
Yeah, just like you did Zebo, huh? But I don't think concertina players know much about judo. Take a ride, Anton.
His gun is right at your feet.
Yeah, I've got it.
Watch out! He has a chair!
Now we see who gets gun. Isn't that easy, Anton?
Knocked him off balance.
Yeah, here's another.
Oh, the window! He cannot stop himself! There he is, in the middle of the courtyard.
Yeah, I see him.
You still have not won, Mitchell. You have lost.
Look, Anton, you wanted me to find Zebo's body. You led me right to it. You even lifted him up so I'd be sure to spot the briefcase.
Of course. When briefcase is open, that secret meeting will be over.
I'm the prize chump of all time. You planted a bomb in that briefcase and got me to deliver it for you.
Yes.
All right. So long, Sari. I've got to find that guy Robertson in one big hurry.
Yes?
They gave me your address at the legation. You're Mr. Robertson's secretary, aren't you?
Why, yes, Miss Miller. You're Steve Mitchell, the man who brought the briefcase to Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, that's why I've got to find him right away. Where'd he go? Where's the meeting going to be?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell. I couldn't tell you even if I knew.
Look, this is no time to be coy. There's a bomb in that briefcase.
What?
And it'll explode the second the briefcase is opened. Now, where's your boss, Robertson?
His tickets were for Bordeaux.
When does the train due to pull out?
At 6, I think.
Oh, it's 5 minutes after now. Look, get your car. We'll try and overtake the train at the first stop.
There's the train, Steve. We made it.
Come on. Which compartment is Robertson in?
His reservation was for compartment 5.
Here we are. Let me give you a hand.
Thanks. Come on down the corridor.
Here it is, compartment 5. Mr. Robertson, Hey, the compartment's empty.
Empty, but...
You're sure this is the right compartment?
Of course, I got the reservation myself.
What is it, monsieur?
Conductor, where's Mr. Robertson?
Robertson?
The guy who had this compartment.
Why, he did not stay on the train.
What?
No, it was very strange. He got aboard on one side, then he got off on the other. It took a taxi, I believe.
Oh, great. Then the meeting's in Paris after all.
Steve, what'll we do?
It's 6:30. 3.5 hours to locate that meeting, and all we know is that it's somewhere in Paris.
Oh, that taxi driver.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Come on, let's get back to town. You try and trace the cab, and I'll see what I can find out.
Why, no, Mitchell. None of us here at the Sûreté know where that meeting is to be held.
Haven't you any idea at all, Inspector?
Paris is a large city, Mitchell. I am sorry.
You're sorry. Look, Commissioner, I've got to find that meeting. Do you know where it's to be?
No, Steve. Why? Something wrong?
You bet there's something wrong. There's a bomb on its way to that meeting.
A bomb? How do you know?
I sent it.
What? Now, Steve.
It's no joke, Commissioner, and if I don't locate it in the next 3 hours, there won't be any meeting.
Steve, the taxi company says whoever picked up Mr. Robertson was on a day shift, and all those drivers are home by now.
But there isn't time to telephone all of them, and... Wait, the radio.
What?
The Paris radio station. Come on.
No. We cannot interrupt our programs just to broadcast
Look, unless you do, there's going to be an explosion in Paris at 10 o'clock. It'll probably blow up a city block.
An explosion?
You heard me. Now get on the air and tell any cab driver who picked up a man with a briefcase at the depot at 6 to call in here right away.
Very well, monsieur. I will broadcast it immediately.
I can't stand this any longer. It's 9 o'clock in 1 hour.
All right, you got any ideas?
Maybe we ought to broadcast a warning to the people of Paris.
Tell them that there'll be an explosion somewhere in Paris in an hour, but we don't know where? Huh. You put an announcement like that on the air and you'll start the biggest stampede in history.
Monsieur.
Yeah.
The cab driver's just called in. He remembers speaking of a man with a briefcase at the depot.
Where'd he take him?
Here is the address.
Thanks. Stay here, Marjorie. I'll see you later.
What do you want?
Look, a taxi driver told me that he picked up a man with a briefcase and brought him here.
What about it?
Where is he?
I am the man.
What?
Now, see, is a man to be allowed no privacy in this city? I got
Fine. I'm sorry to bother you.
I'm glad you called in, Steve.
Look, that was the original wild goose chase.
I know. Another cab driver just called in. The man he picked up answers Mr. Robertson's description.
Where'd he take him?
He let him off in front of the Louvois Hotel. You've got just 15 minutes before that meeting starts, Steve, and it'll take you 12 of them to get there.
So, I break every traffic law in town and pull up at the hotel at 6 minutes to 10. The elevator operator thinks he remembers taking a guy with a briefcase up to the 4th floor. I get up there with 3 minutes to go and start walking down the hall. Then I spot a guy lounging at the end. And I've got a hunch I'm getting warm. He's probably a guard. I stop for a second in front of each door, but he doesn't react. Then I stop in front of the 5th door down. Suddenly he's on me like a blanket.
What do you want?
Look, I've got to get into that meeting.
No one goes in that door. No one is going to...
Sorry, I've got no time to argue. I gave the guard a fast frisk and got the key. I opened the door. It was a large suite, but in one of the rooms I spot 5 men sitting around a table. One of them is Robertson.
And the first order of business is this briefcase I'm turning over to the Balkan representative. I would like him to open it at once. I think it will clear the air considerably so that we can...
Wait, don't open that briefcase.
Mitchell, what are you doing?
Don't open that briefcase. You, I'm talking to you.
But that is the Balkan representative. He has every right to open it.
Take your hands off it.
Mitchell! Mitchell, are you crazy? You're trying to start a war?
There might have been one if I hadn't hit him. There's a bomb in that briefcase.
What? Do you know what you're saying?
You bet I know what I'm saying. Another second and you'd all have been blown sky high. Oh, brother, I didn't think I was going to make it here. Here, I'll take that briefcase now.
Wait, where are you going?
First, I'm going to turn this briefcase over to the surety, unopened, and let them worry about it from there. And second, well, I'm going to find me a good spot to have a nice, quiet, nervous breakdown. So long, Mr. Robertson.
You've just heard another episode of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. We're glad to welcome Dangerous Assignment as one of Wheaties' big parade of radio shows. Now, if Mr. Donlevy will step out of the role of Steve Mitchell, we'd like to welcome him to the Wheaties family of salesmen.
Thank you, Terry O'Sullivan. I am very proud to accept what I consider to be one of my most important assignments, for tonight I'm joining the more than 700 salesmen of General Mills whose worthwhile job it is to bring good food to the American table. Yes, I'm a Wheaties man tonight. I'm particularly happy that I am after reading a very startling article in the May issue of Reader's Digest. It's an article I think all of us should read. It's called, What Do You Eat for Breakfast? And believe me, it certainly reminded me of how important a good, nourishing breakfast is to every man, woman, and child in this great nation of ours. The fact that I am joining you salesmen and the hundreds of thousands of grocers who meet the American homemaker across the country every day gives me a real thrill. All of us know that by selling Wheaties, the breakfast of champions, we're doing our part in helping more families to eat good, substantial breakfasts regularly. That's a job worth doing. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to page 73 of the May Reader's Digest and see If after reading this article, a breakfast including Wheaties with plenty of milk and fruit doesn't sound like a good idea to you.
Dangerous Assignment, written by Bob Reif, with music by Basil Adlam, is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. And on Monday, listen to Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade. For all the family, try Father Knows Best tomorrow on NBC.
From Hollywood, the Knox Company, worldwide distributors of scientifically compounded pharmaceutical products, presents Stephen Dunn, star of Columbia Pictures in Deadline Mystery.
Lucky Larson's the name, columnist for over 250 newspapers syndicated all over the world. You know, even a newspaper man's got to eat, although to look at most of us, you'd never know we do. It isn't the fact that we don't make enough money. It's because we never have the time. But I'm different. I'm a guy who takes his time. Right now, there's an awfully big mess cooking on the stove in my little apartment. Who's frying? Lucia. A classy little dame who followed me to Sicily a couple of months ago to kill me because she thought I'd killed a guy who thought she loved. But she can kill me with her pizza anytime. Pizza, that savory dish that tastes and smells of old Italy. Garlic, tomatoes, gooey dough, and cheese. And, of course, the sauce. Wine ripe and smackable.
You want to taste it, Lucky?
Are you kidding, baby?
There. Is it all right?
Just stick your finger in it, baby. It'll be perfect.
Oh, Lucky. I love to cook for you. You like everything I make.
Oh, you give it such pretty trimmings.
Oh, Lucky, you're sweet.
Come here.
Oh, Lucky, pizza, it'll burn.
Forget it.
Lucky, the doorbell.
Forget the doorbell.
Oh, Lucky, you'd better go. I think the doorbell's stuck.
Oh, okay. I open the door and then right into a story. There's a kid standing here. Blood running down his face paints out his features. He could be anybody until I hear his voice.
Lucky. Mr. Larson, can I come in?
Johnny Hines, what a... Of course, kid, come on in.
Thanks, Mr. Larson.
What happened, Johnny? You hit a truck?
No,
Look, don't try to talk right now. Come on, we'll go wash up.
Who is it, Lucky? Oh.
The kid's hurt, honey. You want to give me a hand?
Oh, well, that's awful. What happened? Who is he, Lucky?
Friend of mine. Kid I used to know. We lived in the same apartment house once.
Well, don't just stand there. Get some bandages.
Yeah.
Get some iodine. Get anything.
Lucia's soft touch does more for the kid than all the bandages in the world. What that gal can't do with a Band-Aid. Johnny's patches even have trimming. He can talk now.
Come on, son. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, who beat you up, Johnny, and why?
They beat me up because Mom doesn't want to move.
You mean somebody's trying to chase you out of the place where you live now?
Yes, sir. Mr. Quinn's been trying to get us out for weeks.
Oh, I don't believe it, Johnny.
But he has, Mr. Larson. He's done all kinds of things, like turning off the gas, stopping the water.
Oh, look, Johnny, that doesn't sound like Quinn. I've known the guy for years. He was the best landlord I ever had.
He's different now. He's so different that we want to move. Only we can't find any place to go.
Doesn't seem possible.
He's already chased the people out across the hall, the Winstons. They had to go to a trailer camp. And the people next door to us had to move in with relatives.
Sound like you're telling the truth, Johnny, but it just doesn't make sense.
Mom's sick. We've just got to
Quinn's
stay.
never been like that. Why, I've known him to carry tenants for months without even a cent of rent.
What'll we do, Mr. Larson?
What happened tonight, Johnny?
Well, I told Mr. Quinn that if he didn't leave Mom alone, I was coming to see you.
Is that why he beat you up?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Quinn didn't do it.
Who did?
I don't know. Some big guy stopped me on the street as I was coming here. He said he'd teach me that this neighborhood wasn't going to be healthy for squealers like me.
Just a minute. I'll pick up the phone and dial Quinn's number. I'll have to wait a few minutes. Hey, you look better with your face washed. Hello, Joe. Lucky Larson. It's funny. Joe Quinn has always been glad to hear from me before. Now he comes through and asks me how I am. Why I don't ever come around. I'm coming around now, Joe. I just wanted to be sure you'd be in. Quinn said he's just going out. You better wait for me, Joe. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
But, Lucky, the pizza.
Keep it hot, baby. I won't be long. And, don't change your lipstick while I'm going.
Here is a message of special importance to men and women who suffer from backache, to people who feel nervous and jumpy, people who are losing their pep because of restless sleep, people who get up in the morning as tired as when they went to bed, to people who suffer from muscular aches and pains and feel a lot older than their years. If these conditions arise from an accumulation of excess acids due to an unorganic and non-systemic disorder of kidney function, the very first dose of the diuretic formula called Cystex, C-Y-S-T-E-X, usually goes right to work helping nature clear away irritating excess acids and poisons. And this natural action may quickly bring an almost amazing increase in pep, a delightful easing of backache, nervousness, and a handicapping muscular pain. Then you can feel younger and get more fun out of life. Because it may bring such a vast improvement in your physical well-being, you owe it to yourself to try Cystex today. Take exactly as directed on the package. See how fast it works. Your money back is guaranteed unless you're completely satisfied. So get Cystex, C-Y-S-T-E-X, from your druggist today. See how much Cystex may help you. And now, back to Lucky Larson and Deadline Mystery. I'm at Quinn's apartment house now. I pull up and park. As I turn the motor off, a guy steps out of the shadows and points with a gun. I shove the door handle down. I roll to the street. The shot I expect doesn't come. Instead, the whole building falls on my head. Slowly, ever so slowly, the lights come back on again. There's a buzzsaw going around in my brain, and every one of the teeth takes out a nick as the thing goes round and round. Gradually, the buzzsaw turns into a hum, and I realize I'm all cramped up and riding in a car. I'm lying on the bottom under somebody's feet. Yeah, definitely feet. Way up somewhere, I hear voices.
When you get the Eagle Point, put him behind the wheel and start the car and jump.
Well, how am I going to be sure he'll be killed?
Don't be a sap. There's a drop there at 200 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Now stop the car. Let me out. I got another job.
I open my eyes are slit. Oh, it's too dark. Can't make out his mug. The lug grinds his heel into my ribs. I grit and take it. I got to. Can't fight two guys with two guns. Not with me lying on the floor, anyway. Car starts up again. I'd give up all of Lucia's pizza just to stretch once. But I don't dare. Not yet. The car goes on for miles. Reached Eagle Point. The guy leaves his motor running, gets out. He comes around and opens my door. I grab his ankle, give it a twist. He dives into the gravel. My luck runs out. I lose my hold. I pulled myself over into the driver's seat and grabbed the wheel. The headlights stamp at the cliff edge, not 15 feet away. Through their back wash, I see the mug grabbing for his gun. I don't want it, but I got it. I throw the car in gear, twist the wheel hard, and step on the gas. Cliff jumps right up at me. I see I'm not going to make it. I slide over in the seat and push the door open and slide out onto air or land. Yeah, I win that toss. Way down below, I hear a terrible crash. Out of the dark behind me, I hear a curse and a laugh.
Hey, so long, Larson. So long. Ooh, my ankle.
I ride back into town on my thumb. Right now, I'm pushing the bell of Joe Quinn's apartment. Joe takes his time coming to the door. Before he opens it, he has to unlock it. And that's funny, too. Quinn never used to lock his door.
Lucky. It is you.
Yeah, Joe. Pretty healthy-looking ghost.
But I...
Joe, what makes you think he can get by with assaulting tenants?
But I never...
Wait a minute. I'm coming in.
Oh, please, Lucky. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie, Joe. I already know about 3 of your tenants. How you had them beaten up in order to get them out.
You've got to believe me, Lucky. I never had anybody beat up.
Look, I saw Johnny Hines' face tonight, Joe. He came and told me all about it. And about the Winstons and the people next door.
Johnny lied to you, Lucky. Johnny was caught tonight trying to strip a car. He put up a fight, and the guy who owned the car kicked his face in.
I don't believe it.
Okay. Then come with me to Mrs. Hines' apartment, and she'll tell you that that's the truth.
Mrs. Hines is frightened, petrified, but she sticks to her story.
What Mr. Quinn says is true, Mr. Larson.
Smells like a mackerel.
It was dreadful of Johnny getting himself into trouble and then putting the blame on poor Mr. Quinn.
Is Johnny home? I'd like to talk to him.
What? Yes, of course. I'll call him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Larson. That's right.
You were caught stealing parts from cars, Johnny?
Yeah, a couple of guys made me do it.
Who were they?
Well, I don't know. I never saw them before.
Please, Mr. Larson. Please forgive Johnny for getting you mixed up in this thing.
The dive I almost took over the cliff wasn't funny.
I know. But if you don't report him to the police, I'll promise you'll go straight. I promise.
What are you going to do with a sick woman and her only kid? Okay, but there's still something screwy about this deal. For instance, how does it happen these mugs were waiting for me when I got to Quinn's apartment?
I called them after you left your place and told them how I'd loused things up.
Quit lying, Johnny. If you call them, then you know their name.
Well, not exactly. They're called Mike and Red.
Where'd you call them?
Well, they hang out at Harry's place.
Of course, kid, you know I'm going to check on them. I do. The barman at Harry's place never heard of Mike and Red. He hasn't had a phone call for him either, not ever. It proves what I already know, that Johnny Hines is lying for some reason. Well, I better go home, have a bath, and think things out. Besides, I'm getting late for the pizza. I open my door and I smell burnt Italy. I run to the kitchen. Every pan is charcoal crisp. Every burner is on. Lucia's out. She's been mad at me before, but never that mad. Besides, she never gets mad at me for running out. She always knows I run right back. I dial her number. No answer. Something's wrong. I'll try a taxi stand. Hello? Jet a cab over to 350 Park Avenue, will you? Huh? Hello? What? Well, where'd you go, baby? Lucia tells me that Johnny lied about Mr. Quinn. She says that after I left Johnny called 2 guys. He called them Red and Mike. Lucia says that Johnny said something to him about lousing things up. Hey, wait a minute, baby. Where'd he call him? She says Johnny called him at Harry's place. Yeah, okay, baby. I'll tell Papa who's holding a gun at your back. I checked the operator. Can you trace that call, honey? She says no. My door rings. It's the cab. I get over to Quinn's apartment. Quick.
Lucky. Are you crazy? It's 1 o'clock.
Never mind, Joe. We're going to have words.
Lucky, I'm a nice guy, but I don't have to stand for this.
You got any ideas?
Yes, I'm going to throw you out.
I beat him to the punch. I'll try to be funny, Quinn. I grab his wrist and show him the Marine pup.
Don't, Lucky. I'll talk.
That's what you should have done a long time ago.
It's not my fault. I couldn't help it. Honest, Lucky.
That isn't what I want to hear.
It's a gang, Lucky. They're moving in on all the apartments in this district.
How do they work it?
Well, they force the tenants out and demand huge bonuses from people who are desperate for homes.
You mean you stand for that?
I couldn't help it. They beat me up, too. And they threatened to burn me out.
What's your cut?
Oh, I haven't taken a chance, honest, Lucky. I haven't.
Who are they?
The only one I know is the contact man. They call him Mike. He was here when you first called me tonight.
I see.
He called someone else and told them to lay for you. Then he went to your place and got Johnny Hines.
Go on, add up some more.
Mike was in the apartment when we went to talk to Johnny and his mother tonight. That's where they lied.
What about Lucia, the girl who was at my place? They got her, too?
They went back to get her when you told Johnny that you were going to check his story.
I'm ashamed of you, Joe. You should have gone to the police the first time these guys came to you. You know, you're a savage.
I'll do anything now, Lucky. Anything. Wait, I'll call the police right now.
Don't touch the phone.
Why not?
I gotta find Lucia first. If I don't, I'll never find her.
Yes, but how?
You'll go down to headquarters with me, Joe. We'll look at some pictures. Maybe you'll be able to pick out this Mike.
Yeah, I'll go.
If I can find the guy, I'll make him talk. We start for the door. We get about 2 feet, and Joe yells.
Look out, Lucky! Look out!
As the shot, Quinn goes down. I whirl around. The lights go out. I jump to somewhere else, and 2 more shots hit the air where I advance. Grab a chair and hurl it towards the door. The guy yells as the chair connects. I run towards the door and fall over my own chair. I get up. I hear the door slammed. Hand locked. I know that by the time I find another exit, the guy will be gone. Oh, well. I turn on the light and take a look at Joe Quinn. I call the ambulance. A dark, nasty hole in his shoulder is crying red tears.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard about Cystex for backache, for muscular aches and pains, for nervousness, for loss of pep and sleep, for that tired, worn-out feeling when due to a non-systemic and non-organic disorder of kidney function. But have you tried Cystex? That's spelled C-Y-S-T-E-X. Until you do, you can't know how fast it may work to help nature curb your backache and muscular pains, bring you greater pep, allay nervousness, improve your physical well-being. Clinical tests in many cases, even on people up to the advanced age of 80, prove that Cystex helps a high percentage of those who give it a fair trial. And because Cystex is so successful, it is now one of the accepted medicines in many countries throughout the world. For over 20 years, Cystex has brought joyous help to millions of men and women. So surely you'll make no mistake in at least giving Cystex a fair trial, under the guarantee of money back unless completely satisfied. So get Cystex, C-Y-S-T-E-X, from your druggist and take exactly as directed on the package. See how much Cystex may help you. And now back to Lucky Larson and Deadline Mystery.
I step down to the Hines apartment. All I find is a note on the door. It says, "Gone out of town. No milk, please." Fine. There's no one who can identify the gang's contact man, unless I can find the Winstons or the couple next door. Got a chance of that? I haven't the glimmer of an idea where they are. As for Joe Quinn, he won't be talking for a long, long time. Maybe never. I go back to Joe's apartment just as the meat wagon boys get there, and the cops. My old friend Lieutenant Tom Burns was pushing them around.
Hi, Lucky. Was that you who called the station?
Yeah, Tom.
Quinn's got a bad hole in him.
Yeah, I know.
Who did it?
I don't know. Somebody took a shot at him from the door. Threw some lead at me, too. Put out the lights. I couldn't see who he was.
Uh-huh.
I don't dare tell Tom what I know, not yet. If I do, the gang will kill us, yeah, just as sure as taxes. Hey, Tom, why don't you get a fingerprint guy up here?
Already sent for him, Lucky. Oh, are you expecting a call?
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, this is like... A dirty voice on the other end tells me that if I like that dame of mine, I better button my lip, keep it buttoned. Yeah, it's a deal. Only be sure you keep your part of the bargain, pal.
Well, that's that, Lucky. Not a print in this room that wasn't made by you or Quinn.
Oh, but they've got to be. There's got to.
What are you so upset about? Quinn isn't going to die.
I still want to find out who did it.
Well, Quinn will be able to talk in a few days. Maybe he'll be able to tell you.
A few days isn't soon enough.
Look here, Lucky. Are you holding out on me?
Let me borrow your fingerprint, man, will you, Tom?
What for?
Don't ask questions. If we find anything, I'll bring it straight to you.
Nope.
I'll tell you everything I know, honest, Tom.
Sorry, Lucky, that isn't good enough.
Tom, you gotta trust me.
Sorry, Lucky, no.
But if I tell you now it'll leak, I'll be scooped. Now, look, Tom, I've helped you out a couple of times.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Tom. The fingerprint man and I get into his car. When we're down the road a couple of blocks, I say, drive to Eagle Point, son. We're going to get some prints off the wheel of a car about 200 feet down.
Okay, Lucky, we've matched the prints.
Good, Tom. I know you would.
They belong to a hood who's done at least a dozen raps.
Who is it?
No. Not until you come across, Lucky.
Okay, if that's the only way.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, look, I'm trying to run down a story on a gang that's trying to promote a home renting racket.
Hey, isn't that a new one?
Just an old one with a new twist. The shakedown racket. These are the guys who shot Joe Quinn, Tom. They also beat up young Johnny Hines. Then they kidnapped him and his mother, along with a friend of mine.
Well, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because they killed a whole bunch if they think I talked.
Well, come on, let's go get them.
Tom, look, I gotta handle this alone. I've gotta find this guy and make him tell me who's at the top. You can understand. Gotta use my own methods. Methods that, well, you can't use. No time to bring the guy into headquarters and make him sweat. So, come on, Tom, let me know who belongs to these prints, huh?
Yeah. Well, Lucky, you're always asking me to break the rules. Oh, go ahead. The prints came off of Frankie rules.
Frankie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tom, thanks. I'll be seeing you.
Hey, wait a minute. How are you going to find him?
I know guys who'll sing for a sawbuck. This song's worth a century. I dropped into an all-night pillory, pay a nickel for a phone booth. I'm calling a stool. Hiya, Squint. Lucky Larson. Hey, Squint, I got $100 that says you don't know where I can find Frankie Rolls. The guy sniffs a couple of times, gives me an address. Well, what do you know? You don't mean it. You know, Squint, I'll go broke if I keep on losing bets like that. I'll put the money in the mail after I've seen Frankie. So don't give him a tip. The address Squint gave me is a pretty nifty neighborhood. Too nifty for the Frankie Rolls I used to know. Looks like this new racket is really paying off. I find the right window and slip my knife under the catch. Easy now, Lucky, easy. There. My pencil flash pokes around the room. It looks empty and safe. I give the window another shove. Wow! I didn't count on an alarm. Too late to back out now. Anyway, who wants to? I climb in, scurry across the room. I get back at the door just as somebody throws it open. The lights go on.
All right, you. Come out from behind that door. Huh? And don't try any tricks. I can see every move you make in the mirror.
I step out, right into a guy with a gun. Well, surprise. This isn't Frankie Rolls. It's a lawyer by the name of Lamson Holliday. I've interviewed him at least a dozen times. Now, hiya, counselor.
Larson, the columnist. I know you.
Yeah.
What do you mean breaking into my house? Trying to steal some papers from one of my cases?
I'm wondering if Squint gave me the runaround on this tip. Holliday's a respected mouthpiece, more or less, even if he does defend crooks.
Well, speak up, Larson.
I listen to the burglar alarm. I figure I can't get in any worse. Well, I'll tell you, counselor, I'm looking for a crook by the name of Frankie Rolls.
You expect to find him here?
Yeah, that's what the boys in the back room tell me.
Just a minute, let me turn this thing off. You get around, Larson.
Then he is here.
Sure. Just step through that door. I'll take you up.
Holliday prods me with his gun. We go up some stairs.
Come on out, Frankie. We've got company.
The door opens down the hall. A silhouette steps out, framed by the light in back. Its shape is the same as the guy who came at me this evening out of the shadows with a gun.
Who is it, Holliday?
Well, he didn't exactly say he was a friend of yours.
Must be lying.
Unlock the guest room, Frankie. That's the right place for a guest, isn't it?
Yeah. Lots of guests use this room.
You always have a Yale spring lock in your guest room?
Come on, Snowpuck. Get on in there.
I step past Frankie, turn. It's an old Marine trick. I grab his arm, yank him into the room, and slam the door. The Yale lock snaps.
Hey, let go of my arm. Break my
How'd you guess it, stinker?
Oh.
All right, where's your gun?
I got a gun. Now, let go.
Not in a million years.
If you come out, I'll make a deal with you.
I don't believe in Santa Claus.
If you don't come out, I'll shoot the lock off.
That's okay with me. I'm holding Frankie against the door.
I'll give you 3 seconds.
Hey, don't shoot, boss. The license says it's true.
I pulled Frankie back as 2 shots come through. You're a lousy shot, Holiday. You missed.
Let me loose, Lucky. Let me loose.
You don't want me to shove you back in his line up hard. You better talk fast, Tinker.
Tell you, I don't know anything.
Where's the girl and the others?
I don't know.
The rat's beginning to squeak, Holiday. He'll make a swell witness at your trial. You'll have to do better than that, Counselor. You gonna tell me, Frankie?
I don't know.
Okay, Holiday. I'm gonna hold Frankie up in the center of the door. If you don't want to hear him in court, you better not miss. I give Frankie's arm another twist and start pushing him over.
Okay, I'll tell you what you want to know.
Where are they?
They're in that closet over there.
Okay, Holiday. Shoot. Brother, are you lousy?
Don't think that's all the bullets I've got. I'm loading up again.
I measure the distance of Frankie's jaw and swing. Frankie sighs and takes a nap. You better hurry with that reloading, Holiday. I'm coming out. Drop it, Counselor. I can beat a shell to the chamber.
1 second and I'll let you have it. What's that?
Haven't you ever heard of a doorbell?
Who could be...
The answer to your burglar alarm, Holiday. Right now, I'd say your yard is lousy with cops.
Cops?
Yeah. You're in kind of a spot, brother.
What do you mean?
What are you going to do, Holiday? You've either got to go and answer that bell or the cops will break down the door.
Yeah? Well, I've got another choice.
You mean taking a pot at me, sure, but the house is surrounded, Holiday. They'll get you for murder.
Open up! They're coming in.
Too bad, Holiday. A respected lawyer like you should have had more respect for the law.
Open up! Open up!
Your bartending days are over.
Yes,
Holiday, don't be a fool. Drop that gun.
I had time to get 1 bullet in the chamber.
You can't do it. Yeah. 1 bullet, huh? Go back into the guest room, dig out the keys out of Frankie's pocket, and unlock the closet door. The cheer falls out into my arms. Quickly, I take out the gag. There you are. You still think I'm sweet?
Oh, go ahead, Lucky. Go ahead and prove it.
Where's Johnny and his mother, baby?
In there. They're all right.
Good. I untie Lucia's hands and feet. She can't cook pizza without hands.
All right, where are you? The police.
Be out in a minute, Tom. Got a little unfinished business.
Oh, Lucky. Lucky.
All right, baby. Well, I guess we'd better go out and face him.
Oh, it's you, Lucky.
Yeah. Ain't I the little cut-up, though?
What I want to know is who shot Lamson Holiday and why.
Well, that's easy, Tom. He shot himself.
Yeah? What for?
His rent racket went up too fast. He knew he was going to be evicted. Solemn for the day, Sunday, August the 10th, 1947. Deadline by Lucky Larson. Say, have you a little racket in your home? Whom are you paying off right now? Do you know a guy who knows where Aunt Minnie can get an apartment if she marries a veteran? Buys $25 worth of furniture for $500. I know one who'll even furnish the veteran. How about that racket little Jimmy's got when he makes your boyfriend give him a nickel to get him out of the parlor? You can stop little Jimmy's racket by cutting his pants and leading him out the front door by his ear. You can stop all the other rackets, too, if you'll just call a cop. The cop's got the best protection racket there is. And all it costs you is taxes. You know, little rackets turn into big rackets. And big rackets turn into war. So, be smart. Call a cop while they're still small, huh? You know, at one time, one lonely little cop could have stopped Hitler. Yeah. That's it.
Here is a vitally important message to those who suffer from recurring attacks of bronchial asthma. Most people who suffer from the coughing and struggle to breathe, who can't sleep at night and thus lose strength and energy, have had these recurring attacks a long time. They've tried a lot of things, and still they cough, wheeze, and struggle to breathe. Naturally, they become skeptical and think nothing will help them. But I firmly believe there is hope for even the most pessimistic, because I have seen letters from all over the world, from grateful men and women, telling how thankful they were that they got up enough courage to try Mendaco. That's spelled M-E-N-D-A-C-O. And I've seen a large number of clinical reports, which convince me that Mendaco has been a blessing to sufferers from recurring attacks of bronchial asthma. There are certain scientific reasons why Mendaco works the way it does. And the producers of this great medicine are so confident it will help most sufferers from recurring attacks of bronchial asthma that they say, get Mendaco from your druggist and take exactly as directed on the package. If you're not completely satisfied, your money back is guaranteed immediately. For coughing, recurring attacks of bronchial asthma, get Mendaco, M-E-N-D-A-C-O. Ask your druggist for Mendaco today. Listen next week at the same time when the Knox Company, worldwide distributors of Cystex, the modern kidney diuretic, and Mendaco for recurring attacks of bronchial asthma, presents another exciting adventure of Lucky Larson starring Stephen Dunn through arrangements with Columbia Pictures, producers of Down to Earth. Deadline Mystery is directed by Dave Titus and written by Fred Howard. Today's episode was based on an original story by Robert Nepper. Included in today's cast were June Whitley as Lucia, Sam Edwards as Johnny Hines, Jack Crucian as Frankie Rolls, John Frank as Joe Quinn, and Byron Kane as Lieutenant Tom Burns. Original music was composed and played by Len Selver. The events and characters depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. Frank Hemingway speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Lights out for the devil and Mr. O. This is Mr. O, Arch Obler. Tell me, what is your attitude about worms? Yes, worms, those strange, slimy little creatures who come out in the dark and till your garden and sometimes die an unfortunate death on a fishhook. You really don't have any opinion about them? Well, perhaps you will after you hear my play, Revolt of the Worms. The action begins after a short message. And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights now and listen to Revolt of the Worms.
All I can do is sit and think and wait. Wait for the floors to lift and the walls to crash. Facts. Think of facts. Yes, a journal of facts. Think how it began, why it's happening. Journal of facts until the walls crash in and the thick flesh. Charles Prentice. There's a fact. Chemist and fool. Fool. Run away. Run away. Run away. Run away. Run away from reality. War. 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 Run away.
You mean we're going to live in this godforsaken place, Charles?
Yes, Claire, I remember. You did say that. And I said...
Of course we're going to live here. It's ideal for my work.
But we're so far away from everything, Charles.
So far away from what? Your friends? My friends?
All right, Charles. Whatever you say, Charles.
You never disagreed with me, did you, Claire?
Why, it's so quiet up here, it's almost as if we were out of this world.
Yes, I remember. Young Jackson. You did say that.
I like working with you, sir. Why, up here, it's almost as if we were out of this world.
Out of the world. I wanted to be out of the world. Hide. Until it's over. Yes, why not? Why not?
What are you going all the way up there for, Prentice? To do my work, of course.
But who cares about propagating new varieties of roses at a time like this?
The times have nothing to do with it. I'll do what I please. I'll do what I please.
But, Prentice, to leave suddenly like this, it doesn't make sense. Roses are fine in normal times, but a chemist of your ability, in times like these, certainly there's more productive work that you could do.
I'm not interested in your opinions. I'll do what I please. You hear me? Do what I please.
Do what I please.
Yes, sir. Everything's ready, sir. Greenhouse. All ready for you, sir.
1 week ago, Wednesday.
Does the wind always blow up here, Charles?
Eh?
I said the wind. Does it always blow like that?
Why?
Frightening.
Mighty less frightening than the things that are happening back in the city?
I suppose so.
I know so. Where's that boy? Jackson.
Yes, sir.
The phosphates, are they ready yet?
Not quite, sir.
Well, get them ready. Every one of the plants. We work late tonight. Very late.
Work late and hard. That was the answer to everything.
Chemist of your ability. In times like these, there certainly must be more important work than propagating roses that you could do. A chemist of your ability. In times like these, there certainly must be more important work.
No, wouldn't think of that, I told myself. Wouldn't think of that. Roses. Yes, develop the greatest rose in the world. That would be my answer to them. While they bombed and burned, I'd develop the largest rose the world had ever known. And when the world settled down again, I'd come back and bring the rose to them, and they wouldn't care if I had run away. My plan. Why did it go wrong? Claire, why did it go wrong? Claire. Oh. Dead. You're dead. They killed you. Dead as I'll be dead. If I could only think, why did it go wrong?
Well, I put the solution that's left over, Mr. Prentice.
Yes, I do remember. That was it.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Prentice, I'm trying to understand, but I'm so tired.
You must keep working. The only salvation is to work.
Oh, what's salvation got to do with roses?
Don't be impertinent. Do your work.
Yes, sir.
2 cc for each plant, and careful. Don't let any of it touch the stem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You weren't very happy, were you, Jackson? Those were things you couldn't understand.
It isn't that I don't want to work, Mr. Prentice. It's just that I'm all mixed up. These roses. Why do I have to pour this stuff on them every hour, on the hour? It doesn't make sense. Hormones? Sure, I know what they are. Secretions from the glands in the human body. Sure, I know what they're for. Make us grow and everything. I get it. That's what you try to do with the roses, and make them grow fast and big. But how do you know these hormones will work on plants, Mr. Prentice? And how do you know how much to give them, and how big will the roses grow, Mr. Prentice?
Questions. Everlasting questions. But now I ask them, why did it go wrong?
Thursday.
Thursday? What do I remember?
Where'll I throw the hormone mixture that's left over, Mr. Prentice? Mr. Prentice, I said, where'll I throw the hormone
Go
solution?
away. Can't you see that I'm working?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I remember.
Friday.
What a Friday.
Friday night.
Claire?
Yes?
Is that you?
Yes, Charles.
What are you doing walking out here in the dark?
It's a lovely night.
Romantic at your age.
I just like the night.
You women, come back to the house.
All right.
Crazy, walking around in the dark. What's the matter with you? Can't you walk? If I hadn't caught you...
It's slippery.
What are you talking about?
It's all slippery around here.
Don't talk foolishness.
But it is.
By George, you're right.
What?
Stand still. I'll light a match. I had some... Yes. Now, we'll see what...
Charles.
Stop grabbing.
What?
Worms.
What?
Well, can't you see? Just ordinary earthworms. Night crawlers. We just walked over a few of them. Oh, you women with your fears and your squeamishness. Walked on a few worms and you make more noise and more fuss.
Yes, I remember. Friday night.
The extra hormone solution, where'll I throw it, Mr. Prentice? Mr. Prentice, where'll I throw the extra hormone solution?
Saturday. And then the night.
Jackson! Jackson, where are you? Jackson, I told you to stay in the house. Jackson, where are you? It's time to feed the plants. Jackson, where are you?
He's not here, Charles.
Claire, you startled me walking up like that.
I didn't mean to.
That infernal boy, where is he? Have you seen him?
He's not in the house.
But I told him not to go out. I told him only an hour ago he's got to work all night. The plants must be watered every hour on the hour.
He went out.
Well, why didn't you stop him? Now I have to go chase after him. Jackson! Jackson, are you out there? Come in.
Charles, what?
What did you think it was? Thunder. It's starting to rain. Shut the door. Shut the door, I say.
But the boy...
If he hasn't the sense to come in out of the rain, it's just too bad. I've got enough to do with worrying about my roses without worrying about him. And don't you go out after him. He'll come back. He'll come back.
Saturday night. And when it was day again...
Charles, wake up. Please wake up.
Oh, where?
You're on the couch. You fell asleep on the couch. Charles, get up right away.
What's the matter with you? Why should I get up? What difference does it make?
Listen to me, please. The boy, he isn't back yet.
What?
Jackson, he isn't back yet. Charles, where can he be? The storm, you slept, I waited.
Wait a minute. Have you looked in his room?
I just came from there. Charles, where could he have gone to? All through the storm.
Oh, stop talking so much and let me get up. Let's go see. Oh. Must you follow me? Why didn't you wake me up? Why did you let me sleep?
I must have fallen asleep, too. I opened my eyes, it was day. Oh, Charles.
Oh, stop Charlesing me. Crazy young fool, so he spent the night outside. So what's the difference? Teach him a lesson. Well, no wonder he isn't back yet. Fog like this, it's as bad as night.
Charles,
All right. What am I supposed to do? Go wandering through fog like a bloodhound, like a fool? Don't worry, he'll be back. He'll be back.
But you never did come back, did you, Jackson? When the sun came out and that everlasting wind came up and lifted the fog.
Charles, come here.
Where? Where are you?
Back of the house, Charles. Come quickly.
What is it? What do you want now? The boy isn't around. I've looked everywhere.
Charles,
Now,
what's happened back here?
What?
Look at the ground.
Well, what in the... Who plowed this ground up?
Plowed?
Yes, certainly plowed. Can't you see? Some crazy drunken fool plowed up the ground.
But during the night? Charles, how could that be?
You believe what you see, don't you? It's that boy.
What?
Yes, that Jackson went crazy, found a plow, tore up the ground, and ran away. Went out of his mind, that's it. The boy's gone crazy, tearing up the ground. Gone crazy. Gone crazy.
Friends, we leave our The Devil and Mr. O story of Revolt of the Worms to take a deep breath and a word from your station. And now back to our The Devil and Mr. O story of Revolt of the Worms.
And then, that night, that same night after I thought Jackson had gone crazy, run away, I went back to my work, Sunday night.
Charles, can I speak to you? Charles, please stop your work and talk to me.
Haven't you lived with me enough years to know I don't like to be interrupted when I'm working?
But I'm frightened.
Are you? Really?
Charles, stop it.
Are you out of your mind?
Yes, maybe I am.
What did you say?
Maybe I am crazy. All right, maybe I am. That's the only way I could have lived with you all these years.
What?
Endured your selfishness, your unbelievable selfishness.
Well.
Everything's for you. For 20 years, everything for you.
Now, that's
your
enough.
work, your pleasures, what you think, what you want, everything for you, nothing for anyone else.
Will you
the
shut
gentle
up?
little Mr. Prentice, the scientist, the good husband who never lifts his voice. Mother in heaven, I'd rather be married to a fool with a heart in him than you.
Well,
You haven't got a heart. You never had a heart. It's you, and no one else, and that boy can be dead out there and you don't care, and I can be dead and you don't care as long as you're safe and doing what you want to do.
Will you go away and let me go on with my work?
Charles, I'm frightened. That boy. Now there are noises.
I'm asking you for the last time to go away and let me do my work.
But listen to me. You've been out here all night. I've been in the back of the house alone, and I've been listening, and I didn't want to come in here, but I had to. Charles, things I said, I meant them. For years I've meant them. All right, that doesn't matter. But I tell you this, there's something outside the house. Find out what it is, Charles.
20 years ago, I thought you were an irrational woman. I thought I'd trained you out of that irrationality. I was wrong. I'll humor you just this once, but never again. Where are these noises?
At the back of the house.
The lantern, hand it to me.
Yes.
Thank you. You're frightened. You don't have to go with me.
I want to know.
What? That you're a fool? Well? So what am I supposed to hear? There's nothing. Hello out there! Hello! Well, what now?
Listen.
To what?
Listen.
To what?
I thought...
You heard the wind whistling through the cracks in your brain. Come into the house.
Charles, wait.
Wait for...
Here?
Yes. So what? Give me the lantern. If it's that boy...
It could be him, couldn't it?
That crazy young fool playing practical jokes. If I get around the corner of the house and... What's going on here?
Charles. Something moving under the ground.
Yes. So dark. Can't quite make out.
Charles, what is it?
I don't know. Animal of some sort?
Take me back to the house.
Oh, go yourself. Moon will come out of the clouds. See what this is.
Give me the lantern, Charles.
No, I want to see. The house is back there. Turn around and go back to it. Go ahead.
All right. All right.
Yes. It is something burrowing. Infernal moon come out, I'd see. There. Coming out. Now I'll see what... Holes in the ground all over. What are they? Who? Bomb craters? But that isn't possible. No. Animal burrows. But what animal could make a hole 4 feet across? What animal?
Claire! Where are you? Claire! So dark I can't see you. Claire! Where are you? Claire! Claire! Where are you? Claire!
Yes, Claire.
Claire!
I ran through the night looking for you. The echo of my voice is still in my ears. Looking for you, and the moon was under the clouds, and I couldn't see, and I couldn't find you. And then I did. You had fallen into one of those craters, into one of those holes in the ground. I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. But which one of the holes? They were all over, ground pockmarked with them. I ran around in the dark. I could hear you, but couldn't find you. And then the moon, it was out again. Oh, blast the moon. Why did it come out? If it hadn't come out, I wouldn't have seen. And my head... Stop it, Claire, stop it. I can still hear you. I can still see you. Your body down in that hole. As I ran toward you, suddenly I saw that something else was coming toward you. Something that glistened, wet in the moonlight. Something long and slimy. A great twisting snake. Yet not a snake. Not a snake. And the fear in me made me fall to the ground, and I saw, as I lay there, I saw. The thing moved toward the hole in the ground as if you weren't there. As if it were blind and couldn't see. Like a great blind worm. It was a worm. A worm 10, 20, no, 30 feet long, crawling in fright to its home in the ground. And it moved toward you, Claire. Covered you. Crushed you. You're dead, Claire. You've been dead for 2 days. Why should I tear out of my memory all the horror of how you died? Of how young Jackson must have died?
Where'll I throw the extra hormone solution, Mr. Prentice? Where'll I throw the extra hormone solution, Mr. Prentice?
Yes. It's very funny, isn't it, Jackson? I ran away and I was going to bring back to the world the greatest rose. But I brought back the greatest worms. The hormones you threw away soaked into the ground, and into them,
Hundreds of little worms burrowing under the ground, soaking into their flesh, into their life process, miraculously increasing the growth of them, until overnight they grew and grew without limit into those terrible horrors. And they are still growing. I can hear them. For the last 2 days, squirming around the house and over it. Great, monstrous pieces of slimy flesh, squirming and writhing. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, burrowing under the ground and at night coming out of the ground. I have seen them, a sea of flesh, a sea of worms. Yes, I hear you out there, you worms. You were under the ground, and now there's no room underground for you, so you've come out of the ground. The world was yours first, so now you're going to take it back again. The world for the worms. You're under the house. You're lifting it. The walls will fall and crush me, and I'll be dead, and I want to be dead. Yes, now I know why this is happening to me. I thought I could run away from the world and what is happening in the world. You hear that, you worms out there? I thought I could run away. No. Oh, I'm very tired. Just sit here and wait for them. I know how I'll die. The walls falling, crushing. Ooh. Window. Something behind me. A worm at the window. Head looking in. He's crawling in. And another following. And another. They're filling the room. Worms all around me. The worms. The worms around me. Worms covering me. Cold flesh. Wet flesh. The worms. The worms. Covering me. The worms are covering me.
This is Mr. O. Arch Obler. I know what you're thinking. Worms that size, a pure put-on science fiction. Well, personally, I don't believe there's any such category of story as science fiction anymore. Our scientific progress has been so accelerated that what was fiction in the morning can actually happen tonight. 30 years ago, long before human extinction became a possibility with the explosion of the first atom bomb, I wrote a play about the last 2 survivors in the world. At the time, it was sheer fiction. Something could happen to this Earth of ours that would leave only 2 survivors, a writer's brainstorm. Yet who among us does not know cold reality, the red buttons east and west that could trigger off a global nightmare? I wrote another play a handful of decades ago that was equally an impossibility. It concerned the very laughable idea that a spaceship was returning from the moon after the first successful landing on that ball of cheese. Yet there are few among us today who haven't witnessed that first giant step on the lunar cinders. and the very fantastic return voyage in triumph. Fantasy, fiction, fact, it's all interlaced into tomorrow. And speaking of the future, let me tell you about our next story. Its title is Where Are You? And we'll talk about that after your station has a word. So this is Mr. O again. First, to those who have inquired, yes, I've written a book. Its title is House on Fire. Its publisher, Bartholomew House. Now about our next play. It's all about a boy and a girl on a honeymoon. But even in our permissive times, I promise you the strangest honeymoon since that custom began. So next time, the play, Where Are You? It is later than you think.
For many long years, the people of Russia have suffered under the heavy and despotic hand of the Tsar, Paul I. There has been much oppression. No one has dared to plot against the regime until one night in the month of October, 1801. Listen. Count Parlin, governor of St. Petersburg, and the captain of the Tsar's own bodyguard, has summoned several powerful nobles. When all are present, the Count speaks, and in his hand is the famous diamond medallion of the founder of Russia, Peter the Great.
Noblemen of Russia, I have called you here tonight in the name of the man who first wore this medallion. Peter the Great! Hail Peter the Great! Aye, my friends, it is well that you hail the name of Peter the Great. As noblemen who revere his sacred memory and seek the ends of justice, it is imperative that we act. Gentlemen, we must not allow the oppression, the cruelty and tyranny of our present Tsar Paul to continue. All Russia knows that our Tsar refuses to wear this diamond emblem. But does Russia know why? Because the words engraved in the gold of its setting are the words of Peter the Great, justice in sovereignty. Count Parlin, what you say may be correct, but what can we do? We can do this, my friends. We can place on the throne of Russia a man who will wear this medallion, a man whose rule will be guided by the inscription it bears, a man who will give us justice in sovereignty. But who? Who could it be? Yes, where shall we find such a man that the people will accept? Who better than the Tsar's own son, beloved of the nobles, idolized by the people, His Highness, the Grand Duke Alexander.
But Alexander will never accept the throne while his father lives.
Suppose I convince him that it would be the salvation of Russia. Then he will sign.
Yes, but how will you do it? What are your plans?
My plans are secret, even from my own son, Gregory, here.
Count Parlin, if you can possibly obtain the signature of Alexander, we will follow you. But if not...
I swear that I'll obtain it by tomorrow night. And now, will you pledge the support of your regiment?
Yes, all of that and more.
Then meet me here tomorrow night, and I'll have the decree for the Tsar's abdication signed by Alexander.
Without his consent, all will fail.
We shall not fail. And gentlemen, within 2 days, this diamond medallion shall be in its rightful place on the breast of the Tsar, Alexander. Good night, gentlemen. Until tomorrow night.
Good night, Colin.
Gregory.
Yes, Father?
Did you get all of their names?
Yes, sir. Everyone. Here is the list.
Now write a duplicate list.
A duplicate? But what for?
To send to the Tsar.
Father.
Gregory, I am sending it at once in an unsigned message to the Tsar, saying that a plot is formed against him, and I shall enclose the names of the 12 men who came here tonight.
You mean you're going to... Oh, no. No!
Gregory, my son, I ask you not to question this thing I do. Let it suffice that I act for love of Russia.
But, Father, you...
Gregory, you will do as I say.
No. No, I can't. I can't, and I won't. Good night.
And my own son believes me a traitor. If he only knew. Well, I'll copy the list myself, and the message will go at once. If I'm not mistaken, before 12 o'clock tonight, I shall hear from the Tsar.
Come in. Thank heavens, Count Paulin, that you are so prompt.
Your Majesty's summons asks for haste.
Can you guess why I have called on you in the middle of the night?
Yes, Your Majesty.
You what? Then you do know that a plot is now complete. A plot that would force me to abdicate from the throne?
I do.
Eh? How do you know it? How do you... But look, here is the letter I have just received giving a list of the conspirators. I sent for you as soon as I got it. We will crush it out. We'll crush this plot, and the leaders shall pay with their lives, and the rest can find solace in Siberia. But we must act at once. The letter says any delay will be fatal.
But, Your Majesty, I also have a list.
You?
If there is such a plot against Your Majesty, the lists ought to agree. Here, let us compare them.
Look. Zubov, Novitsky. Look at them. All of them. They're all the same, Count Paulin. Exactly the same.
So they are, Your Majesty. But 3 names have been omitted.
Who are they? What names?
Your Majesty, I am forbidden to speak evil of those exalted by heaven.
You mean my own family? Tsarina? My sons? No, you can't. Well, why don't you speak? Answer me. So, it is true then. Alexander will take the scepter from my hand, and his mother will... I'll not...
Your Majesty, I beg you...
My own son. I might have known. Alexander. Let them die. Both of my sons. And let the Tsarina go to Siberia.
Your Majesty, surely the law will...
I am the law of Russia. Arrest them at once.
But, Your Majesty, that would be impossible without your signature.
You shall have it. You will serve the summons tomorrow morning.
Your Royal Highness, the Grand Duke Alexander.
Yes, what is it? Why, Count Paulin, what has happened? Why are the guards at my door?
Your Highness, you're accused of treason.
Of treason?
Yes, look.
Well, that's a lie. I don't believe it.
Your death summons, signed by your father, the Tsar of Russia.
My father condemns me and the Tsarina. Constantine, we are all accused of a plot against him. But what have we done? My mother... Oh, this is... Where is he? Where is my father?
You are forbidden to see him.
Forbidden? Well, is there no way I can deny this?
There is. One way.
Well, what is it? Tell me.
Do you recognize this diamond medallion?
Why, yes. It is the emblem so beloved by all Russia. The diamond that belonged to my ancestor, Peter the Great.
And you, Alexander, Do you love this symbol?
Just as I love Russia. But if you are suggesting that I usurp my father, take his crown and scepter, I refuse.
You have asked me for a way. That way is to accept the throne.
Never. Not while my father lives.
Forget that he is your father. Think of him as the Tsar. Are you willing to allow a man to continue to exercise his power over millions of your countrymen when he shows himself incapable?
That's not true.
But look, the accusation of your mother and your brother. Is that not proof enough that your father is...
Stop!
Your Highness, here is a decree that will force your father to abdicate in your favor. Will you sign it?
Well, can't I even speak to him?
He refuses to see you. Oh, my boy, you are not willing to liberate Russia from a despot. Yes, a madman. Who but a madman would condemn his own wife and sons to death?
No, stop! Stop! I will sign. I will sign it.
Well, gentlemen, I think we should come to the front. Count Holland, now that we are all here, tell us, did you succeed?
And if I did, are you ready to act tonight?
Our regiments are in your command. Well, did you get it?
There is the diamond medallion. I now surrender it to your care.
Then you failed. Well, it was a noble enterprise. But everyone knows Alexander would never take the crown from his father.
And there, my friend, you are mistaken. In his great love for Russia and for the cause of justice, Alexander signed the decree for the abdication of the Tsar. Look!
Oh, the decree, gentlemen! The signature of the Tsarevich Alexander! Praise heaven, the plot is a success!
With the emblem of justice, we shall march tonight to the palace.
Long live the Tsar Alexander!
Gregory, my son, now you know.
Yes. Yes, Father, I understand. That list of plotters was but a clever means to a noble end. Oh, forgive me, Father.
That's all right, my son.
Wait! Yes.
My friends, one last favor.
Anything, Count Holland, it shall be granted.
All I ask is that my son have the privilege of placing the medallion on the neck of the new Tsar, Alexander.
Perhaps there was never a more severe or pitiful childhood than that experienced by Frederick the Great of Prussia. All during his youth, Frederick lived in constant terror of his father, the king, who always carried a stick, and in drunken, brutal fits of anger that verged on madness, beat his children mercilessly. This half-mad king had two great aims, one to keep his treasury full, and the other to have a whole regiment of men over 6 feet tall. Frederick, who later became one of the greatest kings in Europe, was only 14 years old the first time he tried to escape from his father's tyranny. Listen as he confides his secret to his sister Wilhelmina.
I won't stay any longer. I'm going to run away.
Fritz, run away? Oh, little brother, think of the horrible punishment if you're caught.
They won't catch me. I'm going in disguise.
No, little brother. You know our father. Well, he'd call it deserting from the army, and you'd be flogged and starved, or... Oh, Fritz, a real deserter pays with his life.
But I've made up my mind, Wilhelmina. I'm going tonight.
No. Don't leave me, Fritz. What? Think of our secrets, our books. It won't be fun to read anymore without you. Look what I brought you. A book of French poetry. See?
Where is that boy? He didn't hear from me. Frederick!
Oh, his father. Hide the book quickly.
It's too late. I'll hold it behind me.
Frederick! There you are. Hiding in a corner, eh?
No, sire.
What's this thing I found in your room? What is it? Speak up.
It's a flute, sire.
A flute, eh? Rather be a fight player than a soldier, is that it? Well, I'll not have it. And you, Wilhelmina, you're the one that... What's that behind your back, Frederick? Show me.
Yes, sire.
A book? What kind of a book?
Poetry, sire.
Then by my kingdom, I'll teach you to be reading poetry and playing a flute. When I'm trying to make a king and a soldier out of you.
Father, it was my fault. I brought it to him.
I'm not surprised. It's bad enough to have...
Your Majesty.
Huh? What is it?
Your Majesty, 10 new recruits for your regiment have just arrived from Austria.
10 there, von Lutzen. Are they big ones? Over 6 feet, eh?
Yes, sire. 3 of them are nearly 7 feet tall.
Yeah? 7 feet? Gott in Himmel, I must see these new ones. Did you buy them?
No, sire. They refused to come. So my men got each of them drunk, tied them, and brought them as prisoners.
Got them drunk, eh?
Your Majesty, they swear to run away.
Run away? Deserters, eh? Where are they? I'll put a stop to such notions. Got them drunk, eh?
Fritz, oh, you're bleeding, little brother. Oh, it's all my fault.
Where did he go?
With Herr von Lutzen, to look at his new recruits. Oh, Fritzy boy, let me help you.
Oh, I'm all right. I can get up. Listen, I'm going now. I'm going to leave Berlin.
Hush, no, little brother.
I can't stay any longer. I can't do it.
No. If you're caught, you'll be punished horribly.
It's not the beatings that hurt, don't you see? It's the inside of me. All that I love, he destroys. My flute, my books. He tears them to pieces. I hate his drills every morning. I despise it all of it. I'm going, I tell you. I'm going tonight when it's dark.
You have no money, nothing.
I don't care. I'll make the border. Somehow.
Here, if you must go, take my diamond. If you could sell it.
Your diamond?
Yes, it's all I have to give.
But not your diamond. You love it so.
It's all the beauty, Fritz, I've ever known. Here.
No.
Oh, you think the diamond is dearer to me than my little brother? Now take it. Oh, Fritzy, be careful. Be so careful.
They'll not catch me. I won't let them. Don't cry, Wilhelmina. Don't cry.
There. I'm not anymore. Goodbye, little brother.
Wilhelmina, come here.
Yes, Father.
Sit down. There. Now, Your father isn't such a terrible old man, is he?
No, sire.
Well, Wilhelmina, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Father.
Now listen, daughter. Would you like to do something for your old father, eh?
Yes, of course.
Such as, give me your diamond brooch.
Give my diamond?
Now. I know how much you love that diamond. But I've told you it's too valuable for a girl, haven't I?
Oh, yes, sire, but...
Now listen. Austria tells me I've got to give up my 10 new recruits. And 3 of them over 7 feet tall. Bah! There's another way. If I send a ransom, I may keep them. And no trouble. Eh? Do you hear?
Yes,
sir. A ransom. It's exorbitant. Take the money from the treasury. I won't do it. It isn't right. But now, if you'd like to give your father the diamond...
But, Father, our aunt, the Queen of England, wouldn't like me to give away her present.
She'll never know. Now, Wilhelmina, you've always been a good daughter. Where is the diamond, Wilhelmina?
It's in my room.
Go and get it.
But, Father...
Do as I say. Bring me the diamond brooch.
Yes, Father, I'm going.
Oh, many pardons, little princess.
Oh, Herr von Lutzen, I wasn't watching where I was going. Why, well, what are you doing here tonight? What's the matter?
Princess Wilhelmina, your brother.
My brother? Well, what's happened? What's happened to him?
He's been taken to the military prison.
Oh, how did it happen?
He was caught trying to sell this diamond brooch. He admitted he was trying to get out of Prussia. I have come to tell the king.
No, don't. He might even kill him. Oh, why can't you let him go? No one would ever know.
I'm sorry, little princess, but already it's rumored that Frederick was running away. It's best that I...
Oh, then you must tell him. Oh, Fritzy, little brother. What happened? Herr von Lutzen, what happened?
The trial's over, little princess. Fritz was very brave. He answered every question like a real soldier.
But the sentence...
It was most unfortunate. Oh, I don't know how that Austrian got into the room.
What do you mean? What happened?
Your father had already sentenced Frederick to be flogged and imprisoned for 2 months on cabbage and water.
Oh.
But just when we were all so relieved, the Austrian ambassador came into the room to see about those new recruits. The king flew into a rage. He stormed and yelled and struck everybody nearby. And then he saw the young prince and...
Yes?
And he sentenced the boy to die as a deserter.
Oh, no, it can't be.
He's still raving. I came away. I couldn't stand the white face of the little prince. There was nothing I could do.
Herr von Lutzen, where's my diamond? Where is the diamond brooch?
Oh, but the king,
It's mine? Give it to me.
Well, if you think... Where are you going, Wilhelmina? No, don't go in there. Gott in Himmel!
A deserter in my own family. You'll die for it. Die, do you hear? That Austrian coming here and telling me to give up my recruits. I'd like to wring his neck in my hands. I won't give them up. I won't. Himmel, hell, Wilhelmina, what are you doing here? By my kingdom...
Father, look, see what I brought you.
The diamond. Himmel, I forgot.
Father, you don't have to give up your new recruits. See, here's the diamond. You can ransom them. Don't you remember?
Ransom? Yeah. Then I don't take any money from the treasury. And I keep my fine big soldiers, eh? You're a good daughter, Wilhelmina, to do this for your father.
But, Father, now won't you...
And I keep my soldiers. I'll ransom them. See? The diamond.
But, Father...
What's that, Wilhelmina?
It's my very dearest possession.
But now it's mine.
Then don't hurt little brother. Don't kill Fritz.
What?
Oh, but, Father...
Flute player, a poet, now a deserter.
Father, you can keep your new recruit. See, you have the diamond.
The ransom. 3 of them, nearly 7 feet high. Come here, Von Lutzen. We must go and see about this.
But Fritz, Father, what about Fritz?
Fritz? Let him eat cabbage and water. We'll see what that does to a deserter. But just this once will I let him go. And if I ever hear of him playing on one of these...
Your Majesty, we were going to ransom your new recruit.
Oh, yes. Yes. I told you I wouldn't give them up. With big men, nearly 7 feet tall.
Oh, little brother, Fritzy. Why do you stare at me like that?
The diamond. How did you... Oh, Wilhelmina. You've given it up again.
Yes, and got my brother back. Oh, little Fritzy, must I always tell you, what matters a diamond if I have my little brother?
C-O-L-G-A-T-E. Colgate presents Bill Stern.
With a Colgate Sports Newsreel.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on the air. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, with stories rare. Take his advice and you'll look nice. Your face will feel as cool as ice. With Colgate shaves, you'll be a fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Stern bringing you another Colgate Sports Newsreel. Our guest tonight is the lovely blonde Hollywood movie star, Madeleine Carroll. But first, Reel 1. Portrait of a football friendship. Once there were 2 men. They became friends. And because of that friendship, there's a curious sports story to tell tonight. A sports story that began back in the Rose Bowl football game of 1939. You see, one of the football teams in that Rose Bowl football game was from Duke University in North Carolina. And on the Duke football team that year was a youngster named Sonny Bragg. When the Duke football team first arrived out in California for the Rose Bowl game, all the boys, including Sonny Bragg, naturally met a lot of new friends, for everyone was trying to make the visiting team feel at home. One of the new friends that Sonny Bragg met was a chap named McHugh, Jimmy McHugh. Soon, Sonny Bragg and Jimmy McHugh became good friends, so much so that one was never seen without the other. As long as the Duke football team stayed out in California, Sonny Bragg and Jimmy McHugh went every place together. Well, when the game was over and it finally came time for the Duke football team to leave California and return to North Carolina, Jimmy McHugh and Sonny Bragg promised to keep up their friendship by writing to each other. That was all back in 1939, and for several years they did write to each other. But suddenly the letters stopped. So you see, with the coming of the war, Sonny Bragg joined the Air Force. and was sent to North Africa. For quite a while, Sonny Bragg was too busy in North Africa to write to his old friend Jimmy McHugh. For Sonny Bragg was the pilot of an American bomber. But one day, not too long ago, Jimmy McHugh did receive a letter from Sonny Bragg. It was quite a letter, and it began, "Dear Jimmy, no doubt you wondered why I suddenly stopped writing. Well, I'm now in North Africa flying an American bomber, and we're pretty busy. These American bombers are great ships, though, Jimmy. Let me tell you something that happened to me the other day. We just finished our regular bombing assignment. We were heading back for our base when I noticed a German Messerschmitt coming right at us. I yelled to my gunner, 'Attention, tail gunner. German Messerschmitt coming at us due east. Tail gunner to pilot. Messerschmitt in sight. Have him covered. Pilot to tail gunner. Good. Open fire at will.' He's coming right at us, sir. Keep firing. Try to make him veer away. He must be crazy. He's dead. The guy's dead. His plane's coming right into us. Prepare for a crash. Prepare for a crash. Prepare for a crash." The letter continued. "Well, Jimmy, I thought we were done for when those two planes collided up in midair that day. You see, that German pilot was dead. His ship was flying itself when we crashed. He ripped away most of one wing. He knocked out one of our motors, but somehow I managed to keep our plane up in the air, and we limped back to our base, coming in on little more than a wing and a prayer. Guess I'm lucky to be alive. Write me when you can find time. Best regards, Sonny Bragg." For quite a while, Jimmy McHugh sat staring at that letter he just received from his friend. Man, what an idea for a war song, and Jimmy McHugh was a songwriter. 2 days later, Jimmy McHugh had written "Coming In on a Wing and a Prayer." 3 weeks later, it was the nation's #1 war song. Tonight, it's sweeping the country. And so because of a Rose Bowl football game 4 years ago, a great friendship began between a Duke University football player named Sonny Bragg and a California songwriter named Jimmy McHugh. And out of that football friendship, a great war song's been written, a song all America is singing tonight.
Though there's one motor gone, we can still carry on, coming in on a wing and a prayer.
Portrait of a football friendship. Reel 2. Colgate's camera close-up of Madeline Carroll. Here is one of the most beautiful stars of the movies and radio. Lovely, blonde Madeline Carroll. Here she is in person, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Good evening, Bill. But you know, I'd like it much better if you'd introduce me as special representative of the United Seaman Service.
Meaning what, Madeline?
Meaning, Bill, that my job today is to try and make Americans more merchant marine conscious. I have a very real and sincere love and admiration for the merchant seaman and the magnificent work he is doing. And while he is at sea, well, I'm very proud to be his champion on land.
That's swell. Tell me this, Madeline, just what do you do?
Oh, every kind of thing, Bill. From writing letters encouraging and consoling mothers and sweethearts of merchant seamen to talking on the radio about them. Well, like all other American boys, these youngsters are sports hungry, even when they are taken prisoner by the Germans. May I read you a letter I received from an American merchant seaman, now a prisoner of war in a German concentration camp?
Please do.
He writes, "We American merchant seamen, now prisoners of war due to enemy action, are concentrated in this German prison camp. The only sporting information we get is that furnished by the British prisoners here, and has no interest to us Americans. We would appreciate very much a weekly newsletter of the American sporting world. We would also greatly appreciate the opportunity of playing baseball and football, as the field is available, but we have no equipment. Thanking you for your consideration, we are the American seamen, prisoners of war." The letter is signed Vernon L. Frank, and has been passed by both the German and American censors. Imagine that, Bill. Asking for sports equipment instead of food. So now it seems to me that it's up to us to get some equipment there and quickly.
I agree. That's an intensely interesting letter, Madeline. I want to thank you very much for reading it. It's not what we'd expect from a movie star, but you always did do the unexpected. Thanks so much. Good luck and good night, Madeline Carroll.
Good night, Bill.
Let's pause right here. We'll return to the Bill Stern Sports Newsreel in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now let's rejoin the Bill Stern Sports Newsreel with special guest Madeline Carroll.
Reel 3. Profile of a prize fighter. This is the story of a prize fighter, or should I say, this is the story of Mike Carr. Michael Carr was his full name, but nobody ever called him Michael. You see, he was born in a rough, tough neighborhood, and Mike was the toughest guy on the block. From the time little Mike was 12 years old, he decided he was going to be a prize fighter. When he was 16, Mike Carr became a professional boxer. In his first year, the record books tell us that Mike Carr won 8 fights and he lost 3. In his second year, he won 9 fights and he only lost 2. In his third year, Mike Carr won 12 fights and he lost only 1. Finally, Mike Carr was signed to fight for the welterweight championship of the world. And on the night of that fight, 12,000 people turned out to see Mike fight, but they didn't see him fight, as Mike Carr never showed up for that fight. Nobody could understand it. Mike gave the silliest excuse anyone had ever heard of. Said he'd stop fighting because he wanted to be a songwriter. Rough, tough Mike Carr, the guy with a bashed-in nose, writing songs. Why, what did he know about music? And so Mike Carr became the butt of all jokes. Time and again they'd ask him, "What kind of songs you gonna write, Mike?" And the battered old prize fighter'd get a dreamy look in his eyes and reply, "I think I'll write some songs about the West, the Indians, the cowboys, the golden sunsets, about Texas, about the prairies." You can imagine how they laughed at Mike when he told them that. But one day, Mike Carr published his first song. It was called Old Faithful. Oh, it wasn't any smash hit. It was a lovely song of the Western cowboys, and it went,
"Old Faithful, we rode the range together. Old Faithful, in every kind of weather. When your roundup days are over, there'll be pastures white with clover for you, old faithful pal of mine."
Well, after that, they didn't laugh quite so much at Mike Carr. Sure, he was a former prize fighter with a bashed-in nose, but at least he could write music. A little while later, Mike's second song came out. Like the first, it was another song of the Western cowboys. This one was called Riding Down the Sunset Trail, and its melody was really lovely.
I'm a-riding down the sunset trail, 'cause it's getting near the time for roundup. I'm a-dreaming as I go of a gal I used to know, riding down the sunset trail.
Well, nobody laughed at Mike Carr after that one. They forgot that he was a prize fighter. They forgot everything except that he was turning out one Western cowboy song after another. But Mike Carr's most beautiful song of the West came a year later. It was a song that swept the nation. It was one of the greatest Western cowboy songs ever to be written. It'll never, never be forgotten, for it went,
"South of the border, down Mexico way. That's where I fell in love when stars above came out to play. And now as I wander, my thoughts ever stray. South of the border, down Mexico way."
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all there is to the story. Unless you'd be interested in knowing that Mike Carr, the former prize fighter who's written the most beautiful Western cowboy songs in the world, is an Englishman who has never been in the United States and who has never seen either the West nor its cowboy. Profile of a prize fighter. Reel 4. Colgate's Candid Camera catches the story behind the story. Ann Arbor, Michigan. The United States government announced today that Tommy Harmon, former Michigan All-American, had been found alive.
Wait a minute, Bill Stern. This is Madeline Carroll. Here's a real story behind the story. The Red Cross listened to our broadcast tonight, and they heard us read the letter from the American who was a prisoner in a German concentration camp, asking for sports equipment. Well, Bill, they just this minute phoned me and said they'll get that sports equipment to him. I'm so happy, and thank you, Bill.
Thank you very, very much, Madeline Carroll. And that's the 3-0 mark for tonight. So until I see you next week at the same time over the same stations, I'll be seeing you on the screen in the News of the Day newsreel at your favorite Lowe's or Associated theaters. And now this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on his way. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, had lots to say. He told you tales of sports heroes, the inside dope he really knows. So listen in next Saturday. COLGATE.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Can the leopard change his spots? Asked the prophet Jeremiah. And his own reaction, of course, was no. But, you see, we live more than 2,000 years later. And today, we may not only change the spots of the leopard, but his flesh and his blood and his bones and brains as well. We can do this because we have been given a fantastic gift called science. But whether this is a gift of the Lord or of the devil has not yet been definitely determined. How do you like your new wallet, my dear?
Oh, darling, it's beautiful. Let me get my papers and place them inside.
And I've already done that for you, Eloise.
No, Tom, I mean my driver's license, my social security
They
card.
are already in your new wallet.
Tom, these aren't mine. That's not my license.
But it is, dear.
Well, look for yourself. The name on this is Mary Ann Williams.
Of course. It's your new name, Mary Ann Williams. And my new name is Walter Williams.
What do we need new names for?
Because we died.
Who died?
You and I. We were killed in a car crash.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Tom and Eloise Rutledge are dead. They have been changed into Walter and Mary Ann Williams. Our mystery drama, The Spots of the Leopard, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ann Shepard. When young Leonard Foster won the leading role in the Shakespearean play to be given by the local community theater, he was, of course, overjoyed. How could he know that this triumph would be the indirect cause of his death? Well, it's the way these things sometimes work out. You see, ordinarily, Leonard would spend his lunch hour out walking with a girl, or in a corner of the parking lot playing softball with the rest of the fellows from the mailroom. However, lately he's been spending the hour between 12 and 1 sitting in the office and memorizing Cardinal Wolsey's famous speech to Cromwell, which is what he's doing right now, less than 3 minutes before he's to be murdered.
Cromwell, I charge thee, fling away ambition. By that sin fell the angels. Love thyself last. Cherish those hearts that hate thee. Corruption wins not more than honesty. Still, in the right hand carry gentle peace to silence envious tongues. Oh, hello.
Hello? Who is this?
Oh, this is Leonard Foster.
This is Mrs. Rutledge. Is Mr. Rutledge about?
No, ma'am. Mr. Rutledge and the plant manager have gone off to lunch.
Oh, have they? Now, Leonard, look, this is vital. Did they drive off in Mr. Rutledge's station wagon?
Did they? No. No, ma'am. They went by company limo.
Oh, then I'm saved. Mr. Rutledge's station wagon is still in the parking lot.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I can see it just outside the window.
Uh-huh. Do you drive?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Rutledge.
Well, I'm at, just where exactly am I, Monsieur de Polissard? Off exit 11, Leonard.
Yes.
I just bought this absolutely divinely authentic Louis XIV commode, and I must get it home at once. Now, you're no more than 5 minutes away from exit 11 on the turnpike. And you'll see the sign, De Polissard Antique. Well, we can have the thing home in 10 minutes, and you can be back at the office 10 minutes after that. Total elapsed time, 1/2 hour. What do you say?
Well, ma'am,
The keys. Mr. Rutledge keeps a spare set in the upper right-hand drawer of his desk. Leonard, please, hurry. I shan't draw a relaxed breath until we bring it home safely.
Mrs. Rutledge, well, she's the boss's wife. Upper right-hand drawer. Should be. Oh, yeah. Now, where was I? To silence envious tongues, be just and fear not. Then, if thou fallest a blessed martyr. Oh, Cromwell, Cromwell, had I but served my God with half the zeal I served my king, he would not in mine age have left me naked to mine enemies.
That bomb was meant for me, Mr. Atkins.
There can't be any doubt about it.
Well, why? Why did you allow such a thing to happen?
Look, we can't be everywhere all the time, Mr. Rutledge.
You came to me. You said, you, Tom Rutledge, you have a duty as a citizen. The underworld has been trying to move in on your industry. You have certain facts.
I understand all that, Mr. Rutledge.
Now, wait. Your testimony, Tom Rutledge, can place all these hoodlums behind bars forever. I said to you, I have been informed by certain letters, phone calls, even a visit to my office, that it would be suicide for me to testify.
We know all this, Mr. Rutledge.
And when I told you about all those threats, how can I describe your reaction? It was as if this whole thing were an opera, and you burst forth into a glorious aria about how the full force of the assembled resources of the U.S. government would always be on hand to shield and protect me. Well, where were you when a bomb went off in my car this new?
We're doing the very best we can.
Your best isn't good enough. I believed you. I came forward. I testified. And now...
This young fellow, this Leonard Foster, why was he about to drive your car?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Would he have any reason for being in your car?
None that I know of.
Where would he get the key to the ignition?
I couldn't tell you.
Mr. Atkins, this has been a very... I wonder if you'd excuse me. After all, there's really nothing I could tell you.
In just a moment, Mrs. Rutledge, I have a question I'd like to ask you.
To ask me?
Yes. Just let me finish with your husband. Mr. Rutledge.
Yes, sir.
Did you keep a key to the car in your office?
Yes, in my desk drawer.
Did Leonard Foster know about it?
Well, I don't see how.
But obviously, he must have gone to your desk drawer and taken the key. Why?
I don't know. Couldn't even guess.
Mrs. Rutledge, the switchboard operator at the plant says you phoned at about 12:15.
Oh? Oh, yes, I did.
May I ask why?
But to see if Tom might be free for lunch. I know, dear. You had told me before you left that you had this date, but I was sitting around the house. I was so lonesome. I forgot. I just picked up the phone.
The girl at the board put the call through to your husband's office. You spoke to Leonard Foster because she heard him come on.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did speak to the poor boy.
And as far as we know, you were the last person to ever speak to him.
Yes, I suppose I was.
How did he sound to you?
How? Oh, I don't know. All right, I'd say.
Can you recall the conversation?
Yes. I asked if Tom was there, and he said no, Tom had already gone to lunch, and that was all.
And aside from telling you that Mr. Rutledge had gone to lunch, he said nothing else to you?
Well, what would he possibly have to say to me?
So then, for whatever reason, young Leonard Foster decides to drive off in your car, Mr. Rutledge, but the car is booby-trapped, and he becomes the accidental victim.
Oh, please. All this is so upsetting, and you really don't need me for anything more, do you?
No, Mrs. Rutledge.
Dear, why don't you go upstairs and lie down for a bit?
Yes. I think I'd better. Please, excuse me.
Now, this is part of it. My wife is an extremely sensitive woman, and she doesn't...
I know she's scared, and I know you're scared, but I promise you, you're not going to be thrown to the wolves.
We were almost bitten this noontime.
As of right now, you're being guarded 24 hours a day.
But how long can you keep doing it?
Mr. Rutledge, all I'm asking is for you to have a little faith.
Sparrow speaking. I know what you did. I also know what you didn't do. I read the newspapers. No. We just have to let it rest a while. We'll get him. Maybe not now, but we will get Mr. Tom Rutledge. They cannot afford to guard him forever, and we are very patient people. I'll let you know what I want you to do, when I want you to do it. Right.
Oh, Monsieur de Polissard.
Madame Rutledge, may we come in? I thought you would want your commode.
Oh, of course.
Gentlemen, inside.
Okay.
And where shall you have it, madame?
Where do you suggest?
Beneath the painting. Set it down, gentlemen.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It was ordained to occupy that precise place. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, boss.
I must say, it was difficult to approach your house, Madame Rutledge. The police, they stop everyone.
Oh, well, my poor husband, his life is in danger. Could you do me a favor, Monsieur de Polissard?
Madame, there is no other reason for my existence.
I would like to give you a check.
Certainly.
For half the amount we agreed on, and cash for the balance.
Whatever is convenient.
Well, I would just as soon my husband didn't know how much I pay.
Have no fear, madame. This shall be our little secret.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Monsieur de Polissard.
Our second little secret.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, it is our second little secret. Our first little secret is concerned with that most unfortunate occurrence yesterday noon.
What did you say?
What did you say, my dear Madame Rutledge? Or, more properly speaking, what did you not say concerning that most regrettable episode?
What are you talking about?
You said in the newspaper account that you had called your husband's office from your home.
Oh.
We know that was not true. You had called his office from my shop. Further, it seems that both your husband and the police are completely mystified. They have absolutely no idea why that poor young man should have wanted to drive your husband's car. Now, you could have enlightened them.
You must believe me, Monsieur de Polissard. I couldn't mention this because, well, I was so obviously the cause of that poor boy's death. He died because of me. I simply couldn't accept that kind of guilt. Please, Monsieur de Polissard, you said it would be our secret.
What is the real reason, madame? There must be more to it.
I assure you, monsieur.
You placed me in the most awkward position, madame. You see, you are withholding knowledge from the police. You are aware this is illegal.
My motives are not evil. If my husband knew that I had asked Leonard to run that errand for me, he would be furious. He said he would divorce me if I ever did it again.
Did what again?
If I ever used his employees to run errands or do work for me. I may have overdone it in the past. He does employ some very skilled mechanics, and I ask them to do various chores for me. He made me promise to put a stop to it, and I did. I gave him my solemn word of honor, so, you see...
Yes, my dear lady, I see.
And that's why I simply couldn't afford to have him find out that I asked Leonard to do me a favor.
My dear Madame Rutledge, you must have absolutely no fear. I told you this would be our little secret.
Bread eaten in secret is sweet, says the proverb. But even the sweetest bread must one day grow stale. And secrets tend to grow heavy with age. And sometimes they require additional people to carry them, in which case they usually don't remain secrets. As you can see, we have a lot of work to do, and we'll get a good part of it done when I return shortly with Act 2. Very few people will admit they tell lies. Because, as you know, truth is relative. And also, truth rarely gets you anywhere. After all, a politician who tells the truth seldom gets elected. And a lover who tells the truth usually spends his night alone. Eloise Rutledge takes the view that the important thing in this life is to get along, be happy, and not create any unnecessary problems. And so, if a bad peace is preferable to a good war, then certainly a good lie is better than a bad truth.
Monsieur de Polissard, what do you want?
What do I want, Madame Rutledge?
Yes. Let's remove this mask of continental gallantry and...
What makes you think I wear a mask?
Well,
I wish, Madame, only to be your friend, your ally.
Well, thank you, Monsieur de Polissard. Thank you.
These words may sound strange to you, my dear Madame Rutledge, but my dearest desire is to serve you. And if you wish to keep a certain secret, then I shall serve you by silence.
Tom.
Yes, dear?
You're home early.
Well, we'd better have a long talk, Eloise.
A long talk? About what?
About our future.
Well, that sounds serious.
Yes. It's extremely serious. I just spent several hours with Mr. Atkins.
The government man?
Yes. We found out something about that bomb. These are clever and tenacious killers. They want me dead. I must die as an object lesson to everyone else who might consider testifying against them in court. Even the government cannot protect me and you against them indefinitely.
Oh. Well, then, what did Mr. Atkins say? That eventually you'll have to be murdered?
Yes. That's the truth.
And we're just supposed to accept that?
No, darling, we'll have to move.
Move? We won't be any safer for it. These criminals have a nationwide organization. We'd be no better off on the other side of the country, even on the other side of the world.
We would, because we will no longer be Tom and Eloise Rutledge.
Who would we be?
Who would you like to be? Any ideas for a new name?
Tom.
Yeah, what the government can do for us is what it has done for people like us before. They'll help us establish a new identity.
What will we do? What will you do?
A job is waiting for me.
What kind of job? Where?
We're teaching mathematics at a state college in the Northwest.
I don't understand.
Darling, this is an opportunity to be born again. Start life all over. Live it differently. We'll have different names, different identities. Everything is being changed for us. Our social security numbers, credit cards, health and hospitalization data, you name it. My Army discharge papers, every official document that has our name on it, our marriage license.
What names will be on that?
Pick out whatever you want to. What do you think?
Oh, it sounds exciting. Wait till I tell Uncle Alvin.
No, you can't do that.
Well, Uncle Alvin is my only...
You can't tell anyone.
Why?
Well, it's the way it has to be.
But we can't just simply disappear.
Why not?
We have relatives. We have friends. What are they going to think?
Well, they're not really going to think anything. They'll mourn for us a while.
What do you mean, mourn?
Oh, I should have told you this out front. We're going to be dead.
Dead?
Huh. In order to start this off in a most credible manner, we will have died in an accident.
Oh, Tom, I'm frightened.
I know, dear, but unless I do it, I will be killed. It's my only chance.
Sorry to be a few minutes late.
It's all right.
We had to arrange matters with the chief of the local police. Well, take a look. That's your new car. Like it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
I'll have the officers transfer your baggage from your old one to your new one. Frank, Smitty, start moving the luggage.
Mr. Atkins, what's going to become of my furniture, my antiques?
Well, they'll be part of your estate. As Tom and Eloise Rutledge, you had a will.
But there isn't anyone in either my family or Tom's who has the proper respect for a valuable antique. Couldn't we have taken...
No, ma'am, we can't go through all this again, please. Now, you were driving late at night. You went off the road and the gas tank exploded. You perished in the crash and were consumed by the flames.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Police and the medical examiner will authenticate all these facts. You fellas moved all this stuff? Yeah. Well, okay. Now, here's a wallet for each of you. You are now Walter and Marianne Williams. Each wallet has your important papers, driver's license, credit card, social security number, everything you need. Douse that car with gasoline, fellas.
Oh, Tom.
Eloise, if you have any reservations...
No,
now, listen,
Tom.
You folks had better start calling each other Walter and Marianne.
Darling, that this won't be an easy thing for you to do. If you have any reservations, well... I could have been alone in that car.
No, Tom.
Walter,
yes,
remember?
Walter. My place is with you. My place is always with you.
Okay, fellas, roll her off the road.
Sparrow, you know what time it is. What? Is that a fact? They had an accident, huh? Car burned up. Both of them dead. Somebody seen the bodies? Not enough left to identify. Well, what do you know about that? I don't believe a word of it. It's a plant. He's on ice somewhere. We'll find him. Yeah. People disappear. But nobody can disappear without leaving some kind of trace.
Oh, I didn't know you were home.
Well, where would I be, Tom?
Honey, my name is Walter.
In the privacy of our own home, I can call you Tom.
But I'm not Tom anymore, and unless you call me Walter all the time, you'll forget and call me Tom when we're out.
When do we ever go out?
Well, we could go out every night in the week. We could have a full social life.
Some social life.
Darling, there's some very fine people up here.
Do you know the sole topic of conversation here? You have exactly two. It depends on the season.
Now, you're being unfair.
In the summer, it's horses. In the winter, it's skiing. And there isn't an antique shop within 200 miles.
Well, no, that's not true. There are plenty of shops.
Oh, sure. If you're interested in old branding irons, I'm talking about antiques.
Well, it's not the East, I admit that.
Look at my home. There isn't a decent piece of furniture.
No, I should have known better. I should have realized that this would be no life for you.
Oh, Tom. Walter, I'm sorry. The important thing is we're together. Together. That's all that I care about.
Yes, that's the important thing. And it's just about the only thing we'll ever have, being together. I miss other things, too. The theater, the excitement of the big cities, the museums, galleries, restaurants.
Oh, please. Don't even mention
Both of us, we were brought up to live that way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I'll manage somehow.
I wish I could buy you an antique.
A chair and a table.
Nearest place where we could even hope to see anything that you would consider an antique
would be San Francisco.
I don't think it would be prudent for us to be seen in San Francisco.
No, I guess not.
I'm sorry, dear.
I'll just have to live with it. Somehow. Oh, what am I thinking about? I can't. I shouldn't. I mustn't. Oh, it's crazy. Why is it crazy? Because something could happen. What? What could happen? I know what I'll do. When he answers, I'll hang up.
Good day. This is the shopper Jean-Pierre de Brossard. How may I serve you? Hello? Hello, hello. Is anyone on the line?
Is anyone on the line? Or put it this way. When I return with Act 3, will there be anyone on the line? Will she do the smart, sane, sensible thing and hang up? Or will she... Well, she's a woman. And today's women's lib attitudes to the contrary notwithstanding, history is replete with women who go against specific instructions. Bluebeard's wife, Pandora, Eve. Do we add Eloise?
This is...
Let us say your name is Jean-Pierre de Polissard, and you are a respected dealer in antiques. About, a year ago, one of your very good customers and her husband were killed in the flaming wreckage of an automobile accident. Now, today, you're sitting in your shop, and the phone rings. And you answer it.
Hello? Hello? Is anyone on the line?
Hello?
Who is this, please?
Monsieur de Polissard.
Wait, I know that voice. But, no, how can it be?
Monsieur, you have kept 2 secrets for me. Can you keep a third?
Madame Rutledge.
Don't say that name. Never say that name.
You are alive.
You must keep my secret.
Certainly.
Monsieur, how I miss your shop.
And how I miss you, madame.
Do you remember the commode?
Could I forget?
If only I could have something like it.
I have my eyes on just a piece. It will be available in several weeks.
Oh, could you buy it for me?
It is done.
Remember, you must say nothing about my being alive.
Your secrets are safe with me. Where shall I send this?
My husband had just come in. I have to hang up. I'll call you again when I get the chance.
Madame.
Yes?
I'm looking for Tom Rutledge. We were in Korea together, and he said, if you ever find yourself in or around New York, come see me. So I've come to see him.
You were a friend of Tom.
Oh, I was better than a friend, a buddy.
Won't you come in, Mr.
Sparrow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I hope nothing's wrong.
Well, I'm sorry I must tell you this, but Tom's dead.
What?
Yeah. Dead in an automobile crash.
Oh.
Yeah, Tom and Eloise, his wife. I'm Eloise's Uncle Alvin. I inherited their estate.
Tom dead. I can't believe it.
I can't either. Old man like me, outliving Tom and Eloise.
I'm sorry I intruded, sir. Say, this is quite a layout here.
Practically every piece of furniture is an antique.
It seems to have a lot of class.
Suppose the antique dealers around here were hit pretty hard when poor Eloise was killed. You can see what a valuable customer she must have been.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, thank you for your hospitality, sir.
I'm sorry you had to come all this way out here for nothing.
Well, maybe it wasn't for nothing after all.
again. Ah, damn it. It's Eloise. Come in here, Eloise.
What's the matter, darling?
You tell me.
Why are you so angry?
Look at this.
What are you talking about?
This telephone bill.
Well, what about it?
You made a long-distance call to New York, to Westchester County. There's the area code, 914.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh?
But, Tom, this person is absolutely trustworthy.
That is not the point. You're not supposed to be in touch with anyone at all for any reason. That was the agreement. Whom did you call?
I called my antique dealer.
Oh, good Lord.
I can trust him.
What does he know? Tell me.
Well, I guess he knows I'm still alive.
Oh.
But he won't tell anyone, he promised.
Does he know where you are?
No, I didn't tell him.
Does he know your new name?
No.
Eloise. No, it doesn't matter. It's the way you are. You can't change.
Oh, Tom, please.
You simply cannot keep your word. I can't become angry about it. It's a sickness with you. Darling, go back home.
But this is my home.
Go back east where you'll be happy. They don't want you. They want me. I'll take off. Go somewhere. They'll never find me.
Tom, please. I don't know what gets into me.
Whatever it is, darling, we can't live with it.
But I can't live without you, Tom. So whatever it is, I'll fight it. I won't give in to it, to myself anymore. I won't, Tom, please. This time, believe me.
All right, darling, all right. I'll try to believe you. But, darling, you'll have to call me Walter.
Hello?
Monsieur Polissard.
Madame.
I don't have too long to talk with you. Did you find me?
Madame, I found you a gem exactly like the other. And the same price.
Could you send it out here?
Of course.
Well, I don't want my husband to know I got it from you.
Easily remedied. I shall ship it to a friend in San Francisco. He will send it on to you. You can claim you saw it advertised out there.
Well, I think I can get away with that.
What is your address?
No, this is an absolute secret.
I shall guard it with my life.
All right, you send it to Mrs. Marianne Williams, care of Western State A&M, Barrett, Wyoming. And please keep it secret.
My dear madame, it is our fourth secret.
Mr. Atkins, I'm Eloise Rutledge's uncle. You remember Tom and Eloise Rutledge?
Yes, I do.
Are they really dead?
What do you mean?
Why couldn't you answer that question yes or no, Mr. Atkins?
Because I'm not sure I understand that question.
Well, let me draw a picture. A week ago or so, a man rings my bell. Says he's an old army friend of Tom's. You follow?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. It's simple so far. And he asks about Tom. Didn't know Tom was dead. That doesn't raise any suspicions. Now, here's where it gets complicated. I see this fella's picture in this morning's paper. Here it is. Same person. And his name's Paul Sparrow. And he's supposed to be a notorious gangster.
And he was asking about your nephew?
I notice you didn't say my late nephew.
No, I haven't said anything at all. But I do want to thank you for this very vital information. Good day to you, sir. Welcome to the establishment of Jean-Pierre Polissard.
Well, if it ain't Benny the Frenchman.
Hello, Sparrow.
And look at you. New racket?
I have gone straight.
Is this stuff on the level? Or do you hammer it out in the back room?
I told you, Sparrow, I have gone straight. All the way.
Well, I'm looking for a dame.
Haven't we all?
She'd been a good customer of yours before she died. If she died.
That is quite a description.
Her name was Eloise Rutledge, or Mrs. Tom Rutledge.
I read in the papers a year ago. She got killed in a car crash. What is on your mind, Sparrow?
Oh, same thing that was always on your mind, Benji. Squealers. I remember how you always hated squealers. And that's her husband.
He was killed, too.
Yeah, that's what it said in the papers. I warned him.
But he's already dead.
No, the feds got him stashed. So I figure maybe she's been in touch.
Why?
To buy some antiques.
That would be okay, but I have not heard from her.
You haven't, huh? Tell me, why'd you just cover that piece of paper with your hand?
Yeah, but what are you talking about?
You didn't even know you were doing it.
I just had to write something down.
Let me see.
Just a customer's name. Look for yourself.
Marianne Williams. How come you got a customer all the way out in Wyoming?
She likes antiques.
You know what I'd like to bet? That this Marianne Williams is Eloise Rutledge.
You would lose.
Well, it's worth the trip.
You want to waste your time? Go ahead.
Look, I trust you, Benny. Is she or ain't she the dame I'm looking for?
She is not.
Okay, pal. That's the last word. Hold it, Benny.
What?
Put that phone down.
When did you come back?
You're getting careless. I come back to see if you was going to phone her to tip her off.
This is a business call.
Hand over the phone, Benji. If it's legit business call, hand it over. Now, come on, that's good.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, ma'am, I think maybe I got a wrong number. Can you tell me where I reached?
Yes, this is Barrett, Wyoming.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the truth, Benji. I'm really sorry.
Darling, sit down.
What is it?
You told me you saw the ad for this antique commode in a San Francisco paper.
Well, yes.
Mm-hmm. Would you have kept the ad by any chance?
No. No, I don't think so.
Well, let me tell you why I don't think there was an ad.
What are you saying?
Now, wait, I haven't said it yet. In the bottom drawer, I saw an old and faded sticker. Do you know what it said? De Polisard's Antiques, Larchmont, New York.
Well, maybe he did own the antique originally, and then he sold it to this dealer.
About a month ago, you called him.
I did?
Mm-hmm, and at that time, you swore to me that you didn't give him our new address.
Well, I didn't.
Did you call him since? Did you call him since to tell him where we were living?
Oh, darling.
Did you?
Well, you're making it sound like an
Did you call him?
Yes.
Oh. You know what we have to do now, don't you?
No.
We have to get out of here as quickly as we can.
Why? But suppose Polisard does know. You can trust him.
That's right. There was a guy that was aces.
Oh, you.
Don't move.
Oh, Tommy's got a gun.
Well, nobody can say your wife don't notice.
What are you going to do?
What do you think he's going to do?
Oh, no. Oh, please.
Now, don't feel bad about Monsieur Polisard, as you called him. Wasn't his fault. Besides, he's dead.
Hey, look, if you shoot us, people are all around on campus, and they'll hear the shots.
How's this? It's a silencer. It'll just be a couple of little pop-pops, that's all.
You're covered, Sparrow. My suggestion is for you to drop the pistol and walk out the front door.
Well, that sounds about right.
Drop it.
Oh, Mr. Atkins. Oh, Tom. I'm so sorry.
You folks will just have to do it again. You can't stay here.
Eloise, I don't know if I can go through it again. Let him get me and get it over with.
Oh, no, darling. No, trust me. Trust me. I really learned my lesson.
Eloise, can I really believe you?
Yes, darling. Yes, this time, you really can believe me.
Well, we'll never know if he can or not. When our stories are over, they're over. What happens after our third act curtain descends has to be another story. And I shall have another story for you when I return in just a few moments.
If you have not yet prepared your will, please listen carefully. Without a will, the laws of the state and not you will determine who receives your property and in what amounts. Who manages the affairs of your estate. Your choice as guardian of your minor children may never be known. Your loved ones could face unnecessary legal costs and needless court delays. Now, for only $12.95, you can make your own will quickly and safely with the American Will Kit. You'll receive simple fill-in-the-blank will forms with easy-to-follow directions. The forms were prepared by lawyers to be valid in all 50 states. Order now, and you'll also receive free of charge our easy-reading personal protection guide, giving you important tips and special information that can save you money. Now is the time to take advantage of this special mail order opportunity. To order, call toll-free 1-800-542-1212. Only $12.95 plus shipping. That's 1-800-542-1212. Money back if not satisfied. Call now, 1-800-542-1212.
Crack may be a death sentence to an adult. If you're pregnant, crack may sentence your baby to mental retardation, stunted growth, permanent learning disabilities. Crack babies often do not survive the first 6 months of life. If you're pregnant and use hard drugs, your baby does too.
Mommy, don't.
This is Michelle Lee with the March of Dimes, preventing birth defects.
The delicate balance between a lie and the truth. What is it? It's an entire dimension that is neither true nor false, but something somewhere in between. It's a place of shadow and mystery. And let us say it's that Never Never Land where the leopard, and indeed all of us, try to change our spots, or whatever. Our cast included Ann Shepard, Russell Horton, Gil Mack, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Okay, kid, are you ready? Let's do a little wade out here, and I'm going to show you where the biggest trout in the world lives. On the other side of that boulder. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Now, it's just like swatting a fly. Remember that, just
Okay.
take your wrist back and flick it out.
It's easy.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, now you want to tease him a little bit.
Okay.
Tease it, just jerk it a little bit. Little bit. He's coming. He's coming at it.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold it tight. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Don't let him lose it.
All right.
Don't let him lose it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Come on, beautiful.
Yeah. Oh. All right.
A boy and his father practice casting lines and spinning yarns. These moments are made possible for 20,000 more people every year by the Leukemia Society of America.
We'll tell them about the one that got away, won't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Leukemia Society of America. We're gaining every moment.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. The Old, Old Men. At the foot of Fulton Street, where fishing vessels and other boats come laden with cargo for New York City's people and industry, lies the Schooner Hotel, surrounded by dingy fish markets, gray, forbidding warehouses, and abandoned buildings. It overlooks the cobblestones of South Street. Many years ago, perhaps, it was the private mansion of some colonial merchant. Now, it houses only the old, the poor, and the unwanted. Retired sailors and fishermen, broken-down draymen, and those who have lived out their lives, but have not died. One foggy December evening, a shining black limousine glided to a stop in front of the hotel. Mrs. Ralph Hollister sat in the back, tense with shock and astonishment.
Schooner Hotel. Snowden, are you sure this awful place is where my stepfather lives?
Yes, ma'am. I checked the address with the detective. He said Mr. Stebbins had been here 3 months, ma'am.
Snowden, wait here, please. If I need your help, I'll call you.
Yes, ma'am. Funny the old gentleman coming back to where he started, isn't it, Mrs. Hollister?
Don't worry, Snowden. He won't be there for long. How much higher, Mr. Hazard?
5th floor. Practically there. Here it is, Mum.
Be there, you old grave robber! What in the name of Sam Hill? Diana.
Good evening, Father.
Oh, yeah, Diana. Joe, I'd like you to meet my daughter, my stepdaughter. Diana, this walking corpse is Joe Hazard. He runs the place.
We've met. That'll be all, Mr. Hazard.
Yes, ma'am. See you later, Larry. Dead, I hope.
Let's go inside, Dad, and shut the door.
Have a seat, Diana.
I won't sit down because I'm not going to stay. You've had us all worried sick, running away from home and not letting us know where you were.
I sent you postcards. What more do you want?
You're coming home with me right now, immediately. Now, let's start packing.
Now, Diana, don't start that. I'm not going back to all those stuffy society people.
You're 78, Father. You're rich, entitled to comfort.
Diana, now you get this straight. I won't go back with you.
Dad.
Now, listen, Diana, I've got everything I want. Good fishing, good sleeping, good eating, good friends.
Friends? Those horrible old men?
Yes, friends. And there's not one of us that doesn't look forward to the other's funeral. Hey, Joe, put another lump of coal on the stove. It's cold in the lobby.
Why don't you wear a warmer shroud?
Now, don't be so stingy. You won't be here much longer to enjoy your money.
Huh? Look who's talking about money, Joe. The undertaker told me that Stebbins was in price in a gold casket the other day.
That's a good one.
Now, look here, Joe. There are 9 of us, all about the same age.
What do you mean, same age? I'm 81.
Okay, Pete. But you'll all see, I'm going to outlast the rest of you old duffers.
That boasting of yours is a bad business, Stebbins.
Joe's right. As a matter of fact, you haven't been looking so well lately, Stebbins.
Who says?
Me, Tim Owens.
So do I. Spinelli the Oysterman looked just like you do right before he was took.
Huh?
And he was hardly 75.
Now, look, Pete, if you don't stop me...
Don't be a sorehead, Stebbins. Pete's just paying you back.
Well, I can take it, Tim. But you've all been ganging up on me. Haven't you, Scott?
What's fair is fair. Lay off him, boys.
Scotty's right, yeah.
Of course, Larry. And the boys can't help it. And many a time I seen him taking an old horse from Frenchy's stable. And I says to myself, I wonder when they're going to lead Larry Stebbins away.
You'd get a big kick out of seeing me go, wouldn't you?
Of course I would. With you gone and all our wills made out to the survivor, there'd be real money in the pie.
Sure, before we cut you in, the whole prize for surviving weren't more than $20,000 for the whole 8 of us.
And now it's millions. That's why we're ganging up on you.
Larry, I never could figure why, with all your dough, you took a hand in it.
Why, to win, of course, Tim. To see if I can lick the game of death the way I've licked everything else.
Stebbins, you know what I think.
No, what?
I think you're nuts.
What? Well, we'll see. Now, Tim, I ran into a bargain you could use real soon.
Yeah?
Yeah. A nice, cheap gray.
was horrible, Ralph, and yet he absolutely refused to leave.
But, Diana, we might as well face it. Your stepfather hasn't been happy living with us.
But why must he stay in a place like the schooner?
Oh, any other surroundings are too tame for him. He's always been a vigorous person.
There's this morbid game they play. Oh, it's incredible. One night he said he climbed into bed and found a tombstone there with his name on it. Oh, it isn't human, Ralph. It isn't human.
Oh, Diana. Now, darling, take it easy.
Ralph, you've got to make him move. You've just got to.
All right, Diana, but how?
I don't know. You just must go down there with me and speak to him.
No, I'm afraid speaking won't do any good, dear. We'll have to use force. All his life, Lawrence Stebbins has used force, and it's the only thing he understands.
Do you know where Mr. Stebbins is, Mr. Owens?
Couldn't rightly say. Saw him go out early this morning. Hasn't been sitting around the stove at all today like he usually does.
Well, where's Mr. Hazard?
Joe, he's out for a breath of air. Won't do him no good, though.
What do you mean?
He's bound to go anyway.
Ralph, don't listen to him. It's just that awful game.
Oh, here's Joe now. Hey, Joe, Larry Stebbins' daughter's looking for him. You seen him?
I've come to take Mr. Stebbins home, Mr. Hazard.
I'm afraid you won't be able to do that, Miss Hollister.
Why? Where is he?
Is this his cap, Mum?
Oh, let me see it, please. Initials L.S. Abbott Brothers. Yes, that's where he buys his clothes. Yes, I think it is.
I thought so. Some kids out there gave it to me.
Where'd they find it?
They said it belonged to a guy who jumped off the end of the pier. An old man like myself, they said.
Suicide?
That's what it looks like to me, mister.
No, Ralph, it couldn't be. If there was one thing that Lawrence Stebbins wanted, it was to stay alive.
You mean...
I mean, if he died, there was just one reason. Murder.
Here it is, Fish Market Diner.
Well, let's go in, Ralph.
All right. But I still don't see why you're so suspicious. What can I do for you?
Did you know Lawrence Stebbins of the Schooner Hotel?
Sure, I know him. Great sport, regular customer.
Was he in here today?
Sure was. Had a big breakfast and was happy as a weasel. Next thing I knew, he kicked the bucket.
What do you mean he was happy?
Well, Mac, he was cracking wise. He even did an old-time dance with his hat on his cane.
Hat? You mean his cap?
Oh, no, ma'am. He was wearing a hat.
If we just stand here opposite the hotel, we can watch who comes and goes without being seen in the dark.
Diana, watch that door. Someone's coming now.
Oh, you know him. That's Tim Owens.
No, I can't see very well. We better get closer. Let's go over behind the loading platform on the next pier.
All right. The light should show their faces better from there.
Let's go.
Made it. Ralph, look.
Look where?
Right behind me.
Yes, there are two of the old men.
Pete Sanders and Charlie Hall. Both asleep.
Yes. But they're not asleep. They're dead. Stone dead. It was just at the side of the pier north of the hotel.
As soon as we saw them, we came for you, Sergeant Boyd.
You say there were two of them?
Yes, you can see for yourself.
Probably just a couple of bums sleeping off a drunk.
On a December night? Besides, I'm sure they were Pete Sanders and Charlie Hall.
They were dead, all right.
We'll see. You're a little edgy about your stepfather's suicide, ain't you, ma'am?
Oh, of course I am.
Well, you could have made a mistake. You know, the police boat is still out there dragging the river. May take days to find him.
Well, here we are. Now, we were standing just about here, weren't we, Diana? And the bodies were... The bodies? They're gone.
Say, Joe, Sergeant Boyd was in here looking for Pete Sanders and Charlie Hall while you was out.
What do you want him for, Scotty?
Who said Stebbins' daughter thought she saw him dead?
Yeah, the way she and her husband was talking, you'd think Larry Stebbins wasn't fit for the undertaker anyway.
No, Tim. Don't hold it against the young lady. She's all worked up. They'll find the old man's body, she'll calm down, and we can all go to the funeral.
Say, Tim, you didn't happen to see Pete or Charlie this evening?
No, I didn't, Scotty. But I was out a while. Maybe Sullivan did. Wake up, Sullivan. Wake up. He's been sitting here in the lobby all evening, snoozing off and on.
That's a good idea, Tim. Sullivan! Sullivan! Hey, wake up! He's out like a light.
Hey, I think I'll hang some crepe on him. Scare him when he comes to.
Oh, lay off that stuff for a while, Tim. It gives me the willies. Sullivan! Sullivan!
Try shaking him, Scotty.
Sullivan! Wake up! Pat! Hey, don't fall over like that. Joe, he's not asleep. He's dead.
Diana, let's go home. No one's got in or out of the hotel for an hour.
Ralph, I'm just as cold as you are, but I'm going to stay here, even if it takes all night.
All right, darling. Anyway, I'm convinced that you're right. The person who killed Sanders and Hall killed your stepfather, too.
Only this time we came along before the bodies were disposed of. Ralph.
What, Diana?
Those were real bodies, weren't they?
Certainly. I even noticed a small wounded one. I think it was Hall.
That's exactly what I mean. If they were carried anywhere, there might be bloodstains.
Yes. We could trace them. They were probably taken backwards toward the river. I'll look there.
I'll look over here, towards the street.
All right. No, nothing here.
Ralph?
What?
Come here.
What is it, Diana?
I picked up a trail of dark red spots.
Good. Yes. We'll follow them. They seem to lead right to this abandoned building next to the hotel.
So they do.
From the direction, I'd say they'd go straight to that side door.
Oh, we'll try it.
Mm-hmm. That's where they've gone.
Well, try the door.
Diana, it's open. Come on in.
Good evening, Diana. Good evening, Ralph. I've been expecting you.
Mr. Stebbins.
When Lawrence Stebbins disappeared from the shabby schooner hotel at the waterfront, the police and everyone else thought he had committed suicide. However, his stepdaughter Diana and her husband, Ralph Hollister, felt that Larry Stebbins, who had fought his way up in the world, would not give up the ghost simply because he was badgered by the other old men living at the hotel. They were sure someone had begun to play the macabre game of death in earnest, especially after they found two of the old men dead. But when they opened the side door of the abandoned house next to the hotel and were greeted genially by the man whose murderer they were seeking, they didn't know what to think.
Well, Diana, what's the matter? You look as if you're not glad to see me.
Oh, it's not that. Father, you're not... We thought that you were...
You gave us quite a turn, Mr. Stebbins. If we expected anything, we thought it would be your... I mean, that we wouldn't find you here quite like this.
You mean you thought I was dead? Well, why not say it?
Well, after all...
Can't stand this pussyfooting about a common natural word. We all die sooner or later. Question is, who manages to hold on a little longer?
Oh, please, don't start that morbid talk again.
It ain't morbid. It's natural.
It's horrible.
Now, Mr. and Mrs. Hollister, do you mind telling me what you're doing snooping around at this time of night?
Well, sir, I think it's your turn to answer that question.
Why, right at this moment, the police are dragging the river for your body.
They are? That's downright amusing. Poor fellows must be cold out there.
I fail to see anything funny about it.
You wouldn't.
Why are you here?
Well, I kind of like it here. Quiet. Lots of young people.
Stop that nonsense. Why are you here?
Here? Here? Oh, yes, here. I was locked up here.
Why, that's not true. The door was open when we came in.
Well, that's true. Very true. And you know why the door was open?
No. All I know is that you're telling me a story.
You're wrong, Diana. You see, the door was open to let you come in. You wanted to come in, didn't you?
Yes, but I don't see what that has to do with...
You wanted to come in. I unlocked the door. Now, really, I don't see that you have any cause for complaint.
Oh, look, that's beside the point. You say you were locked in here. Why?
Why? Well, it's this way. A fellow wanted to kidnap me.
You mean that you're hiding here from someone?
No. He did kidnap me.
Oh, sure. And then he gave you a key so that you could get out.
The funny thing about that, he doesn't know I have the key. Now, what do you think about that, Diana? That's something, isn't it? Huh?
If you've got a key, why don't you leave?
No, couldn't do that. Next time he came around to check up on me, he'd miss me. Things just wouldn't work out right.
Just who is this person?
Who? Oh, yes, who? Joe Hazard. He forced me in here.
Why?
Figure he wanted me out of the way for a little while. What do you think?
I think it's all a pack of lies.
What do you mean?
You don't have to stay down here 1 minute longer, and you're not going to.
You're coming home with us right now.
Now, wait a minute. Just who do you think you're bossing around?
Oh, Ralph didn't mean anything, Father. It's only that this whole stupid affair has gone far enough.
I told you I wasn't going uptown with you.
All right, Diana, it's no use arguing. There's only one way to handle this. Grab his other arm and get him out of here.
Come on, Ed. Come on.
Go, will
Be
you?
careful, Ralph.
Ever since I retired, you two have been trying to run me. Well, you're not going to any longer. No one in the world can run Larry Stebbins.
Why, Lawrence Stebbins, what's come over you?
Just come to my senses, that's all. I want to stay here, and nobody's going to tell me different. Now, get moving.
Huh? Where to?
You're going down the cellar, where you can't interfere. Turn left. Now, down those stone steps.
Ralph, the bloodstains, they go this way. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Be quiet, Diana. You wouldn't want to get me in trouble, would you? Now, you. Ralph, open that closet door.
Ralph! The bodies, they're in here.
Go ahead, get in there, both of you.
Sanders and Hall show up yet, Tim?
No, Joe, and I've been sitting here all the time.
I'm beginning to think the Hollisters were right.
So am I, Scotty.
There's some funny things going on around here, and we ought to pay 'em some mind.
There's only 5 of us left. Us 3, McIntyre and Everett. We'd better work fast.
Where is Mac and Everett, Joe?
Went to bed, Tim. I told 'em they better stay down here, but they laughed and said I was nuts. Didn't they, Scotty?
Mac said he was going upstairs to dream about my burial. I got sore as all heck. I can't stand that talk anymore after what's happened.
Scotty, go upstairs and tell them to come down here.
We ought to keep together. I'd feel safer if I knew you was all sitting here in the lobby.
Okay, but they'll probably yell murder when I wake 'em.
You know what I think, Tim? I think Stebbins' suicide was a put-up job.
How do you figure that, Joe?
Just got a feeling. The way the boys acted when they gave me his cap, like they was rehearsed. And then everything that's happened tonight. I tell you, I'm scared. I'm scared stiff.
So am I.
You fellas thought Stebbins was kidding about living longer, but he's not that kind of a guy. Look how he made his dough in the shipping business.
What do you mean, Joe?
Oh, like he said once, he always got what he wanted. He wouldn't stop at nothing. Never has.
But murder, Joe, that's pretty terrible.
I wouldn't put it past him, Jim.
What's
that? Well, sounds like Scotty.
Yo, Jim, I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here fast.
What's up, Scotty?
It's terrible, terrible. I went into the rooms and the beds was empty and the windows open.
Where were they?
I looked out the backyard and they was lying there, the 2 of them, in a heap.
There's only us 3 left now, Joe.
Boys, this is all Stebbins' work.
Stebbins? Oh, Stebbins is dead.
Joe was just telling me he thinks Larry faked his croaking.
He's around somewhere, I tell you, and we're going to find him.
Where do you think he is, Joe?
I've got an idea. He's in the house next door.
Then how would he get in here?
Yeah, these used to be twin houses, Tim. There's a door in the cellar that connects them.
Let's go and find out. I'll get my gun.
I don't want to go there. Get the police. It's their job.
There's no time to get the police, Scotty.
Then let's get out of here. Let's go anywhere. Oh, he'll get us for sure if we stay here.
Scotty, we've got to stick together. There's only 3 of us left now.
Yeah, 3 of us and Stebbins.
Ralph, what's happening?
I can't hear very well through this ventilator, but I'm sure that after he locked us in here, he went upstairs. I heard the door slam, so he probably went out.
Oh, if he only hadn't locked us in here with these awful bodies.
Oh, Diana.
I suppose it's no use even trying to think he isn't guilty.
I'm afraid not, darling, after the way he's behaved.
But he's my own stepfather. Whatever happens, I can't turn him over to the police.
Maybe it won't be necessary. Once he's had his way for the last time in his life.
You mean?
Yes.
Oh, it's horrible to say, but I hope for his sake that he does it.
Oh, if there were only a way of getting out of here, it would make sense to decide what to do.
You don't mean we'll have to stay here?
Well, unless someone finds us or he lets us out, I wouldn't be too hopeful.
But that's impossible. Ralph, I don't want to die. I don't want to die, not in this terrible closet.
Quiet, Anna. I think I hear footsteps upstairs.
What is it?
He must be back again.
It sounds like more than one person.
Diana, door. The heavy door in the cellar wall that I told you about. It's opening.
Can you see who it is? Is it Father?
Not yet. Looks like 3 people.
Jim, Scotty, I was right. Look, blood on the floor.
It's Hazard. He's following the trail.
Poor Dad, it's over for him.
It leads to the closet.
I bet Pete and Charlie are in there.
Maybe they'll find us. I'll call.
No, Ralph, no. I'd rather die than tell them about my stepfather.
I'm going upstairs, Jim. Let me have your gun.
He's up there, Ralph. They'll find him. They'll kill him.
Here you are, Joe. You want Scotty and me to come along?
No, I think I can handle everything now.
We'll wait here, Joe.
You'll stay down here. Put up your hands, both of you, and move toward that closet door.
Joe, don't point that gun at us.
I told you I'd be the last to go, but none of you would believe me. To the rest of you, this was just a game. But if I don't get the money, and soon, I'm going to lose my hotel. There'll be only Stebbins and me. And the police will take care of him.
No, you wouldn't shoot an old pal, would you, Joe?
I did in the others, Tim.
No.
Just you 2 left. Now, move towards that closet.
Please, I don't want to...
Ralph, don't let them. They're coming in here.
There he is, Sergeant Boyd.
Okay, Mr. Stebbins.
Here, let go of me. Let go of me.
Not this time, Joe Hazard. We're booking you for murder.
Nice sitting out here in the park, ain't it, stranger?
Yeah, Pop.
Don't call me Pop. You know who I am?
No.
Yeah. Look at this clipping.
Waterfront hotel keeper convicted for murder of 7 on testimony of Lawrence Stebbins, retired shipping magnate.
That's me. Yes, sir. 7 murders, and there needn't have been any if I'd stopped Joe Hazard before he finished them off.
Really?
Yes, sir. Went to 8 funerals. But I really got a kick out of Joe Hazard's. Had to lock my stepdaughter and her husband up, too. They nearly crabbed my whole plan. You know, Joe Hazard thought he could plant all those murders on me. But you have to be pretty clever to outsmart Larry Stebbins.
Listen, Pop, you gonna shut up? I'm reading.
Okay, mister, I'll go. 8 funerals. No one will even talk to me. It's kind of lonely, though, now, Larry. Ain't it? No friends, no family. Yes, Larry, it's kind of lonely. Like a tomb.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, and Colgate tooth powder to get teeth sparkling and super clean, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. In all respects, Pam and Jerry North's car is an excellent car with only one defect. It always picks the long way home. That's especially the trouble tonight when Pam and Jerry are coming from a weekend in the country, and the car seems to have chosen the longest, darkest, and most deserted road.
Pam,
I'll have to take 10 minutes shut-eye, darling, before we can go on. I'm getting dangerously sleepy.
Well, let's do it then, Jerry. This is no place to have a smash-up.
Just lie back in the seat, dear.
Oh, I can just feel myself drifting right off to sleep, can't you? Jerry. That's right. Go to sleep right while I'm talking. For all you know, I might have had something very interesting to say. I didn't, but I might have. Jerry.
What?
Listen.
Somebody's playing a musical instrument. And way out in the country. He's good, too.
Where's it coming from? I don't see any houses. I wonder... Look, there, by the side of the road.
A man playing a clarinet and coming toward us.
He's seen us.
Hey, come with me. Come with me,
Huh?
this way.
Why, what's the matter?
Just behind those trees. Come and see.
What's there?
A tree got in the way of my car.
Oh, an accident. Anybody hurt?
A girl. And the tree killed her. She's dead. Please come and help me.
Right away.
Where's your car?
Over here behind these trees, see?
Holy... You really smashed up.
The girl's in the seat. Help me, will you?
Jerry, you look and see.
Right. Say, there's no girl in your car, alive or dead.
What? Well, she was here a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Could you kill a girl and not know it?
We better look around for her, hadn't we?
Jerry, our car's starting up.
Hey, stop! Stop!
That was the girl who took your car.
But you said she was dead.
That's right, she was dead.
She isn't now. Stop! Come back! That's our car!
Which way did she go?
Well, that way, didn't you see? Jerry, here's a brand new man.
What? Oh. Who are you? Where'd you pop from?
I've been right here with you all the time.
I didn't see you. Oh, but I guess it's so dark.
Sure. That's why you didn't see him. It's so dark.
Lady, you said the girl drove your car toward New York?
Well, you were right here, too, you said. You must have seen the car go.
Only he didn't, lady. It's so dark.
Let's not argue about it. If she drove toward New York, I know exactly where she's going. Get in.
Get in what?
My car. It's right here. Come on.
I didn't see any other car here.
Of course you didn't. It's so dark.
My car's been here right along. What's the matter with you anyway? Now, all of you, get in and we'll go to town. Here we are. Made it fast, didn't we?
If you ask me, we made it in no time.
Oh, it's too dark here. I'm going inside where it's dark.
What place is this? It's a pretty gloomy-looking house.
This is where the girl came. It's where we all live. So long.
So long? What about our car? And the girl who was dead, but isn't?
What dead girl? What are you talking about?
The girl in your car in the wreck. Oh, only she wasn't there, and then she stole our car.
Lady, you're all mixed up.
Sure, it's so dark.
Well, so long.
Me too, so long.
Wait. If you're going inside and you think the girl's in there, we're going in, too.
Oh, no, you're not. Murder goes on in that house, and you're not allowed.
But the girl's got our car in there.
Nothing doing. It's dark in that house, and if you go in, you'll get killed.
So long. He's gone.
I never saw people move so fast. Jerry, we've got to find out what happened to our car.
The only way we can do that is to get into that house.
Jerry, it's so dark.
You sound like that clarinet player.
This is the darkest cellar I've ever been in.
I don't think it's a cellar, dear. It's a corridor. I can touch both walls at once.
Oh. Do you hear anything?
No. We'll have to get upstairs. Here's the door.
Can you open it?
I can't find the handle. Oh, here it is. Stick right behind me, Pam.
I'm so close behind you. I'm practically in front of you.
Here it goes. It's heavy. There.
Oh! Jerry, what is it?
It's a jam session. These many musicians getting together and playing just for themselves.
There's the man who drove us in. He's playing the trumpet.
And next to him, that clarinet player.
There's no air in here.
And it's hot.
Jerry, there's the girl, and she's singing.
Yes, her mouth's open, but the orchestra's so loud I can't hear her. Can you?
No. Oh! Jerry, look at the walls. They're closing in on us. The room's getting smaller and smaller.
But look behind the musicians. There's no wall at all. Only black space.
We've got to get out of here.
Oh, no. You can't get out now.
Oh, the clarinet player. But how can you be talking to us here? Your clarinet's still playing.
My clarinet plays by itself.
Huh?
I told you not to come in here, didn't I? Now you're gonna die.
Jerry!
You're gonna die by the knife in my hand.
Jerry, where are you? Help me!
He's gone. Now listen to that trumpet. Listen to him climb. Okay, boys? 1, 2. When he hits high C, this knife goes right into you.
Oh, no. Jerry! Jerry, where are you?
Listen to the trumpet. G sharp. A. B flat. And look at this knife, and here comes high C.
Jerry!
Pam, darling, what's the matter?
Help me! The knife! I see. Don't leave me.
I'm right here, sweetheart. Wake up.
Wake up. Huh? Oh, I was asleep.
Sure.
Oh, darling, what a horrible dream.
It must have been. You were waving your arms and kicking your legs. But you're safe in the car, and we can start driving home again.
Oh. You know, darling, it all started when I dreamed I heard a clarinet playing. And then I saw... Jerry, am I awake?
We both are. And I hear it, too. Somebody's playing a clarinet somewhere near us on the road.
Yes, Pam and Jerry are awake now, but it's still pretty dreamlike to hear a clarinet in the country on a dark, dark road.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair, so halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shine through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, we've got to see what it is.
I know what it is, darling. A clarinet being played on a dark road on a dark night. The point is, why?
It's coming from behind those trees.
We'll see in a minute.
Now it's going away, Jerry.
Yeah.
Maybe drawing us after it, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I'm right. Look at that car against the tree.
It's pretty badly smashed. Someone may be hurt.
Maybe it's a girl. Oh, but she isn't there now.
What makes you say that?
That's the way it was in my dream. Is there?
Yes, there's a girl.
She's there? Oh, but she's not dead, is she?
She's alive, Pam.
Oh, somehow I knew she would be.
Loopy, you gotta take me back. You've gotta, Loopy, or I'll... Oh, who are you?
We found you here in the wrecked car, miss. Are you badly hurt?
No, I just hit my head, I guess.
Here, let me help you out.
Thanks. Where's Loopy?
The man who was playing the clarinet? We heard him, but we haven't seen him.
Good. You got a car? Could you take me back into the city with you?
We'll be glad to. And you ought to see a doctor. How'd the crash happen?
Loopy tried to get me to run away with him, and when I caught on and he wouldn't turn back, I crashed the car on purpose. Loopy's the greatest hot clarinet in this world or out of it. I'm Mona Tremont.
I guess we ought to know who you are, but...
I'm a hot singer. They call me the Scat Girl. I guess you don't get around.
No. But shouldn't we try to find Loopy?
I don't want to find him. I only want to get back to the city. Hey, wait a second.
Here's another car.
It's Eddie. Eddie, darling.
Morning, baby. You okay?
Eddie, I'm so glad you got here. Now you can take me back into town.
You bet, honey, and I want to get my hands on Loopy.
Loopy doesn't seem to be around here anymore.
Excuse me, folks. This is Eddie Rayburn, a hot trumpet if there ever was one.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hi.
And as you're in good hands, Mr. Mont, we'll be getting back to our car.
Wait a minute.
What?
Eddie.
Huh?
Something's been stolen from my handbag.
You know what it is?
You bet. And so do you.
Oh, maybe that was Loopy's doing.
That guy must be around here someplace.
Jerry, our car's starting.
Hey, wait! That's Loopy thinking. Got a gun with it now.
Look out!
How do you like that?
Oh, Eddie, you know where he's going, don't you?
Yeah. But how do you know I know?
I wish I didn't. Oh, won't you take us with you in your car?
Okay, hop in. Okay, Cats. There's your crate parked just ahead.
I never expected that. Jerry, we've got the car back.
I hope it's all in one piece. Anyway, thanks very much for the lift, Eddie. And Mona, I hope you're okay.
I will be. So long, folks, and thanks.
Oh, just a minute. I want to see that Loopy McGee and give him a piece of my mind for stealing our car.
Now, look, Mrs. North, you're not going to see Loopy. I'm giving a private party. And you're not coming into that building with us or you'll get hurt. Permanently.
Oh.
Now, take your car and get going. So long.
Nice people.
We better go, Pam. It's late, and there's our car.
Jerry, I'm remembering that awful dream, and it's all coming true. This strange building. This is where Eddie brought us before.
Oh, darling, forget it. Dreams never come true.
I know, but something tells me we're not going to leave here.
No? Just watch us. Get in, dear. I'll get in the other side.
Jerry, look at this here on the seat.
Never mind, dear. Never mind. Get in.
But Jerry, it's a wanted circular for an escaped convict.
Huh? Wanted, Eddie Malden escaped 6 weeks ago from state penitentiary while serving 3-year term for armed robbery. Dangerous. Former occupation, trumpet player.
Look at the picture. That's Eddie, the man who drove us into town, the man who just took the girl into that building.
And this must be the thing Mona missed from her handbag. Loopy stole it from her.
And they were both scared because Loopy found out he's a fugitive.
That's right, Mr. North. Now I'll take it from you.
Eddie, well, we thought you were inside.
Give me that thing.
Here you are. Well, so long, Eddie.
Hold it. Now that you know who I am, you think I'm going to let you run off and call the police? Not a chance. Come on inside.
Oh, dear. What are you going to do with us?
Keep you locked up in the cellar while I finish some unfinished business?
Just a second, Pam. The door's opening.
Don't make any noise, Jerry.
Not if I can help it. One more push. Okay, we're out.
Oh,
Gosh, it's dark.
Jerry, it's exactly like it.
Like what?
Like the way it was in my dream. I wonder where that door is. Oh, I remember now. We just turned a corner, and there...
Wait a minute.
Oh!
Don't move.
Who's that?
I don't know. Just a man I bumped into in the dark.
Won't be dark long. There's a light right here. There. Oh, there's two of you characters. Just what do you got in mind sneaking around here? Talk fast or you'll get in trouble.
Let's begin by finding out who you are.
Flash Farrell, Mona Tremont's manager and future husband. And there's a private jam session going on and you haven't been invited. Now you take a course.
Jam session? Then there is a jam session.
Yeah. What do you want with it?
We've got to get in there to prevent him. Mr. Farrell, I want you to hear me sing.
You sing, do you?
Oh, haven't you heard of me? I'm Pam, Choo-Choo North. Choo-Choo. That's my style.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And who's this guy?
Look, Mr. Farrell.
That's my husband, Hot Lips North. Did you ever hear him play on the zither?
Zither? Who can play hot on a zither?
Oh, you've never heard Hot Lips. Has he, Hot Lips?
No, he never has.
It all sounds fishy to me.
Okay, then. Just show us where the jam session is.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And the first thing we'll do is to hear you sing. And you better be good.
Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo, so I think I'll stay where I am. Choo-choo, civilization, I'll stay right here. Choo-choo.
Okay, Choo-Choo, you're not so bad. She's okay, isn't she, boys? Not bad.
I'm so glad you liked it, Mr. Carroll. Jerry, the way it was before, Loopy had a knife. See if he has one now.
All right, I'll be right back.
Hey, North.
Yeah?
Who let you out, Farrell?
No. We let ourselves out and met him in the corridor.
Now, look, North. Anybody that crosses me up gets it. Including Flash Farrell. I'll kill anybody that gets between me and Mona.
Farrell's in love with her, too, isn't he?
Look at her, boy. Wouldn't you be?
I've got a very charming wife, thank you.
Say, Hot Lips. Hot Lips.
Oh, yes, Farrell?
Sorry, we haven't got a zither for you.
Oh, that's all right, Farrell.
How did you think I was, Hot Lips?
Just great. Choo-choo?
Eddie, how about giving us a number? Oh, sure, Loopy, but I'll have to make it the last for tonight.
Okay, Eddie, but come on, Flash.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you later, Choo-Choo.
Jerry, it's more and more like my dream. You've got to stop Eddie from playing.
Okay, I'll try.
Hiya, folks. Say, I didn't know you two were hip.
Hip? To what?
To the rhythm. I didn't know you had the power.
Look, Mona, I've got to get over to the bandstand.
No, you don't. There's a gun in this handbag of mine. Make like you're just chatting so nobody gets leery.
What's the matter?
I saw Eddie talking to you. What'd he tell you?
He said he'd kill anybody that came between you and him. That means Loopy, because he knows about Eddie.
Does Farrell know about Eddie, too?
No, he doesn't. What are you two going to do?
We don't know.
I'll tell you what to do. Nothing. Just you two keep your trap shut or you'll have bad trouble with me.
We can't let him commit murder.
No.
Hey, folks, shut up, will you? Eddie's going to rip out with a little lip. All set, Eddie? Take it high. It's going right out the roof. Okay? 1, 2.
Jerry.
Yes, darling.
The dream.
What?
The trumpet was playing and Loopy started to come at me with a knife. The trumpet went higher and higher like he's doing now.
Pam, you're imagining things. Nothing can happen now that he's playing.
A flat. A. B flat. He's getting closer. Jerry, do something. I told you, Jerry.
What's the matter with him?
Here, let me see.
Jerry, is he...
Yes. Eddie Malden is dead.
It's a bad spot for Pam and Jerry, for they know the murderer is right in that cellar room with them. The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
Yes, the last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And over 4,000 dentists in a nationwide survey said Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
Yes, dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
So to get your teeth sparkling and super clean, to show their full natural sparkle, start today with Colgate tooth powder and this 2-minute routine.
1.
Brush your teeth night and morning for 2 minutes with Colgate tooth powder.
2.
Be sure to brush all 3 surfaces of your teeth, the biting edge, the inside, and the outside.
3.
And always stroke your brush away from the gums.
Remember, dentists nationwide approve Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine. Remember, too, Colgate tooth powder also freshens and sweetens your breath.
The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
It looks like he's been poisoned.
Eddie, my Eddie. Okay, which one of you did it? I've got a gun in this bag that's ready for him.
Mona, wait. You'll only get yourself in trouble.
Listen to what the guy says, Mona.
Unless you don't care if you shoot, Mona.
I care, all right. I want to get the guy that did it.
Mona, you're awful sure it was one of us.
That's what I was thinking, Mr. Farrell. Mona, you were certainly anxious before to keep us away from Eddie.
You're onto it, Pam. How about it, Mona?
If anybody tries to hang Eddie's murder on me, they'll go right along with him. I loved him.
Now, Mona, don't point that gimmick at me.
Listen to reason, Mona.
I'm listening. Somebody talk.
Pam, I've got an idea.
No tricks now, Mr. North.
What is it, Jerry?
Eddie told me he was going to kill Loopy because Loopy knew he was a convict. And we all know Loopy was in love with Mona.
You mean I killed him? You're off beat, mister.
Not much. You killed him to get a free hand with Mona.
Okay, Loopy. This looks like the last chorus for you.
Jerry, wait. That doesn't make sense.
Now you're in the groove, Mrs. North.
Oh, but it does make sense. Good sense. Sure, Loopy killed him. He hated Eddie.
Don't you move, Farrell. Don't any of you forget this gun.
I'm not forgetting it. But you listen, Mona. You yourself told us that Farrell didn't know that Eddie was an escaped convict.
That's right.
What are you getting at, Pam?
Well, Loopy didn't have to murder Eddie to get him out of the way. He knew Eddie was an escaped convict, and so all he had to do was report him to the police. But Flash, you didn't know that. And so to get Mona away from him, you thought you had to kill him.
That's a lie.
Farrell, you're going after Eddie.
Don't shoot, Mona. Grab him, Loopy. I got him. Me too.
Nice going, Mrs. North. You sure got the power.
Oh, just call me Choo-Choo. Jerry, what a night. Now it's almost dawn.
We'll be home in a moment, darling. And then some sleep.
I could go to sleep right now. Jerry, listen.
It's that clarinet again.
Where's it coming from? Am I dreaming?
And so once again, the Early Risers Club greets you with music to put you in tune for the day.
Oh, a disc jockey on the car radio.
And we start as usual with our theme, a recording by Loopy McGee and his clarinet.
Want to hear it, dear?
I do not. Take me home and let me sleep and never dream again.
Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo and Colgate tooth powder, brings you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. The characters are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Loveton.
There's a fragrance that men love, so delightful and gay, caressing the skin you bathe with cashmere bouquet. You're enchanting and entrancing with a subtle perfume that whispers of romance in a candlelit room. And it's thrilling to bathe each day with cashmere bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Be sure you join us again next Tuesday when the Norths are pigeonholed by a pigeon, chased by a pair of lovebirds on the wing, and caught by a murderer who has flown the coop. This is Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. How How mild can a cigarette be?
Martha Tilton knows.
Ezio Pinza knows.
Vaughn Monroe knows.
Yes, so many stars whose voices are their fortunes know it's Camels for mildness. They choose Camels because they know that camels get along with their throats.
Make the 30-day Camel mildness test and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Back here behind the socks. Care for the clothesline.
I thought you were a detective.
Oh, it's been a rumor for some time.
Do you always do laundry in the office?
Only on Fridays, honey. Have a seat, Miss...
Caspary.
Well, I'll be right with you, Miss Caspary, as soon as I ring out these, as soon as I ring them out.
Go right ahead.
There. Mm-hmm. All right, Miss Caspary, what can I do for you?
It's Mrs.
Well, now, what's it all about?
My husband's going to kill me.
Just frisky, or has he got a reason?
I found out he's been stealing from his partner, and when I faced him with it, he threatened me.
Has he done anything more than threaten?
Last night he went out and said he'd be gone for most of the evening. I went to bed, and about an hour later, I thought I heard somebody start upstairs. I got frightened and put pillows in my bed to make it look like I was sleeping.
Was it your husband?
I hid in my dressing room and watched, and then the door opened. It was too dark to tell, but I'm sure it was Phil. He came in and had a knife, and he jabbed the pillow several times before he realized it wasn't a real body.
Couldn't he see?
What do you mean?
Well, there's some things a guy remembers. Even if you slept in a diving suit, you'd have a hard time hiding them.
I like lots of covers.
Yeah. Now, you said Phil. Is your husband Phil Caspary, the gambler?
Yes, he and Max Bruno are in business together.
Yeah, I know. The Rooftop Club. An iron claw with a cover charge.
This morning, Phil said he was going away on a business trip, but I don't believe him. I'm afraid he's going to try killing me again. I want you to come around about 8 and protect me. Here's $100. That should cover it.
Well, thanks. We might be up late. Maybe I should bring a good book.
You'll strain your eyes. I like dark rooms.
She got up then and walked slowly across the room like a big cat that had just finished eating its keeper. She stopped at the door and smiled a promise. I thought how Samson must have looked with a crew cut. Around 1, I stopped in at the corner of 51st and Broadway for a bite of lunch. I killed part of the afternoon at the newspaper morgue, looking up the past files of one Phil Caspary. No convictions, but a bundle of arrests. The partnership with Max Bruno had earned some big type from time to time, and it seemed that Mr. Caspary's partner, Max, was quite a favorite with the local authorities. They'd nailed him twice. The first time, Uncle Sam sent him away for missing too many March 15th. The second was when I remembered. A rookie cop caught him with a gun. The parole board said shame and sent him up for the rest of the stretch. I went back to the apartment, dressed, and by 8 o'clock I was ringing Mrs. Caspary's doorbell. The skin of my back crawled up and sat on my head. Whoever was dying was doing it the hard way. The door was locked, so I gave it the benefit of one of my shoulders. It was one of those heavy panel jobs with a will of its own, but finally the hinges got tired and gave up. I stumbled into the living room and came up with my .38. The screams had stopped, and I knew the only reason she had given up yelling was because she'd given up living. She was sprawled on the bed, but she didn't look anything like she had that afternoon. The killer had made sure of that. He'd used a knife. And now she just didn't look like anything. I took a quick look around, found no one, so headed for the phone on the nightstand to call homicide. He must have been standing behind the door. When I turned, he gave it to me. Oh! He used something heavy enough to split a block of cement. It caught me across the nose, and I went down like an express elevator. While I was thinking the floor looked silly trying to be a funnel, he nailed me again. Oh, and this time he pushed back the ceiling and let the night in. It's easy to relax after a good beating. You just bleed a little and grow weak. When someone tries to shake you out of it, it's like trying to sober a drunk that got mauled on cleaning fluid.
Come on, Rick. Let's go. Snap out of it.
Oh.
Come on, kid. You're a mess.
Oh, I'm stuck in the confetti. Yeah. We have a party or something?
Yeah, it looks that way. Wake up, you're still running around with the squirrels.
Oh, my. Take a look at that bed, Walt. If I appear untidy, it makes up for things.
We cleaned it off. Now try and sit up. The ambulance will be here in a minute.
Oh, get me a bat, will you? If I can find the guy who crowned me, I'll give you another customer.
We got him outside, but I can't say I blame him.
Who you got?
CASPARY. He says you knocked off his wife.
What?
He called us. Said he came home, found the body, and found you tiptoeing through the corpses.
Yeah? Well, maybe he told you his wife came to see me today and gave out with $100 to protect her from him.
No, as a matter of fact, he didn't.
Well, then don't stand there on your swollen bunion, Walt. He's got me in line for a murder rap, and I don't like it.
Don't blame you. Otis, bring in Mr. CASPARY.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Get in there, Casper.
Okay, Sergeant. Okay, take it easy.
Here he is, Lieutenant.
CASPARY, Diamond here says he'll trade you a seat in the electric chair for his pushed-in face.
I don't get it.
Well, stick around, Phil. It'll catch up with you.
Hold it a minute, Rick.
I've had my face turned into an ad for taffy machines. I've got a right to gloat.
Look, why the chit-chat, Lieutenant? You got your killer.
That's what Diamond thinks. He says you fit the job.
He's a dirty liar.
Says your wife retained him to protect her from you.
For why?
She found out you were robbing your partner. You made one try for her, but you missed.
You graduated, Diamond. Now you're a filthy liar.
All right, Rick, lay off.
Okay, but I'd like to play some more.
I want some answers.
Then why don't you ask his partner? You know him, Max Bruno.
All right. Let's all go see Max Bruno.
A prowl car on Park Avenue is as conspicuous as an outside shower at a girls' camp. A crowd of people watch Sergeant Otis herd us into the back seat. Even if you aren't guilty, you feel like you've got the Chrysler building tucked away under your coat. I waved goodbye to a good-looking blonde with a poodle, and we took off for Bruno's office. It was an old building on 6th Avenue, and a gunner named Tony Garcia with a big bulge under his arm met us at the door.
What is this, a convention?
Hello, Tony. Tell Bruno I want to see him.
The whole party or just you, Lieutenant?
I'm enough.
Sure. What's the matter, Casper? You look sick. You get tagged for speeding?
You can tell Max it looks like he built the frame just the right size.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Oh, stop playing Alice in Wonderland. We want to see Bruno.
I'll find out if he's in.
We know how to turn a doorknob. Look out.
Okay.
Oh, what is this?
They wouldn't wait for an introduction.
Hello, Max.
What do you want, Levinson?
Couple of questions?
You in some kind of trouble, Casper?
What do you think?
Well, what are you getting rough with me for?
Oh, you dirty double-cross.
Shut up.
Well, what's eating you, Diamond?
Well, that's a good one.
Now, look.
You look, Max. You keep your mouth shut, CASPARY.
Not when I'm being framed. I'm going to yell my head off.
Framed?
Don't know nothing about it, huh, Max?
I don't know what you're talking about. What is this?
You framed me with that killing.
Killing?
Don't come on with that bit. You know what I'm talking about.
Take CASPARY in the hall, Otis.
Yes, sir. Come on, Casper.
I'll get you for this, Max. So help me.
Come on, you. Will somebody tell me what's going on here?
Liar, I swear to you, if it's the last thing I do, I'll get...
What's happened to him?
Max, you don't know?
How am I supposed to know? Guess?
Somebody just killed his wife.
Tony.
Yeah, boss.
Wait in the hall.
Yeah, boss.
Casper knocked off his wife, huh?
Well, he didn't say it was Casper.
Look, Casper is my partner. At least he was.
You split?
Yeah, a couple of days ago.
Why?
I've been checking for a couple of weeks. Casper's been holding out on the take.
How'd you find out?
His wife called me and told me.
Oh, really? Wonder why a wife would incriminate her husband like that.
Yeah, she was scared stiff. She found out what he was doing, and he told her he'd kill her. So she didn't know what to do. She called me.
You knew her pretty well, huh?
Not too well. She figured I could give her protection. I told her to see you, Diamond.
Well, now, that was very nice of you, but what did you do about CASPARY when you found out he was robbing you?
Told him to get out, have the money back by tomorrow morning.
You tell him his wife tipped you about him?
Are you crazy? Of course not. Said I'd been checking on him for a long time, that the books didn't tally.
And what did he say?
He said he didn't do it. What'd you expect him to say?
Well, are your books short?
200,000 worth.
Okay, Max. We'll be talking to you.
Wife's dead, huh?
About as dead as she can get.
See you around.
Yeah.
Okay, so he told you how I've been robbing the till.
Yeah, he did.
Well, let's go.
What's the matter, CASPARY? You give it up?
I'm framed. That's it. Let's go.
Oh, by the way, what did you do with the murder weapon?
Don't be surprised if you wake up some morning and find it sticking in your back.
Get him out of here, Otis.
Come on, you. Come on.
Well, Levinson did it again. Suspect in custody. What do you do for an encore?
Sleep. You want me to drop you off in emergency? You could use a new face.
No, I'll grab a cab and go to the apartment and clean up. Got to see Helen later.
Okay, but stay off the streets. Somebody's liable to think you're dead and bury you.
Oh, that's a good one.
Night.
Good night. Hey, cabby.
Yeah? Where to, Mac? Holy yike.
What's the matter?
Oh, don't scare me like that. I got a nervous stomach. Well, they could sell your face for 60 cents a pound.
Okay, so good housekeeping shuns me. 553 East 51st and step on it. What are you rolling the window down for?
I want to see if it's still bleeding out. $0.35.
There you are.
Thanks.
Let's take a ride instead.
Huh?
Don't move.
Hey, what's going on?
I told you we're going to take a ride.
The gun in my back I don't recognize, but you should have worn your other head, Tony.
Move.
Okay. What's the matter? Doesn't Max give you enough to eat?
That's because I don't think you're funny.
All right. You're Tony Garcia and you make people bleed.
Right, boy. Hold it. Now get in the car.
You're bending the suit.
Get in. You drive.
Okay, but I'm a better pedestrian. Where to?
Washington Bridge.
I don't swim any better than I drive.
You won't have to. You're out for high diving. Get going. Come on, hurry it up.
I thought we were going to a funeral.
That's a good one.
What's it all about, Tony?
Don't get nosy. Enjoy the ride. It's a new car.
We rode like that. Tony sitting half-turned with a big .45 in his fist, pointing right at my stomach. I drove south across town, trying to figure it out. Max Bruno's killer getting ready for a job. Why? Why me? What did I know that could get Max Bruno in trouble?
Turn here.
I turned, and the Washington Bridge wasn't far away. I could see it, stretched out across the river like a long coffin lined with bright candles. I eased down on the accelerator, and by the time we reached the bridge, I was doing a good 60.
Slow down.
We were near the toll gate. I took my foot off the accelerator and then jammed down on the brakes as hard as I could.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
You know, smoking is a day-in, day-out pleasure. We like each cigarette to taste as good as the one before. And we like the cigarette we smoke to be mild, to get along with our throats for a good long time. So it's good sense to test a cigarette over a period of time Not just a puff of this cigarette or a sniff of that.
Yes, make the sensible cigarette test, the thorough test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days as you normally smoke, and you'll see how rich and flavorful Camels are, pack after pack. You'll see how mild Camels are, week after week.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's real proof of cigarette mildness.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible test, and see for yourself why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
We had hit the bridge railing and stopped cold. The steering wheel had caught me in the stomach. I opened my mouth to make my lungs work. It was like sucking air through a bent straw. I didn't know how long I sat there before I finally made it, but a slow, dripping sound made me remember Tony and look over. He was halfway through the windshield, and the dripping wasn't a broken radiator. His life was running out all over the hood. I got out of the car before the guards got to it. I had to have time to figure the whole thing out, and I didn't want to hang around for a lot of long explanations. I walked until I lost the crowd that was collecting. I took in long breaths of fresh air until my head cleared, then spotted an empty cab heading back to town, flagged it, gave the cabbie the address of the rooftop club. I needed answers, and the best person to give them to me was Max Bruno.
Late edition, get your late edition here. Read all about it. Read all about the CASPARY murder. Woman found dead in her apartment. Husband held for murder.
Hey, boy, paper.
Yes, sir. Gee, what happened to your face?
I shaved with a rake.
Yeah? Gee, that's pretty funny.
Holy.
What's the matter?
This picture.
That's the dame was knocked off tonight. CASPARY dame.
Oh, so that's it.
Huh?
Here's $1, thanks.
Wow. Take my advice, mister. See your analyst. You'll get rid of them bells.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, did you get to 415 at the George Washington Bridge?
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago. Tony Garcia ran into the bridge railing. Some other guy with him. How'd you hear about it, Rick?
Well, I was the other guy.
What?
Yeah, Tony was going to show me the bottom of the river.
Are you nuts?
Not at all, no. And have you seen the evening papers?
No.
Well, there's a picture of Mrs. CASPARY on the front page.
So what?
Well, so this. The girl in the picture isn't the same girl who came into my office this afternoon.
Well, who was she?
I don't know.
Now, wait a minute,
Walt,
Rick.
well, no. Don't you get it? That's why Tony was supposed to gun me tonight.
No, I don't get it.
Oh, Walt, somebody wanted to frame Phil CASPARY. They sent a girl to my office posing as Mrs. CASPARY, so I'd swear she suspected that Phil was going to kill her. When I found the wife dead, she was cut up so bad I couldn't tell the difference.
Well, then why kill you?
To prevent what's just happened. Get me out of the way before I saw the evening papers.
Then Max Bruno was lying about CASPARY taking the money.
Sure. There had to be a motive, so he cooked up the story about Mrs. CASPARY calling him and telling him about Phil and the money.
Then Bruno's our man.
Oh, Walt, you're such a good boy. I knew you'd get it.
Check your hat, sir?
Maybe I'd better throw it in the door first. Give me a pack of Camels.
Yes, sir.
Who's running the place for Mr. Bruno?
Mr. CASPARY, but he isn't in yet.
Depends on what you're talking about. How's the floor show?
It's all right if you got an imagination.
You know, you better keep moving. You'll catch cold in that getup.
Oh, well, don't let it fool you. The bustle's really a hot water bottle.
I went in and sat at the bar. The dance floor was in the other room, but you could see it through the long glass windows. I was sitting there trying to figure my next move when the floor show started. The usual line of cuties came out. The hat check girl was wrong. You didn't need an imagination. They were wearing just enough to make a bathing suit look like a sleeping bag. They tripped over each other getting off, and the lights went dim, and a white spot circled the piano. She came out in a green satin evening gown. I've seen grapes with looser skins.
I didn't know what time it was.
She knew what time it was. She was pretty good, too. But she was better this afternoon in my office when she told me she was Mrs. CASPARY. I got up and went back to the hat check girl with a warm bustle.
Maybe you need a shot. Even the old ones stick around for the last show.
Honey, where can I find that singer's dressing room?
I thought you looked healthy. Mr. Bruno wouldn't like it.
Well, maybe we don't let Mr. Bruno in on it.
Oh, $10. You'll have to shove bamboo under my nails before I talk.
She told me how to find the singer's dressing room. I thanked her and gave her a pat on the... You know, it was a hot water bottle. I walked by the bar again and listened while she poured it on. I've heard singers with better voices, but this one had the difference. She went into the last few bars, and I headed for her dressing room. I wanted to get there before she did. And unless that green satin gown was a breakaway, she didn't figure for an encore. I got in, sat down to wait. It was a quick minute before she showed up. Oh, shut up, you're flat.
Oh, you get out of here. Go on, get out.
Now, relax, baby. I got something to say. You want to listen or do you want to get shoved around?
You just try it. I'll get some of Max's boys to let the air out of your muscles.
Open your mouth and you'll be tripping on your teeth. Get away from that door and sit down.
Not until you get your eyes full of fingernails.
You little... Now get this. I don't like marking up dames' complexions, but you're making it easy. Who sent you up to my office? Was it Max?
Why don't you ask him? He's good at answers.
Well, so was his boy, Tony. He got dead trying to figure it out. Maybe you'd like to guess.
Wait a minute, Diamond. One scream from me and everybody in the joint will be in here on your back.
Honey, if you open your mouth, I'll shove your foot in it.
If I tell you, do I get squared with the law?
You're an accessory before the fact. I can only give you a head start.
Just give me long enough to find a healthy climate.
Now, you're killing time. Come on. I want to know who built you up to fit Mrs. CASPARY. Was it Max Bruno?
All right. It was Max. Phil found out he was holding out in the gambling take.
So he dissolves the partnership by killing Mrs. CASPARY, making Phil the patsy.
Neat, huh?
Yeah, like a sack full of brains. Go on, answer it.
Who is it?
Open up, baby. It's me.
Max, look out! Diamond's in here!
Sorry, baby, but twice makes you a punching bag. I didn't want to hit her, but it was the only way to keep her tongue in. She dropped like a wet wash in an earthquake, and I jumped to the door. Max was halfway down the hall. He had a gun in his hand, and he used it. The slug tore up the wall by my ear, and before I could try my luck, he was around the corner. I thought about the hole his Luger had made, and I wondered why I was still chasing him. I turned the corner and found myself in the bandstand. Max turned fast and tried again. I was across the crowded dance floor when the panic busted loose.
What's going on here?
I shoved aside a drunk who thought it was the 4th of July and went to the bar like I needed the exercise.
That man's got a gun! You're on me.
Max was nearly to the front door when he turned around for another shot at me. He didn't see the little hat check girl standing behind me with her arms full of coats. He backed right into her, and they both went down together. Max stumbled up, tangled, and an assorted wardrobe. He squeezed first, but he was wearing too many coats. Then he missed again. I didn't miss. Max doubled up like a tired ice bag and got himself a face full of carpet. He was pretty dead. The hat-check girl looked at me for a minute, then leaned over to Max. She said something that endeared her to me forever.
Check your gun, Mr. Bruno.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country. In repeated surveys, the brand named most is Camel.
Yes, according to these surveys, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for your smoking enjoyment. Make the sensible cigarette test, the 30-day Camel test, and see how enjoyable a cigarette can be. See for yourself why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. You know, it's a pleasure for me to make this weekly announcement, ladies and gentlemen, because each week the makers of Camels send gift cigarettes to a most deserving group of people, servicemen and veterans who are hospitalized. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Fargo, North Dakota, and Alexandria, Louisiana. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Randolph Air Force Base, Texas. U.S. Naval Hospital, San Diego, California. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Wilms Herbert.
Men, whether you buy the handy pocket tin or the big 1-pound tin of Prince Albert, you're in for real smoking joy. PA's Choice Tobacco has a rich taste and delightful natural aroma. It's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut for smooth, even, cool smoking. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Meet the safe driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the laws. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act 1 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I sure couldn't figure it. I'd ridden down the whole main street all the way from Seth Tooley's bank to Ma Benson's rooming house, and I hadn't seen a single solitary person. The stores were closed, shut tight. There wasn't even a wagon or a horse out in front of them. It looked like the town of Elk Point had just up and gone to sleep, but that didn't make sense either. Not at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Whoa, Scar. Whoa. Well, Ma Benson didn't know what the trouble was. She always had a pretty good notion about everything that went on in Jackson County. You know, folks always used to say that's why the Elk Point Gazette kept going broke. You know, old Sadie Benson was too much competition.
Who is it?
Brett Ponset.
Brett?
Yeah.
Well, how do I know it's you?
Well, opening the door might be one way of finding out.
Does sound like you're all right. But if it ain't, I'm just a poor widow woman without a cent to my name. I don't think you're going to
Oh,
get...
come on now. Come on, Ma. Open up the door.
Oh, Britt, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Well, don't just stand there. Get inside, quick, so I can lock up again.
Oh, sure. All right.
You can't imagine what a fright you gave me when I heard you knocking out there. Oh, but I must say there ain't anybody I'd rather see today.
Well, now, that's a very flattering greeting, Ma, but what's behind that?
Oh, now stop joshing me, Britt. At a time like this when we all might be murdered any minute.
Murdered?
Stacy Gault is headed this way. Don't tell me you didn't know.
Gault?
That's what I said. Stacy Gault.
Stacy Gault. Oh, I hadn't heard he was in these parts.
You hadn't heard?
No.
Then what on earth brought you to Elk Point?
Oh, I was just passing through on my way to White River. I thought I might stop off long enough to have one of those fine home-cooked meals yours. Isn't that reason enough?
Well, you're heaven sent, Britt Ponset. That's what you are. Heaven sent. Come on out in the kitchen with me while I give you the news.
Sure.
I was fixing a batch of cornbread. I had to do something to keep myself from thinking about what might happen. Oh, you can draw up that stool there if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Before you sit down, hand me them eggs, will you?
Eggs? Oh, sure. Here they are. Here you are.
Well, now, the first sign of trouble was when Gault held up the Fargo station over at Fort Shafter. That was 10 days, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Well, Shafter's 200 miles from Elk Point.
Well, that's why folks didn't get too excited. Not then, anyhow. We never figured he'd come this far west. He never had before.
Yeah, I guess that's so. Yeah.
But last Monday, he was in White River.
Oh?
Robbed the White River First National. Got away with over $50,000. $50,000. Marshal Andrews, he's the district marshal over to White River. He trailed Gault 5 or 6 miles out of town, and then he lost him. But there wasn't no doubt which way Gault was fixing to go. Oh, now where to put that pan? Oh, yes, here it is. Well, anyhow, just this morning, Ed Scott came barreling into town. He's got the old McBride Ranch out in Easter Canyon, you know.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Well, Ed seen him last night riding through the canyon.
He's Gault, huh?
Couldn't have been nobody else. Ed recognized him right off, he did.
He did. I thought you said Gault had never been around Elk Point before.
Well, there's pictures of him, ain't there? On them wanted posters?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I know I've left something out of this batter. If I could only think what... Oh, my stars, bacon powder. You know, when you use sweet milk, you got to put in bacon powder, or the bread just don't raise up at all.
That's fine.
That cupboard right behind you, Britt, please.
Back here?
Yeah, that door there. Right there. There. That's it. Yeah, it's on the second shelf. Then a red can.
Red can.
That's the one. Well, now, like I say, Ed brung the news to town this morning.
Mm-hmm. And that's when everybody took cover, huh?
Well, what else was we to do without a single able-bodied man to defend us?
Oh.
Eddie Scott rounded them all up, formed a posse, and went out hunting gold.
Oh, now, what about Sheriff Henry? It sounds like that'd be his job, wouldn't it?
Sheriff Henry ain't here.
Oh, I see.
Just when we need him most, he's delivering a prisoner over to county jail at Jackson.
I see.
And, of course, that gave Ed Scott his chance to take charge. He's always been the pushing type, wanting to run everything. I guess he figures if he can capture Galt, it'll be a real feather in his cap. Not to mention the $10,000 reward the White River First National is offering.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It sure is. $10,000. Oh, can you open the oven for me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
No, be careful, Britt. Now, don't you burn yourself. You better use that dish towel there on the rack.
All right.
I don't know why I bothered making cornbread. Won't be anybody here to eat it. Except maybe you, Britt. You'll stay for supper anyway, won't you, in spite of this Galt business?
Well, it would take more than Stacy Galt to do me out of some of your cornbread. Gee whiz, I'd ride 20 miles just to get a whiff of it.
Oh,
I would, yes.
Britt. Well, my cooking's all right, but it ain't nothing exceptional.
No,
Oh, you always was one to hand out the blarney. Oh, my, you don't stop it. You'll have me so flustered. I won't know whether I'm coming or going.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go out and put Scar in the barn.
Well, you're welcome to feed him. There's plenty of hay.
Thanks. Ma.
Yeah?
Now, you weren't serious about there only being two of us for supper, weren't you?
Well, I sure was.
Well, but they used to have plenty of boarders, more than you could take care of.
Oh, I've still got my boarders, Britt. But they're all out with Ed Scott's posse.
Oh, I see.
I told you. There ain't a male between the ages of 10 and 60 left in town. Besides you, of course. Why, even old man Fletcher went along with that posse.
No.
They had to help him onto his horse, but he went. Well, you better hurry now, Britt. I'll have supper on the table by the time you get back from the barn.
It is quite a supper, too. Baked ham with brown sugar dripping down the sides, and mashed potatoes swimming in gravy, enough green lima beans to feed the whole population of Elk Point. And that cornbread, gee whiz, it just light yellow and fluffy with homemade maple syrup to pour over it. I tell you, when I started eating it, I figured I'd have a hard time making a dent in the plate Ma put before me, but the next thing I knew, I was asking for seconds. No, just a thin slice, Ma. No, that's too much. That's too much.
Now, I'll only have to throw it away.
Just go easy on it. No, I don't know, though.
There. A few more potatoes?
No, I don't want any more potatoes.
All right, Britt, just a few.
No,
beans?
No, I don't want any more beans.
Now, you can't eat ham with nothing to go with it.
No, I don't want any.
Oh, goodness. Here you are.
Well, gee, well, how about you, Ma? You've hardly touched any of your food.
Oh, what you cook yourself don't taste as good somehow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're not still worrying about Stacy Galt, are you?
Oh, certainly am not. Not since you showed up. If he come into town now, you'd take care of him.
No, I don't imagine he'll get past Ed Scott's posse.
And you don't know Ed Scott very good. Why, he'll have that posse running around in circles. I'll bet you could drive a herd of cattle right through the middle of them men, and they wouldn't even notice.
You want me to answer it?
No, I'll see who it is. You might keep your right hand free, though, just in case. Who's there?
Who's there? It's Seth Tooley. Yes.
What are you doing back? You ain't caught Galt, have you?
No, we ain't caught him. Is Britt Ponsett in town? My wife thought she seen him going into your place this afternoon.
Yeah, he's here, but get
out of the way. Oh, I gotta talk to Britt.
Oh, there's Seth.
Britt, he's in Elk Point. Stacy Galt is in Elk Point.
No.
Yes, he is. I saw him not 5 minutes ago riding over the South Creek Bridge. He means to rob my bank. I know he does. That's the only thing he could have come for.
Well, you've got more than enough men to take care of him, haven't you, Sam?
The posse's still out combing the hills, away out in the hills, yeah.
What? Seth?
Well, my rheumatism started acting up. It was paining me something terrible. I had to drop out and come back alone.
That rheumatism of yours is sure a convenient sickness sometimes, Seth.
Well, you can be mighty thankful for it tonight. Otherwise, Galt might have got by unnoticed. Oh, we got to move fast, Brett, before he reaches the bank. I brought him 44. I figured the two of us together could...
Now, just hold on, Seth. Now, what makes you so sure the man you saw was Galt?
Oh, it's got to be him. Fits his description to a T, to a T.
Pretty dark out there, you know.
He was on the trail from White River. There's nowhere else could have come from. Britt, we all know Galt was headed this way.
What did I tell you? He got through Ed Scott's posse just like I said he would.
Yeah, he might have at that. There was a couple of times when we sort of lost our whereabouts. Well, come on, Britt. You ain't going to leave me to take care of Galt all alone, are you? Not that I'd be afraid to try it, of course.
All right, Seth. I'm coming. I wasn't quite finished my supper, but
Well, now who on earth?
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Don't answer it, Ma. Why, that might be Stacy Galt.
Oh, now, why would Galt be coming here to Ma's place? Now, I'll see who it is.
Well, I'll cover you, Britt. While you open the door, you ain't got a thing to worry about. I'll cover you.
Howdy.
Sign out front says rooms. I'm looking for a place to stay.
It's him, Ma. It's him.
Well, come on in. Here, this is Ma Benson. This is her rooming house.
Evening, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm full up.
Oh? Well, that's too bad. I was only going to be here one night. Any place else I might stop over?
No, that is not that I know of.
Well?
Before you go, mister.
Yeah?
We don't mean to be nosy or anything like that, but would you mind telling us what you're doing here in Elk Point?
I got some business at the bank tomorrow.
The bank? Oh.
That's right. What are you doing with that gun, mister?
What? Oh.
Here, let me pick it up for you.
No. Hey, never mind. Just leave it there. Just leave it.
Laying on the floor?
Well, it ain't loaded anyway.
A man's a fool to carry an unloaded gun. Say, what time's the bank open up in the morning?
It ain't open tomorrow. Tomorrow's a holiday.
That's so? Funny, I didn't know.
Well, it's kind of a special holiday just here in Elk Point.
Oh.
You came from White River, didn't you, mister?
That's right. How did you... Oh, you heard about me. I was on my way here, huh? News sure travels fast, don't it?
Yes, it sure does.
Well, if you haven't got a vacant room, I...
You sure you can't squeeze them in somewhere?
Yes.
You know, since some of your regulars won't be back tonight anyway, you could... How about it, Ma?
Well, I guess I could find a place for him if you really think...
I'd appreciate it, ma'am.
Well, just follow me upstairs and I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, mister.
No trouble.
Well, what's the matter with you, Britt? Get Ma to let him stay here.
Well, if he's Galt, why, this way we'll be able to keep an eye on him, don't you think?
If he's... You seen that satchel he was carrying, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, don't you see? That's where he's got the stolen money. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
Mm-hmm. No.
And, Britt, you heard what he said about my bank. He was telling us plain as day that he means to rob it. That's the way Galt is. Everybody says so. You better stop that eating and listen to me. He comes right out and announces what he aims to do. Don't make no bones about it. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't hear him mention anything about robbing you, Seth.
You didn't. How much plainer could he make it?
Yeah, well.
And you, Britt, I'm surprised at you. He was standing there wide open. Why, you could have outdrawed him without even half trying.
Well, I guess either of us could have done that, Seth, seeing as how he wasn't wearing a gun.
What?
Pass me that cornbread, will you?
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. When it's entertainment you're after, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, Robert Young portrays Jim Anderson on Father Knows Best, a program which is based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. The same night, you can enjoy the zany stunts on Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest. And if you like Western songs and adventures, hear The Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on his Show Business Show. Yes, Thursday is packed with stellar entertainment on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Seth Tooley just stood there watching me finish up supper, and the expression on his face didn't help my digestion much. He sure did look disgusted. But I just wasn't convinced that this new fella and Stacy GAULT were the same man. I'd never seen GAULT before, of course, and the fella Ma took upstairs did look something like the wanted posters, and he had come from White River. That was all true, but no doubt, the poster pictures and the satchel and where a man comes from just don't prove he's an outlaw. At least not for certain.
You gonna sit there eating all night?
No.
Britt Ponsett.
No, I'm done now.
Well,
he's not robbing your bank, Seth.
Well, what do you want me to do? Wait till he tries it?
No, now look. Now, we're not sheriffs or deputies, and we can't arrest somebody just on suspicion. And besides, I don't think he's GAULT.
Oh, you don't?
Now, they just don't stand to reason. Now, why would GAULT come riding into town here? He knows everybody's on the lookout for him.
Well, with that posse out in the hills, he's a lot safer here in town than he would be anywhere else. And don't think he don't know that, too.
Well, it's about time to turn in, I think.
Britt!
Now, look, Seth, when Sheriff Henry comes back, he can arrest this fella if he wants to. I think he's making a mistake. I think he'd be arresting the wrong man, but, well...
Britt Ponsett, I'll never forgive you for this. Not if I live to be 90.
No, Ma.
Leaving me at the mercy of a killer. Why, we'd have been better off if you never showed up in Elk Point at all. This is terrible.
Now, just take it easy, Ma.
Take it easy? With Stacy GAULT staying right under my own roof?
Now, you could be jumping to conclusions, same as Seth here.
Oh, am I? Do you know what's in that satchel?
Nope.
Money. Stacks and stacks of it.
Oh, now, Ma.
I watched him through the keyhole. He took it out and started counting it. And there's slips of paper fastened around the bills. And the printing on that paper says White River First National Bank.
There, you see.
You sure of this, Ma?
Well, and sure own eyes, ain't I?
Well...
All right. And that ain't all he's got. You remember what it said on the wanted poster about how GAULT always wears yellow leather gloves?
Yes, I remember.
Well, he's got the gloves, too. Right there in the satchel with the money.
You satisfied now, Britt?
Seth, you gotta find the posse and bring them back here as soon as you can.
All right, Ma. You'll see that he don't get away, Britt.
Yeah, yep, I'll see to it.
Well, for heaven's sake, Seth, hurry.
Sure, Ma, sure. Hurry.
Gee, I'm sorry if I got into something, Ma, but I just can't believe...
You can't believe what, Britt?
Nothing, Ma, nothing. Well, Ma cleared off the table and took the dishes out in the kitchen. I offered to dry, but she said she'd rather do them herself, so I went into the parlor to wait. The fellow upstairs was moving around and getting ready for bed. At least, that's what I hoped he was doing. His room was right over my head, and when the bed springs gave out a little creak, I felt a little better about things. About 20 minutes later, Ma came out and sat down in her rocker beside the fireplace. She was crocheting one of those doodads you put in the arm of a chair, you know. We didn't do much talking. Not for the next couple of hours, we didn't. And then about 11 o'clock, the posse came riding up. Well, Must be them, huh?
Oh, it's about time. Well?
Maybe you'd better wait in the kitchen in case there's any trouble, huh?
There won't be no trouble now, thanks to Seth Tooley.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Oh, all right, Britt, all right.
He's still here, Britt?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Oh, you know Britt Ponsett, don't you, Ed?
Yeah, sure. Now, here's the plan. The rest of the boys have got the house surrounded.
Whole house surrounded.
GAULT couldn't get out no matter what happened.
Uh-huh.
All right, now. The three of us will go upstairs. Come on.
Yeah.
Now, as soon as we get to his room, I'll kick the door open, then we all blaze away at the bed.
No. Just hold on here a minute. Just hold on.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter,
Now, what you're talking about is cold-blooded murder.
Oh, just giving him a dose of his own medicine, that's all.
That's all?
Yeah. Now, Ed...
Now, don't tell me you still ain't satisfied that he's GAULT.
Maybe he is. That doesn't matter. He's entitled to a trial just like everybody else.
Oh, use your head, Britt. If we try taking him alive, he's bound to get one or two of us first.
Uh-huh. Well, that's the way we're going to take him, anyway.
Now, Britt.
Now, you wait here, both of you. I'll bring him down to you. And I want your word that he goes to jail in one piece, huh?
I can't promise nothing like that. The boys outside are pretty mad about it.
Maybe the boys would like to shoot it out with both GAULT and me.
Britt, you don't...
What do you say, Scott?
Well, all right, Britt. He goes to jail. But so help me...
Seth, how about it?
Sure, Britt, sure.
But if anything happens to you, you got nobody but yourself to blame.
Only yourself.
Upstairs hall was pitch dark. I moved along quiet as I could. I tried to remember where the doors were. It's been a couple of years since I'd stayed at Benson's. I wasn't just sure which room. I pressed my ear against the door and listened. I couldn't hear anybody breathing inside, so I headed for the next door. Right there, now. I had my hand on the knob when I hooked my leg on the hall table, and I reached out to touch him. Oh, he'd be awake now, so I had to move fast. I swung the door open and brought up my gun.
Who's there? What do you want?
Stay where you are, and don't reach for anything.
What? Huh? What are you talking
The lamp right beside his bed gave off enough light so I could see him. I leaned over and turned it up. He hadn't moved. He just sat there, eyes wide open, blinking.
What's going on here, mister?
I think you better put your clothes on.
Oh, sure. Whatever you say. But why? What's all this about?
Well, there's some boys downstairs want to talk to you.
Me?
That's right.
What? I don't know anybody in these parts.
Well, they know you. At least they think they do.
Oh?
Yeah, they claim you're Stacy GAULT.
GAULT?
That's right.
Why, they're crazy, plumb crazy.
They are?
Ain't they heard? How could I be GAULT?
What do you mean?
GAULT's in jail, White River. He was captured, locked up the day before yesterday.
You sure that?
I ought to be. I captured him. The proof's right there in my satchel. Reward money. White River First National paid it to me yesterday.
No.
And Marshal Andrews gave me GAULT's yellow gloves as a sort of memento of the occasion, along with a letter of congratulations. Yeah. You see him?
You captured Stacy GAULT?
Well, it was kind of accidental. You see, I'm a drummer. Travel around selling gadgets and things. I didn't know the cabin was GAULT's hideout. Looked like any other cabin to me. Thought there might be some kids living there. So I was getting up my samples when the door opened. Guess he thought the six-shooter I was holding was a real thing. Of course, it did look mighty genuine for an imitation. You sure make realistic-looking toys these days.
And he didn't try to shoot it out with you or anything?
No. All he said was, okay, you got the drop on me. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I was too surprised to say so.
Yeah.
Next thing, he handed me his gun, and, well, it was about then Marshal Andrews come riding up. Marshal was real nice about giving me all the credit. Want to see the letter he wrote?
No. But you bring that down along with you, will you? What I want to see is Ed Scott's face when you show him that letter. That's what I want to see. So when he got finished putting his clothes on, I took Amos Foster, that was his name. I took him downstairs, and Ed and Seth, they were standing at the bottom, covering us with their guns. The letter from Marshal Andrews finally convinced them. They put their guns away and marched outside. And that was just about the unhappiest posse I ever saw, considering that they'd caught their man. Ma Benson, she came out of the kitchen in time to hear the tail end of Amos's explanation. She didn't say anything, just shook her head and then offered to make some coffee and heat up what was left of the cornbread. That sounded real good to Amos. It sounded good to me, too, except for one thing. I knew there wasn't any cornbread left to heat up. I sort of finished it off at supper.
You know, defense is one job we can't put off. Because if we want security for our home and country tomorrow, we've got to do something about it today. How? By investing in United States savings bonds. You'll get a return of $4 for every $3 you put in, and in less than 10 years. In addition, you can hold your bonds beyond maturity and earn further interest. 3% interest compounded semi-annually for as long as 10 additional years. Sign up today for freedom. Join the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. You'll feel more secure tomorrow if you buy United States savings bonds today. The Six Shooter is an NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, and Seth Tooley was played by Parley Bear. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Hear Exciting Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From the NBC studios in Chicago, Skelly Oil Company presents the first network news commentary of the day. This is Louis Rowan speaking in the absence of Alex Dryer. On the Russian front, the Red Army has opened a new major offensive. Adhering to their familiar flexible strategy, the Soviets, while maintaining their heavy pressure on the Germans in the southern sector of the long battle line, have launched a powerful drive in the center of the front. The scene of this latest action is in the Pripyat marshes, stretching from the northern Ukraine into pre-war Poland. Overcoming strong German defenses, the Russians broke through on a 20-mile wide front, scoring advances up to 10 miles in depth and capturing 30 towns and villages. The new offensive is apparently designed to prevent the Germans from building up the difficult terrain of the Pripyat marshes as a protective bastion for their flanks to the north and to the south. Just below the Pripyat marshes, the Red Army has broadened its lines in pre-war Poland with the seizure of the important railroad junction of Sarny and several neighboring settlements. The loss of Sarny was an especially heavy blow to the enemy's communication system. It deprived the Germans of the last north-south railroad in eastern Poland, and it might force them back as far as 85 miles to the west, where the next rail link is available to them for the movements of men and material. Farther to the south, the Russians have tightened their ring around the Nazis in the Dnieper Loop with new advances on various sectors. As was to be expected, the Germans are making desperate efforts to hold on to their positions in that area. Fresh enemy reinforcements have been thrown into the battle, and a series of heavy counterattacks has been made by the Germans against the most dangerous Soviet spearhead near the upper reaches of the Bug River. But all attacks collapsed before the withering fire from massed Russian artillery. The gains made by the Red Army during the last several days have disrupted the German defense positions in the Dnieper Loop to such an extent that the outcome in the great battle may be decided by the end of the week. In the aerial war against Germany, Allied military leaders are still weighing the effects of the record raid carried out by the American 8th Air Force yesterday. Objectives of the great operation were 3 fighter assembly plants in central Germany, and the avowed purpose of the attack was to weaken decisively the German defense against the forthcoming invasion of Europe. It has been generally accepted for some time that the fighter plane will constitute Germany's main defensive weapon, and consequently, the enemy's fighter-producing plants have been put high on the list of targets for American and British bombers. According to all accounts available this morning, it appears that the factories attacked have been either completely destroyed or so extensively damaged that production will be handicapped for many months to come. And Allied air experts in both London and Washington are inclined to believe that the raid was the most crippling blow of the war against the Nazi air arm. The operation cost the attacking force a total of 64 planes out of about 1,500 participating in the flight. This is the highest loss ever suffered by the 8th Air Force in a single day's operation. But in spite of this loss, it can be expected that such attacks will be repeated until overwhelming Allied supremacy in the air is assured. This has been forecast by General Arnold, Chief of the U.S. Army Air Forces. General Arnold stated last night that were it not for continuing attacks against the production capacities of German aircraft factories, the Nazis might well have succeeded in doubling their fighter strength and thus increasing the difficulties which must be overcome by Allied amphibious landing forces. The furious resistance put up by the enemy's air force against yesterday's attack proves that the Nazis are well aware of the aim of the Allied strategy and of the perilous position in which Germany will find herself in the event that this strategy succeeds. The number of German planes which participated in the 3-hour battle in Germany's skies has been estimated at about 1,000. The unusual strength of the defending force is but another confirmation of the fact that the enemy is now conserving the bulk of his fighter craft for the defense of Germany proper. The decline of German strength in the air over other parts of Europe does not necessarily mean that the Luftwaffe on the whole already has been materially weakened. Turning our attention from the European aerial front to thoughts of American farms is quite a mental gymnastic, but the two are closely related. We know how important a role of the American farmer is playing in this war, but I don't think we can actually realize how big his job is until we look at facts and figures. Did you know that every day America's 8 million fighting men consume almost $5 million worth of food? And that's in addition to the food which goes to our fighting allies. Then there are the people on the home front, 35 million American families who work hard and eat 3 big meals a day. In most instances, those of you on farms are producing food with a shortage of help, and often with a shortage of equipment. So you know the importance of machinery protection. This protection begins with your tractor, placing it in a good shelter out of the reach of damp, rust-developing moisture. It's a good idea, too, that minor repairs be made in time to save machinery from major breakdowns. So inspect your equipment and put your order in early for any new parts you may need. And if you have any idle equipment, lend it to a neighbor. Remember that the lifeblood of your farm machinery is perfect lubrication. And that's why you should use SKELLY Fortified Tagline Motor Oil. You see, Fortified Tagline is made from top-quality base stock to which something extra has been added. This extra ingredient helps to prevent the formation of sludge and carbon-like deposits inside the engine, and it protects alloy bearings against corrosion. Your SKELLY tank station salesman or SKELLY jobber will deliver any SKELLY product you need right to your door. See him soon. On the Italian front, the Allied advance toward the German stronghold of Cassino has made new, though obviously slow progress. French units attached to the Fifth Army have captured several peaks guarding the approaches to Cassino. And the Allied communique this morning confirms an earlier German report that the fortified mountain village of Cevacco, or that is Cervaro, an important outpost of Cassino, has been evacuated by the enemy. Near the Adriatic coast, operations by the British 8th Army are again restricted by bad weather. The Nazis, however, are watching the movements of the 8th Army very closely, claiming that the British are making ready for a major offensive in the immediate future. The German fear is probably well-founded, as may be concluded from the fact that British naval forces in the Adriatic continue to shell enemy communications behind the lines. Across the Adriatic Sea in Yugoslavia, the latest German offensive against the partisans has scored gains. The Yugoslavs admit that massed German tanks have broken through to the seat of Marshal Tito's headquarters and that the position of the guerrilla forces has become difficult. The Nazis, who incidentally formally recognized the partisans as full-fledged belligerents a few days ago, appear to be determined to break the back of Yugoslav resistance before an Allied invasion of the Balkans can take place. The recent Allied aerial operations against enemy-held points in the Balkans have led to a mass flight of civilians from Sofia, the much-bombed capital of Bulgaria. Indicative of the damage inflicted on Sofia is a Hungarian report according to which the Bulgarian Parliament and the British and Russian legations are among the buildings destroyed. In the Pacific, Japanese troops on New Guinea are making desperate attempts to escape the American-Australian trap below the main enemy base of Madang. The enemy command is speeding up the evacuation of the imperiled forces by sea, but the attempts at evacuation are being effectively countered by the fast PT boats of Admiral Halsey's fleet. Darting at night among barges crowded with Japanese soldiers, the PT boats have sunk 9 of the enemy's vessels and damaged 11 others off the New Guinea coast. In the fighting on the ground on New Guinea, Australian troops have scored new gains in their advance toward Madang. An additional 43 supply-carrying barges of the enemy have been sunk by Allied naval and aerial action in other parts of the South Pacific theater. 2 of the craft destroyed were loaded with reinforcements from New Britain, where the Japanese are trying to stem the American advance in the Cape Gloucester area. A Tokyo broadcast yesterday asserted that Japanese troops had recaptured Arawe on the southern coast of New Britain, where American Marines made their first landing last December. But a spokesman of General MacArthur's headquarters termed the enemy claim a complete exaggeration, although some enemy gains in that region had been conceded by the Allies several days ago. Here in this country, congressional deliberations of the National Service Act, demanded by the President in his message on the State of the Union, have gotten off to a hesitating start. And all indications are that final action on the bill is still far off. But the first reaction in both the Senate and the House gives the impression that many, if not most members, still are far from certain how they will ultimately vote on the issue, if and when it comes to a vote. Although many critical remarks on Mr. Roosevelt's program, and some of the criticism was strongly worded, have come forth from the ranks of the legislators, it is not yet clear whether all critics are actually opposed to the bill. This holds true in particular of many Republicans who generally interpreted the President's move as a bid for a 4th term. However, it must be remembered that the authors of the original, now 1-year-old National Service Bill, Senator Austin of Vermont and Representative Wadsworth of New York, both are Republicans. And it is not altogether improbable that the 8 Republican committees now preparing the party's platform for this year's elections may adopt a program similar to that of the President. The forthcoming elections already have a marked influence on the attitude of Congress. The legislators will carefully weigh public opinion before they commit themselves to a definite stand. This has been clearly reflected in a statement made by Senator Austin yesterday when he reintroduced his labor draft bill in the Senate Military Affairs Committee. He said that he would make no effort to push the legislation unless he's convinced that the people want it. A flat rejection of the National Service Act has been voiced outside the legislature, namely by organized labor. The AFL and the CIO have joined in denouncing compulsory labor service as undermining the basic concepts of American democracy. This attitude is obviously dictated by the fear that the enactment of the service bill may weaken the position of free labor in possible future wage disputes with employers. The President had anticipated such an objection on the part of the unions. In his message, he demanded that Congress, as a preliminary to compulsory labor service, should adopt stiffer taxation and measures for the stabilization of the cost of living. But the Senate yesterday adopted the greater part of the tax bill passed by the House several weeks ago, thus rejecting the tax program of the administration. And it is very doubtful whether the President will have more success with his proposals for the establishment of higher ceilings. For all these reasons, the National Service Bill seems to have little chance of reaching the floor in both houses of Congress. The recommendation of compulsory labor service by the President has brought forth lengthy comments from Germany and Japan. Berlin claims that compulsory labor service was an invention of the totalitarian states and derides what it calls Roosevelt's attempts to copy it for the salvation of democracy. Tokyo is trying to draw comfort from the president's program, observing that such a drastic legislation would not have been proposed if the war situation were really favorable to this country and Britain. But behind these statements is the ill-concealed fear of the Axis powers that our resources might be marshaled for the war more completely than heretofore. And the enemy has come to have respect for our war production as it is. Your Skell gas dealer knows what saving natural gas means in these wartime days, and so he brings you these timely hints. By saving natural gas, you save coal and oil, which are used as alternate fuels. When you're preparing a meal, be sure to cook your food no longer than necessary. Don't use 2 ovens when one will do the job, and fill that one oven to capacity. Now, here's an idea for those of you who have large ovens. Plan your baking so as not to require full heat more than once or twice a day. Conservation of gas is an all-year-round home front job that we'll be able to face with a smile if we bear in mind that the less gas we use for cooking, the more we'll have to cook Hitler's goose. Skell gas is a modern home fuel. If you're cooking with old-fashioned methods, you can look forward to a Skell gas kitchen when the war is over. It'll give you something modern and pleasant to plan for. And remember that the war bonds you buy today will play a big part in that plan, too. See your Skell gas dealer. The State Department has disclosed that the first repatriates to be brought home from Japanese internment camps in the Philippines are on each prisoner exchange are selected from these categories. 1, those under close arrest. 2, interned women and children. 3, the seriously ill. And 4, interned men with preference given to married men long separated from their families in the United States. This procedure, the department says, was followed by Swiss diplomats in charge of American interests in the Far East when the exchange ship Gripsholm made its most recent trip. It was also disclosed that the Japanese government so far has refused to discuss a third exchange of prisoners until it receives a report of treatment of interned Japanese in this country. Spanish representatives in charge of Japanese interests have been requested to supply the information for Japan. And that's the news to now. Listen again tomorrow morning as Skelly Oil Company brings you the first network news analysis of the day, presented Monday through Saturday, same time, same station. Louis Rowan speaking. Have a good day. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Voyage Through Darkness, starring Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you the distinguished American leading lady of the screen, Miss Olivia de Havilland. Miss de Havilland appears as a girl named Judith Webster, who found herself embarked upon a journey into darkness. Traveling with her on this perilous voyage is that suave and debonair actor, Mr. Reginald Gardner. So with the performances of Mr. Havilland and Mr. Gardner in this sea-going adventure play, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
It happened in 1939, shortly before England and Germany were at war. I was in London, serving as traveling companion to Mrs. Edna Prescott, a wealthy, quite elderly American woman. She wasn't a pleasant person. and the city's practice blackouts were a particular source of annoyance to her. I remember thinking how ironic it was that she should die during one of them. I even thought it the cause, until the doctors assured me her death was due to a common heart ailment. I was very busy for the next few days, arranging passage to America, getting my train ticket down to Southampton, and carrying out the promise I had made so many times to Mrs. Prescott. I didn't relish any part of that.
Miss Webster, oh, yes. The young woman who's escorting the casket. Oh, here's your ticket. Gate 5, please. Boat train for Southampton! This way, please!
The young woman who's escorting the casket. He said it so matter-of-factly, as if such things occurred every day. I suppose they do. And yet, every minute on that train I felt uncomfortable, on edge. It seemed as if the trip to Southampton and the steamer docks would never end. I remember how glad I was when it did, and how cheerful the steward's voice sounded as he greeted me at the head of the gangway.
Good evening, miss. Welcome aboard. May I show you to your cabin?
Please do, steward. I'm very tired.
12A at B deck. This way, miss.
Cracking down blackout killer! Police hot on train with blackout killer!
I hope they get him all right, miss.
Get who?
Police have new clue on blackout killer!
Boy, that blackout killer. The police have a new clue on him, he says.
Oh, yes. An awful thing.
Ah, here we are, miss. 12A. You have it all to yourself.
Thank you, steward. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you are.
Oh, it's quite all right, miss. Thanks, and good night. Call me if you need me now.
Good night. In my stateroom, perfectly safe, I realized how jittery I'd been, how upset. And now, how relieved. Suddenly I began to laugh right out loud. My fears had been so foolish, so very foolish. An hour later, I went out on deck. I no longer felt tired, and I wanted to watch the lights of the coastline fading away from us. I was standing near the aft rail, quietly looking out across the water, when he first spoke.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Oh.
I'm sorry. Did I frighten you?
Oh, yes. Yes, you did. I didn't realize there was anyone near that lifeboat.
Well, I'm sorry. I was sure you saw me. I never would have...
Well, it's all right, really. I've been nervous tonight anyway. I'm not always so jumpy.
What you need is an ocean voyage.
Maybe that's it.
Were you watching the shore lights?
Yes, and I never did answer your question. They are beautiful.
Very. And the sea alone is beautiful. She has moods, you know, just like a woman. Gentle sometimes and soothing. Then suddenly flying into a rage and dashing things to pieces.
And then quieting right down again.
That's right. I see we feel the same about her.
Does she frighten you sometimes?
The same way women frighten me.
Oh?
I mean, when I don't understand them.
Well, I thought it was the general male consensus that we weren't supposed to be understood.
Only loved. Isn't that the rest of it?
Something like that.
Anyway, it's a philosophy I disagree with.
That's refreshing.
Ah, the lady is amused.
Oh, not at all. It's just that the lady detects a bachelor.
Because I have a mind of my own?
Well, that's one good clue. Well, listen to me. I'm lecturing to you as if I believe that bit of triteness ends up as if I'd known you all my life.
Oh, wait a minute. There's another which makes it perfectly all right. It's that shipboard friendships last forever business. However, my name is Alan Bruce. Yours?
Judith Webster.
Miss or...
Miss.
Good. Well, we got through that.
Quite nicely.
You suppose we could get through a dance? There's music in the salon.
Well, there's no longer any view of the shore lights. However, you did say the sea alone was beautiful.
I was so wrong. There's nothing as monotonous as all that water.
It is kind of flat.
Yes, well, let's trade it for champagne, shall we? Be with you in a minute.
Where are you going?
Well, just over here. wanted to do the skipper a little favor.
What is it? Oh, the lifeboat cover. How did that ever get so loose?
I don't know. I noticed it a while back. There. Well, that should do it.
Strange. It was almost as if... Oh, no.
Well, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to get melodramatic and suggest that someone might have been hiding there.
You mean a stowaway?
Yes. Well, of course it's silly.
I wouldn't say so.
You're joking.
Not at all. It's quite possible someone could have slipped on board and hid in that boat. That's why I think we shouldn't mention this to anyone.
What?
It would only cause an alarm.
But I don't understand. You really think there might have been someone... I shall never forget that moment, and the thoughts which went racing through my mind, my nervousness on the train, those horrible headlines about the blackout killer that newsboy had shouted an hour before, Alan's strange attitude about the lifeboat, the whole unpleasant nature of this voyage, and my promise to Mrs. Prescott. I wanted to turn and run, wanted to cry out, but somehow I couldn't. It was like a dream when you can't move. And then the darkness was swept away, and I was no longer dreaming. I was in Alan's arms dancing. There were laughing, carefree people all about us, and the ship sounded...
There we are. All right. Thank you, waiter. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that does look good.
And is. Well, what should we toast to? Shipboard friendship?
Shipboard friendship.
You know,
What is it? Something wrong?
No, nothing at all. Just thought I saw someone. Will you excuse me a moment?
Well, of course.
I won't be long.
Everything all right, miss? Oh, excuse me, miss, but the gentleman, he dropped this billfold.
Oh, thank you, waiter. I didn't notice. Would you just leave it there on the table?
Very good, miss. There you are.
The billfold fell open as the waiter placed it on the table. I couldn't take my eyes from it. There was an identification card in plain sight. The name on the card was not Alan Bruce. It was Charles Drew.
Sorry to have run off that way. I never should have. Didn't know the fellow at all. Say, you haven't touched your champagne. You'll let all the kick go out of it.
I'm afraid all the kick has gone out of it.
Well, we'll soon take care of it. Oh, my billfold. Where did you find it?
It was on the floor. The waiter picked it up.
The waiter, did he look at it?
No.
Well, we found an honest man, eh? Have to remember him.
Hadn't you better look to see if you found an honest woman?
I'll take a chance.
On my honesty, yes, but what about a woman's curiosity?
Oh, I see. Well, now you know. Well, I must be more careful of my things in future. But you know, I'm sure you wouldn't tell anyone anything.
No?
No. I knew from the very first that I could trust you. Implicitly.
Stop your music. Stop your music. Stop.
Say, what's happening? Well, what's up, Stuart? Why does the music stop? What's the matter here?
Attention! Attention, everybody! Everybody! The first officer has something to say to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to break in on your dancing this way, but I assure you this won't take long. We've just received a radiogram from London, and I must ask your cooperation.
Something important? Maybe it's war with Germany.
No, it isn't war. Nothing nearly as alarming as that. However, the London police suspect that we're carrying a stowaway, and they've asked us to make a thorough search of the ship and report back to them.
Really? Must be a criminal.
A criminal? Oh, no, I don't...
Perhaps it's the blackout killer.
A killer on our ship?
Now, wait a moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. It won't help to get excited. The ship is being searched. He'll never get off. All we ask is that you keep your cabins locked.
I was afraid this might happen.
How long did you expect to keep it from them?
Naturally, I was hoping they'd never... Judith, what's wrong? Where are you going?
Hey, look at him.
Oh, what the devil?
Hey, what's the matter, handsome? She run out on you?
Well, please let me through, will you?
Okay, sure. Go do it, mister. Don't let her get away. You know, maybe she thinks that you're the blackout killer.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner. You have heard them in the first act of Voyage Through Darkness by Joel Malone. Tonight's tale of suspense.
It is a fact that connoisseurs of many foreign lands have discovered the excellence of Roma wines, the greatness of California's wine country from which Roma comes. But millions of Americans also know these things and have made Roma by far the most popular, the largest selling of all America's wines. Here at home, Roma wines are truly inexpensive. For only pennies a glass, your meals, your entertaining can have the added delight of superb Roma wines. You will find them constant in quality, of unvarying excellent taste and character. Fine products of age-old winemaking skill, perfected by modern knowledge. To start enjoying this really fine wine yourself, simply place on the table with dinner tomorrow a well-chilled bottle of hearty, ruby red Roma California Burgundy. Don't worry about what the meal is or what glasses you have handy. You'll be delightfully surprised at how much extra enjoyment you get from your meal. How Roma wine makes even the simplest meal a feast. Enjoy Roma wines anytime with meals when entertaining. It's the easy, inexpensive way to make a big hit with guests and with the family. Be sure to ask your dealer for ROMA, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Miss Olivia de Havilland and Mr. Reginald Gardner as they continue Voyage Through Darkness, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'll never know why I left the dining salon without telling them. Certainly there could no longer be any doubt. It was all too clear. That loose canvas covering on the lifeboat, the way he'd been standing there, even the name he had given me, Alan Bruce. I saw it later on the regular passenger list. He must have killed Bruce and thrown him overboard, taking not only his name, but his stateroom and clothes. It was all so fantastic. Worse than anything else. I had almost fallen in love with him. He knew that, I'm certain. It was why he was so confident that I wouldn't tell anyone. And I didn't. Not even when I spoke to the first officer about my promise to Mrs. Prescott. I wanted to tell him, but somehow
Webster, I'll arrange it for early tomorrow morning. Most of the passengers will be asleep.
Thank you. I suppose it's rather unusual, but then Mrs. Prescott was an unusual woman.
I haven't conducted a burial at sea since the last war. However, I'm not entirely unprepared. The company officials spoke to me about this before sailing, and, well, now, don't you worry, Miss Webster. The ceremony will be quite in order, I assure you.
Thank you.
I'll bid you good day, ma'am.
I wish you hadn't done that. Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have a habit of startling you.
What do you want? How long have you been standing there?
Long enough to overhear that conversation.
You had no right. What are you doing in my cabin?
Please, I know what you're going to say. I had no right to be here or to listen. However, it's fortunate that I did.
What do you mean?
I didn't know that it was Mrs. Prescott's desire to be buried at sea.
No one knew it. But it was her last wish. I promised her it would be carried out.
And tomorrow morning you're keeping that promise?
Yes. And now, if you'll excuse me, I don't feel very well. I'd like to...
Wait, please, Judith. You've been avoiding me, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
I hope it's only because you've been upset. About Mrs. Prescott, I mean.
That's one reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. I almost thought we were beginning to become very good friends. You know, you're the only person on board whom I can trust.
You're very sure about that, aren't you?
Of course. You know who I am and what I'm doing on this ship, and yet you've told no one.
I wanted to.
I know. Women were never meant to keep secrets. However, I'm going to ask you to keep one more.
I'd rather not.
Sorry. I must include you this time. You see, it requires a change in your plans so they'll fit in with mine.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
It's very simple. Judith, this may upset you, but I must ask that you tell them that you've changed your mind, that you don't want Mrs. Prescott buried at sea.
What?
You remember what they said? Even if they couldn't find the stowaway, he'd never get off the ship. Well, he could get off very easily if you'd allow him to take Mrs. Prescott's place in that casket.
What, in that casket?
Yes. Clever, eh?
Clever?
Well, not every man would think of it. Simple as it may seem, everyone searching the ship, questioning each passenger, and all the while the man they were seeking would be safe inside the casket. He would only have to wait patiently, and then be hoisted from the ship's hold, lowered onto the pier, and whisked safely away in a funeral car.
And when he was discovered by the funeral attendants?
Oh, I'm sure they'd be so shocked at the dead coming to life, he'd have little trouble in...
Stop it! Stop it, do you hear? If you haven't any respect for the dead, I'm afraid I have.
Oh, Mrs. Prescott, you mean? I should have told you that part of it. Her last wish has already been carried out. You see, her body was removed from the casket the night we sailed. Mrs. Prescott is already buried at sea.
You've thought of everything, haven't you?
Yes. In my position, one must.
I remained in my cabin all that day and the next. I was afraid to see him again. I can't explain the strange fascination he held over me. I remember how surprised the first officer looked when I told him I had changed my mind about the burial. It was as if he sensed the truth, as if he knew Mrs. Prescott's body wasn't in the casket, that it was empty. But of course it was only my imagination and my sense of guilt for this terrible wrong I was doing. When we sailed into New York Harbor, I went out on deck. He was standing there near the port rail. I went up to him. He turned and smiled as if he'd been expecting me.
Oh, there you are. I've missed you. Haven't been under the weather?
No, I've been perfectly well.
You had me worried, not showing up at dinner. You know, I've come to depend on you.
Yes, I know.
I've decided not to let you get away from me. After this is all over, we must,
You haven't much time.
Oh, that's right. This may not be easy. Wish me luck?
Haven't I done more than that already?
Yes, of course. Only, like this, Judith.
Suddenly, as he had taken me in his arms, he released me, and I remained there by the rail as he hurried away. I watched as the ship moved on into the harbor under the guidance of the tugboats with their shrill, insistent little whistles. I listened to the shouts of the crew and longshoremen. Soon we were alongside the pier.
On ashore, going ashore.
And the steward was shouting from the head of the gangway, and then I saw it. The casket. They were lowering it toward the pier. There was a car waiting, a long black car, and suddenly I realized what I had done, what a fool I had been, what a cowardly, frightened little fool. Wait! Stop them! Don't let them take it! Don't let them! Wait, please! You mustn't touch that casket. There's something wrong.
Huh? Hey, what's the matter with you, lady? Get out of the way, will you?
But there's a man in there alive. He's hiding.
Sure. Hide and go seek he's played in a coffin. Go on, lady. We got work to do. Slam those rear doors tight, Ed.
Please, you must listen to me. If you won't, I'll call the police. Someone has got to stop him.
Did I hear you call for the police?
Oh, yes, these men won't listen to me, but there's a man hiding in this casket.
Of course there is. We put him in there, Judith.
What did you say?
I said we put him in there. Or rather, we let him walk right into our trap.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me there's someone else inside that casket?
Well, surely you're not trying to say that you thought I was in there.
But who else?
Who else? Why, the blackout killer, of course.
Then he's getting away. You're letting him get away.
No, Judith. No. Those men know who's inside that casket. And they know right where to take him.
Take him?
You know, Judith, for someone who helped plan this entire thing, you're acting very strangely.
I'm acting strangely.
It's almost as if you didn't know who I am at all.
I don't.
What?
I said I don't know you. I still don't.
But the night I dropped my billfold, I thought surely you...
All I learned that night was your real name, Charles Drew.
You mean you didn't look at the rest of my papers?
Certainly not.
But that's amazing. Say, you are different.
Yes, and I suppose you're the everyday run-of-the-mill type. Look, what is this?
Oh, it's all very simple, Judith. I thought you'd learned of my affiliation with Scotland Yard when you had my billfold.
You mean you're a detective?
I've even been called a bloodhound.
Then all this time, you've been trailing the killer.
That's right. We had a tip-off he might be on this ship, and when I discovered the loose lifeboat covering, I was certain of it.
Then Alan Bruce, he wasn't murdered at all.
He never existed. Just a name I was using. Good Lord, Judith, you know detectives never travel under their own names. It just isn't done.
No, everything has to be done the hard way. I suppose that's why you just didn't find the killer and arrest him on board.
Oh, no, hardly. You see, I couldn't find him. Searched the ship from top to bottom, and I guess he really would have given me the slip if I hadn't looked in the casket.
He was hiding there all the time?
No, it was empty.
I don't get it.
Well, neither did I at first. And then I began to wonder why he would remove Mrs. Prescott's body from her casket unless it was part of some plan. And I decided that it was. A weird yet thoroughly clever plan. Remember I told you not every man would think of it?
Yes, you did say that.
He had only to wait patiently until the ship docked.
Then, at the last minute, slip into the casket.
And be hoisted out of the hold onto the pier and whisked safely away in the funeral car.
And to think, if it hadn't been for you, he might have gotten away with it.
Oh, you helped plenty. By calling off that burial and leaving the way open for him.
Oh, no, Charles. I nearly wrecked everything. I thought you were the killer.
Well, no wonder you avoided me.
I was so mixed up. I thought I knew so much.
No, it's my fault, darling. I overestimated you. Is it all clear to you now?
Well, no, that is, it's clear about how, well, the killer and the casket, but I don't know whether...
What? You mean about the lifeboat and...
No, about you. I'm not clear whether...
You mean whether or not I'm really Scotland Yard? Well, I am. You can really...
No, I'm just not sure whether...
But, Judith, there's nothing else. Oh, except, of course, that I love you, and...
What was that again?
I said I love you.
How can I be sure?
Judith, darling.
Oh, Charles. That makes it very clear.
And so closes Voyage Through Darkness, starring Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner. Tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
If you are one who does not yet know how much and how delightfully Roma wines add to your meals, well, let me urge you not to miss out any longer on such a treat as this. There's nothing complicated about it. Just get and serve Roma wine with any meal or any time in any kind of glass you wish. Serve it chilled. Try the many different kinds of Roma wine until you find those you like best of all. Try Roma California Sherry with its wonderful nut-like flavor as an appetizer. Or Ruby Red Roma Burgundy, or the deliciously delicate-flavored Roma Sauterne. These superb wines cost you only pennies a glassful. Yet they make even the simplest meal taste like $1 million. Get some today. And if your dealer is temporarily out of Roma, please try again soon. Ask for ROMA, Roma Wines. America's largest selling wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Olivia de Havilland. I have certainly enjoyed appearing here tonight on Suspense, which is a program I've admired for a very long time. Our government has asked us to bring to the attention of women listeners a very important message. In spite of our wonderful victories on all the fighting fronts, you must remember that the war is by no means over or nearly over. Hundreds of thousands of women must get into war work this year. You're desperately needed, both because you are admirably fitted for these jobs and because you represent the only adequate source of labor to replace the men in the armed forces and in the heavy war industries. Make a realistic appraisal of your household duties and your state of health. Talk it over with your family and with friends who are now employed in war work or in one of the branches of the Women's Armed Services. If you are still in doubt after analyzing the situation, go to the United States Employment Service office and ask for information about the kinds of full-time or part-time jobs for which you are best suited. We cannot stress too highly how vitally necessary your immediate action can be. And here is a thought for everyone. 6 million Americans are fighting overseas. Here at home, let us all remember that until final victory everywhere, winning the war still comes first with every last one of us.
Reginald Gardner appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Darrell F. Zanuck's Wilson. Next Thursday, same time, Joseph Cotton will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here's your pass to the Globe Theater. Welcome to the Globe Theater, the radio theater playing exclusively to the men and women of the armed forces of the United Nations. Here for your entertainment are presented the finest plays selected from outstanding radio dramas. Now, to tell you about tonight's play, here is your host and master of ceremonies at the Globe Theater, Herbert Marshall.
Hello, everybody. In looking around for an appropriate play for this evening, we remember that each year at Christmas time, Lionel Barrymore brings joy to millions with his memorable portrayal of Scrooge in Dickens' immortal A Christmas Carol. And so it's with the greatest of pleasure that we welcome Mr. Barrymore to our Globe Theater stage for another performance of this traditional and beloved story, A Christmas Carol, with Lionel Barrymore.
Once upon a Christmas Eve, on a mean and shabby street in London, stood the warehouse of Scrooge and Marley. Of course, Marley was dead, but Scrooge never bothered to paint out his name over the door. It was a waste of time, paint, and money. Oh, he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, was Ebenezer Scrooge. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice.
Get away from that door, do you hear me? Stop that infernal caterwauling or they'll stick to your backs. Blasted little sweeps.
A frosty rime was on Scrooge's head and on his eyebrows and on his wiry chin. he iced his office in the dog days and didn't thought 1 degree at Christmas. A fact that could be attested by Bob Cratchit, his overworked and shivering clerk.
And what do you think you're about to do with that coal scuttle, Mr. Cratchit?
Well, you see, my stove's gone out, Mr. Scrooge.
Tell me, Mr. Cratchit, you like working here?
Like it? Oh, yes, sir.
Now, you have need of the 15 bob I pay every week.
Need? Oh, yes, indeed, sir. You see, there's my wife and Tiny Tim and Belinda and Martha.
I see. Then may I suggest that you forget about the fire and get back to your work? Unless, of course, you'd prefer to keep Christmas by losing your situation.
Oh, no, sir. I'll get on with copying those letters at once. I'm very sorry, Mr. Scrooge. It won't happen again, I promise.
Pampering yourself at my expense. I won't have it, you understand? I won't have it.
Yes, and what did Scrooge think of Christmas? Well, on this particular Christmas Eve, his only nephew, Fred, stopped by the warehouse to see him.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. God save you.
Humbug.
Christmas, a humbug? Oh, come now, you don't mean that.
I do. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? You're poor enough.
Very well, then. What right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough.
Humbug.
Oh, don't be cross, Uncle.
What else can I be when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas. Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer. A time for balancing your books and having every item in them through a round dozen a month presented dead against you.
Uncle.
Yeah. If I had my way, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips would be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart.
Uncle.
Nephew, you keep Christmas in your own way, let me keep it mine.
But you don't keep it.
Well, let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Much good it ever has done you.
I've always thought of Christmas time as the only time in the long calendar of the year when people open their shut-up hearts and think of their fellow men.
Humbug.
And therefore, although it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good. And I say God bless it.
You're a very powerful speaker, sir. I wonder you don't go into Parliament.
Oh, don't be angry, Uncle. Come and dine with us tomorrow.
Good afternoon, nephew.
But why won't you?
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm sorry to find you so resolute. But a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon!
No, Scrooge didn't believe for a moment that Christmas was a kind and charitable time. He proved it when 2 gentlemen stopped at his warehouse to collect his Christmas donation to the poor.
At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and the destitute.
Indeed. Tell me, are there no prisons?
Oh, plenty of prisons.
And the workhouses? Are they still in operation?
They are.
Oh, very well. What do you want of me?
Well, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth.
No.
Now, what shall we put you down for?
Nothing.
Oh, you wish to be anonymous.
I wish to be left alone.
Mr. Scrooge.
I don't make myself merry at Christmas time. I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the prisons and the workhouses. They cost enough, heaven knows. And those who are badly off can go there.
But many can't go there, and many would rather die than go there.
They'd rather die, they'd better go and do it. Decrease the surplus population. Besides, I find it quite enough for a man to mind his own business and not interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
It was much colder when Scrooge started for home, and the fog was so thick that he had some difficulty in locating the lowering pile of buildings where he had a gloomy suite of rooms. Nobody lived in it but Scrooge. He put his key in the lock of the ancient door, and then a strange thing happened.
A door knocker. I I could swear it was Marley's face. Ah, humbug.
Scrooge entered, then locked and double-locked the door behind him. He wasn't a man to be frightened by a door knock. He lit his candle and started up the stairs, his footsteps echoing through the quiet house.
Ebenezer Scrooge. What's that? Who's there?
What was that noise deep down below in the cellar, as if someone were dragging a heavy chain?
Ebenezer. What's that?
The sound grew louder on the cellar stairs, rose higher in the empty halls below, and then clanged and clattered on the stairs behind Scrooge as he fled. Scrooge closed the door of his room and locked it.
Humbug still. I won't believe it.
And then, as though a part of the fog outside, the ghost of Jacob Marley passed through the closed and locked door.
Jacob Marley.
Around his waist was the chain Scrooge had heard on the stairs.
Cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses.
But still Ebenezer Scrooge did not believe.
Oh, no. What do you want?
Much, oh much, Ebenezer.
Who are you?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley. You don't believe in me.
I do not.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Oh, because the little thing affection. A very slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more gravy than grave about you. Oh, please don't do that, I beg of you.
Oh, man of worldly mind, do you believe or not?
I do. If it'll make you any happier. But why do spirits walk the earth? And why do you come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death.
So why do you wear that chain?
It is the one I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. The one you have made was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. Yours is a ponderous chain, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Don't say that, Jacob. Don't say that. You were always my friend. Speak comfort to me.
I have none to give.
But why should you be so accursed? You were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Business? Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business.
Yes, but Jacob...
Hear me, my time is nearly gone.
I will, but don't be hard on me. And don't be flowery, Jacob, please.
I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate.
Well, you were always a good friend to me, Jacob. Thank you.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
3, Jacob?
Expect the first tonight when the bell tolls 1.
But, Jacob...
Expect the second on the next night at the same hour.
If it's all the same to you, Jacob...
And the third will appear on the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate.
Jacob...
Look to see me no more, Ebenezer.
Jacob, wait.
No. For your own sake, you remember what has passed between us.
Jacob, wait now. Jacob! Quarter past. Half past. A quarter to 1. The hour itself.
Ebenezer Scrooge,
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past. Rise and walk with me.
Oh, walk? In slippers? My dressing gown and my nightcap? Well, what a spectacle I'd make. However, if you'll give me time to dress...
Come, there is no time to lose.
Very well. But I warn you, I'll catch my death.
Wait, not that way. We will leave by the window.
The window? Are you mad? I'm a mortal and liable to fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand thus on your heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. Come, Ebenezer Scrooge, come. Look below us, Ebenezer Scrooge. Do you know this place?
Know it? Of course I know it. Why, I was a boy here. I could walk it blindfold. I know every gate and post and tree. Hey, there's my old school with the cupola and the bell hanging in it.
An ugly, lifeless place.
Hey, it was Christmas Day. All the boys had gone home for the holiday.
Oh? Who is that lonely child left behind and chided for his tears by the schoolmaster?
I was that child spirit.
How now, Master Ebenezer. No tears, if you please. There is nothing more degrading than self-pity. Besides, Christmas isn't at all important.
A very wise man, the schoolmaster. Do you agree with him, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Agree with him? Of course not. Christmas is very important to a child of that age. To a child of any age. Poor boy. I wish... Oh, well, too late now.
Yes, what is it?
Nothing much. There were some boys singing Christmas carols outside my warehouse. Wish I'd given them something, that's all.
I see. Well, let us see another Christmas. You know this warehouse, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Know it? Of course I know it. I was apprenticed here.
Tell me, were you happy here?
Oh, yes, I was very happy, Spirit. My master was a kind man, and... Why, bless his heart! There he is! It's old Fezziwig! Fezziwig alive again!
Yo-ho, me boys! No more work tonight, no more work. Christmas Eve day.
Yeah.
Christmas, Ebenezer. We're having a party tonight.
A party, sir?
Yeah.
Who's invited, Mr. Fezziwig?
The butcher, the baker, the milkman, and the cook. Yeah. Here's the fiddler already. Ho, ho, ho! Clear away, lads, clear away.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Fezziwig.
Come, Master Fiddler, unlimber your fingers. Give us something for dancing with plenty of life in it. Christmas Eve, you know, Christmas Eve. The best time of the year. God bless it.
A very simple and sentimental man, old Fezziwig, with no head at all for business, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Nonsense. Why, he was one of the greatest men alive. Yes, I wish...
Yes? What is it you wish?
Nothing. I was just thinking of my cloth. Bob Cratchit, that's all.
Strange. But my time grows short. Now prepare yourself to meet the spirit of Christmas present.
Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge. Behold in me the ghost of Christmas present. Come.
Where are we going?
To Camden Town. Hold fast to my robe. My time is short, and we must travel swiftly.
Camden Town? Why, that's where my clerk, Bob Cratchit, lives.
Yes, it is he we visit. See, there below is the street and house we seek. Not a pretty setting, is it?
Well, no. No, it isn't exactly palatial, but it probably serves its purpose. After all, he's only a clerk, you know.
Ah, yes. And with so many mouths to feed, it doubtless is the best he can afford.
Huh?
Come, we will go in.
We gotta get out of here.
Great heavens, I nearly forgot the gravy. Here, Belinda, you watch the applesauce.
Yes, Mother.
Martha, you dust off the hot plate. And Joseph and Thomas can start setting the chairs at the table.
Oh, yes, Mother.
I just see what's keeping your father and Tiny Tim.
Perhaps the church service is extra long.
10 minutes more and the goose will fall apart and the pudding will be overdone.
Oh, Mother, no. Oh, here they come now. They're just turning the corner.
Tiny Tim's riding on Father's shoulder. Thank heavens. Open the door for them, Belinda.
Yes, Mother.
Be careful, Bob.
What's that slippery spot?
Giddy up, Delvin.
There we are. Hold fast now. This is a wild horse with a black mane. He gallops and prances and runs like the wind. Hi-ho, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Father.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Down you come. Joseph, Thomas, take them off to the wash house and get those hands clean for dinner.
Come on, Tiny Tim.
Just wait till you see what's in the oven.
There never was such a burn. Now, don't waste any time. Everything's ready. Well, how did he behave in church, Bob?
Oh, as good as gold and better.
Well, that's good.
You know, somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard.
Yes, I know.
He told me coming home that he hoped the people saw him in the church because he was a cripple.
Oh.
And it might be pleasant for them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Poor boy. Poor boy.
Why are there tears in your eyes, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Well, Cratchit never told me the boy was lame.
He has worn that iron brace and carried that little crutch ever since he can remember. Quiet. They gather at the table.
A toast to the founder of the feast. I give you Mr. Scrooge.
The founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon.
My dear, Christmas Day.
And I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, not for his.
And a Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us.
God bless us.
And what do you say, Tiny Tim?
God bless us. Everyone.
Come, Ebenezer Scrooge. My time is up. You must go to meet the third and last spirit.
Wait. Tell me this before you leave me.
Yes?
Tell me, will Tiny Tim live?
I see a vacant seat and a crutch without the owner.
No, don't say that.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child must die.
No.
Will it not be better if he does? As you once said, it will decrease the surplus population.
Spirit.
Farewell, Ebenezer Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas yet to come awaits you.
Where am I? What place is this? So dark and cold and thick with fog. And who are you? Dark phantom with the hidden face. I fear you more than any of the others. Are you the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Why, this is a burial ground. Neglected and overgrown with grass and weeds. The resting place of those forgotten and unloved. Why do you point to that stone? What name's written there that I must read? Well, the letters are too dim and the fog's too heavy. Tell me, Spirit, Who rests in this lonely, untended earth?
You are that man, Ebenezer Scrooge.
No, Spirit. No.
You are that man.
Spirit, hear me. I'm not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been but for this night. I'll honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. Hear me, Spirit, and tell me I may sponge away the writing on that terrible stone. Spirit, do you hear me? Spirit. Well, you're not a spirit at all. You're my own bedpost. This isn't a graveyard. It's my own room. Yes, sir. There's the door that old Jacob Marley entered. And there's the window where the first spirit... Well, it's broad daylight. No fog or mist. Here's a beautiful, glorious day. And church bells must be Sunday. Hey, boy! Oh, boy! Hey, you down there!
Yes, sir?
What's the day, my fine fella?
What day? Why, it's Christmas Day, of course.
Christmas Day! Ha! Then I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. Hello down there!
Yes, sir?
Look, do you know the poultry shop at the corner of my butt?
I should hope so, sir.
An intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Tell me, do you know if they've sold the prize turkey?
The little one?
No. Not the big prize turkey.
It's hanging there now.
Thank you. Go and tell them bring it here.
Yes, sir.
Come back with the man and I'll give you a shilling.
Yes, sir.
Come back in less than 5 minutes and I'll give you half a crown.
Yes, sir.
Look at him go. I'll send it to Bob Cratchit. He shan't know who sent it. Oh, what a joke that'll be. It is twice the size of Tiny Tim. Let's see. I better get dressed. I've got a lot to do. It's going to be a busy day. Yes, sir. A very busy day.
Yes, and it was a very busy day. Scrooge dressed himself all in his best, and when he got out on the streets, people were pouring out of the churches. He regarded them with such a delighted smile that some of them said, Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge!
He patted children on the head.
Hello, son. Merry Christmas, my dear.
He gave to beggars.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, God bless you, sir.
And late in the afternoon, he went calling on his nephew. He had a wonderful time and a wonderful Christmas. The morning after Christmas, he was early at the office. Scrooge wanted to be there first, and he wanted to catch Bob Cratchit coming in late.
Well, Mr. Cratchit, so you finally got here, did you? Look at that clock. What do you mean by coming here this time of day?
I'm very sorry, Mr. Scrooge. It won't happen again.
Indeed it won't. Step over here to my desk, if you please.
It's only once a year, sir.
A poor sort of excuse, Mr. Cratchit. I'm not going to stand for this kind of thing any longer. And therefore, my friend, I'm about to raise your salary.
What? What was that, sir?
A Merry Christmas, Bob. A Merry Christmas than I've given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family. Now make up the fires and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit.
And Scrooge was even better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Yes, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us and all of us.
Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone.
Our warmest thanks to you, Lionel Barrymore, and to all the members of the cast for another splendid performance. Tonight's production of A Christmas Carol was selected from the radio series Mayor of the Town. The musical score was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. The Christmas carols were sung by the Paul Taylor Chorus, and the narration was by Frank Martin. Now, this is your host of the Globe, Herbert Marshall, wishing each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas.
You have been attending the Globe Theater with Herbert Marshall as host and master of ceremonies. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. The Witch's Tale.
Hannah and 11-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 11-year-old. Well, Satan, this be a nice dark night to tell folks one of our pretty little yarns. You folks shout out your lights so's we can listen to our tale as we set it amongst the shadows. That's the way to hear our bedtime stories. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll see the hands of time turn back to Hannah year. Back to the days of pirates, stolen gold, and sudden death. Soon you'll see a crossroads by a little bay, a crossroads where a gallows stands, from which 2 corpses hangs in creaking chains. Below it, men are covering up a hole which looks like a new-made grave. Through the darkness of the night, offshore shines the light of a pirate ship, while men are singing. Hear him thou. So begins our story of share and share alike. Share and share alike.
The holes on our ship out there are roaring.
I made sure they would be.
For the cask of rum, I gave them leave to open ere we left. They're not apt to be curious about their captain's whereabouts.
You're the slick one, Dandy.
Soon we must return to them. They're happy now, but in another hour they'll cut each other's throats. It should be unfortunate. So when we sail at daylight, we shall want a crew.
Aye, and all of them. If we'd overhaul the English brigantine.
The news we have be true, that should be within the week.
And she's loaded with bullion, Dandy, bullion. And when we seize her, our crew can divide the cargo while you and me, their captains, take the gold. To add to that with Ling and Frankie buried now beneath the gibbet. Think it's safe there?
Most safe. For there we are ever assured of guardians for our treasure.
You mean our bony friends who squeak so in their chains as they dance upon the wind?
Aye. If one suspected that beneath their dead and dangling feet lay something worth the taking, he would still hesitate to argue its possession with such ghostly bankers.
Well, but we should have come here alone, just you and me, to hide this stuff.
My dear Jack, with pistol and cutlass you have your points, but you'll never make a gentleman.
What do you mean?
You forget that they're turning, pirates. I had what is sometimes called breeding. Think you I would soil my hands by digging in the earth with a filthy spade as our comrades there are doing?
I would have done it alone if you must protect your lily hands and keep dirt from your fine clothes.
And back to the ship you would have gone looking like one who had been digging.
I hadn't thought of that.
There are times, my dear Jack, when I don't believe your brains were made for thinking.
Oh, I'm thinking now that we let these two dig for us into our secret.
Oh, I trust Ling and Frenchie absolutely. They'll never breathe a word.
What's come over you? You trust no one.
It's finished, Captain Burgess.
The
last bagful.
Have you tamped it down so there's no sign of fresh turned earth?
Say for yourself, Jack Gore.
If they had not watched it being done, even those arties who dance above would not suspect.
You have done very well, my good boys. Now back to the ship where warm rum awaits.
And mind you, not a word of this, or I'll cut your gullet.
Oh, Jack, please. I trust these good boys. Go ahead with your spades, Ling and Frenchie. We shall follow.
Aye.
Dandy, you shot them.
And my aim was a miss. One had time to scream.
Both dead. You didn't tell me it was your plan to kill these men.
I told you they would bear no tale.
You were a devil, Dandy Burgess.
And you were a fool. Too soft-hearted for our profession.
I may be a fool, but I'll never turn my back to you, as those two did.
You fear me. You, whose huge hands could crush my puny bones to jelly.
Aye, when I'm sober, as in India, they fear the cobra snake.
You flatter me. Look, you're as full of greed as I. Yonder in the ground lies a king's ransom, its whereabouts unknown to all alive but just we two. I had 3 pistols in my belt. Here on the ground, I throw the one still loaded. And there my cutlass. I'm disarmed if you would have the secret to yourself. As if I had wished your death, it could now be mine alone.
Take back your weapons, Dandy. Oh, you're truly my friend, as I've always thought.
Oh, yes, you big idiot. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because you're such a lout, a child, my opposite. Because you amuse me and admire me.
Dandy, will you always be my friend, my brother? Will you swear it?
If 'twill make you feel any better. What shall we swear by? We who do not fear the devil and have broken all the laws of God.
I had not thought of that.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, wait. We'll swear by justice, the thing we both fear most.
Justice is a silly word for schoolboys. But since you wish it very well, we'll swear by justice, which for you and I means death upon this gallows tree.
Aye, with our hands upon the chains in which dangle those bleached out bones.
Better yet, with our hands upon the corpses we will swear. Brother of the stretched neck, excuse the liberty. I grasp what was formerly your foot.
I touched the body too. By justice, by the gallows tree, by death we swear, to be brothers, friends, inseparable, to share and share the life on earth, or down in hell. I swear now you.
Oh, I swear. Now let's come away. The odor of our dancing friends is scarcely that of flowers. You must put our good boys, Ling and Frenchie, in the small boat, Jack. When we strike deep water, you can toss their bodies out. No one will see them in this darkness.
Nay, a day like we sail. The English merchantmen and gold.
Which we'll share and share alike.
Which we'll share and share alike. Let the world wag as it will. Let the heavens grow. Let the devil howl. Rain, rain, escape full and show. The cup's empty. Fill it up.
Careful, Jack. You're getting drunk.
Sure, I'm drunk. What happened?
Nothing, except that rum is apt to cloud your usually excellent judgment.
Another drink, everybody. Another song. Give them the Amsterdam maid. Jack Gore. Captain Gore, you blasted swine. I dare you call me Simple Jack. I'm master here as well as Dandy Burgess.
Now I know you're drunk, Jack.
Oh, what's that?
Well, Hyde, bung up that cask.
What do you mean?
We do no more drinking this night.
Keep away from that cask, Will Hyde.
I said we do no more drinking this night.
Jack Gore's master here as well as you, Dandy Burgess.
Jack said more wrong.
Yeah, don't stop that
silence. I and this pistol say no more. Did you hear me?
Uncock that pistol, Captain Burgess.
Go to your post! All of you. The English merchantman should be along tonight. She's armed, and in this fog we must have our wits about us. Take your men to the guns, Dick Howell.
Aye, sir.
You, Hans Swartz, say the grappling hooks are ready.
Yeah.
Say, sir, when you speak to me.
Yeah, sir. Come on, get out on deck, all of you.
Captain Gore is giving his orders. Obey them, please.
It's me can handle those villains, Dandy. Well, now they're gone. You and me'll have a drink alone, huh?
I'll have one. You've gone your limit.
What do you mean?
Rum makes you overbold.
Oh.
Very excellent, this rum. You will not look too longing if I have another, Jack? Thank you. But liquor is emptiness and song is folly. Until the duet becomes a trio with fair women. Or even woman. How your eyes shine, Jack.
Candy, think you could be women on this merchant when we hope to see?
Mayhap, if the devil looks after his own.
Women. And for all your fine clothes and gentleman's ways, I'll get the same as you. You've sworn we'll share and share alike.
With women, that might be inconvenient.
You've sworn. You're not trying to cheat me.
Don't worry, only we'd better cross that bridge when we come to it.
No, we'll cross it now. I know you. You'll take him from me with your handsome fist. We'll cut these cards and see who gets first choice.
Very well. I'll shuffle them.
I'll shuffle them.
I wronged you greatly when I called you drunk.
One cut, high card. The one who gets first choice to the women on that break.
Very well.
Cut.
I've drawn a 10.
I've drawn a knave. I win.
You shuffle.
The choice is mine to the women on that break.
If any, and we sight it.
Captain Burgess, the English merchantman. Good. The fog's just lifted. She's lying hard aport. Then she sighted us.
It's all right, you fool. Our master's flying the flag of Holland. Tell Dick Howell not to break out the guns. If she remains unsuspicious, we can drift close enough to grapple with a hook.
I sir. Then we'll ball her with a cutlass hand to hand. That's what I love. To fight, to kill.
And when we have prisoners to torment, the sport begins for me.
Come on, deck.
Hey,
here. Cut cord. Breaking out a gun.
She suspects us, huh?
Give her a fire.
Give her back a broadside. Take down that flag of Holland and hoist the Jolly Roger.
Cutlass. Kill!
They prisoners from me, from the yard down to beyond brig, I'll keep them to dance upon the wind. They prisoners for me to torture! To torture!
Don't torture me anymore. I've told you no women are aboard the ship.
I'm afraid you have forgotten, Captain. To improve your memory, once more we'll try this red-hot poker on your naked foot.
Not again! For God's sake, no!
Too bad, he's fainted again.
Stop it, Dandy. He couldn't tell his lies in a pain like that.
Sit down and drink your rum. When we captured this brig, you had your fun of killing. Now I have my sport by making the survivors pray for them.
Yeah, but can't you kill this man now and have it over with? We've got the gold. He showed us where it was when you strung his mates over the yard.
But the minuet they danced. Yes, he's given us the gold, but he's yet to show us where the women hide.
I don't believe there are any women.
Ah, yes, there are. I found a woman's glove upon the deck.
A woman's glove? The woman must be on this ship.
How astute you are. And I thought that liquor clogged your brain. Our friend is coming to again.
Women. They're all women.
Well, Captain, the poker has had time to heat once more. Is your memory better now?
Don't use it again. Don't. I'll tell you what you want to know. There are two women? Hid back of my cabin. A panel there. Concealed. The secret door.
Two women. Thank you, Captain, very much.
At last you've shot.
My aim's improved. He never murmured like poor Frenchy.
Two women find the panel in his cabin, and I have my choice.
I come, but leave your bottle here, friend Jack. The ladies might not like a drinking man.
One more blow and I'll burst the panel.
Nay, wait.
Nay.
Now, you fool. The women hear your act. Cower inside the wall and fear of what they know is coming. Oh, wait there, Jack, and let them fear the longer.
Nay, I want my price. I want a woman.
Hey, you clod. If you know delight in that deadly terror.
I have delight of a woman in my arms.
And die of her tears.
Stand back.
One screams.
Good evening, gentlemen.
But one.
It's not you who screamed.
I'm not the kind who screams. My companion is there behind that curtain.
Dead. A dagger in her breast.
She was afraid of you, gentlemen. She preferred to die.
And you preferred to live. What a spirit you have, my pretty one. How I shall delight to tame
Not
it.
so fast, Dandy. This woman is mine. I have the choice.
Yeah, but the other is dead.
And I choose the living.
Don't be a fool, Jack. We are brothers. We've sworn to share and share alike.
With women, you said that would be inconvenient.
Stand aside. I want this woman, and what I want, I take.
Now, this time my pistol is pointed first.
You're drunk. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I do. This woman goes with me. Come on, my beauty.
Wait!
I go with the master.
And that's me. You! Keep back. I'm not so drunk, Dandy Burgess. You see, as we go through this door, I do not turn my back to you.
Really, little man, you're too amusing.
Be careful.
Do you think to frighten me? The week I've spent aboard this ship has quite accustomed me to pirates. Even the fearsome kind like Captain Gore. But for cabin boys like you...
You'll drive me too far. Listen, wench. I tell you that until the night we took you from that English brig, Jack Gore was my dog, my slave. That I was master here alone. Possession of you has turned his head, so that now he tries to rule here in my place.
If you would be master once again, why do you not take me from him? I go with the master.
So you shall. And the master will be me.
Hi, Dandy Burgess.
Captain Burgess, you dog.
So you say. Captain Gore says to keep away from his woman. You, mistress, he bids come to his cabin.
His cabin, the swine.
Where he sits, always facing the door with pistol cupped and ready. He seems unwilling to ever turn his back to you, Captain Burgess.
Laugh. Laugh as you go to him, you. Always facing me. When tomorrow we enter Nassau Bay, I shall teach him to face always. Yet see me not. And you, Mistress Kate, will find I am the master.
So you, Captain Burgess, will deliver to me with evidence of their piracy from the high seas your former comrade?
Yes, Governor Rogers. I will deliver them here in Nassau Bay and with evidence in plenty. For myself, I claim amnesty under His Majesty's wise pardon for those who repent their wrong and inform against the sinful.
That I must grant you. It is the law. I hope you ask no other reward for putting these men within our grasp.
Yeah, but I do, and make it part of our bargain. Rest easy. It will not affect your treasury. There is a woman aboard that ship out there. I would place her in my care, and in her company, attend the hanging.
You would attend the execution of the comrades you condemn?
Not all of them. Only that of Captain Gore, my particular friend. As the wind turns his body in its gallows chains, I would watch him face always and see me nowhere.
And the court doth accordingly pass sentence that you, the said Jack Gore, be carried to prison, from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you are to be hanged by the neck, till you shall be dead. 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 And God have mercy on your soul.
Dandy, you swore to be my friend, my brother.
Come, Kate. Let's get out of here. Breathe the air.
I go with the master. We are nearly at the crossroads where you say your buried treasure lies. I see the gibbet there.
Aye. How stark and alone it stands by night.
Our friend Jack, who was hanged upon it yesterday, will be grateful for our company. Hear the creaking chains he swings in. He seems to cry well.
Now, wait.
Why do you stop?
Now, let's go back. It's such dirty work to ply a spade. It goes against my grain to soil my hands.
You want no one else in the secret of the treasure that you and he buried here so long ago?
Oh, nay, but to dig for it at night and dark, it... The unaccustomed work I cannot see.
I did not know my master's courage. I would think he was afraid.
What have I to fear?
Not man, surely. When in your pocket lies a pardon from the king.
Nay, and I do not fear the dead.
The air is very still. How plainly we can hear those rusty chains.
It is like that other night.
The night on which you swore by the gallows tree. And death. And justice.
To be brothers, friends, inseparables. Share and share alike on earth and down in hell. I meant it when I swore that oath. I meant it though I laughed and mocked. 'Twas all your fault I did this thing. Ere he and I met you, we were as brothers. Jack was such a fool, a lout. My opposite, he amused me and admired me.
My fearful master. A sentimental pirate.
Still, cannot a man have feelings? In the lowest beast, can I not be one tiny bit of...
God.
I have naught to do with God. Who are you who have sapped my strength and made me weak?
My name is Kate. I told you long ago.
If that's all you've told me, whence came you, woman?
From the cabin of an English brig, some wicked pirate took us prize.
Ye insolent wench! Turn not your back on me and walk away.
Did I turn my back? I forgot who I was with.
You!
How loud those chains grow now as the weight they bear swims in the wind.
We are underneath his corpse. I did not realize we walked so fast.
It seems to sense your presence. See its body begin to turn. So fearful to leave its back.
No, don't say such things. Jack Gore, stop moving like that.
Done your bidding. Here's your slave again. Your dog.
Kate, those eyeless sockets plucked by crows. I see a light.
There can be no light in dead men's eyes.
No, I know, but... Kate, there's a movement of that drooping jaw, as though it prepared itself for speech.
There can be no speech from dead men's lips.
I know that too, but... Kate! Whence comes that singing?
Thinks I do hear sing. The favorite song of the comrade ye betrayed.
Nay, that cannot be. Kate! The chains that hold this corpse are stretching. Jack's dead feet are on the ground. He's coming for me with dead arms outstretched. Jack Gore, for God's sake, keep away! Ah! Don't touch me with your cold, dead hands. Kate, help! He binds these chains about my neck. Don't let him lift me to that gallows. Don't let him lift me to that gallows. Ah!
Share and share alike. On earth or down in hell.
Kate, but for this she brought me here. For death. I know who ye are now. Hear what I swore by. You are justice.
You know, them old Greek people had a notion that ideals sometimes walk the earth in human form. So maybe that girl was justice. And now, Satan, if these folks would just sit still, we'll be back in a minute and tell them about the pretty yarn we're saving for them next week. Well, Satan, instead of telling folks what we're gonna let them see next week, just a little bit of them for themselves. Gaze into the embers of our fire. Gaze into the embers deep and listen.
Robert, I hear footsteps. There's something in this room.
No. They can't be, Susie. You and me's alone here.
No, we're not alone. Look at those shadows.
Good Lord!
It's a man without a head. Ah!
That's part of our yarn about Rockabye Baby. Rockabye Baby.
Colgate-E, Colgate presents Phil Stern
with the Colgate Sports Newsreel.
Phil Stern, the Colgate Shape-Free Man, is on the air. Phil Stern, the Colgate Shape-Free Man, with stories rare. Take his advice and you'll look keen. You'll get a shave that's smooth and clean. You'll be a Colgate brushless fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Phil Stern with a 252nd edition of the Colgate Sports Newsreel. Our guest tonight is the most famous detective in the world, Ellery Queen. But first, Reel 1, Profile of a guy named Joe. This is the story of a guy named Joe. Joe from Georgia was his nickname because, you see, Joe was from Georgia. He was born in Georgia back in 1879. Joe was a healthy, husky youngster who by the time he was 12 years old had won the junior wrestling championship of his little Georgia town. By the time Joe was 16, he'd won the wrestling championship of all Georgia. But Joe was growing up now. And since his mother wanted him to become a priest, he finally left his Georgia home to go to a larger city to study for the priesthood. For 5 years, Joe studied to be a priest. But in his 5th year, Joe became the victim of a dreaded disease. For 7 long months, he lay between life and death. At last, however, he was well enough to leave his bed. But the disease had left its mark on him, for Joe's left arm was paralyzed. After his illness, Joe returned to school, but somehow it just wasn't the same. Where before he'd loved sports, now because of his health, he had to stay on the sidelines, and it hurt him, for he'd always prided himself on his athletic ability. He tried to overcome this by making new friends, but apparently he picked the wrong kind of friends. At least so the school thought. For it wasn't long before Joe was paying more attention to his new friends than he was to his studies. And so, one day, Joe was dismissed from school. And sadly, he returned to his home in Georgia, knowing that now he could never become a priest. It was a bitter blow to his mother. She'd so wanted Joe to be a priest. She could tell how much dismissal from school had hurt him. For a while, Joe was happy at home. But gradually, he became moody. Perhaps he brooded on his dismissal from school. Perhaps he realized what a disappointment he'd become to his mother. But whatever the reason, one day, Joe just disappeared. Nobody could understand it. His leaving became the big topic of conversation in the little Georgia town. At first, people thought Joe'd come back. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months and finally the months into years, people forgot about Joe. Then rumors began to come back to that little Georgia town. Rumors of where Joe was. Some said he'd become a wrestler. Others said he was now a failure. Still others insisted he was in jail. But nobody knew for sure, not even his mother. When people'd ask her, she'd sadly shake her head and say, "I don't know where Joe is, but I do know that someday he'll come back to Georgia." As the years passed and no definite word was heard from Joe, people even forgot that he'd once been Georgia's wrestling champion, for new champions had come along to take his place. 15 years went by. Then, one day, just as mysteriously as Joe had disappeared from his home in Georgia, he suddenly came back. But now Joe was no longer an unknown boy. Now he was famous. People followed him wherever he went. And when Joe came back, everyone in Georgia knew why he'd been away and what he'd been doing during the 15 years he'd been gone. And now they understood why no one had heard from him. Joe hadn't been a wrestler, and he certainly hadn't been a failure. Joe had been quietly organizing a revolution. A revolution that would have cost Joe his life if the Georgia police had caught him. Yet Joe had started a revolution. A revolution that was to free his country. You see, the Georgia we've been talking about is not the state of Georgia in the southern part of the United States. The Georgia we've been talking about is a state in the southern part of Russia. And that's the story. The story of a youngster who was once the wrestling champion of the Russian state of Georgia, but who's far better known today as the most powerful man in Russia, Joseph Stalin. Profile of a guy named Joe. Reel 2. On the beach at Waikiki. That's where Buster Crabbe learned to swim, and that's where the sensational Olympic champion first practiced his smooth cutting speed in the water.
In shaving, too, Buster Crabbe aims for smooth cutting speed. And he gets it, too, with Colgate Brushless Shave Cream. Here's what he writes. Dear Bill, thanks to you and your Colgate Brushless Shave Cream, I've now perfected my shaving style, and I'm sure I set an unofficial shaving record every morning. Why, I just spread on that Colgate Brushless straight from the jar, then over lightly with my razor, and I'm on the last lap. I always thought my beard had plenty of stamina, but it wilts when it meets up with Colgate Brushless. Thanks a million, Bill, for putting me in the swim with Colgate Brushless. Signed, Buster Crabbe.
Most men can't equal Buster Crabbe's swimming records, but any man can equal Buster Crabbe's shaving records, you bet. Colgate Brushless Shave Cream takes you through a fast, smooth, comfortable shave every time. Just spread that cool, rich cream on your face and commence shaving. Colgate Brushless tames tough whiskers. It stays moist and active clear through your shave, and at the finish, you douse it off your face and razor. No goo or grease to gum up the works. Men, if you want a shave cream that's made especially for wiry whiskers and naturally dry, sensitive skin, then it's Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions for you. Try it. And if one trial doesn't make you say, this is it, Just send the top of the carton to me. Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey. And I'll see that you get double your money back. Reel 3. Colgate's camera close-up of Ellery Queen. You've all read Ellery Queen's great mystery novels, and you've all heard Ellery Queen's radio programs over this same network. Now meet him in person. One of the most famous detectives in the world, Ellery Queen.
Good evening, Bill.
Good evening, Ellery. Have you ever solved any sports mysteries?
Yes, several. In fact, I once solved a murder that involved 5 famous sports personalities.
Were all 5 sports personalities suspected of the murder?
They were, Bill. One was a girls' swimming champion. Another was a big league baseball pitcher. Still another was a racing jockey. And the 4th was a prize fighter.
But that's only 4, Ellery. You said there were 5 people suspected of that murder. Who was the 5th?
Well, Bill, if you must know, it was a sports commentator like yourself.
Oh, fine. I suppose it was the sports commentator who was the murderer.
No, it wasn't, but he almost got murdered himself.
Serves him right for being a sports commentator. Tell me, Ellery, since I'm going to be a guest on your show tomorrow night to try and solve tomorrow night's mystery, you ever had any other sports figures as guests on your show?
Yes, we have, Bill. We had Lieutenant Commander Jack Dempsey.
Jack Dempsey, eh? How'd he do?
He was KO'd by a clue. But I'll tell you who did do well on solving one of my mysteries.
Who was that?
Gypsy Rose Lee. She just stripped the plot down to its bare facts.
She would. But there's one mystery, Ellery, that even I can solve.
What's that, Bill?
I can tell you why Colgate Shave Cream is the best. Just try it and see for yourself. Get it? Thanks so much. Good luck and good night, Ellery Queen.
Good night, Bill.
Good night, Ellery. Reel 4. Portrait of a prize fighter's protege. This is the story of John L. Sullivan. Many people say John L. Sullivan was the greatest heavyweight champion this country's ever known, but let me begin this story at the beginning. John L. Sullivan came out of Boston, where by the sheer brute power of his own fists, he wrote boxing history as he battled his way to the heavyweight championship of America. After he won the heavyweight championship, he became the most famous man in America. In fact, at the height of his popularity, John L. Sullivan was so much in demand that he appeared on the stage in vaudeville. One day, during his vaudeville engagement, he stopped on the street to buy a newspaper from a ragged little newsboy. The newsboy immediately recognized the famous John L. Sullivan, for it was the newsboy who said,
"Gee, mister, you're the great John L. Sullivan, ain't you?"
That I am, my lad.
Listen, Mr. Sullivan, I never saw you fight, but I did see you in vaudeville the other day. Would you do me a big favor?
Well, sonny, it depends on what it is.
Look, Mr. Sullivan, I know I'm only a newsboy, but I can sing, honest I can. Only nobody'll give me a chance. Now, if you'd go to the manager of the theater where you're playing now, maybe if you asked him to, he'd listen to me sing and give me a job.
John L. Sullivan liked the little newsboy, and he did take the youngster back to the theater with him. And the little newsboy really could sing. In fact, that little newsboy sang so well that John L. Sullivan hired that youngster himself to sing in his act. And so it was that a young newsboy went on the vaudeville stage with the great John L. Sullivan. After a while, though, John L. Sullivan's popularity began to wane. He lost his championship, and he stopped appearing in vaudeville. But what of the little newsboy that John L. Sullivan had started on the stage? Well, that little newsboy stayed on the stage to become a great star in his own right. For that little newsboy was Gus Edwards. Gus Edwards did become a really great star. The greatest star in vaudeville of some 30 long years ago. But he never forgot how he'd once been given his chance when he was an unknown youngster, and he promised to repay this debt by giving other youngsters the same chance he'd had. It was Gus Edwards who found just such a youngster and gave him the chance. The youngster was named George Jessel. And it was Gus Edwards who found another unknown youngster named Eddie Cantor. And it was Gus Edwards who found still another unknown youngster named Walter Winchell. But Gus Edwards was only beginning. It was he who found Ray Bolger, Rosemary and Priscilla Lane, Mitzi Mayfair, Hildegard, and Joan Edwards. In fact, of all the stars Gus Edwards discovered, I think he's proudest of Joan Edwards. You know her as the great singing star of the hit parade. But Gus Edwards knows her as his own flesh and blood, for she's his niece. And she's in the studio right here with us now. Ladies and gentlemen, here she is, the lovely singing star of the hit parade, Miss Joan Edwards.
Thank you, Bill.
And thanks for the splendid tribute to my Uncle Gus Edwards. It's true, he did discover Eddie Cantor, George Jessel, Walter Winchell, and all the other stars you named, too. But in telling the story of the great Gus Edwards, there's one thing you forgot, Bill. You forgot that tonight is his birthday. And even though he's been sick, I know that he's listening beside his radio in California right now. Ah, gee, California may be a long way from Broadway, but believe me, back here on Broadway, a whole host of friends wish this grand showman many happy returns of the day and a very, very speedy recovery. Good night.
Thank you, Joan Edwards. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the story. Story of Broadway. A story of how Gus Edwards discovered the greatest stars on Broadway. A story that wouldn't have been possible if it hadn't begun many years ago with a prize fighter named John L. Sullivan. Portrait of a prize fighter's protege. Reel 5, Charles McCarthy. You know, men, your face sits up and takes notice when you spread on Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. Even if you've got a beard like the spines on a cactus, Colgate Brushless will take you through a clean, close shave. No snagging, no pulling, and no dry, drawn skin at the end. No after-irritation. For Colgate Brushless Shave Cream was made for naturally dry, sensitive skin and wiry whiskers. It's a soothie and a smoothie. So take Bill Stern up on his offer. Get Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions, tonight. And I hope your beard is plenty tough so you can really appreciate the marvelous shaving performance you get with Colgate Brushless. If it doesn't do all you expect, just send the carton top to Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City's own, to New Jersey, for double your money back. And now, back to Bill Stern.
Reel 6, Colgate Candid Camera catches the story behind the story. New York City. The New York Sun is tonight featuring on its front page a sensational sports story. This story states that Lou Jenkins, the former lightweight champion, now in France with our invasion forces, today publicly accused both Billy Conn and Joe Louis of shirking their duty. He says the only thing they're talking about is fighting each other. But never do you hear either one of them talking about fighting the war. Hollywood, California. The funniest remark yet about the Dorsey Hall fistfight was made today by a Broadway columnist. Miss Dorothy Kilgallen, writing about the fight, said, "Since Tommy Dorsey hit John Hall, it's been suggested that Dorsey change his theme song to Swinging on a Star." And that's the 3-0 mark for tonight. Next Friday night, we'll be back same time, same stations, with another edition of the Colgate Sports Newsreel. We're moving the entire show to the windy city of Chicago for our next Friday night show. And in Chicago, as our guest, we'll have one of the most famous golfers of all times, Gene Sarazen. So be sure and be with us next Friday evening at our usual time when we come to you from Chicago with our special guest, the former national golf champion, Gene Sarazen. Until then, I'll be seeing you on the screen in the News of the Day newsreel at your favorite Lowe's or Associated Theaters. Now, until the same time next Friday night, this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on his way. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, has lots to say. He tells you tales of sports heroes, the inside dope he really knows. So listen in next Friday night. COLGATE.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Bird.
Oh, hello, Casey.
What's Tony Marvin worrying about over there?
Why, he's writing a holiday poem. And he's stuck for something to rhyme with Christmas stocking.
But, Ethelbert, are you kidding?
Certainly not. Oh, you mean Anchor Hocking.
Oh, gee, fellas, that's wonderful. Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, Christmas shopping. Late afternoon, a crowded aisle in one of our city's largest department stores. Making slow headway through the jostling shoppers are...
Casey, I've never seen the store so crowded.
We say that every year during the week before Christmas, Annie. Where are you taking me now, huh?
Well, you haven't anything for your Aunt Harriet yet, so I thought we'd look at umbrellas there. On this side of the store somewhere.
Yeah. Annie, look, you can pick up a much nicer umbrella for Aunt Harriet than I can. I trust your judgment, absolutely, Annie. So suppose
I shop for all the uninteresting items while you go up to the toy department and watch the electric trains again.
Well, you know I've still got to pick up a few more things for my sister's kids, Annie.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Annie, wait a minute. Hang on to your pocketbook. Keep an eye on that little guy in the black overcoat just ahead of us.
Who?
That's Fingers Fogarty. One of the best-known dips in the city.
Pickpocket?
Yep. Shove through this mob a little faster, Annie. I'll keep him in sight. I think he's closing in on a prospect.
You mean he's made up his mind about whose pocket he's going to pick?
Sure. Smart dips like Fingers don't dive into just anybody's pocket. They hang around bars and wait for some guy to flash a roll, and they tail him. And if he gets into a crowd like this... Look, Fogarty's doing his stuff now, Annie.
No.
Yeah. That big fat guy he just bumped into. Fingers took a wallet from his inside pocket.
Well, I didn't see him.
Neither did the fat guy. Fingers is a smooth worker. Come on. He'll feel very badly when we stop his special brand of Christmas shopping, but pocket picking is considered antisocial. I've got to get Mr. Fogarty.
Well, he squeezed through the crowd. I can't see him anymore.
Neither can I.
Look, Casey, yell out for somebody to stop him.
Well, I yell, stop thief.
Well, you can't let him get away.
He won't get away. Every cop in this precinct knows Fingers. He'll be picked up quick after a charge is brought against him. I'll help that guy who lost his wallet bring the charge.
Yes, if you appear as a witness.
I will.
There's the fat man.
Excuse me, mister. Something happened to you a minute ago that I don't think you know about.
What do you mean?
Your pocket was picked.
My pocket?
Yeah. A little guy bumped into you, and as he did, I saw his hand go into your inside pocket and come out with a wallet. Well, I happen to know who he is, and when you report your loss to the cops, I'll be glad...
You're mistaken, mister. I didn't lose my wallet.
Huh? I'm sure.
I'm more sure.
I tell you, I saw him.
When a guy sees something that couldn't be seen, he's either goofy or drunk. On your way, fella.
Well, I'll be...
Good thing you didn't get your hands on Fingers, Fogarty. He could have plastered you with a nice suit for false arrest.
And I know he took a wallet from that fat guy's pocket. I was watching every move that Fingers made.
Well, I was watching him, too, and I didn't see him take anything, and that fat man says he didn't lose a wallet, so...
Okay, I'm goofy or drunk.
Or maybe you only need glasses.
Well, I do after this. Several glasses. Let's head for the Blue Note.
You and Casey get your Christmas shopping done this afternoon, Miss Williams?
Well, I accomplished quite a lot, Ethelbert, but not Casey. He got sore, and after that, nothing would please him.
What'd you get sore about, pal?
Nothing.
Oh, he had a little eye trouble.
Oh, gee, that's too bad. Did you see spots floating in front of you, Casey?
My eyes are okay. Now fill that glass up again, Ethelbert, and don't ask so many silly questions.
Mine too, Ethelbert.
Right away, Miss Williams.
Oh, now, Casey, don't you think it's about time you snapped out of your grouch?
Well...
It's pretty silly to get yourself all burned up just because you made a mistake.
I didn't make a mistake, Annie. Fingers Fogarty took a wallet from that fat guy's pocket. What burns me up is I didn't find out why the fat guy denied it.
Well, how could you find out?
Oh, I don't know. But I'm supposed to be a newspaper guy, Annie. Well, we may have missed a story with pictures.
Here's your refreshment, folks.
Oh, thanks, Ethelbert.
Say, have you stopped into your office since you finished shopping?
Hey, bartender, who's the boss here?
Well, what do you want?
You want to buy a nice Christmas tree?
You got some nice ones?
A wagon full of them, fresh from Nova Scotia.
Let's see one.
Well, I'll be right back.
Say, Casey, have you two stopped in at your office since you finished your shopping?
Certainly not. This is our day off.
Then you ain't heard the big news yet.
What? Big news?
One of your police reporters, Jake Birkin, was in a few minutes ago and tipped me off about it. Gee, he was all excited.
What happened, Ethelbert?
About half an hour ago, the cops arrested the kidnapper and murderer of Gregory Walters.
They did?
Where?
Well, where'd they get him?
Well, like you know, before the Walters family paid over that $50,000 ransom to the kidnapper, the FBI made a list of the serial numbers on the bills, which they circulated all over the country.
Of course, we know all that, Ethelbert.
How's this tray, mister? Nice and bushy, huh?
Let's see one a little taller.
A little taller, okay.
Ethelbert, will you tell us about that kidnapper?
Well, I'm getting to it.
Well, come on.
Well, a guy walks into a tavern over on 36th Street tonight, orders a drink, and hands the barkeep a $20 bill with one of them hot numbers on it. The barkeep checks the number, calls a cop, and when the cop searched the guy, he found about $500 more of the ransom dough in his pockets.
Well, Ethelbert, who is the guy who had the ransom dough? The cops identified him yet?
Well, they knew him as soon as they laid eyes on him.
But Ethelbert, who is he? Please.
Hey. Is this tray big enough, mister?
Let's see. Well, let's see one a little thicker around the bottom.
Thicker around the bottom.
Ethelbert, will you please
Casey
tell
and
us?
I know him. He's always been a small-time crook, and I was surprised to learn he was mixed up with anything so big as kidnapping and murder.
Oh, say, will you tell us?
I am telling you. It's that little runt, Fingers Fogarty.
Fingers Fogarty?
Yeah, the dip.
He had Walter's ransom dough on him?
About $500, just like I said. Naturally, Fingers denies having anything to do with the kidnapping. He said he lifted the dough out of the pocket of a guy who was Christmas shopping in S.J. Franken's department store.
Franken's?
Around 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Casey Franken.
And that fat guy denied he's been robbed.
Do you think he was the
I
one?
can't see Fingers as a kidnapper. He's always been just a slimy little sneak thief.
Hey, what's this about a fat guy, Casey?
Annie, come on. We're going to tell Logan what happened in Franken's.
Well, what did happen,
Well, never
Casey?
mind. You'll hear it later, Ethelbert. So long.
So long.
Hey, is this one big enough for you, mister?
I tell them two a whole complete news story in 2 short words, then they run off and leave me out on a limb.
What limb? Too big?
Oh, you.
Oh,
no, we've got to have a really big tree.
You think Fingers Fogarty may be just the victim of circumstances, Casey. Circumstances peculiar to his profession.
Miss Williams and I have told you what happened, Logan. You can add it up.
Captain, have you got anything on Fogarty outside of the $500 found in his pocket?
Not yet, Miss Williams. The joint he lives in is being searched, but we don't think he was chump enough to hide the rest of his ransom money there.
If he lifted the 5 C's from that fat guy, he has no rest of the dough to hide.
Now, look, Casey. Fingers Fogarty knows you pretty well, doesn't he?
Yeah, sure, he knows me, certainly.
Now, hasn't it occurred to you that he may have put on an act for your benefit?
I don't get you.
Let's assume that Fingers is the real kidnapper. It's been over a year since the ransom money was paid. Fingers has been careful. He hasn't tried to pass any of the $50,000 because he knows it's red hot. But now he figures the heat has died down, so he sends up a trial balloon.
How do you mean trial balloon?
Well, he's got a record as a tip, Miss Williams. He figures if he gets caught passing that dough, we'll believe that he lifted the money from a guy's pocket. And to cinch it, he acts like he's lifting it from a guy's pocket while Casey is watching him. He picked you for his star witness, pal.
Logan, hasn't it occurred to you that the fat guy might have been sending up that trial balloon?
Huh? What do you mean?
Assume the fat guy is the real kidnapper. And he wants to know how safe it is to pass those ransom bills. He knows that Fingers is a pickpocket. Well, he goes to one of the little runt's hangouts and flashes a roll in front of him. And then he leaves the joint, saunters into a crowded store where it'll be easy for Fingers to work, and Fingers does exactly what's expected of him.
That's a reasonable theory, Captain.
Why, sure. If Fingers gets caught passing that dough, the kidnapper learns about it from the papers and continues to let the money cool off. Also, Fingers has a long record. You cops won't believe anything he tells you. You'll tag him as the Walters kidnapper, which will leave the real one sitting pretty. The only thing the real kidnapper didn't figure was that someone might see Fingers take his wallet.
Well, maybe you got something there, Casey. You and Miss Williams have never seen that fat guy before?
No, but we'll know him if we see him again, though.
Definitely.
Your description might fit 1,000 guys in this town. I want you two to go up to the record room and look at some pictures we've got in the files.
Oh, great. That'll only take us about 4 or 5 hours, Logan.
Oh, Casey. And this was to have been our night off.
Perhaps you'll forgive this last-minute reminder, but there are now exactly 4 more shopping days until Christmas. That means a very real problem to those of us who like to put things off, as who doesn't? Is there anyone you've overlooked, anyone to whom you want to give something beautiful, practical, and inexpensive? Well, you'll find the answer in Fire King oven glass. Whether it's a single Fire King casserole or an entire set of Fire King oven glass, prices are unbelievably low, and it'll take a minimum of shopping time at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store. So remember, with housekeeping a real problem in this post-war era, Fire King oven glass is a gift that makes it easier in so many ways, because Fire King makes foods go farther and enables you to turn leftovers into delicious main courses. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
I don't recognize any picture here, Logan.
Oh, me either. Oh, golly. Captain, why don't you have some good-looking crooks in your files? I'm going to have nightmares looking at pictures of so many ugly men.
Oh, you should see the women.
Logan, you know, there's one picture here that bothers me. It resembles the guy a lot, but well, look at the description that goes with it.
Nick Pensa, Woolstock Prison, discharged 1944, armed robbery. Age 30, height 5 feet. Well, you said your fat guy was a 6-footer and at least 45 years old.
Yeah. He weighed a good 250 plus, too. This Nick Pence's weight is given as only 135.
Well, they can't be the same man, then.
No, not a chance. Funny, though, there is a resemblance.
Well, we need more than that. Let's all go home and get some sleep.
Me for that.
Me, too. I'm so tired I can't think.
I'm falling over. I'll murder anybody who wakes me up before noon tomorrow. Oh, no, thank you. No, thanks. Oh. Hello.
Morning, Annie.
Who's this?
Wake up, kid. It's Casey.
Casey? Oh, Casey.
Yeah, Casey, you remember me, don't you?
Yes, I do, and it's only 9 o'clock, and what is the big idea?
Annie, look, I think I know where to look for that fat guy.
You do?
I certainly do. The old beam wasn't working last night. But when I woke up a few minutes ago, I had it. The strong resemblance between that young half-pint crook, Nick Pensa, and our big, fat, 45-year-old guy can't be just coincidental, Annie. They must be relatives, maybe brothers.
Mm-hmm, go on.
Well, I've looked in the phone book and found only one Pensa listed, John Pensa, contractor, who lives and does business out on Dudley Road. I thought you might like to drive out there with me and see what John Pensa looks like.
Why don't you have the cops go out and look at him?
Annie, you're not awake yet. Only you and I can identify that fat guy. Besides, if you and I find him, Annie, we get an exclusive. The cops are in on it. Every paper in town will have it.
Well, I'm awake now, all right. Where'll I meet you?
I'll be outside your door with a car in 15 minutes.
Casey, I've got to dress.
We'll make it a half an hour then.
We'll make it a full hour and no sooner.
Well, what are you going to dress, yourself or a Christmas tree? Listen, Annie, I can bathe, shave, and get into my clothes in 10 minutes.
I put on underwear. Goodbye.
We're getting close to that address, Annie.
Yeah. This isn't a very attractive neighborhood.
No. John Pensa, contractor, can't be much of a concern.
And John Pensa, contractor, may be no relation whatever to the Nick Pensa in the police files.
The name's very unusual, Ann. I have a hunch.
Uh-oh. There's the place.
Yep. I'll stop here so we can look the joint over.
Well, there's a concrete garage attached to the house with a good-sized truck inside and room for another.
Concrete mixer in the workyard.
Oh, Casey, established businessmen don't go in for kidnapping. I think we're on a wild goose chase.
Annie, that guy coming out of the garage.
What about him? He's just a
skinny little...
Annie, you need glasses and more photographic memory.
He's the man of that police picture.
Of course, Nick Pensa. Now I know my hunch was right.
He's looking over here.
Well, he's never seen us before, but I'll get rolling anyway.
Now, how can we find out if he has a fat brother?
Well, drop into one of these neighborhood stores and make a few inquiries.
Then what?
Well, how can I tell until I find out what I hope to find out? Annie, you're the darndest girl for asking questions. You really are. Now, let's stop there. Well, we'll stop here. We'll go into this little drugstore right here. The druggist usually knows everybody in the neighborhood. Come on.
Okay, but I think it would be simpler and more sensible to make inquiries at the precinct police station.
I don't want the cops in on this until we know where we stand. Here, let me do the talking.
It's your party, wise guy. You handle everything.
What can I do for you young people?
Hello, Pop. We're going to have, what kind of ice cream soda do you want, Annie?
If I must have an ice cream soda, chocolate.
Chocolate. Same for me.
2 chocolate sodas.
That's right. Oh, by the way, I'm looking for a party in this neighborhood by the name of Pensa. I imagine you know the family well.
Pensa?
Yeah.
Never heard the name before.
You never heard of it?
Change my order to raspberry.
Yes, miss. 1 raspberry. I'm just a stranger here. Come down from upstate to handle this place while my son's away hunting. Maybe my granddaughter can tell you what you want to know. Say, Katie.
Yes, Grandpa?
Come here. Fella's looking for a party by the name of Penner.
Penner?
No, not Penner. Pensa.
Oh, I know the Pensas. All of them.
You do? That's swell. Eh?
Mr. Pensa lives down the street. Over his office. He's a contractor.
What's he look like? Is he...
Is Mr. Pensa short and skinny, and his first name is Nick.
Well, Nick Pensa's not the contractor.
Yes, he is. Ever since he got out of prison a couple of years ago.
You say somebody's gone to prison, Katie?
No, Grandpa. They've come out.
That serves him right, then.
The man's reformed now.
Oh, that's bad, very bad.
Well, Grandpa's a little deaf.
Yeah, I can see that. Sister, I understand that my friend, Nick, has a brother or a cousin.
No.
Maybe an uncle?
No.
Here's the sodas. Who gets your raspberry?
He does.
Here you are, mister.
Thanks.
And Mr. Casey, you have earned it.
Sister, you mean Mr. Nick Pensa has no relatives at all?
He's got a sister and a nephew.
Oh, that's a great help.
How old's the nephew? About 10?
No, ma'am. It's the funniest thing. Mr. Gus Pensa is a lot older than his uncle.
Huh?
Mr. Gus is Mr. Nick's partner, I think. And he comes in here all the time.
What does Mr. Gus Pensa look like?
Well, he's tall and fat, and in the face he looks like Mr. Nick.
Annie, give me that chocolate. You take the raspberry.
Here's Mr. Gus now.
Oh, Casey.
He's our fat guy.
Mr. Gus, these people were just asking about you. They're friends of Mr. Nick.
Oh, that's bad.
Is that so?
He recognizes us, Casey.
Yeah.
Wasn't it lucky I dropped in here when I did to find friends of Nick's? Grandpop, go back to your back room and put me up 2 bits worth of turpentine.
2 bits worth of turpentine?
Go along and help him, Sissy. He can never find anything.
I'll show him, Mr. Gus.
So you two were asking about me.
You've been told that we were.
I noticed a car outside with a press sign on it. Yours?
Yeah.
And you were looking for me because of what you happened to see in Franken's yesterday.
If I said no, you wouldn't believe me.
Right. This hand in my pocket has a gun in it, mister. So do exactly as I tell you.
Okay.
Remember, and don't pull anything.
Here's a bottle of terps.
Thanks, Grandpa. Here's your 2 bits. Come on with me, folks. You said you wanted to pay Nick a visit.
Casey.
We got no choice, Annie.
Right. So long, Grandpa.
Hey, ain't you folks going to finish your sodas?
No, we lost our appetites.
You didn't take even a sip of your raspberry, mister.
That's what you think, sister.
Get into your car. Both in the front seat. You drive, fella. I'll sit in back with this gat.
Well, I drive too.
Just down the street to Nick's place. Mine. He and I are partners in everything. And he'll be tickled to see your old friend. Turn into the work yard and park in our garage. And next to the truck there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now what do we do?
You and your boyfriend don't do anything, lady. And to make sure you don't...
You hit Casey with your gun!
And you get the shape! That'll keep the 2 of you quiet for a while. Nick! Nick!
Yeah? What do you want, Gus?
Come into the garage, quick.
Okay. Whose car you got in there?
You'll see. Come inside and help me close these doors.
Okay. There. What's the idea?
Take a look inside this car.
Who's the guy and the dame?
They're the two I told you about last night. Saw that dip take the hot dough from my pocket. They got wise to the layout and located us.
They police?
No. These two are newspaper mugs. I figure they were making this play on their own, so we got to take care of them.
We can't bump them off here.
We can. We do it nice, clean, and quiet. Get those big spools of adhesive tape from the house.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Get that tape.
Got the gal all tied up, Gus.
And help me with this guy.
Yeah.
Wrap some more tape around his ankles.
Okay. Yeah. He's fixed now and solid.
All right. Now climb into that truck and start the motor, Nick.
Oh, the carbon monoxide treatment, huh?
Yeah. Nice, clean, and quiet. We just lock them in this closed garage to breathe the gas. Tonight when it's dark, we get rid of their bodies in their car. Start the motor.
Ann, I worked the tape off my mouth against that fender. Nod your head if you're okay, kid. Good. I'm going to try to pull the adhesive tape off your wrists with my teeth. I'm getting lightheaded. Gas is beginning to work. I got the tape. Now pull and turn your wrists. Pull more, Annie. There, that did it. Your hands are free. Pull the tape off your mouth now.
Okay. I see the gas.
Keep your head down low, kid. Try to hold on.
I will.
Pull this tape off my hands.
You better let me free my ankles first so I can get to that truck and shut off the motor.
No. Free my hands. Those two guys may be just outside where they can hear.
Yeah, but if it keeps on running, we'll...
If it doesn't keep on running, we'll have no second chance like this. Free my hands.
All right. I've got the end loose.
Pull now. There, does it. Now, unwind your ankles while I get this stuff off of mine.
What good will it do us? We can't get out of here.
We'll get out. Don't breathe too deep.
This
Get out.
garage is solid concrete. And I heard them lock those heavy doors when they went out. So...
I got my ankles free. Hang on, kid. I'm picking you up.
What are you going to do?
I'm putting you in this truck.
This truck? Why?
It's taking us out of here. Keep your head down.
Okay.
I'm driving through those doors.
Okay, we're through. Pure air.
Wait a minute, look. Also, those two Pensa guys, they heard us.
Yes, and they have guns, too. Step on the gas, Casey. Drive past them. Let's get away.
I can't.
You can't. What's the matter?
Stall the motor. Duck this shit.
Oh, why are they running away? They're getting into that car.
They're going to try to get away. If I can only get this motor started again. Get it? Now, come on.
Casey, don't drive toward their car. They'll start
driving into their car. This 10-ton truck does a nice job when it hits a tin can like that.
Oh, Casey. My nerves will never be the same again.
I'll never recognize mine either. Come on, let's call City Desk. Get the cops out here so we can get to the Blue Note. I need another pair of glasses. The kind you fill.
Recently, in a big eastern city, a group of trained men and women called on thousands of housewives and asked this simple question. What kind of container do you prefer for the foods you buy? An overwhelming majority of housewives said they preferred to buy food packed in glass. Among them were a great many mothers of small children, and by a ratio of more than 8-to-1, these mothers said they insisted on prepared baby foods packed in glass. They gave many reasons, as you might expect. But here are the 3 reasons mentioned most frequently. First, glass lets you see what you buy before you buy it. Second, you can heat, serve, and store leftover portions of prepared baby food in the same glass container. And third, these young mothers agreed that sterilized glass containers are cleaner and more sanitary. You can buy an increasing number of the better brands of food packed in glass, and all of the better brands of prepared baby food come to you in Anchor glass containers sealed with tamper-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
You didn't kill them 2 kidnappers when you threw that truck at them, Casey?
No, Bethelbert, no. The cops pulled him out of the wreckage in fairly good shape, considering.
They'll be able to walk to the chair.
How about the ransom money? Did the cops find it?
Yeah. Gus, the fat guy, confessed the Walters kidnapping and told where he and Nick had hidden the dough.
Gee, and all because you and Miss Williams did some Christmas shopping. Say, what happened to the little dip, Fingers Fogarty?
Well, in trying to clear himself of the kidnap and murder charge, Ethelbert, Fingers made so many admissions about his own specialty that the cops can keep him in jail until 1999.
Gee, 1999, huh?
Good heavens, Casey, what's that coming in the door?
What on earth?
What do you say, mister? That's the biggest tree I got on the wagon, okay?
Yeah, Yeah, now that's what I call a real Christmas tree.
Ethelbert, what are you going to do with such a big tree?
Well, you couldn't get a little tree in that big room.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday at this time by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. A great name in glass. Crime Photographer, directed by John Deese, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. Now, for our sponsor, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, and all of us on the show, this is Tony Marvin wishing every one of you a joyful and happy holiday at this Christmas time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wednesday, July 3rd. Again today, German bombing planes launched a daylight raid on the British Isles. During the night, Nazi planes had carried out their most ferocious raids on England thus far, and British planes bombed many objectives in Germany. The Balkans are quieter, but Romania faces a cabinet crisis. Parliament reconvenes in Bucharest, and senators and deputies from the Bessarabian and northern Bukovinan areas, ceded to Russia, want to know why the legislative body wasn't called into session immediately. Now the news from Europe Direct, London, Berlin, and Rome. First, a report from the British capital by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. German bombers followed up the raid on the northeast coast last evening, when 12 were killed and 123 injured, with another raid in southwestern England this morning. According to the official statement this morning, it was a raid at random, and no serious damage was done. Early today, one raiding bomber was shot down by planes of the Fighter Command. British communiques, which follow these daily and nightly bombing raids, contain no details about the exact location of the damage nor the kind of damage inflicted, except when homes and schools are hit and civilians killed. So up to the present, the British public is unaware of what kind of military objectives the German raiders are concentrating on. That's information which probably would give some clue to German strategy for their expected assault on this country. Another offensive against what are commonly known in England as the Men of Munich was set underway last night by leaders of 400,000 railway workers. The Executive Committee of the powerful and conservative National Union of Railway Men unanimously passed a resolution in which they requested all cabinet ministers and other important officials associated with the policy of the last government be removed at once from office. Britain has gained at least one advantage from the collapse of one continental state after the other, a moral advantage. She has learned, or should have learned, the lessons of Prague, of Belgium, and of France, that the danger of surrender lies not with the people, but with elements in their government. Chamberlain, Halifax, or Samuel Hoare still retain positions of influence. But the press daily proclaims that these men, even if they wished, cannot undermine England's determination to fight on. More than 50,000 British mothers and fathers have shown their desire in writing that their children be sent away to the Dominion. Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret will stay. We're told this morning that the King and Queen have turned down the suggestion that the royal children seek safety abroad. There are 9 million children in this country. While the day of a possible German attack draws closer, the arguments about child evacuation overseas continue. The first contingent of 20,000 children has not yet started to move. But 4,000 children are leaving London today for safety in Western England. Individually, English families are leaving the country, and French families are still arriving in England. It's estimated 10,000 French civilians arrived last week. Many were the owners of chateaux along the Loire and expensive apartments in Paris. When the savings they manage to take out expire, they will be bankrupt. Refugees from France are the only persons allowed to cash franc notes in British banks. They are given printed forms and allowed to cash up to 20 pounds in francs each week at the going rate. British families are keeping French families in their homes and receiving £1 a week from the government to meet the cost of billeting. The idea of civilian defense against invading Germans is taken quite seriously in this country. Last night, Edward Murrow told you about the 60-year-old mother-in-law lying prone in her front yard, practicing rifle fire on a tomato can, while other housewives are filling eggshells with ammonia, sealing them up and filling their cupboards. Today, a newspaper columnist gives the following instructions for making the Molotov cocktail, or homemade incendiary grenades. Here's how it's done. You fill a beer bottle with equal parts of paraffin and liquid tar. Add a dash of gasoline, cork the bottle, and tie cotton wool around its neck. Just before you toss it in the direction of an onrushing German tank division, you moisten the cotton with gas and set it on fire. You've got to throw it hard enough to break the bottle. This is CBS in London, returning you to Columbia in New York.
That was Eric Severide reporting from London. This is New York, and here's the latest news from the Far East. In Tokyo, Japanese army leaders have presented to the cabinet a formal statement disagreeing with Foreign Minister Arita's statement of last Saturday on Japan's new foreign policy. The army men say that Arita's remarks were too mild and too conciliatory to the democratic nations. We've listened to the reports from London. In just a moment, we'll take you to the German capital for the reports from there by Columbia's correspondent in Berlin. Following that, we will hear from Rome. Now to the German capital, Edwin Hartridge reporting. Go ahead, Berlin.
Good morning. This is Berlin. The police president of Amsterdam has ordered that all non-Aryans who left Germany between the period from January 1st, 1933 to March 1938 to report to the police headquarters within 8 days. This will mean that all German Jewish refugees who have been waiting in Amsterdam for entry visas to other countries are once again under the direct surveillance of German police authorities. At the time of the Blitzkrieg, which began on May 10th, there were many thousands of these people caught in the Low Countries. Folks Doctor this morning has an interesting comment on the expulsion order issued yesterday against Dr. Karach, the correspondent for the Swiss paper Neue Zürcher Zeitung. Berlin paper states, quote, Dr. Karach was ordered to leave Germany within 24 hours because he attempted to poison the relations between Germany and Russia by spreading lies. Expulsion takes place in the interest of Switzerland herself. The press of that country would endanger the existence of its own country if such a campaign of lies would be tolerated in the future. End of quote. In the editorial columns of the same paper this morning, there is an article on German-Latin American relations. It discusses the Latin American press, which is hostile to the German Reich. The paper states that Jewish immigrants, plus the interventionist propaganda in the United States, are mainly responsible for this critical attitude. The paper states, quote, up until now we were silent about this development, which is very dangerous for its participants. First, because it is not our business to interfere with the interior situation of countries whose governments are stressing the need of friendly relations with National Socialistic Germany. And continuing, the Berlin paper writes, quote, we have an understanding of the heavy economic damage caused by this war, started by France and England, that is inflicted on the Latin American states. And this gives rise to some irritation, which must be expressed in some fashion. But with the press so strongly, so frequently misused to ventilate this ill humor, it is time to give a warning. In spite of the attempts of the American President Roosevelt to organize something like an American blockade against Europe, reasonable circles in South and Central America will recognize after this victorious ending of the war that the Latin American republics will have to rely on Europe, a new Europe organized by Germany, and not the reverse. End of quote. The paper concludes with a statement that Germany will never forget its friends, nor those who have shown it malice and ill will, regardless where they may be in this world. The general report of the High Command summarizing the military campaign against France is the big news in the papers this morning. The high points of the successive thrusts, first to the Channel coast, then southward, which resulted in the capture of Paris and the smashing of the Maginot Line, are emphasized. In this report, the High Command gives the German casualties since May 10th. The official figures are 27,000 dead, 18,000 missing, and 111,000 wounded, for a total of 156,000 casualties. The papers stress the fact that these official figures are surprisingly low considering the scope of the operations. The Deutsches Allgemeine Zeitung comments briefly in a subheadline, quote, the almost unbelievable small losses, unquote. The official report also tells us that 792 German aircraft were destroyed or lost in these operations up to June 4th. Other high points of the High Command report are 1,900,000 French troops were taken prisoners, including 29,000 officers and 5 Army commanders. German submarines sank 493,000 tons of enemy shipping in the Blitzkrieg period. And up to June 5th, German aircraft damaged 3 enemy cruisers, 1 destroyer, and 25 merchant ships, while sinking 40 other merchant vessels. Then the report ends with a brief sentence, and now there's only one enemy left, England. This is Edwin Hartridge. I'll return you now to Columbia in New York.
From Berlin to New York and back to Europe for the latest news of developments reported by Cecil Brown from the Italian capital. Go ahead, Rome.
This is Rome. A strong British attack on Metama in Italian East Africa was repulsed, according to the bulletin just issued by the Italian High Command. The communique says that more than 60 British dead were left behind, as well as machine guns and ammunition. The Italians say their losses were slight. An air attack on the same point, the bulletin reports, was driven off, and 2 British planes were shot down by anti-aircraft fire. Italian planes also raided the British Air and Naval Base at Aden, at the eastern end of the Red Sea. Aden has been subjected to almost daily attacks by the Italians. For the first time in many days, no mention is made of any activity on the Libyan-Egyptian frontier. The Italian and French armistice commissions are meeting today at Turin, in northern Italy, near the frontier. They are discussing the methods by which France will fulfill the terms of the armistice. and also dismantle the naval bases in the French possession. The Italian commission is headed by General Pinto and includes an admiral, a general of the Air Force, and Count Vipetti of the Italian Foreign Office. No details of the progress of the discussions have been released. Mussolini sent a letter to the Prince of Piedmont, heir to the Italian throne, which claims great victories for the Italian troops on the Alpine front. The Duce says the fascists broke through the Alpine Maginot Line, and in the face of a heavy snowstorm penetrated from 5 to 20 miles into French territory. Mussolini praised the Italian troops in the highest possible terms and description. He said they had to fight for several hours, even after the armistice, because the French kept resisting. So it's presumed that part of the Italian advance was made after the official time for laying down arms. Mussolini reports that the fight was hard and caused many casualties. He says thousands of men were put out of action and announced that the list of dead and wounded would be published. The injured are in hospitals throughout the country. I understand that many of them have frozen feet. Italy's great hero, Marshal Italo Balbo, was buried today in Tripoli, the capital of Libya, which he did so much to develop. Balbo was killed when his plane was shot down over Tobruk in Libya last week. Almost every city in Italy is naming a street or a square after the fascist leader. 75th Legion of the fascist militia will now call itself the Italo Balbo Legion. The first complete list of civilian casualties from British and French raids in this country was published today. 91 persons have been killed from June 11th to June 30th. 77 of them died from airplane bombing. 4 were killed by splinters from Italian anti-aircraft batteries. In this same period, 392 persons were injured, and 339 of those were from bombs dropped by English and French air raiders. Italy has a civil mobilization law which enables the government to conscript for civil duty everyone between the ages of 14 and 65. Today it was announced that all newspapers and Italian journalists are now subject to the law. This puts every Italian journalist directly under the control of the government, and it makes him subject to the rigorous penalties for failure to do his duty under civil mobilization. The papers today continue to present a picture of the tremendous blow about to fall on England. Dispatches from Berlin indicate that the attack on England will be in conjunction with an Italian attack on the British possessions in the Mediterranean and North Africa. The fascist press reports from San Sebastian, Spain today that there are strong differences in the internal councils of Britain. The Popolo di Roma reports that some sections of the British cabinet want peace. The British industrial interests, the report adds, are in favor of an immediate armistice. Signor Bastianini, the Italian ambassador who was sent to England only a few months before the outbreak of war, returned to Rome this morning. This is Cecil Brown in Rome, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
And with this news from Rome, we conclude this morning report of European developments presented by Columbia each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Eric Severide reported from London, Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, and Cecil Brown just reported from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Great Gildersleeve. A special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the Great Gildersleeve.
Now let's see what the Great Gildersleeve is up to. Those who know him will find it hard to believe, but at 6 o'clock in the morning, a good hour and a half before breakfast, he's up and out of the house. Dressed in a sweater, some old flannel pants, and a pair of bulging sneakers, he's out on the streets of Summerfield, jogging along at a dog trot with Leroy pacing him on his bicycle.
I think we'd better turn back pretty soon, Leroy. Leroy!
Come on, Unc. What's keeping you?
Slow down.
I thought you wanted some exercise.
I do. We don't have to be in such a hurry. We're not going anyplace, you know. Just for the exercise.
Ah, come on. You'll never take any weight off that way. Let's go.
All right. How did I ever get into this?
How did he get into it? Well, for the answer to that, we'll have to go back to the evening before, when Gildersleeve found an excuse to call on a certain friend and well-wisher, Miss Eve Goodwin.
In dreams I kiss your hand, madame, your dainty fingertips. Good candy. And while in slumberland, madame, I'm begging for your lips. I wonder whose picture that is. I have a chocolate, Eve?
No, thanks. No more for me.
You know, I've been meaning to ask you, Eve, whose photograph is that?
Photograph?
On the piano here. The funny-looking goof. Who's that?
The funny-looking goof is my brother, Fred.
Probably doesn't do him justice.
It's a very good likeness. That's why I like to have it around.
Well, he's intelligent. You can see that.
I'm very fond of Fred, so I love the way he looks, even if he's not handsome.
Eve, you never asked me, so how would you like to have a picture of me?
I have a picture of you, Throckmorton, the one that was taken that day at the picnic.
Oh, that snapshot. How would you like to have a good one? A big one that you could keep on the piano beside the other one? If Fred didn't mind.
I'd love one, Throckmorton.
I'll have one taken. And I hope you'll forgive me for what I said about your brother. I didn't mean anything.
That's all right. He is funny-looking, but he's nice.
Well, it's the pot calling the kettle black. I'm kind of funny-looking myself, I guess.
Well, no one can blame a man for the way he looks if it's not his fault. But speaking of the pot calling...
Yeah, I know. I've been putting on a little there lately. Yes, and I'm going to do something about it.
I think it's important that a man look his best, don't you? The best he can, I mean.
Oh, yes, very important.
Particularly if you're going to run for public office.
Yeah, got to be in the pink.
After all, people judge by what they see.
I'm going to start reducing right now. That's a promise.
Then I think we better close the candy box and put it away.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Put it where I can't get at it. Just a minute. Before you do, I'll just take a couple to keep me going.
Throckmorton.
I'll start my official reducing in the morning.
And so it is that we find Gildersleeve puffing and wheezing up South Elm Street.
Leroy, you're going too fast.
If I go any slower, I can't stay on the bicycle.
Well, let's stop. Let's stop here a minute and rest.
Are you tired?
No. Just sit down here on the curb a minute. Get my breath.
Okay. This is fun, hey, Unc?
Yeah. A lot of fun.
Let's do this every morning.
Well, such a thing as too much exercise, Leroy. I think I've had it. I bet I've lost 5 pounds already.
Oh, here comes the milkman.
Yeah.
He's a little late this morning.
We're a little early.
Well, let's get going, shall we?
I suppose so.
What's the matter?
Legs. They're tired. Let's just rest here a little longer, Leroy.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Say, I wonder which way he goes from here.
Who?
The milkman.
Why?
Oh, nothing. Just wonder.
Hi, Mr. Farlow.
Hello, folks. Anything wrong?
Oh, no, we're just sitting here.
Well, you've got a nice day for it.
Nice horse, isn't he, Unc?
Yes. Intelligent, too. Milk horses have to be, Leroy. He's a thoroughbred.
Yeah? How can you tell?
Oh, when you've been around horses all your life, you get so you can tell.
Hello there, fella. Good old horse.
Hello, boy.
Go ahead and pat him, Unc. He won't hurt you.
Huh? Nice horsey. Nice horsey. Ooh, he likes me. You see, he's wagging his tail.
He's shooing flies.
Oh. Nice horsey. Hey, cut it out.
He won't hurt you, Unc.
What's he nudging me for?
He thinks you got a lump of sugar in your pocket.
Well, tell him to cut it out, Leroy. Go away. Go away, horse. Stop. Hee, tickles. Hey!
Oh, he won't hurt you, Unc.
Well, you don't have to slobber in my face.
I think I'll ask Mr. Farlow if he'll let me drive him.
Leroy, get out from that wagon.
Okay.
And stay away from that horse.
What for?
I don't like the look he just gave me. He bared his gums at me.
Oh, he was just picking his teeth. The oats get stuck between.
Oh, well, never mind. Here comes Mr. Farlow. Speaking of horses, I'm hungry enough to eat one. Oh, Mr. Farlow.
Yes?
You wouldn't be going up Lakeside Avenue way, would you?
Oh, I sure am. Can I give you a ride?
Unc, I thought you wanted exercise. You're not going to cheat and ride back without me.
Well, all right. When you get to my house, Mr. Farlow, I wonder if you'd do something for me.
Why, sure thing.
Just tell them that you saw me, will you? Come on, Leroy. By George, nothing like exercise. I feel better than I have in years. And pass the buckwheat cakes, will you, Leroy?
Here.
Thanks. You know, children, every candidate for public office ought to get himself in good physical condition. He'll get more votes that way, and he'll do a better job if he's elected. Pass the syrup, will you, Marjorie?
Here.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody ought to take more exercise. Marjorie, what exercise do you get?
What do I need an exercise for? I feel fine.
You just think you feel fine. You ought to try it, my dear. Puts roses in your cheeks.
Oh, Unky, darling, you sound so old-fashioned. What kind of exercise do you think I should take?
Oh, run a few miles every day.
And get legs like a wrestler?
Huh?
No, thank you.
As a matter of fact, a little exercise would be good for your figure. I read that on the woman's page just the other day. Oh, Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I wonder if I could have a little more bacon just to finish up these cakes with.
Yes, sir. About 3 slices?
Oh, 3 or 4, yes. And Bertie, you should get more exercise.
Me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah.
Exercise?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I took any more exercise, I'd drop dead. Exercise.
Maybe Bertie doesn't need it, but the rest of us certainly do.
Say, Unc, I've got a great idea.
What is it, Leroy?
As long as this is your day off, how about helping me and Piggy dig a new fort?
I think not, my boy. Thank you just the same.
Digging is wonderful exercise.
But this is not a holiday for me, Leroy. I've got a lot to do today. Got to get started on my campaign.
Got some on your chin, Uncle Mort.
Oh, chin.
Here's your bacon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Looks wonderful, Bertie. You think I could have a few more buckwheat cakes now to finish up the bacon?
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Might have another cup of coffee, too, just to slosh everything down, Bertie.
What campaigning are you going to do today, Uncle Mort?
Campaigning? Well, first things first, Marjorie. That's my principle. I'm going to have my picture taken.
That seems like a funny way to start. What are you going to do with the picture?
Oh, several things. But a campaign portrait is something every candidate needs.
Why?
Oh, man's looks are very important. In politics, a man must take advantage of every asset. There's nothing to laugh about, my dear. Why am I taking all this exercise every morning? So I'll look trim and dynamic on a speaker's platform. Why am I having Mr. Hostetter come here and take my picture? So the voters will get the best possible impression of my face and my personality.
Here's your cake, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Okay, thank you, Bertie.
You say Mr. Hostetter's coming here, Uncle Mort?
Yes.
Is he going to take pictures of all of us?
No, I'm the candidate, my dear.
Oh, I thought maybe you were going to have some pictures of your family, like Mr. Dewey and Mr. Bricker and all those people have in the magazines.
Dewey and Bricker don't have to pay Mr. Hostetter. He charges $5 a pose.
Oh, Unky, can't I be in just one picture with you?
Well, I don't know what
I can just see it in the magazine. Mr. Gildersleeve in the library of his home with his attractive niece, Marjorie.
Well, it might be a good thing at that.
Mr. Gildersleeve in the library of his home beating up his attractive nephew, Leroy.
I like the caption, my boy, but I don't think you're the vote-getting type.
It might be all right, Uncle Mort. You could be reading to it.
Yes, Leroy could sort of be in the background.
Gosh, you'd think I was a freak or something.
That will do, Leroy. I want you to take a bath after lunch and put on your good suit.
My good suit? Just to be in the background?
With a collar and a tie. Well, I got to get started. Let's see. Barbershop for a trim. Hogan's for a new shirt. Oh, it's going to be a big day.
Yeah, for everybody but me.
If you take a little more exercise, Leroy, you wouldn't be so sensitive.
Are you kidding? Who was out with you this morning?
You were on a bicycle. Yes, sir, I feel like $1 million. Before I go downtown, I think I'll just go upstairs and step on the scales and see how many pounds I took off.
Aren't you being a little optimistic on the first day?
After 3 miles of road work? You try it. Gee, how could I gain 4 pounds?
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Right now, it's intermission and time for Kay Kaiser. Okay, Professor, let's dance.
So for you and all you children listening, here comes our stop, look at, and listen to gal, gorgeous Georgia Carroll. All right, children, I'm sure you'll thrill to the words and melody of this beautiful number as Gorgeous sings.
My heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you? Sorry if I do. Should I believe my heart or you?
Now to the great Gildersleeve, who has dedicated his day to getting his picture taken. And even the greatest, there's a touch of vanity, and so we find him now dropping into Floyd Munson's barber shop for a once-over before facing the camera.
Well, come in, Commissioner.
Hello, Floyd.
How you been, Miss Gildersleeve?
Just fine, Floyd. And you?
Oh, can't complain. Climb right up in the chair there, Commissioner. How you been? Oh, I asked you that. Well, what'll it be today? Shave?
I want the works, Floyd.
Haircut?
Shave, haircut, massage, everything. I want to look my best.
Well, you must be going to a wedding or something.
Oh, no wedding, Floyd.
Lady friend came to town, maybe?
No lady friend.
Somebody pass a remark?
No. Nothing like that.
Oh, you just looked in the mirror and couldn't stand it, huh?
If you must know, Floyd, I'm having my picture taken.
Oh? Well, everybody ought to have their picture taken once, I guess. I haven't had mine taken since I was last to an amusement park, and that's years.
I'm in a little hurry, Floyd. Got an appointment with the photographer.
Oh, sure. Yes, still have that picture around somewheres. Wife came across it the other day and got sore. She takes one look and she says, "Who's the floozy you got your arm around?" Didn't recognize it was her. That's how long ago I had my picture taken.
Yeah. Floyd, if you don't mind, I have an appointment with a photographer at my house in exactly 1 hour.
Well, why didn't you say so? I can get you out of here in jig time. All you have to do is say so. I'm no mind reader, you know.
If you ever listen to anything, anybody... Well, hello, P.B.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. Getting a little haircut?
Well, that remains to be seen. If Floyd can stop talking.
Will you be long, Floyd?
Well, it may be a little while. The commissioner here is getting his picture taken.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Got to make him look presentable. Yeah, he's got to look presentable, and that's going to take time. You want to wait?
Well, Guess I'd better. Mrs. Peavy said if I didn't get my hair cut today, she wouldn't let me in the house.
Well, make yourself comfortable. His magazine's there. New issue of Snoop came in today. I looked through it. Nothing much. There's one of Jinx Falkenberg.
Floyd, will you get on with a haircut, or have I got to go someplace else?
Okay, Commissioner. I can take a hint.
How's your campaign for mayor coming, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I haven't really started yet, Peavy.
What's holding it up?
The buttons.
Buttons, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You can't start a campaign without campaign buttons. I can't order the buttons till I have a photograph.
That's true.
That's why I'm anxious to have it a good one. This is really the opening gun for me, fellers. A good photograph is half the battle, you know. Helps a lot with the women's vote.
Well, if you ask me, the women's vote don't mean a thing. They all vote the way their husbands do.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
You mean to tell me, Peavy, that you and the wife don't talk over the candidates before election?
Oh, yes, we do that.
Well, Peavy, don't you and Mrs. Peavy usually see eye to eye?
Yes, we do. She sees to that.
Well, if you're in complete agreement before you go down to vote...
Mr. Gildersleeve, once a man gets inside one of those booths, what happens then is between him and his conscience.
Peavy, I'm surprised at you. You mean you deliberately turn around?
I'll tell you. I'm a patient man, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I don't like arguments. But a man has got to stand up for his rights sometime. I stand up for mine every 4 years.
Yeah, and you're right, Peavy. If you ask me, they never should have given women the vote.
Why not?
Gives them ideas. They were hard enough to live with before. They don't know what they're voting for anyway.
Now, there I have to take exception with you, Floyd.
Now, hold still, Commissioner.
I'm counting heavily on the women's vote in this campaign.
That's what I say. They'll vote for anything.
Listen. Are you implying... Oh!
Well, I told you to hold still.
Now, look what you've done. I'm bleeding. Quick, do something.
Now, don't get excited. It's a little cut. Happens all the time.
Put some court plaster on it.
Yes.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Confound it.
Now, hold still. There. There, that'll stop it.
Yeah, and look at me. Look at me. Hacked to pieces. I come in here because I want to get my picture.
Now, wait a minute, Commissioner. I'm not through with you yet.
Well, I'm through with you, Floyd. You're nothing but a confounded butcher.
Now, Commissioner, I think that's going a little far.
Margie? How do I look?
Oh, you're just... Uncle Mort, you look beautiful. I've never seen you in a stiff collar before.
You never will again, either.
Well, there's no reason you should suffer so. Here, let me loosen it a little.
Don't touch it. Took me an hour to get into this.
Oh, now, don't be silly. Just hold still. Isn't that better?
I can breathe now, anyway. Thank you.
How do I look?
Oh, fine, my dear. I've always liked that dress.
I'm so glad. I bought it at Hogan's this morning.
Marjorie.
Oh, Unky, why can't you just charge it to campaign expenses?
Because nobody's paying for my campaign but me. No rich men are going to boss me when I'm the mayor. At least I haven't had any offers so far.
Oh. But I needed a dress. I'll have to be seen in public occasionally, and a candidate's family ought to look decent.
I don't care, Marjorie. I'm not made of money.
Now, you mustn't get all excited before Mr. Hostetter gets here. You ought to be nice and serene for the photographer.
Well, you're right. I wonder where the devil he is.
Now, don't start worrying.
I wish I hadn't left it at Judge Hooker to bring him here. Is Leroy ready?
Leroy? He isn't even here.
What? Where is he?
I don't know.
That darn kid. I asked him to do little enough for me. You'd think he'd remember this. Leroy. Oh, Leroy. All right, he can just go without having his picture taken. Oh, where's my globe?
Globe? What globe?
There's only one globe, Marjorie. Globe. Globe round, globe, the earth, terra firma. The globe I got 2 years ago for Christmas.
Oh, that. Oh, Bertie put it over here on the shelf. What on earth do you want it for?
Well, I've been looking at some of the pictures of the other fellows in the magazines. Those fellows that claim they aren't running for president. And I notice they like to stand with their hands on a globe, like this.
Well, what for? It looks silly.
It'll show the voters I'm thinking about world affairs. These things are very complicated, my dear. Oh, the photographer. It's about time. Well, hello, Judge.
Gildy.
Hello, Mr. Hostetter.
You do?
I was afraid you'd forgotten all about me.
Just let the campaign manager do the worrying, Gildy. Mr. Hostetter, shake hands with the next mayor of Summerfield.
I've already met Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge.
Oh? Well, you photographed all the mayors in the last 20 years. What do you think of his chances?
Hard to say. First time I saw Terwilliger, I didn't think he'd ever make it. Well, ahead of Terwilliger. What was his name?
Carson?
Oh, yes, Carson. Didn't think he'd make it either. Well ahead of Carson.
Lawler?
Lawler. I thought he was sure to lose. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, you might have a very good chance.
Well, I'm glad you think so, Mr. Hostetter. I wish you had a little better record, though. This is my niece, Marjorie. I thought we might get a few shots of me with my family.
How do you do, Mr. Hostetter?
How do you do, young lady? And now, Mr. Gildersleeve, first the portrait, don't you think so?
Oh, the portrait, yes. I think maybe something full length, standing here with my hand on the globe, huh? What do you think?
Oh, that's fine. Yes, I'll set up my camera.
Wait a minute, Gildy. You're dressed all wrong for this.
What are you talking about?
You look all dressed up. You want to look a little mussy, like you were busy.
Well, this is a new suit, and I want it to look good. Go ahead and shoot, Mr. Hostetter.
Yes, sir. You want the full face, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Full face? Oh, yes, whatever you think best.
Could I see the profile, please?
Yeah, profile?
Yes, just look up toward your niece there.
Oh, how's this?
I'll try the other profile.
Oh? This way?
How about a 3/4? Look off here.
Like this?
Give me the full face again.
Make up your mind, Hostetter.
All right. Oh, that's fine. Now, if you can just hold absolutely still.
Still? Oh, time exposure.
Yes. Now, hold it. Hold it.
Hi, Unc. What's going on?
Quiet. Leroy, you spoiled the picture.
What did I do?
That was a time exposure. This is my nephew, Leroy, Mr. Hostetter.
Oh.
I don't know if you'd want him in the group.
Leroy'd be fine, Gildy. Typical American boy.
I don't like to think so. Well, run upstairs and wash your face and change your clothes, young man.
Oh, gosh, do I have to?
Now, Gildy, you're making the same mistake again. Don't have Leroy looking like a dummy in Hogan's window. Let him look natural.
Who'd vote for Leroy the way he looks now? Filthy. Now get cleaned up and hurry.
Okay. Gosh, just because he wants to be the man.
All right, Mr. Hostetter. Now the portrait. Is this the way I was?
Oh, that's it. Now, steady. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. That's it.
Long time to hold your breath. Now, how about one with Marjorie?
Oh, very well. Something on the sofa, perhaps?
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I guess that'll be all right. Come on, my dear.
Gildy, will you let me make one suggestion?
What?
Will you let me rumple your hair a little?
No, I'll rumple my own hair. How's that?
Terrible. You look as though you'd been in a fight and lost.
Now, see here, Hooker.
Oh, wait a minute, Uncle Mort. There. How's that, Judge?
Fine. Thank you, Marjorie. Is that suitable, Hostetter?
Well, if that's the way you like it. Now, young lady, if you look just a little more toward your uncle.
Oh, my face is better looking the other way.
Look where Hostetter tells you to, Marjorie. I'm running for mayor.
Oh, well. Is this all right?
Smile. This is a happy, intimate home scene, for goodness sake.
Oh, yes.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you could smile, too.
Huh?
If you could smile, too. Come on, nice big smile.
Oh, yes, all right.
Now, that's fine. Now, if you can just hold that. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Thank you.
Now, if we can get one with Leroy and Marjorie, that ought to be enough.
Yes, where is that kid?
Well, you told him to clean up. Perhaps he's taking a bath.
Not Leroy. Oh. Yeah. I'll get him down here. Leroy! Oh, Leroy! What's the trouble up there?
No pants!
All right, no picture. That's enough pictures, I think, Mr. Hostetter. Before you go, though, I wonder if I could have a word with you privately.
Oh, certainly. Yeah.
What's this, Gildy?
None of your business, you old goat.
Well, if you're my campaign manager...
No, you're mine. This has nothing to do with my campaign. Now, Mr. Hostetter.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
On the portrait, the first one, I'd like one print made up kind of special.
Kind of special?
Yeah, I want a big print in one of those folders, you know.
Oh, yes.
And you might, well, touch it up a little here and there. Huh?
Oh, I see. You mean around the chin?
We needn't go into details. You know your business.
I'm sorry, I only
That's all right. Just make it look good. Could you have it for me tomorrow?
Oh, yes, sir. What would you think of just a touch of color, Mr. Gildersleeve? Gives a very nice effect.
Color? What does it cost?
Oh, well, there's a small extra fee, but it gives a personal touch if that's what you're after.
That's what I'm after. Go to it, Michelangelo. I'll pick it up tomorrow afternoon.
Throckmorton.
Yeah, it's me.
I wasn't expecting you this evening.
I came for a surprise.
Well, you're always a nice surprise.
I brought another one besides.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, if you've brought more candy.
Oh, no, Eve, no more of that. You notice the difference in my waistline?
Well...
I guess it's too soon for it to show. But I'm working on it, Eve. You remember I promised to bring you my picture?
Oh, yes.
Well, I've got it.
What's the matter, Throckmorton?
Well, before I give it to you, Eve, I just want to say that this means something to me. I don't get a cabinet photograph taken every day, and I don't go around giving them to girls either.
Well, I'm glad you don't.
I mean, I think it ought to mean something when a girl puts a man's photograph on her piano, don't you?
Yes, it does.
Well, here it is. Eve!
Oh, I'm sorry, Throckmorton.
I thought you'd like it.
But it's so funny.
Well, if you think I'm funny.
Oh, but I don't. That's just the point. I don't think it looks a bit like you.
You don't?
Well, of course not. What have they done to you? All this retouching and these horrible colors. They're not you.
I got the best photographer in town, Eve. He charges plenty. I just wanted to get something you'd like.
Well, I already have a picture of you that I like. The little snapshot. I had it framed yesterday.
You did? Where is it?
Right over here.
Oh, on the piano.
Now, this looks like you. But this other atrocity. Look at those pink cheeks.
Yeah.
And those retouched eyebrows.
Yeah. Silliest thing I ever saw. Here, give me a pencil. I'll show you how to retouch.
Oh, Throckmorton.
There. Whiskers. Yeah.
It comes time for all you gals to really see and hear a handsome lad whose name is Harry Babbitt. Harry?
Did I see moonlight and magnolia trees? Smile again, my darling, if you please. Did I hear music on a warm spring breeze? Speak again, my darling, if you please.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
September rain just then, if you please, touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you please. Yes, I'm yours, my darling.